Mu Xian traversed the perilous realm of beast tamers, and fortunately, after successfully forging a contract with a beast, he awakened two extraordinary abilities: Bloodline Extraction and Integration, as well as an information panel. Thus, Mu Xian began to extract bloodlines and devise the ultimate evolutionary path for his beasts, ultimately becoming the most formidable beast tamer. The world lay beneath my feet, and the starry sky was no longer out of reach. Ice Crystal Spirit, Frost Dragon of the Frigid Abyss, Ashen Frost Dragon, Celestial Ash Dragon, Spatial Raccoon, Void Dragon Raccoon, Skyward Dragon Raccoon, Divine Sky Dragon Raccoon, Celestial Mirage Butterfly, 9 Lives Rebirth Butterfly, Destructive Demon Bear, Sacred Spirit Envoy, Solar Golden Crow, Elder of Time. Chapter 001. Transcended into a world of beast tamers. Ouch! Mu Xian awoke languidly, only to find himself lying on a hard hospital bed, surrounded by familiar, yet unfamiliar, youthful faces. What's going on? Am I unwell? Wait, what are these students doing here? Have I lost my memory? At this moment, upon seeing Mu Xian awake, the surrounding students began to chatter. Mu Xian, are you alright? Mu Xian, are you okay? Should we take you to the hospital? Mu Xian, say something. Mu Xian. Furrowing his brow, Mu Xian listened to their words, feeling a throbbing headache, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding around him. Fortunately, a commanding voice finally rang out. What are you all doing here? Return to your training. The authoritative voice had a noticeable effect, and soon the crowd dispersed. Mu Xian then spotted a middle-aged man with a square face standing before him. Mu Xian, do you feel unwell anywhere? Mu Xian shook his head, replying, I'm fine, just a bit of pain. The middle-aged man visibly sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Mu Xian, you should stay in the school infirmary for further observation. If you have any issues, just approach me. Pausing momentarily, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed as he continued. Mu Xian, this incident was unexpected for the teachers, as well, please do not hold it against Luo Si and the others, however. Mu Xian, I must remind you that there are only a little over 3 months until the college entrance examination, and it's time to contract. A beast? Mu Xian was filled with confusion, but dared not voice it. After the middle-aged man departed, the pain in his head gradually subsided, replaced by a flood of memories that finally illuminated his understanding of the situation. Indeed, Mu Xian had traversed into another world, inhabiting the body of an 18-year-old high school senior, sharing his name. Although this world was also called Blue Star, it teemed with countless monstrous beasts, posing a grave threat to human Sapphire realm rife with extraordinary powers and peril. Over 300 years ago, Blue Star inexplicably became riddled with spatial rifts, through which innumerable beasts surged, nearly annihilating human civilization at the time. Fortunately, humanity discovered the ancient legacy of beast tamers at a critical juncture, successfully training a multitude of beast tamers, allowing civilization to catch its breath. A beast tamer is an extraordinary practitioner who forges contracts with beasts, nurtures them, and commands them in combat. Through these contracts and the nurturing of beasts, beast tamers receive the beast reciprocation, gaining immense power. To this day, relying on the strength of beast tamers, human civilization has regained its footing and is poised to launch a counteroffensive against the beasts. As for Mu Xian, he was a senior student at the 9th Beast Tamer High School in the city of Jinhua, located in the eastern province of the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star. The middle-aged man was his teacher for beast combat training, Ren Chongkong, a commander-level beast tamer. As for why Mu Xian had fainted during a routine training class, the situation was rather embarrassing. He had been knocked unconscious by a stray water blast from a classmate's beast during practice. Whether it was Mu Xian's fortune or the misfortune of the original body, the original owner had fallen headfirst, leading to their demise just as Mu Xian arrived. Wait, what about my beast? Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Xian, questioning where his contracted beast was as a student of a beast tamer school. Before long, Mu Xian discovered the reason. He shockingly realized that he had no contracted beast. I am actually the only one in the class without a contracted beast. In that instant, Mu Xian comprehended the situation. It made sense why he had perished from a mere water blast. Without a contracted beast, his physical constitution was naturally subpar, making him vulnerable to even minor accidents, prompting Mu Xian to lament the inherent dangers of Blue Star, where even attending class required utmost caution. Was the original Bodis mind truly befuddled? Mu Xian silently chastised while absorbing and merging the original memory. Suddenly, he shuddered, for in that moment, he discerned the original body's motives. So, I had already set my sights on a rare ice elemental life form, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Hence, to forge a contract with that Ice Crystal Spirit, I had refrained from contracting any beasts and instead devoted myself to honing my mental fortitude to meet the requirements for contracting the Ice Crystal Spirit. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Mu Xian felt an overwhelming joy. Elemental life forms, such as this one, were indeed scarce even within the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, capable of being cultivated to the king-level top-tier beasts. It is noteworthy that beasts progress through various ranks from ordinary to elite, commander, lord, beast king, and finally king, with lord-level beasts already being incredibly powerful, capable of reigning supreme in Jinhua City. King-level beasts possess the ability to defy the heavens and reshape the earth, existing as entities akin to earthly deities in the eyes of ordinary people. In the Dragon Kingdom, a king-level beast tamer can become a local guardian, revered by the masses and celebrated in songs, possessing the power to influence entire battlefields. Such individuals are fewer than 100 throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Elemental life forms, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, embody the convergence of elemental forces birthed from extreme elemental accumulation, their rarity comparable to that of giant pandas in the previous world, a true darling of nature. With appropriate cultivation resources, they can achieve the king level in the shortest time possible. It is no wonder that the original body looked down upon the beasts in the school, singularly focused on refining mental strength in preparation for contracting that nascent ice crystal spirit. That I must contract that ice crystal spirit without delay. In that instant, Mu Xian was filled with longing, yearning to rush to the cave he had fortuitously discovered 6 months prior to contract the ice crystal spirit and become a genuine beast tamer. However, the difficulty of contracting the ice crystal spirit was undoubtedly formidable, and Mu Xian could not ascertain whether he would succeed. According to the records from the Beast Tamer Academy in the Magic Capital, the elemental life form should still be in its nascent stage to elevate an elemental life form. A rich elemental force is essential, but the ice crystal spirit was born in a subterranean cave where the ice element was not concentrated. Thus, its strength would not rise swiftly to I still have a chance. It is said that the original bogus discovery of the ice crystal spirit was largely due to the favor of Lady Luck during a wild herb gathering. He inadvertently stepped into a void and plummeted into a subterranean cave, ultimately uncovering the nascent ice crystal spirit within an icy pond. That time, the original body had refrained from initiating a contract. Due to his weak mental power, any misstep would undoubtedly disturb the ice crystal spirit. Mental power is the key to forging contracts with beasts. Only by overcoming the will of the beast during the contracting process can one achieve success. Over the past 2 months, the original body had sold nearly all valuable possessions, expending all savings on a plethora of potions to enhance mental power, eagerly awaiting the moment his mental fortitude stabilized to venture to that subterranean cave. However, he never anticipated that an ordinary beast combat training class would cost him his life weight. Something is amiss. At that moment, recalling the details, Mu Xian suddenly felt something was off. He was astonished to discover that he could vividly remember all the details of what transpired. He realized that the turtle, Xianshui Gui, which had unleashed the water cannon at him, seemed to have done so deliberately. Luo, so you did it on purpose. In that instant, Mu Xian's gaze turned icy. Luo was the wealthy scion of the class, but harbored a narrow heart, frequently feeling resentful of Mu Xian's exceptional grades and often seeking to provoke him. After Mu Xian had yet to contract a beast, Luo had mocked him multiple times. This time, the opponent might have merely sought to embarrass Mu Xian, but little did they expect that a single burst of water would whisk away the original self. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo, you are the one who has killed the original self. I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. Mu Xian whispered within. Suddenly, he became aware of an anomaly. Am I truly able to recall all the details that transpired? Mu Xian could hardly contain his exhilaration. Does this not signify a substantial enhancement of my spiritual power? Chapter 002. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. Oh my, 2 golden fingers. In that moment, Mu Xian could no longer restrain himself and dashed out of the school infirmary, making his way to the training room to assess his spiritual power. The so-called training room was essentially a series of enclosed spaces, equipped with various apparatuses designed for the cultivation and measurement of spiritual power, a standard facility in nearly every school. Soon, within one of these training rooms, Mu Xian began to ascertain his spiritual power level, and to his delight, he discovered that he effortlessly completed the ordinary level. Spiritual Power Assessment. It is worth noting that according to the memories of the original self, prior to today, he could only manage to complete the initial stages of the ordinary level assessment on rare occasions, and even then, with great difficulty. Yet today, he accomplished it with ease. Subsequently, Mu Xian embarked on the elite level spiritual power assessment. The difficulty of this level was nearly doubled compared to the ordinary level, but Mu Xian was astonished to find that it posed no significant challenge for him. Upon reaching the fourth stage, however, the difficulty escalated, and Mu Xian finally felt the strain. Ultimately, he collapsed at the final stage of the fifth level. This indicated that Mu Xian's spiritual power had indeed reached the fifth tier of the elite level. It should be noted that having achieved elite level status during the initial phase of development, a beastmaster would possess a bloodline potential of at least lord level or even beast king level. Any student capable of contracting them would undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. It must be the result of my transmigration that has significantly enhanced my spiritual power. Could this be my golden finger? Mu Xian rejoiced, as his extraordinary spiritual power would bestow upon him numerous advantages. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian stepped through the school gates and set off towards the outskirts of the city, determined to contract the ice crystal spirit. In the daylight wilderness, the dangers were relatively minimal, as most of the beastmasters within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinhua City had already been devoured by humanity, leaving behind only a few stragglers too fearful to emerge. The underground cave Mu Xian had discovered was situated at the foothills of the North Mountain, approximately 20 kilometers from Jinhua City, presenting a certain level of peril. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the magical beast would not approach Jinhua City. Once beyond the 10-kilometer protective zone, Mu Xian proceeded with caution, even going so far as to smear himself with a lump of wild boar dung for added disguise. The North Mountain foothills, once known as the Xuanlong Scenic Area before the Beastmaster era, boasted numerous underground rivers and karst wonders, hailed as the 36th Cave. Heaven of Taoism. Of course, in the present Beastmaster era, it had long since transformed into a breeding ground for magical beasts, while the tourism industry had completely waned. After traversing the North Mountain foothills for over half an hour, Mu Xian finally located the underground cave from his memory. To his relief, the camouflage and signals at the entrance remained intact, indicating that no one else had discovered this subterranean lair. Mu Xian meticulously searched for a few minutes, confirming his assessment before swiftly entering the underground cave. The deeper he descended, the more the chill intensified. Fortunately, Mu Xian had prudently purchased a cotton jacket along the way. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Xian arrived at the cold pool deep within the cave, where a thin layer of ice crystals had completely frozen the water. Beside the cold pool, a faintly glowing orb of blue light floated serenely indeed. It was the legendary elemental life, the ice crystal spirit. This ice crystal spirit is likely at the elite level 3. Splendid. Estimating the strength of the ice crystal spirit's aura, Mu Xian was instantly elated and stealthily approached. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters. At that moment, the ice crystal spirit seemed to sense something, and its blue light began to flicker. Oh no, I'm going to be discovered. Mu Xian's heart raced, and without hesitation, he cast several drops of his prepared blood onto the ice crystal spirit and commenced the summoning. In an instant, Mu Xian felt his spiritual power connect with an intensely frigid aura, causing him to shiver, nearly disrupting the contract. Immediately, an irate consciousness materialized in his mind. Who are you? Leave. Go away. I do not welcome you. Mu Xian sensed a stirring within and began to radiate goodwill. I am a human, a good person. I harbor no malice. I am a human, a good person. I harbor no malice. I am a human, a good person. I harbor no malice. After repeating this thrice, the consciousness spoke again. Human? Good person? What is that? Do you wish to remain in this dark, damp, and cold cave forever? Would you prefer to live in solitude? I can take you to the outside world. There, you will find a warm sun, towering mountains, and lush green grass, beautiful flowers. As he spoke, Mu Xian transmitted these visions, leaving the little spirit utterly astonished. He continued to entice. I can also provide you with ample ice attribute cultivation resources, allowing you to grow rapidly. Under Mu Xian's persuasion, the naive ice crystal spirit's consciousness was soon ensnared, and in a daze, it signed a beast master contract, becoming Mu Xian's first magical beast. In that moment, an unseen force flowed from the ice crystal spirit into Mu Xian's body, augmenting his physique and enhancing his spiritual power. This was undoubtedly the reciprocal nourishment of the magical beast. Once the contract was complete, Mu Xian finally relaxed, feeling exhilarated at having successfully contracted an elemental life. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Mu Xian felt a surge of heat coursing through his body as an incredible power began to awaken. With a resounding boom, Mu Xian felt his mind tremble, leaving him in a daze, oblivious to the ice crystal spirit's alarmed state. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity, and eventually, Mu Xian regained his senses, hearing the anxious emotions of his magical beast. It's all right, just a minor incident. Mu Xian hurriedly reassured his magical beast, pondering the recent events. Yet, despite his introspection, he could not discern any changes within himself, as if the alterations had merely been an illusion. However, when Mu Xian summoned the ice crystal spirit, an astonishing sight unfolded, found an information panel before him. Ice crystal spirit species, ice and snow elemental life rank, elite level 3 quality, extraordinary skills, ice explosion, extreme cold freeze description, a rare ice elemental. Life born from the essence of heaven and earth, created deep underground. Perhaps due to a lack of ice elemental resources, its innate potential has regressed from king level to beast king level, yet it still possesses formidable potential in combat. Prowess, making it an exceedingly precious magical beast. Ice crystal spirit's bloodline can be extracted. The two pieces of information plunged Mu Xian into deep contemplation, as he suddenly realized that this very scene might indeed be his golden finger. Moreover, the second line, bloodline can be extracted, was likely his talent. As expected, as he concentrated on himself, an information panel abruptly materialized, confirming his suspicions. Mu Xian species, human rank, ordinary level 3 talent. Bloodline extraction and fusion magical beast. Ice crystal spirit elite level 3 at that moment. Mu Xian belatedly recognized that within a single day, he had not only contracted a magical beast, but had also awakened a talent ability, obtaining a wondrous information panel, truly a triple blessing. Particularly this information panel, which felt neither like a system nor talent, was utterly perplexing. That Mu Xian decisively cast it aside, deciding to delve deeper into its mysteries once he had grown stronger in the future. Chapter 002. The arrival of the golden finger. At this moment, Mu Xian could no longer contain his excitement and bolted out of the school infirmary, racing towards the training room for a mental strength assessment. The so-called training room consisted of several enclosed spaces, each equipped with various apparatus designed to evaluate mental prowess, a standard feature in virtually every school. Before long, within one of the training rooms, Mu Xian began to assess his mental strength. To his astonishment, he effortlessly completed the assessment for the ordinary level. According to the memories of his previous self, prior to today, he could only manage the initial stages of the ordinary level, with only a few rare exceptions where he barely succeeded. Yet today, he accomplished it with remarkable ease. Without hesitation, Mu Xian proceeded to the elite level assessment. In contrast to the ordinary level, the difficulty of the elite level doubled. However, Mu Xian was astonished to find it manageable. As he reached the 4th stage, the challenge intensified, and he finally felt the strain. Ultimately, he collapsed at the 5th stage, signifying that his mental strength had attained the 5th tier of the elite level. It is worth noting that achieving the elite level during the initial phase signifies a bloodline potential of at least Lord level or even Beast King level, marking the student capable of contracting such a creature as a prodigy. Could it be that my transmigration has significantly enhanced my mental strength? Is this my golden finger? Mu Xian was elated, for his extraordinary mental prowess would grant him numerous advantages. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out of the school gates and made his way outside the city, preparing to contract the ice crystal spirit. In the daylight wilderness, the dangers were relatively minimal, as most beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinhua City had already been consumed by humans, leaving only a few stragglers too timid to venture out. The subterranean cave Mu Xian had discovered was located at the northern foothills of North Mountain, approximately 20 kilometers from Jinhua City, posing a certain level of risk. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the beasts would not approach the city. Once past the 10-kilometer protection zone, Mu Xian became cautious, even going so far as to smear himself with wild boar dung for added camouflage. The northern foothills, known before the Beastmaster era as the Xuan Scenic Area, boasted numerous underground rivers and karst wonders, hailed as the 36th celestial cave of Taoism. However, in the current era, it had become a breeding ground for beast proliferation, rendering the tourism industry utterly obsolete. After traversing the northern foothills for over half an hour, Xuan finally located the subterranean cave based on memory. To his relief, the camouflage and signals at the cave's entrance remained intact, indicating that no one else had discovered it. After meticulously examining the surroundings for a few minutes and confirming his suspicions, he swiftly entered the cave. As he descended deeper, the chill intensified, but fortunately, Xuan had purchased a cotton coat along the way. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, he arrived at the cold pool within the cave, where a delicate layer of ice crystals encased it entirely. On one side of the pool floated a faintly glowing orb of blue light. Indeed, the legendary elemental life. The Ice Crystal Spirit. This Ice Crystal Spirit appeared to be at the elite Tier 3 level. How splendid. Estimating the intensity of the Ice Crystal Spirit's aura, Xuan felt a surge of joy and stealthily approached it. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters. Just then, the Ice Crystal Spirit seemed to sense something, and the blue light began to flicker. Oh no, I might be discovered. Xuan's heart raced, and without hesitation, he flung a few drops of his prepared blood onto the Ice Crystal Spirit, initiating the contract. In an instant, Xuan felt his mental strength intertwining with an extremely frigid aura, causing him to shiver as the contract nearly faltered. Immediately, an irate consciousness emerged in his mind. Who are you? Go away. Go away. I do not welcome you. Xuan's heart stirred, and he began to emanate goodwill. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. I am a human. I am a good person. I mean no harm. After repeating this 3 times, the consciousness spoke again. Human? Good person? What is that? Do you wish to remain in this damp, cold, dark cave forever? Would you prefer to live in solitude? I can take you to the outside world. There, you will find the warm sun, towering mountains, lush green grass, and beautiful flowers. As he conveyed these images, Xuan's words left the little spirit utterly stunned. He then continued to entice, stating, I can provide you with abundant ice attribute cultivation resources, allowing you to grow rapidly. Under Xuan's persuasion, the sheltered Ice Crystal Spirit's consciousness was soon beguiled, and in a daze, it signed a beast contract with Xuan, becoming his first contracted beast. At that moment, an unseen force flowed from the Ice Crystal Spirit into Xuan's body, augmenting his physical form and enhancing his mental strength. This was, undoubtedly, the nurturing return of the contracted beast. Once the contract was complete, Xuan finally relaxed, his heart filled with excitement at having successfully contracted an elemental life. Yet, unexpectedly, an astonishing change occurred. Xuan felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, awakening an incredible power. Amidst the thunderous noise, Xuan felt his mind tremble, leaving him momentarily dazed, oblivious to the Ice Crystal Spirit's panicked reaction. Time seemed to stretch, whether it was a few moments or a day and night. Xuan eventually returned to normal, sensing the anxious emotions of his contracted beast. It's all right, just a minor incident. Xuan hurriedly reassured his beast while contemplating the previous moment. However, despite his introspection, he found no discernible changes within himself, as if the alterations were mere illusions. Nevertheless, when Xuan summoned the Ice Crystal Spirit, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. He discovered an information panel hovering over the Ice Crystal Spirit. Ice Crystal Spirit, Species, Ice and Snow Elemental Life Tier, Elite 3 Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Ice Blast. Extreme Cold Freeze Description, a rare ice elemental life born from the essence of heaven and earth, dwelling deep underground. Its innate potential has degraded from king level to beast king level, possibly due to a lack of ice elements. Nevertheless, it retains formidable potential and combat strength, making it an exceedingly precious contracted beast. Bloodline of the Ice Crystal Spirit can be extracted. The 2 pieces of information plunged Xuan into deep contemplation, as he suddenly realized that this scene before him might very well be his golden finger. The second line, Bloodline can be extracted, was likely his innate talent. Indeed, as he concentrated on himself, an information panel abruptly materialized, confirming his suspicions. Xuan, Species, Human Tier, Ordinary 3 Talent, Bloodline Extraction and Fusion Contracted Beast, Ice Crystal Spirit, Elite 3. At this moment, Xuan belatedly grasped that within a single day, he had not only contracted a beast, but had also awakened a talent. Acquiring a wondrous information panel, truly a trifecta of joy, especially this information panel, which bore no resemblance to a system, nor did his talent resemble any conventional endowment. Leaving him utterly bewildered, Mu Xian resolutely cast it aside, deciding to delve into it further once he had grown stronger. Chapter 003: The Ice Crystal Spirit's First Battle. Instant kill. As Mu Xian emerged from the subterranean cave, dusk had begun to settle, and the night was fast approaching, filling him with a sense of urgency. In the Beastmaster era, the combat prowess of beasts significantly increased at night. The wilderness was fraught with countless dangers, and even Beast King-level Beastmasters would refrain from overnighting in perilous areas. Mu Xian had not anticipated that the awakening of his talent would cause him to return to the city over an hour later than expected. Beneath the dim sky, Mu Xian cautiously ventured beyond the mountain, where the sporadic cries of demonic beasts could already be heard echoing through the air. Fortunately, the presence of the ice crystal spirit bestowed upon Mu Xian a sense of security. After approximately half an hour, as he approached the foot of the mountain, his heart began to ease, believing he would return before the city gates closed. Just as he was savoring this thought, the ice crystal spirit suddenly positioned itself in front of him, emanating a chilling aura. Mu Xian's expression hardened as he quickly identified the adversary, a formidable 4th-tier Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf, species, Wind-type Wolf tier, elite 4th-tier bloodline, elite level quality, ordinary skills, Gale Wolf Claw, rapid wolf pounce description, an aged wild wolf, in the twilight of its life. Refusing to surrender. Upon seeing the information about the Gale Wolf, Mu Xian let out a sigh of relief. An elderly elite 4th-tier Gale Wolf of ordinary quality would certainly be no match for the Ice Crystal Spirit. The quality attribute serves as a comprehensive measure, encompassing factors such as the growth rate of the beast, skill comprehension, and timing in battle. The higher the quality, the stronger the combat capability, allowing for battles beyond 1S tier. The qualities range from ordinary to elite, exceptional, transcendent, and legendary levels. Ordinary quality typically enables a beast to exhibit most of its combat power at its current realm. Exceptional quality allows a beast to fight 1 or 2 tiers above. Transcendent quality permits a beast to contend against foes 3 or 4 tiers higher, which is exceedingly rare. Legendary quality is almost unheard of, often regarded as invincible among its tier. The Ice Crystal Spirit, possessing transcendent quality, could be likened to an elite 5th or 6th tier beast. Although still a nascent beast, it would undoubtedly prevail against an aged wild wolf. Without needing Mu Xian's command, the Ice Crystal Spirit radiated a pale blue light, striking the Gale Wolf. In an instant, the Gale Wolf emitted a wretched howl as a thin layer of ice formed upon its surface, courtesy of the Ice Crystal Spirit's skill, Extreme Frost. Shortly thereafter, the pale blue glow surrounding the Ice Crystal Spirit flickered, and in the next moment, the ice layer encasing the Gale Wolf shattered explosively, sending ice shards flying as the Gale Wolf fell valiantly to the ground. Gale Wolf Bloodline Extractable. Observing the lifeless Gale Wolf, Mu Xian inhaled deeply. Despite the Gale Wolf's formidable speed, which surpassed that of most demonic beasts, it had not even managed to unleash a single attack before meeting its demise before the Ice Crystal Spirit. At that moment, Mu Xian gained a profound appreciation for the strength of the Ice Crystal Spirit, accompanied by a tinge of trepidation. Had he hesitated during the contract, he might have met a fate akin to that of the Gale Wolf. The Ice Crystal Spirit had executed its task splendidly. Watching the Ice Crystal Spirit flutter around him as if awaiting praise, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile, freely offering his commendation. Upon hearing his words, the Ice Crystal Spirit danced even more joyfully. He then approached the carcass of the Gale Wolf, preparing to use his Bloodline Extraction and Fusion ability for the first time. In an instant, he felt a surge of power emanating from his hand, followed by a dark red blood essence materializing, which was unmistakably the bloodline of the Gale Wolf before him. Ordinary Gale Wolf Bloodline Species, Wind-type Wolf Bloodline, Elite Level Quality, Ordinary Description, a rather unremarkable Gale Wolf Bloodline. Appearing inconspicuous and lacking significant value, yet capable of fusing with ordinary wolf species to transform into a Gale Wolf. In that moment, Mu Xian gained clarity regarding his talent. It was even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Not only could he extract the bloodlines of demonic beasts, but he could also enable ordinary beasts to fuse with these bloodlines and transform into demonic beasts. If he were to extract a monarch-level bloodline, or even one above that, and fuse it with his contracted beasts, wouldn't that significantly enhance their bloodlines and qualities? If he continued to fuse them, he could potentially produce not just monarch-level beasts, but even divine-level beasts. At that moment, Mu Xian was overwhelmed with confidence. Having been delayed by the Gale Wolf, the sky had completely darkened, rendering the journey ahead even more perilous. Fortunately, Mu Xian was familiar with the nearby paths and, aided by the moonlight, safely returned to Jinhua City. In the era of contracted beasts, the once open cities had retreated behind thick walls, safeguarding against the onslaught of demonic beasts, a profound sorrow, indeed. Mu Xian did not dwell on this melancholy. After a brief inspection, he was granted permission to enter Jinhua City. At that moment, a familiar female voice called out from behind. "Oh, Mu Xian, is that really you? Just returning to the city?" Turning around, Mu Xian's eyes brightened upon seeing a girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding joy as she regarded him. If not for the towering water elemental giant beside her, this would surely be the beginning of a beautiful tale beneath the flowers and moonlight. "Fang Fei," Mu Xian instinctively exclaimed, as memories associated with her flooded his mind. Ling Fang Fei, Mu Xian's childhood friend and playmate, was a year older than him and had enrolled in the Zhejiang Provincial Beastmaster Academy after successfully passing the college entrance examination last year. In the era of contracted beasts, every province had a provincial Beastmaster Academy, serving as a cradle for elite talents. Those who gained admission were hailed as geniuses. Ling Fang Fei was one such prodigy, possessing exceptional mental acuity from a young age, meeting the contract conditions in her second year of high school. She fortuitously encountered a severely injured water elemental spirit in the wild, successfully forming a contract, which turned out to be a precious beast with the potential of a king-level bloodline. Thus, Ling Fang Fei became renowned as a genius girl in the 9th middle school. Later, she lived up to expectations. Although she did not gain admission to the 5 esteemed academies of the Dragon Kingdom, she still secured a place at the Provincial Beastmaster Academy. Mu Xian never anticipated encountering Ling Fang Fei, whom he had not seen for a year. Right at the gates of Jinhua City. "Fang Fei, aren't you studying in Hangzhou?" Mu Xian inquired with curiosity. "Is it forbidden to come back while studying?" Ling Fang Fei shot him a playful glare, then with a teasing smile, added, "Mu Xian, let me see if you've grown taller." Mu Xian's expression darkened as he swiftly swatted away her outstretched hand. His height had always been a sore spot. He had always been a head shorter than Ling Fang Fei since childhood. Although they were childhood companions, they appeared more like siblings. Fortunately, upon entering his senior year, Mu Xian began to experience rapid growth, and now he stood half a head taller than Ling Fang Fei. After a playful exchange, their relationship had noticeably improved. Suddenly, Ling Fang Fei spoke softly. "Mu Xian, after I returned, I went to your house to find you, only to learn that your parents had met with an accident. Over 2 months ago, Mu Xian's father, Mu Bai, and his mother, Ning Yue, had mysteriously vanished in an undeveloped secret realm, leaving no remains behind. The ice crystal spirit was something Mu Xian had unexpectedly discovered while preparing a burial for his parents. At that time, he had merely arranged a simple funeral." Mu Xian sighed. "Neither accidents nor the arrival of tomorrow can be foretold. There's no need for you to worry, Fang Fei." Chapter 004. The shock of childhood friends. Mu Xian spoke from the heart. In this perilous era of contracted beasts, humanity's strength was, in fact, rather feeble. It was the demonic beasts that reigned as the dominators of the planet. Besides the demonic beasts, the human territories were plagued by the Dark Beastmaster Alliance, the Shadow Organization, and other malevolent factions, as well as evil cults like the Beast God Church and the Witch Sect. It was exceedingly difficult to avoid accidents and live a long, stable life. Ling Fang Fei displayed a sorrowful expression. Mu Xian's parents had treated her exceptionally well, regarding her as a future daughter-in-law. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? After a prolonged silence, Ling Fang Fei suddenly said, "Mu Xian, I heard from my parents that you still haven't contracted a beast. Have you encountered any difficulties? This weekend, why don't I take you to contract a decent beast?" Mu Xian shook his head, offering a gentle smile. "Fang Fei, I have already contracted a beast." Ling Fang Fei raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. "What kind of beast do you possess? You haven't carelessly contracted one, have you?" Mu Xian replied with a confident smile. "I guarantee it will astonish you." With these words, Ling Fang Fei's curiosity deepened. After all, it wasn't easy to surprise someone like her, who had encountered numerous top-tier beasts at the academy. Upon arriving at Mu Xian's residence, Ling Fang Fei urged him to summon his beast for her to see. Mu Xian grinned mischievously, gesturing with his hand, and in an instant, a spirit of ice, exuding a faint blue, frigid aura, emerged from within him. Swirling around as if narrating a tale, Ling Fang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, "Is this the legendary elemental life?" Mu Xian raised his chin, smiling lightly. "Indeed, this is the ice elemental life, the ice crystal spirit." Ling Fang Fei was left in a state of shock. Even amidst the plethora of geniuses and prodigies at the Provincial Beastmaster Academy, this ice elemental being could surely rank among the top 10. So, how does my ice crystal spirit measure up? Mu Xian asked with a light laugh. It surpasses mere adequacy. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Ling Fangfei silently grumbled, casting a glance at her own water elemental giant, feeling momentarily speechless. Water elemental giant. Type. Water rank. Commander level 4 bloodline. Beast King level quality. Elite skills. Rapid stream impact. Water element shield description. A water elemental giant evolved from water elemental spirits, possessing remarkable control and defensive capabilities over water elements. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Fangfei. Her brother's contract with the ice elemental life would undoubtedly propel him to great heights. Why not encourage him to join her academy? The institution would surely not be stingy with resources to recruit Mu Xian. With this thought in mind, she turned to him and asked, Mu Xian, the college entrance examination is in 3 months. Have you decided which academy to apply to? After a brief pause, she continued, if you haven't found a suitable target, perhaps you could consider our Zhidong Beastmaster Academy. I can certainly negotiate a generous reward for you. Zhidong Academy? Mu Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, Fangfei sis, my goal is the Eternal Academy. While the Zhidong Provincial Beastmaster Academy boasted a strong reputation and formidable strength, it was merely ranked around 20th in the whole of Dragon Nation. With his possession of the ice elemental life and 2 golden advantages, his talent and information panel, Mu Xian had no interest in a school ranked 20th. His sights were set on the 5 supreme Beastmaster Academies of the Dragon Nation. Rumor had it that each of these 5 prestigious institutions controlled an enormous secret realm, akin to a true world, teeming with resources. With the aid of their resources and channels, combined with his 2 golden advantages, he was almost certain he could achieve the rank of king level in just 3 years. In this perilous era, only by attaining king level could Mu Xian feel a semblance of security. Secret realms, also referred to as paradises or miniature worlds, were exceedingly precious, harboring vast amounts of cultivation and evolution resources, especially the ultra-large secret realms, which produced resources that even king-level beast masters would covet. In reality, secret realms were not uncommon in the current age of beast masters. For instance, the 9th high school where Mu Xian attended had a miniature secret realm inhabited by numerous low-tier demon beasts, capable of yielding a substantial amount of ordinary-level resources and a few elite-level ones. Eternal Academy? Ling Fangfei fell silent, recalling how she had once admired that supreme institution. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. To enter the Eternal Academy, one would need at least a beast with a beast king-level bloodline and to rank within the top 100 in the provincial entrance examination. Just the basic requirements would disqualify the vast majority, let alone the necessity to rank within the top 1,000, which seemed nearly impossible. With a sigh, she reflected on how the little brat who once trailed behind her was now poised to soar through the skies independently. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat awkward. Ahem. Fangfei sis, how are things at Zhidong Academy? You must have contracted your second beast by now, right? Mu Xian deftly shifted the topic. Ling Fangfei smiled wryly. I've been immersed in training. You wouldn't believe how many geniuses are at the academy, and they work even harder than we did. In our cohort, there are already Lord-level beast masters, while I'm still stuck at commander level. As she spoke, Ling Fangfei summoned her second beast, a flame sparrow engulfed in flames. Exuding a majestic aura, Mu Xian's eyes lit up with surprise. Flame sparrow, type, fire, flying rank, elite level 9 bloodline, lord level quality, outstanding skills, flame jet. Fiery strike description, a flame sparrow infused with a trace of the golden flame divine bird-s bloodline, appearing more robust than an ordinary flame sparrow, making it a worthy candidate for cultivation. This flame sparrow was contracted in the academy's secret realm. It looks more formidable than the average flame sparrow. And I was instantly captivated, Ling Fangfei explained. I plan to cultivate it towards becoming a golden flame divine bird. If I succeed, I won't be considered weak at the academy. The golden flame divine bird, Mu Xian recalled, was a lord-level beast with impressive combat prowess and the ability to be ridden. Well known in its own right. However, when compared to the golden flame divine bird, it seemed rather insignificant, for the latter was a king-level beast, renowned in the South China region as a dominating force in the skies. This flame sparrow possessed a trace of the golden flame divine bird's bloodline, making its optimal cultivation direction clear. Mu Xian observed the flame sparrow and soon proposed, Fangfei sis, don't you think the flames of this flame sparrow are somewhat special? Really? Ling Fangfei blinked, scrutinizing her flame sparrow closely. After a while, She noticed its flames appeared more vibrant than those of ordinary flame sparrows, leaning towards a golden hue. But what could that signify? She couldn't help but look at Mu Xian, who replied earnestly, Fangfei sis. I suspect your flame sparrow might possess the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird. You should consider cultivating it in that direction. The mention of the golden flame divine bird left Ling Fangfei astounded. Is it possible that my flame sparrow harbors the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird? However, upon further contemplation, it didn't seem entirely implausible. A surge of excitement welled up within her, and she nearly yearned to return to the academy immediately to conduct a professional assessment. Suddenly, Ling Fangfei turned her gaze toward Mu Xian, making him feel somewhat uneasy, and he eventually sighed. Have high school students nowadays become this remarkable, being able to ascertain bloodlines just by observing a few physical traits? Mu Xian rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for the information panel, who would ever guess that an ordinary flame sparrow could contain the bloodline of the golden flame divine bird? Chapter 005. Reminder, by the way, Mu Xian, you should be cautious during this time and avoid venturing into remote areas. Ling Fangfei suddenly recalled something and cautioned him. Why? Mu Xian asked, puzzled. Jinhua City was situated inland with a decent safety record, and Ling Fangfei's warning suggested something unsettling had recently transpired. In a hushed tone, she replied, a group of extremely ruthless criminals has recently infiltrated Jinhua City. I'm not joking. They are genuinely dangerous, so be vigilant and avoid unnecessary risks. Mu Xian's heart raced as information surfaced in his mind, and he silently mused. Could the extremely ruthless criminals Fangfei mentioned be the legendary evil forces lurking within the human alliance? In the era of beastmasters, the extraordinary had become mainstream, yet several malevolent organizations persisted even under government oversight, the most notorious being the Dark Alliance. For nearly a century, several significant incidents, both within Dragon Nation and abroad, were rumored to be connected to this nefarious organization. It can be said that the Dark Alliance is undoubtedly a malignant tumor within humanity that must be eradicated. Judging by Ling Fangfei's tone, it is highly probable that she is alluding to this nefarious organization. It seems that Sister Fangfei's return to Jinhua is indeed to pursue this group. Mu Xian silently acknowledged this, but had no intention of taking risks. He had just formed a contract with his beast, and his combat prowess was still lacking, making involvement in such matters unwise. Mu Xian's conjecture was correct. This time, Ling Fangfei had returned to Jinhua City on a mission from the academy to hunt down several fugitives. In the era of beast taming, the Beast Taming Academy could not possibly keep its students confined to the school all day. After spending a semester, students would typically engage in various missions, such as hunting down members of evil organizations, resolving incidents involving beast attacks, and apprehending criminal beast tamers. On this occasion, the branch had finally been discovered. With most of its members being slain on the spot, the remaining few began to flee in small groups, some of whom made their way to Jinhua City through the Longmen mountain range. The following day, as Mu Xian rose as usual, he was greeted by the sight of the ice crystal spirit fluttering before him, conveying its displeasure, leaving Mu Xian momentarily bewildered. He quickly realized that he had seemingly forgotten to prepare food for the little creature. It is well known that nurturing beasts is no simple endeavor. Some larger beasts require food that could financially burden an ordinary family. Fortunately, as an elemental life form, the ice crystal spirit only needed elemental energy for sustenance. Mu Xian hastily rushed to the beast shop and purchased a substantial quantity of ice elemental energy bars to feed the little one, which promptly transformed its anger into delight. Watching the ice crystal spirit happily munching on the energy bars, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile. Thus, he discovered what it felt like to have a beast companion. As he stepped out of his home on his way to school, Mu Xian distinctly noticed an increased presence of uniformed officers patrolling the streets. Clearly, the authorities of Jinhua City were aware of the infiltrators, which eased his mind significantly. Upon arriving at school, Mu Xian had no desire for ostentation. His only ambition was to swiftly enhance his abilities in preparation for the impending exams. At that moment, a proud-looking young man entered, flanked by several admirers, eliciting a shiver down Mu Xian's spine. This individual was none other than Luo Si, the very architect of his demise. Luo Si was rumored to have connections to the city guard, dominating his class, and having developed an unabashed demeanor. Upon seeing Mu Xian, he wore a mocking grin and said, Mu Xian, I sincerely apologize. My beast had a little incident yesterday. Though he uttered an apology, Luo Si's expression bore no trace of contrition. No worries. I know it wasn't intentional, Mu Xian replied coolly, unwilling to engage in verbal sparring with this individual, biding his time for an opportunity to take revenge. Luo, witnessing Mu Xian's placid demeanor, laughed even more brazenly. Meanwhile, Mu Xian's deskmate, Chen Kong, rose in anger, exclaiming, Luo, what kind of skill is it to bully my brother Xian? If you have the guts, come at me. A mocking smile spread across Luo's handsome face. Even Mu Xian himself said it's fine. Why are you, Chen Kong, so concerned? You should focus on yourself. Before Chen Kong could retort further, Mu Xian restrained him, saying, Kongzi, don't say any more. Luo burst into laughter. Chen Kong, did you see that? Your brother Xian has spoken. As Luo strutted away, Chen Kong turned to Mu Xian, saying, Brother Xian, how can you? Under Mu Xian's indifferent gaze, Chen Kang's voice dwindled. For he suddenly sensed that something about Mu Xian was different today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, leaving him feeling uneasy. Mu Xian smiled faintly. There's no need to argue with a fool. Besides, he won't be around much longer. The latter part of his statement went unsaid, and he shifted the topic. Kongzi, what tier is your mighty frog at now? Chen Kang's mighty frog, originating from the school's miniature secret realm, possessed a lineage of leadership caliber and was quite remarkable in class, which bolstered Chen Kang's confidence to stand against Luo. Shaking his head, Chen Kong replied, Still at the ordinary 9th tier, it hasn't advanced yet. Mu Xian understood the reason. Chen Kang's family was of modest means, making it challenging to gather resources for advancement. In the era of beast taming, beasts were indeed a financial burden, more so than keeping a four-legged golden swallower. One must prepare training resources regularly, and when advancing, gather the necessary materials for that as well. If evolution were involved, one would need to procure rare resources to facilitate that process. Every beast that evolves signifies an enhancement in potential and combat capability, and the required evolution resources are exceedingly rare and costly. It is said that many beast tamers, despite their beasts meeting evolutionary criteria, spend years merely collecting the necessary resources. Mu Xian shook his head. We need to elevate to the elite tier quickly. Soon we may need to engage in outdoor combat training. The ordinary level is simply too weak. Chen Kong sighed. I know that all too well, but you know my situation. I'll lend you some, Mu Xian interjected. Ever since Sister Fangfei mentioned that criminals had infiltrated Jinhua City, Mu Xian felt a sense of urgency. In the era of beast taming, weakness is indeed a sin. One could easily cross paths with these nefarious individuals and meet a miserable end, which would be truly unfortunate. As Chen Kang's deskmate, Mu Xian felt a sense of responsibility towards him, hoping for his swift growth. Brother Xian, Chen Kong exclaimed in surprise. Mu Xian explained, yesterday, the sister of my neighbor who got accepted into Zhidong Academy returned. She gifted me a beast and some funds. Chapter 006. As a level bloodline, devouring God Raven, crisis. Naturally, Ling Fangfei would not be gifting Mu Xian money. That was merely a pretext, serving as the perfect disguise for the ice crystal spirit. Look, it's quite reasonable that a high-achieving student from Zhidong Academy would gift her brother an ice crystal spirit, right? Reasonable indeed. However, Chen Kong was unaware of this. He only knew that his brother Xian had acquired a beast. Really? Brother Xian, what kind of beast is it? What bloodline? Chen Kong inquired eagerly. Mu Xian chuckled. The beast is rather precious, so I won't summon it for now. Oh, Chen Kong responded, somewhat disheartened, yet curiosity prevailed. A precious beast? How precious? Could it possibly be of leading bloodline caliber? Please forgive Chen Kong. For him, a beast of leading bloodline caliber was truly beyond reach. He felt fortunate just to have contracted a mighty frog of the commanding bloodline. During the day's classes, Mu Xian hardly paid attention, and after enduring until school ended, he wasted no time in heading to the beast trading city, one of the 3 major beast markets in Jinhua City, where all beast-related goods could be found. Mu Xian's primary goal here was to sell the ordinary wind wolf bloodline he possessed. Although it was only of elite caliber, Mu Xian deemed it unworthy. Yet for some ordinary families, an elite bloodline beast was already quite commendable. Thus, Mu Xian swiftly sold it for 20,000 yuan. Elite items typically range from 10 to 60,000 yuan, a reasonable price point. Next, Mu Xian began purchasing cultivation resources for the ice crystal spirit. The cultivation resources for elemental life forms were quite extensive, with most ice-related resources being suitable. Ultimately, Mu Xian spent 23,000 yuan on a sizable piece of Millennium Ice Crystal. The most suitable cultivation resource for the ice crystal spirit, sufficient to elevate it by 1 tier. According to Mu Xian's calculations, to elevate the ice crystal spirit to elite 9th tier, he would need at least 200,000 yuan. This figure was not excessive. Given the ice crystal spirit's combat prowess, a few excursions outside the city would suffice. With good fortune, perhaps even 1 trip might be adequate. From this, One could also observe that if one contracted a beast of lower bloodline quality, the journey to improvement and wealth would be exceedingly arduous. However, for those with higher bloodlines and superior beasts, the path to enhancing strength and earning money was relatively straightforward. This was also the reason why Mu Xian had been hesitant to form a contract with a beast. In its initial state, a quality beast was a rarity. After purchasing the Millennium Ice Crystal and setting aside 20,000 yuan for Qin Kong, Mu Xian found his pockets nearly empty, naturally diminishing his enthusiasm for further shopping. However, as he passed through the area of beastly creatures, an unexpected sight of a beast's corpse left him utterly astounded. Bloodthirsty Crow, species, Bloodline Crow bloodline, elite level quality, extraordinary description. This is a bloodthirsty crow, both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate for having inherited a trace of the divine devouring crow's bloodline, yet unfortunate as it met its demise before reaching maturity, profoundly illustrating the capricious nature of fate. In the beastly area, transactions typically involve the sale of beastly offspring, corpses, or various meat and internal organs. Yet, amidst a pile of bloodthirsty crow carcasses, Mu Xian stumbled upon this remarkable information. The divine devouring crow left Mu Xian in awe. It is known to be a beast of royal caliber. One of the strongest among crows. Over 2 centuries ago, a colossal beast tide swept through the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, bringing with it trillions of beasts, including a divine devouring crow, which wreaked havoc upon humanity. At that time, Jinhua City was also affected, nearly facing annihilation. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom rallied its forces to combat the beast tide, and after incurring immense losses, they ultimately vanquished 4 top-tier beasts, including the divine devouring crow. Undoubtedly, the bloodthirsty crow before him likely bore a fragment of the divine devouring crow's bloodline, tragically slaughtered by humans, marking a fortunate turn for humanity and an unfortunate fate for the crow species. Without hesitation, Mu Xian bought the entire pile of bloodthirsty crow corpses, intent on attempting to extract the divine devouring crow's bloodline. Divine devouring crow bloodline is extractable. Extract. Upon returning home, Mu Xian eagerly commenced the extraction of the divine devouring crow's bloodline. In an instant, droplets of crimson blood were drawn forth. Yet the coveted divine devouring crow bloodline remained elusive. Gazing at the nearly desiccated bloodthirsty crow, he noticed the ongoing prompt stating, "Divine devouring crow bloodline is extractable," and exclaimed in surprise, "So it can be extracted repeatedly?" Continue extracting. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian proceeded to extract the divine devouring crow bloodline once more. In the next moment, a drop of purple golden blood was gradually isolated, exuding a faint yet formidable aura. Indeed, this was the essence of a super bloodline of royal caliber. Sub-ancestor level divine devouring crow bloodline essence, species, Bloodline Crow bloodline, sub-ancestor level quality, legendary description. A drop of the exceedingly rare sub-ancestor level divine devouring crow bloodline essence. Brimming with astonishing bloodline energy, its legendary quality inciting madness in the hearts of many. However, this single drop of bloodline essence is insufficient to elevate a beast to the sub-ancestor level bloodline. So there exists a level above royal, which is the sub-ancestor level. Mu Xian murmured. Currently, the publicly available information states that royal is the pinnacle of beast mastery, while details regarding levels beyond royal seem to be meticulously concealed by the authorities. Contemplating the drop of sub-ancestor level bloodline essence before him, Mu Xian found himself in a quandary. Its elevated status made it challenging to part with, and he had no immediate use for it. Moreover, storing it at home posed a risk. Surely he wouldn't resort to capturing a crow beast at this moment. Mu Xian silently grumbled, wishing for a beast with storage capabilities. Beasts possessing spatial abilities, often referred to as space attribute beasts, are available in the market. Yet even the most basic ones demand at least 1,000,000 yuan and are notoriously scarce, ranking among the most sought-after commodities in the realm of beast mastery. If only he could encounter a space attribute beast, everything would be perfect. Shaking his head, Mu Xian secured the drop of sub-ancestor level bloodline essence in a cabinet and summoned his beast, the Ice Crystal Spirit, to absorb the Millennium Ice Crystal. Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, at that very moment, in a certain area of Jinhua City, amidst 3 exceedingly weakened and disheveled figures, one of them suddenly looked up, eyes wide with astonishment. Is that a royal level aura? No, that's not right. A royal level presence isn't this strong. This is an aura beyond royal. But wait, why is it so faint? Could it be a bloodline essence? In an instant, joy flickered in his eyes. The bloodline of a being above royal must house immense energy. If I could directly consume it, wound tea that heal my injuries. Yet, this could also be a trap. However, even if it is a trap, I must take the risk. With this thought, his gaze shifted to the two individuals beside him, revealing a cruel smile. Chapter 007. The Ice Crystal Spirit's Ascendance. The Challenge. As night fell, cool and serene, Xuan quietly observed the Ice Crystal Spirit as it absorbed the Millennium Ice Crystal. He could sense the spirit's aura steadily rising, and at a certain moment, it surged forth, elevating to Elite Level 4. With the enhancement of the Ice Crystal Spirit, Xuan felt a chilling energy flow into his body, further augmenting his physical prowess. Even his mental acuity experienced a slight boost. After a while, gazing at the remaining half of the Millennium Ice Crystal, Xuan smiled. The higher the quality of the beast, the less resource it consumed. Just over half a Millennium Ice Crystal had elevated the Ice Crystal Spirit by a tier. Typically, the Millennium Ice Crystal he purchased was just sufficient for an elite quality Ice Attribute beast of initial rank to ascend a small tier. Yet the Ice Crystal Spirit had only utilized about 60 to 70% of it. This confirmed the 11th tenet of beast mastery theory. The higher the bloodline and quality of the beast, the greater the resource utilization efficiency. Simultaneously, the energy returned to the beast master also increases. Subsequently, Xuan refrained from allowing the Ice Crystal Spirit to continue absorbing the Millennium Ice Crystal, choosing instead to withdraw it within himself. Newly ascended beasts should ideally consolidate their gains first. A night of tranquility ensued. Today was Saturday. The school granted leave to students without contracted beasts, and Xuan had no intention of hiding, making his way to school leisurely. To his surprise, shortly after he left, 3 shadowy figures approached his building. Linyan, are you certain that there exists a bloodline of royal caliber or higher within this building? Questioned a burly young man who appeared somewhat ragged, yet exceptionally robust. A smile lingered on Linyan's lips as he replied to the two beside him. You may not believe me, but you must surely trust in my talent, right? I can assure you that aura is undoubtedly in this building. Beside Linyan, a short and unattractive man murmured. So, Linyan, what do you propose we do? The entire Jinhua city is searching for us. If we linger here, we will surely be discovered by the Beast Police. The Beast Police, akin to the detectives of the pre-Beast era, are tasked with handling major criminal cases, with each officer reportedly contracted to beasts that excel in auditory, visual, olfactory, and tactile senses. Thus, they pose a significant threat to various criminals and members of malevolent organizations. Linyan replied coolly, you two keep watch downstairs while I search inside. We'll make our move late at night. The burly man and the short man pondered briefly before agreeing to the plan. They remained oblivious to the cruel smile that crept onto Linyan's face. He had no intention of generously sharing the bloodline of a being above royal with them. At 9th High School, Class 3 of the senior year, dozens of students were engaged in lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were the elite classes, with nearly all students having contracted beasts, though there were always a few unfortunate souls waiting to restore their mental strength after failed contracts. However, upon Xuan's entry into Class 1, numerous surprised exclamations erupted, for they had not anticipated his presence. What is going on? How did Xuan get here? Could it be that Xuan has successfully contracted a beast? Impossible. I haven't heard any news of Xuan's successful contract. As Luo Si gazed at Xuan's sudden appearance, he was initially taken aback. But soon a mocking grin spread across his face. Who knows if this guy has merely contracted some mediocre beast? After dragging his feet for so long before finally succeeding in the contract, perhaps he was merely forced to settle for a lackluster beast as the college entrance examinations approach. Xuan, he is already finished. With Luo Si's words, his followers chimed in, and soon a wave of pitying glances was cast toward Xuan. However, Chen Kong, Xuan's deskmate, couldn't resist retorting. My brother Xian is nothing like you lot, so lacking in vision. After taking his seat, Xuan quickly muttered, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. You're just attracting hostility toward me. Though, Chen Kong, you are quite right. With a nonchalant tone, Xuan continued, why are you so concerned about me? You should focus on yourselves. The college entrance exams are fast approaching. Then, he turned his attention back to Luo Si, saying, Luo Si, esteemed committee member, you seem quite interested in the beast I contracted. Are you perhaps preparing for a challenge against me? Xuan was already irked with Luo Si and wouldn't mind incapacitating his beast today. Luo Si's gaze flickered momentarily before he laughed. Since classmate Xuan wishes to challenge me, as the sports committee member, it would be inappropriate for me to decline. Xuan smirked coldly. Very well. Let's settle this during the combat class later. Don't be timid. Before long, A striking figure entered the classroom. It was their homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. Allegedly a graduate of the Zhidong Beastmaster Academy, she became the homeroom teacher of Class 1 due to her father's influence. Lin Susu expressed her surprise at Mu Xian's presence, then smiled. I am quite pleased that our classmate Mu Xian has finally contracted a beast. Let us celebrate this achievement with the warmest applause. After a round of enthusiastic clapping, Lin Susu continued, with 3 months left until the college entrance exams. We will gradually reduce our theoretical classes and increase practical training sessions and field exercises. Please ensure you are mentally prepared. Next, we shall begin with a test paper. Gazing at the densely packed exam paper, Mu Xian sighed softly. It seemed that even in a world of extraordinary powers, one could not escape the onslaught of examination tactics. Fortunately, his predecessor had excellent grades, and recalling the material allowed him to answer most questions with ease, thanks to a significant boost in his mental prowess. Many questions that had previously stumped him now seemed effortlessly solvable. Mu Xian had researched the college entrance examination system the previous night. While the results of beast combat would account for 60% of the total score, one could not neglect the humanities, as most top-tier academies would have stringent requirements for these scores. According to professional standards, a beastmaster is not merely a combat manipulator. They are also a cultivator of beasts, a defender against monstrous foes, an explorer of the unknown, and a decipherer of nature. A beastmaster who only fights and neglects learning will inevitably be obsolete in time. In Mu Xian's view, a top-tier beastmaster must not only excel in beast cultivation and evolution, but also possess an understanding of the anatomy, lifestyle, and combat habits of monstrous creatures, as well as their species characteristics. They should have a keen tactical sense, solid combat skills, robust mental fortitude, and the ability to adapt swiftly to various complex environments and spatial anomalies. Mu Xian's ambition is to become the most elite beast master, one who can single-handedly lead a team, annihilate entire clans, and dominate realms. Chapter 008. Instant Kill, Shocking All. School's Investment. In the afternoon's practical training class, Ren Chongkong was slightly surprised by Mu Xian's arrival. Inwardly speculating, could it be that this kid, due to my influence, has carelessly contracted a beast? However, Mu Xian was too preoccupied to ponder such thoughts and walked directly to the combat arena. Looking at Luo Si with a cold smile, esteemed committee member Luo, come up. Under the gaze of many, Luo Si certainly would not flinch, responding with a smirk, am I, the esteemed sports committee member? To fear a mere rookie who has just successfully contracted a beast. Xian Water Turtle, arise. In the next instant, a gigantic Xian Water Turtle, standing as tall as a person, appeared before Mu Xian. Xian Water Turtle, species, water type, turtle clan rank, elite level 5 bloodline, commander level quality, exceptional skills, Xian Water Missile. Xian Water Shield description, an utterly ordinary Xian Water Turtle, lacking any remarkable traits. Go ahead, young man. Upon seeing the information regarding the Xian Water Turtle, Mu Xian felt a surge of confidence. Although a level 5 elite with exceptional quality was decent at number 9 high school, it paled in comparison to his ice crystal spirit. Typically, a beast's strength is determined by several factors, including bloodline, quality, rank, skills, species, and condition. Bloodline and quality are the decisive factors, while the Beastmaster's command plays a significant role during battle. At this moment, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit possessed a beast king level bloodline and extraordinary quality. Although its rank was 1 level lower than that of the opponent's, it would still be more than capable of crushing it. Ice crystal spirit. Without hesitation, Mu Xian summoned his ice crystal spirit, a chill radiating outward, startling everyone present. What beast is this? I've never seen it before. One timid voice asked. Indeed, this beast looks so impressive. Where can I get one? A girl expressed her delight. Oh, how adorable. I want one too. However, those who recognized the beast gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, am I seeing things? Is that the legendary elemental life? Elemental life. Ice crystal spirit. I've seen it online. It's an incredibly rare top-tier beast born of nature. Mu Xian has actually. Ren Chongkong was stunned. Mu Xian had silently contracted an elemental life? This must be a joke. Chen Kong, finally catching on, understood why Mu Xian hadn't summoned his beast earlier. Had he done so then, it would have surely drawn a crowd. Only Luo Si and his few lackeys, upon hearing the surrounding shouts, began to grasp the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically. Luo Si's face contorted in disbelief. You actually contracted an elemental life? How is that possible? A waste like you, who couldn't contract for half a year. How could this happen? Mu Xian's expression remained calm. Are you ready? I'm about to make my move. Luo Si's eyes flared with fury as he sneered. So what if it's an elemental life? You just contracted it. How much power could it possibly hold? Xuan Water Turtle, attack with all your might. Mu Xian smiled faintly. Ice Crystal Spirit, evade, close in on the opponent, and unleash extreme cold freeze. Compared to Luo Si, Mu Xian's commands were more specific and targeted. Facing the aggressive Xuan Water Turtle, the Ice Crystal Spirit emanated a soft blue glow. Effortlessly dodging the Xuan Water Missile and swiftly approaching the opponent, executing extreme cold freeze. In an instant, a layer of ice crystals enveloped the massive Xuan Water Turtle's surface. However, the ice did not last long. The Xuan Water Turtle, being an elite level 5 beast of exceptional quality, soon exhibited cracks in the ice. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Spirit, without needing further command from Mu Xian, unleashed its second skill, Ice Explode. With a series of crackling sounds, the surface of the Xuan Water Turtle erupted with a barrage of explosions, causing immense damage. Finally, with a pained cry, the Xuan Water Turtle transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Luo Si's body. Simultaneously, Luo Si spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. His aura waning, he had sustained severe injuries. When a beast faces a life-threatening danger, it immediately enters a near-death state, rapidly returning to its beastmaster, who then bears the residual damage. This is the price of the contract between a beastmaster and their beast. As the ice crystals swirled, the Ice Crystal Spirit returned to Mu Xian's side, dancing joyfully as if showcasing something, resembling a little blue sprite. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates appeared as though still in a dream. Luo Si, ranked among the top 3 in the class, had been defeated in an instant by Mu Xian. This is far too quick, I assent it. Has it already ended? Are we truly preparing for a battle that will last 300 rounds? This Ice Crystal Spirit is simply too formidable. Luo Si's Xian Shui Turtle, after all, is a beast of both offense and defense, and of exceptional quality. Yet it was dispatched by Mu Xian in an instant? What do you think? Elemental life forms are said to possess the legendary bloodline of royal tier. Do you understand what that means? This is extraordinary indeed. Our 9th high school is destined for greatness this year. No, it is Mu Xian who is destined for greatness. With this elemental life, he may not even need to take the college entrance examination. He will be directly recruited by various prestigious academies. Rin Chong Kong sighed softly. This is the power of a superior bloodline, indeed. Even among beasts of equal rank, they can be effortlessly annihilated. It is likely that he already possesses combat prowess equivalent to a refined level 9. Rin Chong Kong concluded, and subsequently announced Mu Xian's victory. As for Luo Si, he had long been carried off to the school infirmary by his underlings. Though the battle between Mu Xian and Luo Si had concluded, the ensuing commotion was only just beginning. Soon, news of Mu Xian's contract with an Ice Crystal Spirit spread throughout the entire 9th high school, leaving everyone in awe of the might of elemental life. Shortly thereafter, school administrators arrived in droves, showering Mu Xian with warm inquiries and offering various rewards, training funds, cultivation resources. And rare beasts were all on the table, with but one condition: he must not transfer schools during this period. Indeed, the reason the school leaders were so concerned was that they feared Mu Xian might be poached by other institutions and admitted to a Beastmaster Academy under their banner, which would render 9th high school a laughingstock. Do not scoff. Such occurrences happen annually. A few years prior, 9th high school experienced a similar incident that led to a complete overhaul of the administration. Naturally, Mu Xian had no intention of changing schools, and he quickly reached an agreement with the school leaders. He would continue his studies at 9th high, while the school designated him as a key training target, bestowing an immediate reward of 100,000 yuan and granting him the freedom to choose 2 types from the school's resource treasury. For Mu Xian, it was the latter condition that held particular significance. With an information panel at his disposal, he might just procure 2 exceptional resources. After all, in many cases, money cannot buy good things. Perhaps fearing that the night might stretch on with uncertainties, and worried that Mu Xian might reconsider, the school leaders presented him with 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 temporary access cards to the resource treasury before the school day had even concluded, leaving Mu Xian incredulously amused. Chapter 009. Sister, prepare for battle. The resource treasury is situated beneath the administrative building of the school and is guarded by a commanding level teacher. With anticipation in his heart, Mu Xian stepped into the treasury for the first time. As a school that possessed a micro-secret realm, it undoubtedly boasted unique resources, and it was now a matter of determining their suitability for him. Mu Xian, take your time and look around. Do not rush, the guarding teacher said with a warm smile, radiating a sense of familiarity. It was no joke. He had long been instructed by the school leaders to be welcoming. All right, teach your way. Thus, Mu Xian began to inspect the various resources within the treasury, searching for those that would be suitable. Resources are a collective term, known in ancient times as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare curiosities that can assist in the cultivation or evolution of beastmasters. For instance, precious gems, rare gold, spiritual ores, exotic flowers and plants, spiritual roots and fruits, essence of spiritual milk, the essence of magical beast blood, internal organs, horns, even saliva, and so forth. All fall under the category of resources. At that moment, Mu Xian's gaze fell upon an object that sent waves of elation through him. He had finally discovered something of value. Dragon Bloodstone. Tier, refined, applicable range. Dragon type, subdragon type, flood dragon, and serpent type. Elemental life description. A stone infused with the power of dragon blood. Though it appears unremarkable, it contains the energy of the dragon attribute and is exceedingly precious, capable of being used for the evolution of certain beastmasters. Among all types of resources, there exists a particularly unique category, the dragon attribute. The versatility of dragon attributes is vast, applicable to the vast majority of magical beasts and beastmasters, which results in an immense demand and consequently, a high price, rendering it a classic case of supply struggling to meet demand. The dragon bloodstone before him is one such example. Yet what is even more exhilarating is that the school's appraiser failed to identify it as the precious dragon bloodstone, instead labeling it as a dragon saliva stone. It is essential to note that a dragon bloodstone is a resource required even by commanding level beasts, while a dragon saliva stone is merely a stone that has been tainted by dragon saliva, containing minuscule amounts of dragon attribute power. Suitable at most for the initial stages of refinement, the price difference between the two exceeds 1,000-fold. Thus, Mu Xian unhesitatingly grasped the dragon bloodstone worth 1,000,000 yuan, and subsequently selected a frost stone, thereby exhausting his 2 opportunities. After a simple registration, Mu Xian returned home, thoroughly pleased. On the way, he began to strategize how best to facilitate the evolution of the ice crystal spirit. Generally speaking, as an elemental life form, evolution would require little consideration, as it could directly evolve into a royal tier, becoming a formidable force. However, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit was different. It possessed inherent deficiencies, with its bloodline having regressed to the Beast King tier. It is important to understand that the difference between the Beast King tier and the royal tier is akin to that between heaven and earth. Thus Mu Xian had to prepare early. He had previously pondered how to address this issue, but upon seeing the dragon bloodstone, a certain idea instantly took shape. That is to direct the ice crystal spirit's evolution towards the ice dragon. The malleability of elemental life forms is remarkably high, with numerous potential developmental directions. Yet the dragon lineage is undoubtedly the best choice. Most critically, once it evolves into a dragon, its innate abilities would come into play, propelling the ice crystal spirit towards becoming a top-tier dragon. Upon returning home, Mu Xian, as per usual, assisted the ice crystal spirit in its training, while he sought resources necessary for its evolution. This boy carries the scent of that bloodline. Although faint, it is still beyond my Lin Yan's perception. The moment Mu Xian stepped into his home, unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Yan's talent for sensing aura allows him to detect various essences, particularly those with high energy fluctuations. The more sensitive he becomes, the more akin it is to treasure hunting, but with broader applications. Through this talent, Lin Yan elevated from the ordinary tier to commanding level 9 within just a year. Unfortunately, before he could break through to the Lord tier, his faction, the Dark Alliance's Hangzhou branch, was thoroughly eradicated by the authorities and experts from the Zhujiang East Beastmaster Academy. Fortunately, Lin Yan was lucky enough to escape amidst the chaos and, leveraging his aura-sensing talent, evaded numerous obstacles, successfully fleeing to the Longmen mountain range, arriving in the distant Jinhua city. Originally, Lin Yan had intended to head to the remote and mountainous regions of Fujian province, which would be ideal for hiding. But upon encountering that bloodline aura above the royal tier in Jinhua city, he felt a stirring in his heart. Lin Yan discreetly followed, stepping into the building, sensing Mu Xian entering room 606 and immediately revealing a faint smile. "I found you, little one." Then, Lin Yan began to quietly contemplate how to monopolize that bloodline. Surmising that it must be scarce, dividing it among 3 people would be far too wasteful. That night, just as Mu Xian was preparing to retire for the evening, a knock echoed through the door, revealing the weary figure of Ling Fangfei. "Fangfei, did you just return?" Mu Xian inquired in surprise. Ling Fangfei sighed. There was no choice. This is an academy mission, and the rewards upon completion are substantial, so I must see it through. Mu Xian nodded gently. He had long heard that competition at Beastmaster universities is particularly fierce, and the best way to stand out is to undertake missions, acquire resources, and expedite the growth of one's beasts. It was evident that Ling Fangfei was following this strategy as well. Unfortunately, I cannot be of much help, Mu Xian admitted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, with his current refined level 4 strength, encountering those so-called ruffians would likely result in a swift defeat. Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. In another month or two, you will likely catch up to me. Haha, but that will still take 2 months. Mu Xian shrugged, before asking, so sister, can you describe those 3 ruffians you mentioned? At least I should have some idea, right? Ling Fangfei hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, the 3 miscreants. The leader is named Lin Yan. He is quite handsome, and it is said that he possesses a gifted ability, commanding 2 elite beasts, rendering him exceptionally powerful. Unfortunately, he has succumbed to depravity. Luckily, during his escape, both of his beasts have sustained severe injuries, and he himself is also burdened by the consequences. She continued. Then there is Zhang Dazhu, a hulking figure endowed with immense strength. Before Ling Fangfei could finish her sentence, Mu Xian's expression turned grave as he confirmed, Sister, are you saying the leader of the miscreants is named Lin Yan? Yes, how did you know? Ling Fangfei exclaimed with delight. For she had been tirelessly searching throughout Jinhua City over the past few days, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Mu Xian gazed at the information panel that had materialized outside the house, his heart sinking. His expression shifted immediately. Sister, prepare for battle. Lin Yan species, human, severely injured, rank, elite level 7 talent. Aura perception beasts, mighty demon ape, elite level 7. Frost spider, elite level 6. Frost spider, species, ice and snow spider rank, elite level 6, severely injured, bloodline, elite quality, exceptional skills, ice spider silk, frostbite. Venomous sting description. This is a carefully cultivated beast with commendable combat prowess. However, in its severely injured state, how much strength can it truly wield? Chapter 010. A grueling defeat. Rewards. Indeed, at this moment, the figure that appeared outside Mu Xian's home was none other than the miscreant Ling Fangfei had mentioned, Lin Yan. Yet, with the truth dawning upon him, Mu Xian could hardly perceive this as a mere miscreant. This was undoubtedly an elite beast master from the Dark Alliance. Just like the frost spider outside, with its exceptional quality and 3 skills, an average elite beast master would likely meet their demise against it. However, one thing puzzled Mu Xian. Why had they sought him out? He had done nothing to provoke them. Could it be that they were after my ice crystal spirit? Mu Xian had long heard tales of the Dark Alliance's penchant for abducting young beast masters, coercing them into joining their ranks. Could Lin Yan be one of them? No. The word of the ice crystal spirit could not have spread so quickly. If it were for something else, I possess nothing of value at home. Wait. There might actually be something he would pursue so recklessly. The drop of quasi-ancestral beast blood essence. Indeed, this individual possesses the talent for aura perception and has likely sensed the essence of the quasi-ancestral bloodline. Mu Xian scolded himself inwardly for his recklessness, regretting that his momentary whim to extract the quasi-ancestral blood essence would attract members of such a nefarious organization. However, now was not the time for regrets. Facing the somewhat bewildered Ling Fangfei, Mu Xian hastily urged, Sister, there is no time to explain. Quickly summon your beasts. In an instant, Mu Xian summoned his ice crystal spirit, instructing her to be prepared to strike at a moment's notice. What is happening? Ling Fangfei asked, bewildered. Yet, upon seeing Mu Xian's serious demeanor, she too summoned her 2 beasts. In the next moment, she witnessed the security door frosted over before being effortlessly sliced open, allowing a beautiful, elegant white spider to swiftly enter. At that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian shouted, attack. In a flash, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit unleashed her signature skill, Extreme Cold Freeze, instantly freezing the frost spider. Of course, being of the same ice and snow affinity, this skill would likely not hold the spider for even a second. But Mu Xian was counting on that momentary lapse. In an instant, the frost spider's exterior erupted in shards of ice, emitting a chilling cry of pain as it staggered back several steps. It was at this moment that Ling Fangfei finally regained her composure. Gazing at the frost spider and the figure at the doorway, she exclaimed in surprise and joy, Lin Yan, it's you? Outside, Lin Yan was equally stunned, having successfully sent off his 2 companions. He was poised to invade the young boy's home to seize the quasi-ancestral bloodline, but he never anticipated that this boy would have an elite beast master in his midst. Most critically, this elite beast master seemed to recognize him. Without further ado, Ling Fangfei's water element giant unleashed its might, sending a torrent of water surging towards the frost spider and Lin Yan. Simultaneously, the elite level 9 fire sparrow emitted a jubilant cry, launching a compressed fireball that struck the unsuspecting frost spider, causing it to emit another agonizing wail. Unlike the damage inflicted by Mu Xian, this fiery assault was potentially lethal, as it exploited a contrasting elemental weakness, amplifying the harm inflicted. Fortunately, Lin Yan was indeed a high-ranking elite beastmaster. After a few seconds of initial chaos, he quickly regained his composure and summoned his other beast, the mighty demon ape, an elite level 7 creature. Mighty demon ape, species, strength type demon ape rank, elite level 7, severely injured, bloodline, lord level quality, exceptional skills, mighty fist. Frenzy state description. This is a frenzied beast born for battle, capable of conquering all in its path, thriving only in madness. However, in its severely injured state, its strength has significantly diminished. Towering at 3 meters, the mighty demon ape nearly punched through the ceiling, its elite rank instilling fear in both Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei. Yet, Mu Xian, having observed the opponent's weakened state through the information panel, felt a glimmer of hope. Sister, do not hesitate. That mighty demon ape must also be injured, and the confined space here limits its movement. We have a chance. We can win. Lin Yan scoffed. What do you intend to win with? Just your elite beast? Mighty demon ape, kill them. The mighty demon ape complied with a thunderous roar, charging towards the water element giant. At that moment, the situation was dire. In a critical moment, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit finally made a significant contribution. The extreme cold freeze and ice explosion combo resulted in the frost spider being reduced to a streak of light, returning to Lin Yan's body. Simultaneously, Lin Yan suffered a grievous blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This turn of events was unexpected for both Ling Fangfei and Lin Yan. He could hardly believe that his frost spider would be defeated so decisively. At this point, it seemed less about whether he could eliminate the 2 insignificant children and more about whether he could escape. Haha, you truly are injured. Ling Fangfei exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yan was worth 1,000 academy points, enough for her to exchange for 2 types of cultivation resources. Mu Xian, finish him off. Fire Sparrow, you too. Ling Fangfei commanded decisively. Without needing further prompting from Ling Fangfei, the ice crystal spirit arced gracefully, sending a barrage of ice crystals crashing down upon Lin Yan. Simultaneously, a golden-red flame materialized in the Fire Sparrow's beak. I refuse to accept this, Lin Yan cried in despair. Yet his lament could not alter the trajectory of the fireball unleashed by the Fire Sparrow. After a few seconds of furious roaring, the mighty demon ape suddenly let out a furious roar, its breath weakening, and it abandoned Lin Yan, fleeing in a panic. This, of course, signified Lin Yan's demise. After a prolonged silence, Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei collapsed onto the ground, savoring their narrow escape. Lin Yan's sudden appearance had nearly plunged them into irreversible peril. Until I contract a space attribute beast, I shall never extract high-level bloodlines again, Mu Xian silently resolved. At that moment, Ling Fangfei smiled wryly and said, Mu Xian, there is something I've kept from you. Lin Yan is not an ordinary miscreant. Sister Fangfei, I had already suspected as much. He must be a member of some nefarious organization, right? Mu Xian shrugged, acknowledging her intimation. Ling Fangfei nodded. Indeed, he belongs to the Dark Alliance, an evil organization composed entirely of lunatics. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor as the officers from the U-Police arrived, their eyes widening at the chaos around them. Following this, matters became quite straightforward. After a brief record was taken, Mu Xian was informed that by aiding in the capture of the wanted criminal Lin Yan, he would not only earn the title of a hero but also receive a resource reward from the U-Police Bureau, which greatly excited him. Chapter 011. Blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird. A conspiracy. Early the next morning, Mu Xian eagerly dragged Ling Fangfei to the U-Police Bureau to claim his resource reward. As the law enforcement agency of the Beastmaster era, the U-Police Bureau wielded significant power, possessing resources and information that were beyond the reach of ordinary Beastmasters. Therefore, Mu Xian held high expectations for the reward from the U-Police Bureau, while Ling Fangfei appeared somewhat dismissive of the rewards from the small city of Jinhua. This was understandable, as the Zhidong Beastmaster Academy amassed resources from the entire province, far surpassing what the Jinhua Police Bureau could offer. By the way, Sister Fangfei, have Lin Yan's other 2 accomplices been captured? Mu Xian inquired, later learning that 3 members of the Dark Alliance had fled to Jinhua, with the other 2 breaking into a residence on the 7th floor. while only Lin Yan had chosen to force his way into Mu Xian's home, nearly triggering a tragedy in Fenghe community. Of course they were captured. I heard they revealed quite a bit, Ling Fangfei replied. Then looked at Mu Xian with a teasing smile. My dear brother Mu Xian, care to share how you discovered Lin Yan beforehand? Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Sister, would you believe me if I said it was just a lucky guess? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Mu Xian shrugged. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. Ling Fangfei secretly wondered. Could it be that my foolish brother has awakened some sort of talent? Is he able to perceive the information of others? In the Beastmaster era, some gifted Beastmasters could awaken extraordinary abilities, and without a doubt, even the most seemingly useless gift could alter a person's fate. Considering Mu Xian's recent changes, she began to suspect that her silly brother might indeed possess a rare talent that allowed him to discern others' information. Good brother. I shall rely on you to support me in the future, Ling Fangfei thought to herself, feeling a rush of excitement. The U Police Bureau was not far away, and they arrived in just a few stops. The Bureau welcomed Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei warmly, and even considered having a television station interview them. But Mu Xian quickly intervened, knowing that if reported, it could provoke a furious retaliation from the Dark Alliance. Student Ling, Student Mu, your resource rewards have arrived. A police officer soon approached, holding a few items before them. You may each select one item from these, he said with a cheerful demeanor. These items are of similar value and are suitable for elite-level Beastmasters. Mu Xian looked eagerly at the items presented. Millennium Ice Crystal Grade, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow, Fire, Sea Creatures Description. A millennium-old ice crystal harvested from the Glacier Secret Realm. It embodies 1,000 years of cold energy and is rich in pure icy power. Frost Grass Grade, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow, Fire, Sea Creatures Description. A spiritual herb that gathers frosty power, highly beneficial for elite-level Beastmasters. Life Essence Dew Grade, Elite Applicable Range, Water, Ice, Snow Description. Dew condensed from the leaves of the Tree of Life. Infused with a hint of life energy and abundant water elemental power. Crimson Flame Bird Feather Grade, Elite Applicable Range, Fire, Magma. Ice Description. A feather from the Lord-level beast, the Crimson Flame Bird, rich in pure fire attribute power. Blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird Grade, Elite Applicable Range, Fire, Magma. Ice Description. A drop of ordinary blood from the king-level beast, the Golden Flame Divine Bird. Still containing an intense and formidable golden flame power of immense value. To be honest, Mu Xian felt quite disappointed with the first 4 items. They were merely common cultivation resources, devoid of any surprises. However, he was utterly astonished to find the 5th item to be the blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird. Though merely ordinary blood, it could undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier leader-level resource. Upon hearing the officer's introduction, stating it was the blood of the Flame Divine Sparrow, Mu Xian was certain that the U Police Bureau had misjudged the item. In that case, I shall seize this opportunity. He chuckled inwardly. Mu Xian, it's your turn to choose, Ling Fangfei said with a smile. Mu Xian paused for a moment, noticing the meaningful look in Ling Fangfei's eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness, before selecting the Frost Grass and the drop of blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird. On their way back, Ling Fangfei clearly sensed Mu Xian's disappointment and couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you happy after receiving the resources? Mu Xian sighed. Do you understand that feeling? You go in with high hopes to seize a bargain, only to find out it's not something you can use. Ling Fangfei was taken aback, then exclaimed in delight. Mu Xian, are you saying there's something wrong with this drop of blood of the Flame Divine Sparrow? Mu Xian sighed. This is not the blood of the Flame Divine Sparrow, but rather the blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird. What? Ling Fangfei was both astonished and thrilled. She certainly knew about the Golden Flame Divine Bird, but she never expected that the Jinhua Police Bureau would mistake its blood for that of the Flame Divine Sparrow. How could this not excite her? With this drop of blood, her Flame Sparrow could begin its evolution. Mu Xian, thank you so much. Ling Fangfei, in her excitement, impulsively kissed Mu Xian on the cheek, completely unaware of how excessive her action was. After the kiss, it was now Ling Fangfei's turn to be surprised. She found herself hastily exiting the vehicle. Mu Xian chuckled, thinking to himself that it was merely a kiss on the cheek. After all, they had played like this in their childhood. Upon returning home, Mu Xian promptly handed the Frost Grass to the Ice Crystal Spirit for absorption, watching with a smile as the spirit consumed the herb entirely. Soon, a familiar wave of energy surged, indicating that the Ice Crystal Spirit had reached Elite Level 5. With this elevation in rank came a corresponding boost in combat power. The Ice Crystal Spirit was now capable of challenging typical peak elite-level beasts. That night, Ling Fangfei's Flame Sparrow successfully evolved to leader level, with the blood of the Golden Flame Divine Bird playing a significant role. Its appearance grew increasingly majestic, exuding a hint of the Golden Flame Divine Bird's aura, filling Ling Fangfei with exhilaration. The next day, Ling Fangfei bid farewell to Mu Xian and returned to the Zhidong Beastmaster Academy. In the following week, Mu Xian began to methodically provide cultivation resources for the Ice Crystal Spirit. Eventually, after exhausting the 10,000 yuan reward from the school, the Ice Crystal Spirit reached elite level 8. Out of money, Mu Xian sighed in resignation. The limiting factor for the Ice Crystal Spirit's advancement had now become financial capacity, indicating that he would need to venture into the wild for hunting. While the wilderness was perilous, Mu Xian had no other choice. The next day, Sunday, Mu Xian took the Ice Crystal Spirit to Beishan in the northern part of the city. Beishan, a branch of the Longmen mountain range, was home to numerous beasts, albeit of relatively low rank, making it a prime hunting ground for beastmasters from Jinhua. However, Mu Xian was unaware that two figures had followed him after he left Jinhua City. At the city gate, a familiar figure watched as Mu Xian disappeared into the distance. Sneering, "Mu Xian, what does it matter if you have the Ice Crystal Spirit? A dead genius is nothing at all." This individual was none other than Luo Si, the one who had been grievously injured by Mu Xian. In the week that had passed, Luo Si had become the subject of ridicule, a stepping stone for Mu Xian's burgeoning reputation throughout Jinhua High School. The more renowned Mu Xian became, the more wrathful Luo Si felt. After enduring such humiliation for an entire week, he finally awaited his opportunity. "Mu Xian, once you're dead, I shall contract your Ice Crystal Spirit, and you will know the fate of opposing me." On Luo Si's face, a mixture of hatred and exhilaration was evident, as if he had already begun to envision the immense power he would wield upon contracting the Ice Crystal Spirit. In a certain valley deep within the northern mountains, various beast clans thrived, among which resided a creature known as the Frenzied Wolf, the target of Mu Xian's intentions. Frenzied Wolf, species, power type Wolf clan rank, elite level 7 bloodline, commander level quality, elite skills, frenzy, wolf pounce description, a subspecies of wolf dwelling in inland regions. It is prone to entering a state of frenzy during combat, exhibiting reckless bravery until its last breath, and is rumored to possess a trace of the explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline. Indeed, my choice has proven to be astute. Upon arriving at the valley, Mu Xian laid eyes on the information panel, his heart settling with reassurance. With finances dwindling, the necessity to earn arose. Initially, Mu Xian contemplated visiting slaughterhouses or similar establishments to seek opportunities to extract and sell bloodlines, but he soon realized that this would merely expose his talents, as the origin of the bloodline would be inexplicable. Ultimately, he decided to venture beyond the city to hunt the beasts himself, extracting bloodlines. After some research, he ultimately selected the Frenzied Wolf, which harbored the Dragon Wolf bloodline. The explosive flame dragon wolf, a subspecies of dragon, is a hybrid of a colossal dragon and an explosive flame wolf, possessing a lordly bloodline and formidable combat prowess. Mu Xian aimed to gather a portion of the explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline for sale. A lordly bloodline is valued at no less than 1 million. With a single successful endeavor, the resources for the Ice Crystal Spirit's cultivation and evolution would be secured. Furthermore, lordly bloodlines are not particularly rare. Alchemists commonly extract them from the remains of lord-level beasts for sale, making Mu Xian's actions relatively inconspicuous. Alchemists represent a branch of the mainstream beastmasters, primarily engaged in bloodline extraction, beast modification, and the arcane art of chemical alchemy, shrouded in mystery. Additionally, there are breeders, potion makers, and others, all part of the beastmaster branches, with numerous practitioners. Look at that solitary frenzied wolf. Attack! Mu Xian commanded the Ice Crystal Spirit, having assessed the situation, instructing it to target only the lone frenzied wolf. The Ice Crystal Spirit soared through the air, swiftly approaching the target, and began to unleash its skills. The extreme cold ice freeze exploded upon the frenzied wolf, inflicting severe injuries, igniting its ferocity as its eyes turned crimson, lunging toward the Ice Crystal Spirit. Yet, the Ice Crystal Spirit effortlessly evaded the attack in midair, initiating a second round of skills, and in an instant, the frenzied wolf was encased in ice, meeting its end amidst the ice explosion. "Well done, Ice Crystal Spirit," Mu Xian praised, commencing the extraction of the explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline from the fallen beast. Extraction of explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline successful. Accompanied by this notification, A drop of dark red blood materialized in Mu Xian's hand, representing the essence of the Lord-level explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline. Approximately 10 drops of blood essence could be merged to form a fragmented explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline. Mu Xian nodded gently, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Suddenly, Mu Xian's expression sharpened as several information panels appeared before him, their intentions unclear. Zhang Ming, species, human rank, ordinary level 9 beast, giant horned bull, elite level 9, giant horned bull species, power type bull clan rank, elite level 9 bloodline, commander level quality, elite skills, giant horn charge. Bull strength description, an unremarkable giant horned bull, devoid of any distinctive features. Xing San, species, human rank, ordinary level 5 beasts, fire demon dog, elite level 5. Scent mouse, elite level 2, fire demon dog species, fire type demon dog clan rank, elite level 5 bloodline, elite level quality, elite skills, pounce. Fireball description, an ordinary fire demon dog, lacking any remarkable traits. Scent mouse, species, sensory type mouse clan rank, elite level 4 bloodline, elite level quality, ordinary skills, scent tracking. Gnawing description, a rare sensory beast adept at detecting breaths, excelling in tracking, though it possesses almost no combat capability, making it an invaluable asset for locating items. Those of virtuous intent do not approach, and those who approach harbor ill intent. The presence of a scent mouse beastmaster indicated to Mu Xian that these two individuals were likely tracking him. It seemed the disturbance he sensed earlier was indeed from them. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian summoned the ice crystal spirit, seeking advantageous terrain to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Xing San trailed closely behind the scent mouse, their eyes gleaming with malice. It wasn't long before the scent mouse began to squeak, eliciting a glimmer of excitement on Xing San's face. Brother Zhang, we've located the brat Lu Xiao mentioned, right at the entrance of the valley. Xing San exclaimed with glee. Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Finally, our efforts bear fruit. Noticing Zhang Ming's delight, Xing San hesitantly spoke. Brother Zhang, I've heard that this kid is a genius from 9th middle school. Are we truly confident in taking him down? Zhang Ming sneered. Xing San, why are you still hesitant? A genius must still grow. As they advanced several meters closer to the valley, a sudden wave of frigid air erupted, and in the next moment, a thick layer of ice formed upon the surface of Zhang Ming's giant horned bull. Before the creature could react, the ice shattered explosively, followed by a series of muffled detonations. In an instant, the giant horned bull transformed into a streak of light, merging with Zhang Ming's body. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene. After several seconds, Zhang Ming let out a piercing scream. The giant horned bull had been vanquished in an instant, leaving him gravely injured as a consequence of the backlash, as he bore the brunt of the damage inflicted upon his beast. How could this happen? Xing San was utterly bewildered. How could Zhang's giant horned bull perish in a single encounter? The ice crystal spirit, possessing a beast king level bloodline and extraordinary quality at elite level 8, would not falter against a commander level bloodline of elite quality, rendering the giant horned bull's fate inevitable. Footsteps approached, revealing Mu Xian and the ice crystal spirit. He regarded Xing San with a cool demeanor. I shall grant you a chance to preserve your life. Inform me. Who sent you? Speak, or... As Mu Xian's voice trailed off, the ice crystal spirit unleashed a wave of cold, and the already gravely injured Zhang Ming met his demise. This is the consequence. Chapter 013, News of the Space-type Beast. The sight of this scene sent a jolt of fear through Xing San, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Truth be told, he was merely a guide. It was only due to the scent mouse that he found himself embroiled in this situation, never anticipating it would escalate to this. Woo, please, brother. I was just leading the way. Don't kill me. I will tell you everything. I will tell you everything. It was Luo Xiao who sent me to lead Zhang Ming to find you. Mu Xian furrowed his brow. Which Luo Xiao? Luo Si. Ah, yes. It's Luo Si. His father is a minor leader of the city guard. A few days ago, he approached me and Zhang Ming, urging us to find an opportunity to take you down, Xing San whispered. Mu Xian scoffed. So it is this fellow. Unable to defeat me in the arena, he resorts to underhanded tactics. With that, Mu Xian directed a murderous gaze at Xing San. If not for his own strength, he would have been the one to perish. Thus, as an accomplice, he was destined for execution. Xing San, accustomed to navigating the gray areas, quickly perceived Mu Xian's intent and, recognizing the peril he faced, dropped to his knees, pleading, Brother, please don't kill me. I have information regarding high-level beasts. San was acutely aware that high-level beast companions were undoubtedly the utmost concern for the remarkable beast master before him. Indeed, upon hearing the news of a high-level beast companion, Xian's brow unfurled in intrigue. "What intelligence do you possess?" he inquired. "Brother, what if I divulge this information and you decide to eliminate me?" San replied cautiously. Xian pondered for a moment and assured him, "Very well. If your information pleases me, I shall refrain from taking your life." Upon hearing this, San exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "Brother, I once discovered an exceedingly rare spatial beast in the northeast corner of the Nanshan public secret realm, known as the Deathly Cliff. This realm, also referred to as the Dimensional Secret Realm or Cave Heaven World, came into existence due to the fragmentation of the spatial barriers of Blue Star, leading to collisions and compressions with other worlds, thus forming these wondrous secret realms. Within these realms, a plethora of resources abound, and a myriad of magical beasts resides. Each secret realm is akin to a colossal treasure trove. Regrettably, the majority of these realms are under the dominion of powerful factions and affluent families. For instance, the Nanshan Secret Realm is currently governed by the City Lord's Mansion of Jinhua City. After years of resource extraction, the Secret Realm has finally been opened to all beastmasters, who must pay a fee of 100,000 yuan or equivalent resources to gain entry. It is precisely through this strategy that Jinhua City has amassed considerable wealth over the years. Xian was astonished to learn that a spatial beast could exist within the Nanshan Secret Realm. It is well known that no spatial beast is trivial, and some unique breeds are incredibly rare. For example, a certain king-level beastmaster, recently made public in Huagua, possesses a Yutian Shukuan, which single-handedly quelled a massive beast tide, rendering it invincible. Naturally, the news of a spatial beast piqued Xian's interest. He glanced at San before him, astonished at his fortune in encountering a spatial beast. Had it not been for this fool's lack of strength, he might have already contracted the spatial beast and risen to prominence. "Very well. Your information has earned you your life. Begone," Xian said coolly, casting a glance at his ice crystal spirit. San's heart, which had been racing, finally settled, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, thank you." However, a malicious thought flickered through San's mind. After being forced to kneel, he contemplated announcing this news upon his return to the city. Just as this treacherous notion surfaced, he felt a sudden, searing pain in his heart, only to witness both of his beast companions fall victim to the lethal grasp of Xian's ice crystal spirit in an instant. San's eyes betrayed a mix of resentment and confusion. Xian smiled faintly. "I promised not to kill you, but I never pledged to spare your beasts. You vile scoundrel." San seethed, his fury palpable, yet the imminent demise of his beasts left him gravely injured as well, and he knew Xian would not let him escape unscathed. Sure enough, he soon found himself being dragged into the valley, his heart sinking as he recalled that this was the territory of the rampaging wolves. Moments later, the anguished cries subsided, and San's information panel vanished, signifying his demise at the hands of the rampaging wolves. Xian chuckled softly to himself. "See, I did not slay you. I merely incapacitated your beasts. Your unfortunate encounter with the rampaging wolves is of no concern to me." For the remainder of the day, Xian continued his hunt for the rampaging wolves, undeterred by the presence of Zhang Ming and San, as they could not thwart his lucrative endeavors. After a substantial portion of the day, Xian successfully felled 10 rampaging wolves, extracting a fragment of the bloodline of the explosive flame dragon wolf. He swiftly retreated, knowing that a fragment of this bloodline would incite frenzy among numerous low-tier magical beasts. Fortunately, he departed early, encountering only a few low-tier beasts along the way, which he dispatched with ease. By around 4 p.m., Xian re-entered Jinhua City, donning a disguise at home before heading straight to Beastmaster Street with the explosive flame dragon wolf bloodline, ultimately selling it for a staggering 1.2 million yuan. After exiting the beast market, he melded into the crowd, circling several times to ensure he was not being followed. Following a series of intricate transactions, he successfully converted the anonymous bank card containing 1.2 million yuan into 500,000 yuan in savings and various evolution resources for the ice crystal spirit. As Xian stepped out of Beastmaster Street, night had fallen, and the vibrant neon lights almost led him to believe he still inhabited an era of technology. In this age, it was a paradise for geniuses and the affluent, yet a veritable hell for the ordinary. Xian sighed quietly, realizing that had he not contracted the ice crystal spirit and gained 2 significant advantages, he might have drifted through life aimlessly, destined for a dismal end. The following day, Monday, in the classroom of Class 1, grade 3 at 9th high school, Luo gazed at the empty seats, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face as he mused. Could it be that those two succeeded? But why have they not informed me? What if they failed? No, Xuan is merely from an ordinary family. And now both parents are deceased. Even with the ice crystal spirit, he could not possibly progress so rapidly. I dispatched a top-tier expert of the 9th rank. If Xuan had heard Luo's inner thoughts, he would have laughed heartily. For Luo grossly underestimated the formidable nature of elemental life and overestimated the strength of a 9th rank expert. Just considering the colossal horned bull in Zhang Ming's possession. Even without a sneak attack, the ice crystal spirit could vanquish it 100 times over. The same could not be said for a leader-level beastmaster, who would hardly be so easily commanded by Luo. Chapter 014. The new function of the information panel, designing the evolution route. Upon entering the classroom, Xuan noticed Luo's pale countenance, prompting a faint smirk to appear on his lips, though he refrained from provoking the fellow further. For Xuan, the critical task at hand was to elevate the ice crystal spirit to the 9th rank and evolve it to the leader level. Once the ice crystal spirit achieved leader status, it would provide significant benefits, enhancing Xuan's physical form to the elite level. Most importantly, attaining the elite level would enable him to withstand the raging spiritual energy in the void, allowing for independent cultivation. Since the invasion of magical beasts, humanity had never relinquished the ambition of mastering extraordinary powers through self-cultivation, but it was perplexing that every attempt to absorb spiritual energy resulted in explosive death. It wasn't until the discovery of the ancient beastmaster sect's teachings that humanity realized the reason. The spiritual energy was too volatile for ordinary individuals to endure. The ancient beastmaster sect took a different approach, forging contracts with magical beasts to share life and death. When a beast attained the leader level, it could swiftly elevate its master to the elite level, enabling the latter to endure spiritual energy and cultivate independently. The beastmaster contract was miraculous at the leader level. It allowed the beastmaster to bear spiritual energy and cultivate autonomously. Furthermore, when a beast reached the lord level, it could provide a space for the beastmaster, granting the beasts a sanctuary for training, resting, healing, and more. Legend has it that when a beast gained the acknowledgement of a beast king and attained beast king status, the beastmaster would receive a mystical protective shield. In contrast, Luo's situation paled in significance. Xuan, how could he possibly be unscathed? This is impossible. Zhang Ming and Xing San are dead. Xuan remains unharmed. They haven't reported back all night. Something must have gone awry. Damn it. Could he have discovered that I sent people after him? How could he be so formidable that even a 9th rank expert cannot handle him? Am I to seek out a leader-level beastmaster? But the cost, no, Xuan must die. For the entirety of the morning, Luo was consumed by a frenzy, with Xuan becoming his inner demon, an inescapable torment. Unbeknownst to him, that evening, accompanied by a wave of exhilaration, the ice crystal spirit's aura finally peaked, ascending to the 9th rank and ready to surge towards the leader level. Under the link of the beastmaster contract, Xuan also received a substantial influx of energy, further elevating his physical prowess to the 9th rank of the ordinary level. Feeling the strength sufficient to fell a bull, Xuan was filled with exhilaration. It is time for the ice crystal spirit to undergo evolution. With that thought, Xuan began to retrieve the evolution resources he had meticulously prepared. The dragon bloodstone he had acquired earlier, the frost dragon scales purchased from the beastmaster store, the eternal ice crystal, and the essence of life. Frost dragon scales rank, elite applicable types, water, ice, snow, dragon, subdragon description, a scale from the beast king level frost dragon, imbued with a substantial amount of frost dragon power. Eternal ice crystal, rank, elite applicable types, water, ice, snow description, extracted from the depths of glaciers that have existed for millennia. This eternal ice crystal accumulates the frigid power of ages, rich in the purest essence of ice. Essence of life, rank, elite applicable types, any type description, a drop of liquid brimming with vibrant life force, a true gift from nature. Among these 3 evolution resources, the frost dragon scales were the most expensive, costing 300,000 for a single piece, while the eternal ice crystal and the essence of life each cost 150,000, adding the exceedingly rare dragon bloodstone. The total expenditure for a single evolution amounted to a staggering million. However, evolution is an unpredictable process, and no one can ascertain the success of the endeavor. Come, little one, these resources are all for you, Xuan exclaimed with a grin. Suddenly, he was astonished to discover new information appearing on the Ice Crystal Spirit's status panel. Information that could astonish the world. Ice Crystal Spirit, Species, Elemental Life. Ice and Snow Rank, Elite 9 Bloodline. Beast King Quality, Extraordinary Skills. Ice Explosion, Extreme Cold Freeze Description. Frost Dragon Scales, Dragon Bloodstone, Eternal Ice Crystal. Essence of Life can evolve into the Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent. Success rate 78. Could it really display the evolution path and success rate? Mu Xian was momentarily overwhelmed. Incredible. My golden finger is invincible. With the revelation of the evolution path and success rate, there was no longer a need for him to explore the unknown. He then noticed that he could delve into the detailed information of the Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent, which was far more complex than merely displaying the evolution path. I understand now. I can design the evolution path myself. Mu Xian exclaimed with exuberance. As long as he gathered the evolution resources, he could display various evolution paths and success rates based on different combinations, ultimately crafting the most formidable and promising evolutionary route to cultivate the strongest beast. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, Mu Xian took over an hour to finally calm down and began to contemplate the advantages and drawbacks of this route. The Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent? It cannot evolve into a dragon. He shook his head in resignation. If he followed his proposed evolution scheme, the resulting beast would merely be a subdragon, a complete waste of the Ice Crystal Spirit's greatest potential. The name Ice Crystal Dragon Serpent itself suggested it was a subdragon-type beast. Generally, subdragons possess Beast King-level bloodlines. Yet even among those, there are distinctions in superiority. Mu Xian was unwilling to take such a risk. The primary concern was that each evolution would lower the beast's quality, irrespective of success. In other words, spending over $1 million just to evolve the Ice Crystal Spirit into a mere subdragon, along with a drop in quality, seemed like an undeniable loss. As he pondered the reasons, a thought struck him. It appeared that the Frost Dragon scales were too low in rank, constraining the Ice Crystal Spirit's evolution potential. However, where could he procure superior dragon-related resources in such a short span of time? Wait, perhaps he was overthinking it. The fact that his status panel displayed the evolution path and success rate meant he could gradually collect the evolution resources and ultimately devise a plan to evolve directly into a pure-blood dragon. Given the potential quality loss from evolution, it would be wiser to first allow the Ice Crystal Spirit to elevate its rank. Soon, Mu Xian corrected his flawed thinking and redefined the growth path for the Ice Crystal Spirit, no longer fixating on a short-term evolution. Speaking of which, didn't I have a drop of the sub-ancestor level blood essence of the devouring god raven? A sudden thought crossed Mu Xian's mind, and he was curious to see what species the blood essence could yield. Once Mu Xian placed the sub-ancestor level blood essence of the devouring god raven next to the Ice Crystal Spirit, the status panel promptly updated. Sub-ancestor level blood essence of the devouring god raven, dragon bloodstone, frost dragon scales, eternal ice crystal. Essence of Life can evolve into the bloodthirsty ice dragon crow. Success rate 0. The information panel for the bloodthirsty ice dragon crow displayed that it was a beast with royal-level bloodline potential, immensely powerful, and bloodthirsty, inheriting most of the Ice Crystal Spirit's ice-related casting abilities. However, the species classification for the bloodthirsty ice dragon crow indicated it belonged to the bloody category. It is well known that the bond between beastmasters and their beasts can influence each other. If he were to contract a beast inclined towards evil and slaughter, it could very well lead him down a path of violence and obsession. Mu Xian naturally wished to avoid such personality shifts. As for the 0 success rate, Mu Xian quickly deduced the cause. Was it due to the blood essence of the devouring god raven being too high in tier? That made sense. How could an Elite 9 Ice Crystal Spirit withstand such power? It was likely to explode under the pressure. Mu Xian shook his head, secured the blood essence of the devouring god raven back in the cabinet, and instead offered the eternal ice crystal and essence of life to the Ice Crystal Spirit, urging it to consume them for advancement. The eternal ice crystal, gathering the frigid power of ages and rich in pure ice energy, combined with the vibrant life force of the essence of life, was more than sufficient to elevate the Ice Crystal Spirit to the commander level. With a joyful demeanor, the Ice Crystal Spirit consumed the eternal ice crystal and essence of life. About an hour later, a dense aura of coldness enveloped the air, and the next moment, the Ice Crystal Spirit erupted with a dazzling blue light. As the brilliant blue light faded, the Ice Crystal Spirit had visibly grown in size and exuded an overwhelming presence. Chapter 015. The Principal's Gift, Ice Crystal Spirit, Species, Elemental Life, Ice and Snow Rank, Commander 2 Bloodline, Beast King Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Ice crystal explosion, extreme cold freeze. Ice dragon whirlwind description. Born from the essence of the universe, this rare ice elemental life form emerges from the depths of the earth, perhaps due to insufficient ice elements. Its originally royal level potential has regressed to Beast King level. Nonetheless, it retains formidable potential and combat power, making it an incredibly precious beast. At Commander 2, the Ice Crystal Spirit's potential was indeed profound. Having just advanced, it had reached Commander 2 and awakened a powerful new skill. Mu Xian was immensely satisfied with this evolution. The Commander 2 Ice Crystal Spirit was more than capable of overpowering a typical Commander 5 beast. Soon after, Mu Xian felt a surge of icy power coursing through his body, rapidly enhancing his physical strength, fortifying his internal organs and meridians, and invigorating his limbs. After a considerable time had passed, tranquility returned, yet Mu Xian sensed something different. The colors of the world appeared more vivid and clearer, various scents filled the air, and he could hear the chatter of families above and below him. Early in the morning, Mu Xian arrived at school, intent on applying to review cultivation techniques. To prevent ordinary people from recklessly practicing, the government had confiscated various cultivation methods circulating among the populace, prohibiting their dissemination, and mandated that only commander-level beastmasters could practice. Now that Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Spirit had reached the commander level, he officially qualified as a commander-level beastmaster, thus gaining the privilege to select cultivation techniques. Brother Xian, why do I feel like you've changed today? Chen Kong observed Mu Xian and suddenly spoke up. I've seen so many girls sneaking glances at you. Mu Xian smiled slightly. Which day have they not been sneaking glances at me? Chen Kong was instantly rendered speechless, unable to refute. Ever since Mu Xian had contracted the Ice Crystal Spirit, he had become the most popular figure at 9th High School, with countless girls bringing snacks, breakfast, flowers, and love letters daily, not to mention the multitude of furtive glances he received. Every day, Chen Kang's first task upon arriving at school is to clear away the pile of love letters from Mu Xian's desk. However, today, Chen Kang perceives a distinct change in Mu Xian. He seems even more handsome than usual. Mu Xian is aware that this transformation is a result of his newly attained elite-level physical prowess. With a smile, Mu Xian takes advantage of the half-hour break between classes to visit his homeroom teacher, Lin Susu, in her office. What? You've become a commander-level beastmaster and achieved elite-level physical fitness? So soon, Lin Susu exclaims, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Having graduated from the Beastmaster program at Zhejiang Eastern Normal University, her own abilities are commendable, as she has already reached the 8th tier of commander level at a young age. She holds high hopes for her student Mu Xian, who has contracted elemental life forms. Yet she did not anticipate such rapid advancement to commander level within less than a month. His talent is indeed terrifying. In the principal's office, Lin Xian furrows his brow, having heard that other 8 schools in Jinhua City have also produced commander level students. As the principal, he feels immense pressure. After all, in just half a month, the 9-school outdoor practical assessment will take place, and if Jiuzhong fails to present a single commander level student, it could become a laughingstock. Instinctively, Lin Xian pulls out the list of students to watch, searching for those who might break through in a short time. His gaze ultimately lands on Mu Xian's name, and he sighs inwardly. If only he had emerged a month earlier, I would have ensured he reached the commander level. He wonders if Zhou Qingyao's Moonlight Butterfly has made any progress. Given the Zhou family's strength, they should have the means to acquire a small advancement resource, right? Zhou Qingyao, an outstanding student from Class 2 of Senior Year 3, is also the primary focus of attention at Jiuzhong. Her Moonlight Butterfly possesses a high-tier bloodline and exceptional quality, making its promotion to commander level seemingly straightforward. However, due to the scarcity of advancement resources, her Moonlight Butterfly remains stuck at elite level 9, which is quite regrettable. Every region has its specialties. For instance, Jinhua City primarily produces resources related to water, fire, earth, and life, while those pertaining to the moonlight element are exceedingly rare. Lin Xian has also learned that throughout the Dragon Kingdom, moonlight resources are woefully scarce, existing in a market where demand far exceeds supply, as if a shadowy figure is pulling the strings behind the scenes. At that moment, a cheerful voice rings out from outside the office. Grandpa, I have good news to share. Do you want to hear it? Lin Xian sets aside his worries and smiles. What good news? Have you finally found my son-in-law? Grandpa Lin Susu immediately frowns, feeling displeased, for she is not ready to marry so soon. Grandpa, it's about Mu Xian. His beast has advanced to commander level. Lin Susu bursts into the principal's office, her expression one of discontent. What? Mu Xian's beast has advanced. How could it happen so quickly? Lin Xian is taken aback. Mu Xian chuckles. The enhancement speed of elemental life forms is quite rapid. They merely need to continuously absorb energy. As he speaks, he summons the Ice Crystal Spirit, whose commander-level aura momentarily stuns Lin Xianyi, who suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is a commander-level elemental life. With this, Zhou is assured of first place in the 9 school assessment. Ha ha ha. What 9 school assessment? Mu Xian asks, bewildered. Lin Susu shrugs and explains. It's a joint outdoor practical assessment led by the Beastmaster Education Bureau, involving all 9 schools in Jinhua City. There are rewards for the top 10, with the first place allowing the winner to select an item from the city Lord's treasury. Lin Xianyi had heard that other 8 schools had commander-level Beastmasters, while Zhou had none, leaving him irate and unable to eat all day. Fortunately, with your Beastess breakthrough, we avoided disgrace for Zhou. The city Lord's treasury? Mu Xian's eyes light up with interest. If even the modest Zhou treasury can yield a dragon bloodstone, the city Lord's treasury must be replete with valuable resources. Lin Xianyi, suppressing his excitement, smiles at Mu Xian, saying, once again, you have astonished me, Mu Xian. I happen to have a commander-level ice spirit shrimp heart here, which I shall gift to you. May you strive to secure first place in the upcoming 9-school joint examination. Mu Xian is momentarily stunned, then joyfully accepts the ice spirit shrimp heart. This heart from a commander-level ice-type beast will greatly benefit the ice crystal spirit. Thank you for the generous gift, Principal. I shall do my utmost to claim first place and uphold the honor of Zhou. Excellent. I shall look forward to it. Afterward, Lin Susu takes Mu Xian to the school's martial arts library to select a cultivation technique. Zhou offers only 3 options: the longevity-focused Eternal Spring technique, the body-enhancing Immovable King Body, and the spirit-cultivating Refining Spirit and Body technique. On Lin Susu's recommendation, Mu Xian chooses the Refining Spirit and Body technique, which, according to her, can enhance mental acuity, allowing one to sense danger ahead and awaken the legendary Alea consciousness. That very evening, Mu Xian begins to cultivate the Refining Spirit and Body technique. Indeed, he soon perceives vibrant spiritual energy permeating the void, yet absorbing it proves exceedingly challenging, with waves of pain coursing through his meridians. No wonder this technique requires elite-level physical fitness to practice. It's incredibly uncomfortable. Mu Xian grumbles, though he soon realizes that his mental strength seems to have solidified slightly. Were it not for his formidable mental power, he might not have noticed the difference. The following day, Mu Xian arrives at school to find an announcement regarding the 9-school outdoor joint practical assessment. All Beastmasters above elite level are required to participate, leading many students in Senior Year 1 Class A to eagerly prepare for a commendable performance. Conversely, those who have not yet reached elite level appear rather disheartened. 2 days later, the Ice Crystal Spirit successfully digests the Commander-level Ice Spirit Shrimp Heart, advancing to Commander Level 3 and further enhancing its strength. Now that my Ice Crystal Spirit has reached Commander level, it's time to engage in some real combat, Mu Xian murmurs, planning to venture into the Nanshan's secret realm in search of that spatial-type beast. Chapter 016, Nanshan's Secret Realm, Commander Level, First Battle. On yet another weekend, Mu Xian arrives at the entrance of the Nanshan's secret realm with his Ice Crystal Spirit. The area is bustling with activity, teeming with people, and has developed into a town under the administration of Jinhua City, aptly named Nanshan Town. Come and see the latest and most comprehensive map of the Secret Realm. Secret Realm specialties and precious resources are being sold at half price. Everything at half price. The Beast Mercenary Corps is recruiting. Only Beastmasters of Elite Level 7 and above may apply, and new members will receive cultivation resources. Upon stepping into Nanshan Town, Mu Xian is taken aback by the vibrant scene before him, nearly believing he has entered a video game. A closer look reveals that this resembles the scenarios he encountered while completing dungeons in his previous life. Mu Xian declines the majority of the vendor's sales pitches, purchasing merely a so-called Secret Realm map before following the crowd to the entrance of the Secret Realm, which is a deep cave intermittently revealing rifts in the void. At the entrance, elite guards from the Jinhua City Defense Force are stationed, all of whom are at least commander-level Beastmasters. After paying a fee of 100,000, Mu Xian is whisked into the Nanshan Secret Realm amidst a swirl of chaos. The Nanshan Secret Realm is classified as a small-scale secret realm, permitting only commander-level Beastmasters to enter. Contrary to Mu Xian's expectations, the interior of the Nanshan Secret Realm is riddled with signs of excavation, lacking any semblance of a hidden paradise. Of course, having become a public secret realm, the entrance must have been thoroughly pillaged. Shaking his head, Mu Xian pulls out the map and heads toward the northeast corner of the secret realm. Shortly after entering, Luosi receives news of Mu Xian's arrival. His face contorted with malice as he cackles. Mu Xian, I refuse to believe this little brat can escape death. In his obsessive quest to eliminate Mu Xian, Luosi has nearly exhausted all his resources and engaged a notorious assassin organization, showcasing his desperation. Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, he could never have imagined the depths of Luosi's madness. Fundamentally, he was still trapped in the mindset of his past life, unable to fully integrate into this era. The South Mountain secret realm was vast, and as Mu Xian traversed its expanse, he found scant resources but encountered a multitude of ferocious beasts, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the Ice Crystal Spirit. Unfortunately, lacking a storage space, Mu Xian could only carry away the most valuable parts. On one fateful day, Mu Xian finally came face to face with a formidable adversary, a 6-tiered leader class by Ling Snake, measuring a full 2 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, lurking within the thicket. Were it not for the informational panel, he would have remained oblivious to its presence. By Ling Snake, species, poisonous snake clan rank, leader tier 6 bloodline, leader class quality, elite skills, by Ling's Eye, disguise description, a remarkably rare by Ling Snake. Its unique by Ling's Eye can render any creature that meets its gaze utterly paralyzed, allowing it to be consumed and digested in a state of stupor. Take heed, young man. Mu Xian cursed his luck upon realizing he had encountered one of the most fearsome creatures in the South Mountain secret realm. He had been aware of the Bai Ling snake's reputation, particularly due to its extraordinary mental essence. When it activated its Bai Ling's Eye skill, all who met its gaze would become rigid with fear, a truly terrifying prospect. Thus, the Bai Ling snake was regarded as one of the most untouchable beasts within the realm. And now, Mu Xian found himself directly confronted by a 6-tiered leader class. Fortunately, thanks to the informational panel, Mu Xian had detected it in advance, granting him a semblance of control over the situation. Calculating his distance, he realized he was merely 40 meters away from the Bai Ling snake, a distance too short to escape. The only viable option was to defeat or even kill it to ensure his survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian and the Ice Crystal Spirit devised a strategy for their assault. As they approached within 30 meters, the Ice Crystal Spirit boldly launched an attack, deploying the newly comprehended skill, Ice Tornado. In an instant, a tornado composed entirely of ice formed beneath the Bai Ling snake, lifting it into the air in mere moments. The Ice Tornado was a powerful skill, and Mu Xian could clearly see the Bai Ling snake being ensnared, countless ice shards bombarding its body, eliciting a pained hiss. For a full 20 seconds, the Ice Tornado raged on, and when it dissipated, the Bai Ling snake plummeted to the ground, suffering significant damage. Were this a game, its health bar would have significantly depleted. Bai Ling snake, species, poisonous snake clan rank, leader tier 6, lightly wounded. Through the informational panel, Mu Xian discerned the Bai Ling snake's condition. It was merely lightly wounded. Ice Crystal Spirit, unleash the extreme cold ice explosion, Mu Xian commanded. Adhering to the age-old principle of striking while the iron is hot, the Ice Crystal Spirit dutifully executed Mu Xian's orders. As the Bai Ling snake crashed to the ground, the chilling winds howled, and it was instantly encased in a lifelike ice sculpture. In the next moment, the entire ice statue erupted, the upgraded ice explosion skill proving exponentially more powerful than its predecessor, inflicting grave wounds upon the Bai Ling snake. The information panel indicated that it had now entered a severely wounded state. Regrettably, the Ice Crystal Spirit had expended its 3 major skills and required a brief recovery period. The Bai Ling snake, far from being a simple foe, seemed to awaken its ferocity despite its injuries, opting not to retreat, but instead activating its Bai Ling's Eye skill. At that moment, its eyes glimmered with an emerald light, an enchanting sight. Not good, Mu Xian exclaimed, instinctively shutting his eyes. In that fleeting instant, he felt as though his entire being had been immobilized, his body rigid. Fortunately, he had closed his eyes just in time, and the sensation dissipated swiftly. Ice Crystal Spirit, focus on eliminating the Bai Ling snake, Mu Xian ordered. Although the mental toxins of the Bai Ling snake were nearly insurmountable, elemental life forms, such as the Ice Crystal Spirit, were one of its natural nemesis. After a brief recovery, the incorporeal Ice Crystal Spirit unleashed the ice explosion skill once more. Though lacking the enhancement of the extreme cold ice freeze, this ice explosion still dealt considerable damage to the Bai Ling snake, which gradually began to lose its vitality. Mu Xian cautiously opened his eyes and beheld the Bai Ling snake's condition. It was on the brink of death. However, shaking his head in resignation, He decisively commanded the complete annihilation of the creature. He lamented the absence of a temporary beast-controlling ring. Had he possessed one, he could have captured the Bai-Ling snake for sale, given its status as a 6-tiered leader class, an excellent candidate for a contract beast. From the Bai-Ling snake's carcass, the most valuable assets were its pair of Bai-Ling snake eyes and its internal organs. The Bai-Ling snake eyes, a resource for the evolution of serpentine species, were worth a fortune. Meanwhile, the internal organs served as a primary ingredient for crafting antidotes for mental toxins and were equally valuable. The snake's flesh, fangs, heart, and skin were also commendable materials for alchemy, but with only a single backpack, Mu Xian could only take the Bai-Ling snake eyes and internal organs before hastily departing. Not long after, the scent of blood attracted other beasts, eager to claim the Bai-Ling snake's corpse. Eventually, only a pool of blood remained, bearing witness to the brutality of the encounter. Over an hour later, a figure clad in black arrived, tracing the scent to the site. Observing the blood and remnants of flesh, he revealed a hint of intrigue. To have slain a leader-class Bai-Ling snake? Quite fascinating. Chapter 017, The Not-So-Smart Assassin. As dusk settled, Mu Xian finally reached the northeastern corner of the secret realm, a location ominously dubbed the Death Cliff, renowned for its treacherous, jagged cliffs and the abyss plunging over 1,000 meters below. This place could be deemed the most perilous within the secret realm, a territory most beast tamers would avoid. Yet, Mu Xian had no choice but to venture here in search of a space-based beast. The scenery at the Death Cliff was breathtaking. Each peculiar cliff seemed to embody a certain artistic essence, though upon closer examination, it remained utterly inscrutable. Indifferent to the beauty around him, Mu Xian began searching for a suitable terrain to serve as his temporary refuge. In preparation for his quest to find a space-based beast, he had taken a week's leave in advance. While Mu Xian safely arrived at the Death Cliff, an unfortunate individual trailing behind him was not so lucky. Damn that Lord-level beast, forcing me to take a detour of over 10 kilometers. The cloaked figure muttered curses under his breath as he cautiously made his way, the appearance of a Lord-level beast having necessitated an extensive detour. Suddenly, the black-clad man froze, unbeknownst to him. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a hunting ground of a pack of wolf beasts. Brothers of the wolf clan, carry on, I'm merely passing through, he exclaimed, hastily activating his speed to flee. In the next moment, the wolf beasts, filled with fury, howled and surged forward in pursuit. The nights within the secret realm were fraught with danger, yet Mu Xian, having spared no expense in preparation, brought along a sleeping bag capable of concealing his presence, allowing him to safely endure his first night. In a certain part of the Death Cliff, the black-clad man lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to continue his curses. His body was riddled with wounds, a truly pitiable sight. Damn that employer, once I resolve my target, I will make you pay dearly. As dawn broke the following morning, Mu Xian commenced his work, utilizing the informational panel to seek out potential space-based beasts. He discovered that the area surrounding the Death Cliff was teeming with beasts, had he not found a discreet resting place and concealed his aura. Spending the night here would have been tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, Mu Xian noticed an unusual entry on the informational panel. Chao Goei, species, human, severely injured, rank, elite level 9 beast tamer, soul-chasing ghost mouse, commander level 9, digging Yajian dragon, commander level 7. Ghost-faced scorpion, commander level 2, soul-chasing ghost mouse, species, spirit-type rodent rank, commander level 9, slightly injured, bloodline, lord level quality, ordinary skills, 1,000-mile soul pursuit, phantom speed. Ghost mouse's kiss description. Evolved from the soul-chasing mouse, the soul-chasing ghost mouse is adept in the art of scent tracking, moving with an astonishing swiftness akin to a phantom. It possesses a terrifying soul toxin. One would do well to avoid its kiss if they wish to live. To possess 3 top-tier commander-level beasts and be a beast tamer specializing in tracking? Mu Xian's gaze sharpened. This underground dweller was indeed suspicious. It is worth noting that the area surrounding the deadly cliff is rather desolate within the Nanshan secret realm, typically devoid of human presence. The sudden appearance of 2 commander-level beast tamers in such a short span seemed excessively coincidental. Could it be that this individual had also discovered the presence of spatial-type beasts near the deadly cliff? No, his primary beast was the soul-chasing ghost mouse. A tracker par excellence, and with 3 beasts already at his command, how could he possibly form a mental contract with a 4th? Was he perhaps here to hunt me down? The likelihood of this was quite substantial. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes glinted with malice, as the saying goes. Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later to suffer the consequences. He resolved to eliminate this adversary post-haste. contemplating the inconspicuous underground cave where Chao Gui lurked. A swift plan of action emerged. Spirit of Ice Crystals, shortly you shall venture to the den of the earth bears we just discovered. In the unremarkable underground cave beneath the deadly cliff, the notorious ghost mouse, Chao Gui, struggled to rise. Breathing a sigh of relief upon observing the soul-chasing ghost mouse at his feet. Thankfully, it was not gravely injured. Otherwise, this mission would truly have ended in failure. As a silver-ranked assassin of the Night Organization, Chao Gui was renowned for his cunning methods, his targets often meeting bizarre ends that left them utterly defenseless, earning him considerable notoriety in the world of assassins. Yet this time, attempting to eliminate a mere 18-year-old youth nearly led to his downfall, inciting Chao Gui's ire. He vowed to alter his approach, intending to inflict severe torment upon the young lad to assuage his pent-up rage. Had it not been for the boy's erratic movements, how could he have engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolf beasts, sustaining significant injuries to both his beasts and himself, teetering on the brink of death? Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease gnawed at Chao Gui. The next moment, the soul-chasing ghost mouse beneath him began to chirp excitedly, startling Chao Gui. Before he could react, a clumsy gray bear tumbled down with a thud. This was dire. It was the earth bear. In an instant, Chao Gui's expression changed dramatically. Ghost mouse. We must hastily retreat. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground trembled violently, revealing the cave's entrance where a colossal bear stood, towering and imposing. Chao Gui recognized the pinnacle commander-level earth bear, and it too spotted him. With an enraged roar, the earth bear seized a massive boulder and hurled it toward him. Earth bear, this is a misunderstanding. Chao Gui cursed under his breath. Could you not discern such a simple trap? Yet, the intelligence of demonic beasts was, indeed, rather pitiable. Minutes later, amidst a pained scream, the soul-chasing ghost mouse managed to intercept the boulder, but at the cost of its own life force, returning to Chao Gui's body. Subsequently, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, roaring in triumph. The earth bear gazed at its fallen foe with satisfaction before leisurely departing with its cubs. Shortly after the earth bear's departure, Mu Xian's figure appeared quietly, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed Chao Gui's wretched state. Everything had unfolded according to his design. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Chao Gui gradually regained consciousness, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain that compelled him to emit a cry of agony. You have finally awakened. A youthful voice resonated beside him, causing Chao Gui to startle and widen his eyes in disbelief. It's you? How is this possible? The individual before him was none other than his intended target. Mu Xian chuckled. Indeed, it is I? Are you not pleasantly surprised? Chao Gui scoffed. It seems I underestimated you. Mu Xian merely smiled, his tone growing increasingly frosty. You must be an assassin, yes? I discovered this insignia within your belongings. As he spoke, Mu Xian waved the insignia inscribed with Ghost Mouse, a marker Chao Gui was known to leave behind at the scene of his missions, intentionally spreading his name. However, this very insignia had now betrayed his identity. Mu Xian remarked coolly, do you have any final words? If not, I shall send you on your way to the afterlife. As for who had hired the assassin, did it truly matter? Chapter 018, Spatial Type Beast, Spatial Ferret. Do you not wish to know who seeks to take your life? Chao Gui inquired, acknowledging his fear. I have many enemies, but only one person is so desperate to see me dead. Mu Xian replied with a chilling laugh, commanding, Spirit of Ice Crystals, escort him to his demise. No, I still have money, a great deal of money. I can give it all to you. That won't be necessary. I can earn my own. Mu Xian replied indifferently, and with that, the Spirit of Ice Crystals launched its attack. Moments later, Chao Gui's information panel vanished completely. Mu Xian turned his gaze toward the entrance of the secret realm, murmuring, Luo Si. I had initially planned to wait until after the college entrance examination to act against you, but it seems I can no longer afford to let you live. Mu Xian had not anticipated that Luo Si would exhibit such audacity, and he finally recognized that the era of adhering strictly to laws had passed when dealing with foes. The foremost principle must be decisive action. Root out the problem entirely. On that morning, the traveler Mu Xian underwent a profound transformation in mindset. In the afternoon, Mu Xian commenced his search for traces of spatial-type beasts around the deadly cliff. He had previously speculated that the information regarding Xing Xin might have been fabricated. Yet Mu Xian believed that in a life-threatening situation, Xing Xin would not concoct easily debunked lies. However, to Mu Xian's dismay, for 2 consecutive days, no spatial-type beasts revealed themselves, as if they had never existed. I shall search for one more day tomorrow. Should they not appear, so be it, Mu Xian murmured. for his provisions were dwindling, and he dared not kindle a fire to grill meat, lest he attract the attention of Lord-level demonic beasts. Many novices had perished in the wild due to the aromas from cooking fires luring demonic beasts to their doom. On the evening of the third day, Xuan arrived at the northernmost edge of the deadly cliff, the most perilous area, where beyond lay the boundary of the secret realm. He could distinctly observe minute spatial rifts appearing intermittently, slicing through space and silently heralding death. Wait, spatial rifts. Suddenly, Xuan was struck with realization. As a spatial-type beast, it would naturally be drawn to spaces and would not shy away from spatial rifts. Thus, this was the most likely location for the spatial-type beast to manifest. Indeed, as night fell, Xuan spotted an exhilarating piece of information within the void. Spatial ferret, species, spatial-type weasel rank, elite level 7 bloodline, lord level quality, exceptional skills, mustard seed space. Spatial lock description, originally a mundane ferret born on the outskirts of the Nanshan's secret realm. It gained the attribute of void after absorbing a trace of the blood of the void annihilation dragon, transforming into a top-tier spatial-type beast with immense potential. The spatial ferret was indeed a spatial-type beast. Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. The spatial ferret before him had yet to reach maturity, making it the optimal time for a contract. Once he secured this beast, many of his endeavors would become considerably more manageable, rather than the current state of being bound and constrained. Intriguingly, it seems that a trace of the void annihilation dragon's essence has been absorbed. Although merely a wisp, it is sufficiently potent to steer its evolution towards that of a dragon. With an informational interface and the ability for bloodline extraction and fusion, this spatial raccoon has the potential to metamorphose into a genuine dragon. However, the pressing question remains, how does one forge a contract with this little creature? Xuan found himself ensnared in a quandary, as the spatial raccoon concealed itself within the void, making it impossible for him to coax it out. Wait a moment. Isn't the raccoon a close relative of wildcats? Perhaps a food lure might prove effective. Without further hesitation, Xuan decisively caught a few fish from a nearby river and began grilling them near the Death's Cliff. Convinced that this spatial raccoon would be unable to resist the delectable temptation. Once the fish were grilled, the unique aroma finally stirred the raccoon's interest. 5 minutes later, the spatial raccoon moved, and Xuan merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow as the grilled fish vanished before his eyes. Xuan was left speechless, muttering to himself that creatures of the spatial realm are indeed cunning, traversing the void with an instinctive ease. It is not the theft one fears, but rather the lack of desire. Xuan silently encouraged himself and resumed grilling more fish. An hour later, observing the fourth grilled fish disappear from his grasp, he fell into deep contemplation, sensing that something was amiss. The following day, undeterred, he grilled 20 fish, only for them all to be snatched away by the spatial raccoon, which, frustratingly, scurried off immediately without offering any opportunity for engagement. Resigned, Xuan sighed, deciding to attempt once more. If unsuccessful, he would defer his efforts for another time. He began to understand why spatial beasts were so rare. The challenge of forming a contract was formidable, as they scarcely afforded one a chance to even meet. That noon, Xuan grilled 5 fish at once, and while cooking, he called out to the spatial raccoon hiding in midair, "Little cat, I'm leaving now, and you'll have to grill your own fish from here on." Cursed be this little rascal. Why was it so obstinate, remaining utterly unresponsive? Could it not comprehend human speech? Xuan internally lamented. He continued, "After I leave, I want to be visiting here often, so take good care of yourself." As he spoke, the 5 grilled fish were finally ready, awaiting the spatial raccoon's take. To Xuan's overwhelming joy, this time the spatial raccoon hesitated, failing to snatch away the fish immediately. To Xuan's delight, a silver-gray creature resembling a cat appeared before him, its pupils shimmering like mercury, exuding an air of mystery. The spatial beast, the spatial raccoon, had revealed itself. Xuan, as if he had known the creature all along, nodded gently and offered the grilled fish. "Little cat, eat up quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." The spatial raccoon hesitated, taking twice as long as usual to consume the 5 grilled fish. Seeing this, Xuan smiled and waved. "A banquet must eventually come to an end. I shall take my leave, but I will visit you if time permits. Ice Crystal Spirit, we depart." He waved goodbye and turned away with the Ice Crystal Spirit. At that moment, the spatial raccoon hesitated, yearning for the world beyond. As Xuan's figure receded into the distance, the spatial raccoon resolved to chase after him. Meanwhile, Xuan pondered, had my performance failed? Did the spatial raccoon remain unmoved? Curse it, Why was it so challenging to entice a spatial beast? Just as he was about to give up, a silver-gray little cat suddenly materialized before him. Who else but the spatial raccoon? Little cat, why have you come? Is it to see me off? Mu Xian feigned curiosity. Meow? The spatial raccoon grasped the hem of Mu Xian's trousers, shaking its head vigorously while pointing at the sky, revealing a glimmer of hope. Realization dawned on Mu Xian. He was taken aback by the raccoon's sentience. You mean, you too wish to explore the outside world? Meow meow meow. The spatial raccoon nodded eagerly, looking utterly adorable. Mu Xian nodded in agreement. Of course, but you must form a beast contract with me, otherwise, you will be captured the moment you step outside. Meow? The spatial raccoon hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Seeing this, Mu Xian gently patted the little creature's head, smiling. Fear not, little cat. The outside world is filled with wonders and delectable treats. Upon hearing Mu Xian's words, the spatial raccoon's anticipation grew, leaving Mu Xian internally chuckling at the realization that this little one was indeed a glutton. With the spatial raccoon's cooperation, Mu Xian swiftly forged a contract with it, while the ice crystal spirit floated over, twinkling and radiating friendly signals. Observing the harmonious scene, a broad smile spread across Mu Xian's face. After 5 long days, he had finally coaxed the little creature into his fold. Now, it seems appropriate to bestow names upon you both, Mu Xian declared, looking at the ice crystal spirit and the spatial raccoon. Ice crystal spirit, you shall henceforth be called Little Ling. And spatial raccoon, your name shall be Little Cat. The ice crystal spirit chimed joyfully, fluttering in midair, while the spatial raccoon echoed with cheerful meows, filling Mu Xian with delight. Soon, however, Mu Xian's expression turned serious as he recalled his plans. It was time to act before news of Chao Gui's demise spread and eliminate Luo Si. After dealing with Chao Gui, Mu Xian contemplated how to handle the mad dog Luo Si. He quickly realized that he could impersonate Chao Gui to enter the Nanshan secret realm, stealthily dispatching Luo Si and fabricating an alibi. As a public secret realm, the Nanshan secret realm could not rigorously scrutinize every individual's identity. As long as one presented a registered ID, they could gain access, which provided Mu Xian with an opportunity. Thus, Mu Xian donned the black garments he had taken from Chao Gui and stepped out of the Nanshan secret realm. At 4:30 p.m., he returned to the entrance of Jiuzhong School, hiding in the shadows to await Luo Si's arrival. At 5 p.m., to Mu Xian's delight, Luo Si did not immediately head home, but instead joined a group of friends at a bar. In the era of beast tamers, bar culture thrived, serving as a breeding ground for countless clandestine dealings, making it an opportune moment to strike. Following Luo Si into the Blue Edge bar, Mu Xian prepared to seize the moment. Brothers, come, let us drink. We won't return until we're drunk tonight. Luo Si laughed maniacally, his smile somewhat unhinged. Drink, drink, drink. Brother Luo, is there a reason to celebrate? One of the younger members inquired. Luo Si laughed wildly. Indeed, that annoying fellow hasn't shown up for days. He must have met his end in some dark corner. Ha. Brother Luo's enemies are surely dead beyond resurrection. Cheers, let us toast to Brother Luo. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Mu Xian remained unnoticed, patiently biding his time for the perfect opportunity. Finally, after more than an hour, as Luo Si grew slightly inebriated and prepared to head to the restroom, Mu Xian recognized that the moment had arrived. Inside the restroom, Luo Si felt an inexplicable thrill. Convinced that Mu Xian's absence meant he had likely perished, the weight on his heart lifted, and he felt at ease. You seem quite pleased. Just as he relaxed, a familiar voice echoed ominously from behind, sending a jolt of terror through Luo Si. You, how could you? Without hesitation, Mu Xian seized Luo Si and pushed him into a stall. The strength of a second-tier elite made the act effortless. Mu Xian, you dare to. Luo Si began to protest, but Mu Xian interrupted him, forcefully shoving a crimson liquid into his mouth. You. Luo Si's face contorted with horror and fear as he realized the substance Mu Xian had forced upon him was anything but benign. Yet, the blood dissolved upon entry, leaving him powerless to resist. Ordinarily, a beast tamer suffering a fatal injury would transfer their essence to their beast. However, being a beast tamer himself, Mu Xian had anticipated this, thus administering a dose of wolf-beast bloodline to Luo Si. In the era of beast tamers, it is a well-known fact that if humans were to consume the blood essence of a mystical beast, the only inevitable outcome would be a catastrophic explosion of their own body. As a beast tamer, Mu Xian is acutely aware of the myriad of peculiar beasts that roam this world. Thus, he refrains from personally slaying Rashi, lest he be targeted by calculating beasts. Indeed, in a fleeting moment, A horrifying spectacle unfolded before him. Rashi, having ingested the bloodline of a mystical beast, transformed grotesquely, his entire form taking on a crimson hue reminiscent of a lobster being cooked. However, contrary to Mu Xian's expectations, Rashi did not succumb to a fatal explosion. Instead, he underwent a terrifying mutation. Yes, a mutation. In that very instant, Rashi morphed into a beastly creature akin to a wolf, with a ghastly visage, furry black arms, grotesque tumors protruding from his body, and snarling capillaries that marred his skin in a most revolting manner. Most alarmingly, at that moment, Rashi emanated a ferocious aura, exuding a presence no weaker than that of a commander-level beast, and charged menacingly towards Mu Xian. How could you possibly fuse with the bloodline of a mystical beast? Have you become a half-beast? Mu Xian was astonished yet unperturbed. Even if Rashi had attained commander-level strength, he was merely a mindless monster. Moreover, they were within the city. With a quick flicker of thought, Mu Xian devised a plan. He summoned a spatial raccoon, a small creature, to ensnare the monstrosity in a spatial lock, intending to depart the moment assistance arrived. The spatial raccoon glanced disdainfully at the creature Rashi, and in an instant, Rashi was immobilized. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian dashed out of the restroom, shouting, "There's a monster in the bathroom." By the time the bar's security personnel arrived, Mu Xian had already made his escape. The ensuing events transpired rather straightforwardly. When the security guards arrived, they were taken aback, but fortunately, they were no ordinary individuals and quickly subdued the monstrous Rashi. Ultimately, the bar owner himself intervened, slaying the creature on the spot. Observing the arrival of the beast police, Mu Xian couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking, if this were to trace back to me, I would concede defeat. The incident at the bar escalated significantly, with the beast police believing the creature to be a rogue adherent of the beast god sect, thus dedicating extensive resources to the investigation. Mu Xian was taken aback to find that, by sheer coincidence, Rashi's father, Xuan, was indeed a member of the beast god sect. In the dark underground chamber, several cloaked figures remained silent until an aged voice finally resonated. Xuan has been unexpectedly exposed. Our plans are likely to be compromised. I have decided to activate the withering plan ahead of schedule. Yes, Your Eminence. Chapter 020. The joint examination commences, the transformation of Filong Village. The following day, Mu Xian discreetly departed from Jinhua City, re-entering the Nanshan secret realm. By the afternoon, he successfully exited the realm under his true identity. Thus, all of Mu Xian's objectives for the Nanshan secret realm were accomplished. On the next day, Mu Xian made a low-key appearance at school, only to be met with shocking news from Chen Kong. Rashi's father had been apprehended. Even more perplexing was the fact that the beast police had not sought him out for information, leaving Mu Xian, who had prepared a script, feeling quite disappointed. Could it be that resolving the matter with the mystical beast's bloodline had skewed the investigation's direction? Mu Xian was more than pleased with this outcome, ultimately focusing on elevating the ranks of his two beasts. However, he found himself grappling with the staggering costs associated with the training resources for the spatial raccoon. One piece of void stone commanded a price of 300,000 yuan, a staggering multiple of the ice crystal spirit's cost. Fortunately, his expedition in the Nanshan secret realm had yielded a considerable bounty, with the most valuable items being the azure spirit snake's eyes and its gallbladder, which together fetched a staggering 1.4 million yuan, bringing his total earnings to 2 million yuan. Yet, this sum still fell short of securing a single piece of advancement resource for the spatial raccoon. According to a certain beast merchant, resources for advancing spatial-type beasts are exceedingly rare, involving spatial power, hence their exorbitant prices. With only 2 days remaining before the outdoor combat assessment among the 9 schools, the ice crystal spirit reached commander-level stage 4, while the spatial raccoon attained elite stage 9. With 2 rare beasts at his disposal, Mu Xian remained confident that no one could rival him. In the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3, Lin Susu provided her final admonitions. The joint examination of the 9 schools serves as a preliminary assessment for you all. Therefore, students must act within their capabilities and avoid recklessness. It is best to form teams. The wilderness is far more perilous than the city, so caution is paramount. As for the rules of the examination, the teacher had already printed them out for review. Under Lin Susu's guidance, all students with elite-level beasts embarked towards Beishan. The requirement for elite-level beasts was due to the fact that those below elite rank would likely not withstand even a single encounter with the wilderness's mystical beasts, rendering the assessment unnecessary. Despite elite rank seeming low, in Mu Xian's class, at least half of the students did not possess elite-level beasts. This was still a key class. In an ordinary class, having 3 to 5 participants would be considered commendable in the era of beast tamers. Although everyone had the potential to form contracts with beasts, in reality, only a minority succeeded through their beasts, while the vast majority naturally progressed their beasts to elite rank over time. Xuan estimated that approximately 1,200 students from the 9 schools would participate in this joint examination, marking it as a grand event. Fortunately, Jinhua City had placed significant emphasis on the matter, dedicating considerable manpower and resources. Along the route, students congregated in pairs, chatting amiably, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an autumn outing, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers. Xingu, shall we team up? Xuan, may I join your team? Xuan, Teacher Lin said we could form teams. Amidst the boys and girls encircling him, Xuan smiled gently. My objective is those commander-level mystical beasts. If you two reach commander level, then we may consider teaming up. Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Commander level? You are the only one in the entire 9th school, right? With a chuckle, Xuan shrugged. I do this for your own good. Following me would only place you in greater peril. Chen Kong, in resignation, remarked, it seems my hopes of clinging to the big fish are dashed. Thanks to the 2,000 yuan Xuan lent him, Chen Kong's mighty frog successfully advanced to elite level, now boasting elite stage 3 strength. Which was no small feat. Xuan laughed. With me around, you'll have no chance to shine. Chen Kong was not disheartened. He had long anticipated that Xuan would not team up with him, given the vast gap in their ranks. Outside Beishan, an open area became the gathering point for over 1,000 students from the 9 schools. Subsequently, the leaders of the Beast Taming Bureau delivered speeches, followed by the principals of the 9 schools. As the speeches continued, Xuan felt himself nearly dozing off. It must be said, the leaders' remarks were indeed melodious, akin to a lullaby. After over an hour of such discourse, the joint examination finally commenced under the directive of the Beast Taming Bureau leaders. Students began to enter the forest in clusters, though some chose to stand apart, particularly the commander-level students from the 9 schools who opted for solitary endeavors. Unfortunately for Xuan, luck was not on his side today. After traversing several kilometers, he had yet to encounter a single mystical beast. According to the rules of the joint examination, students were required to hunt mystical beasts and collect their left ears as a form of marking. Each tier of mystical beast offered different point values, and the student with the highest total points would be declared the winner. Notably, this examination prohibited students from attacking one another. Any infractions caught by the overseers on flying beasts would not only result in disqualification, but also the deduction of the school's points, making the regulations quite stringent. After an excruciating half-hour, Xuan's score remained at a dismal 0. Fortunately, soon after, he finally spotted a Stage 9 elite black thorn badger. Before Xuan could issue a command, the eager ice crystal spirit unleashed an ice crystal explosion, instantly dispatching the elite black thorn badger. Xuan shook his head, severing the left ear of the black-spined badger, and continued on his way, feeling no inclination to collect any other parts of the creature. While the entire attention of Jinhua City was fixated on the joint examination of the 9 schools, a band of ruthless individuals clad in black descended upon Filong Village, situated approximately 10 kilometers to the west of Jinhua City. Filong Village was renowned throughout the region for its striking stone sculpture of a dragon, seemingly soaring into the sky, which had weathered the ravages of time and appeared to narrate tales of history. However, the arrival of these black-clad figures shattered the tranquility and harmony of the village. Who are you? You are not welcome here. The villagers' words were barely spoken when one of the black-clad men grasped the situation, plunging the village into chaos. The white-haired elder at the forefront gazed at Filong Village and remarked indifferently, who would have thought that beneath this great dragon village lies a sealed secret realm? The dark dragon has waited for 200 years. It is time for its emergence. Eliminate all the villagers of Filong, and let their blood shatter the seal. I shall ensure that Jinhua City withers away completely. Yes, esteemed priest, the frenzied black-clad men exclaimed, unleashing their beasts and storming into the modest village. In mere moments, anguished cries echoed throughout Great Dragon Village. The self-proclaimed priest, the white-haired elder, spoke with an air of tragic compassion. Death is merely another beginning. The divine kingdom of the beast god shall be open to you. 10 minutes later, silence enveloped Great Dragon Village, littered with severed limbs, as crimson blood was meticulously collected, gradually nourishing the village's proud dragon statue. Chapter 021. A Hero Saves a Beauty. Chen Yunxi of Class 5? In the northern mountains, Xuan delved deeper. Having slain dozens of monstrous beasts and reaping substantial rewards, 9 leader level and 20 elite level creatures. This achievement should surely secure him the top position, he mused, glancing at the accumulated tokens in his leather pouch with a faint smile. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, stirring Mu Xian's curiosity. He hurried over and soon spotted a girl in Class 5 attire fleeing towards him, desperately aided by a three-tailed illusory moon fox, while 2 leader-level beasts pursued her relentlessly. Chun Yunqi species, human rank, elite level 2 talent, moonlight affinity beasts, three-tailed illusory moon fox, leader level 2. Moonshadow spider, elite level 3, three-tailed illusory moon fox species, illusion type, moon type fox rank, leader level 2 bloodline, lord level quality, exceptional skills, illusionary phantoms, moonlight strike. Gaze of the illusory moon description, a rare beast possessing both illusion and moon attributes, with a hint of nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, promising extraordinary potential. Classmate run. It's 2 leader-level jungle tigers. The girl warned from a distance. Leader-level jungle tigers. Mu Xian's eyes lit up as he called back. Fear not. I can handle one of them. Recognizing Chun Yunqi from the information panel, he noted she was the belle of the 5th middle school and rumored to be the cherished jewel of the esteemed Chen family in Jinhua City. Before long, the girl reached a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Mu Xian, allowing him to clearly see her features. Even amidst disarray, her stunning beauty was undeniable. Hello, I am Chun Yunqi from Class 5. Can you truly deal with one? She asked urgently, as the 2 leader-level jungle tigers drew ever closer. Rest assured, Mu Xian reassured, waving his hand as the ice crystal spirit radiated an overwhelming chill, preparing to strike. At that moment, Chun Yunqi noticed the ice crystal spirit and exclaimed, "That's an elemental life ice crystal spirit. You are the fortunate one from Class 9. Mu Xian, aren't you?" Mu Xian smiled slightly, affirming, "Indeed, that's me. The jungle tigers are coming. Shall we take one each?" "All right." Chun Yunqi responded after a brief hesitation. As the representative of Class 5, she could not afford to be outdone by Class 9. In the next instant, under Mu Xian's guidance, the ice crystal spirit launched its attack first, conjuring an ice tornado that successfully swept one of the jungle tigers into the air. Jungle tiger, species, jungle type tiger rank, leader level 6 bloodline, leader level quality, elite skills, jungle camouflage, tiger pounce description, the jungle sovereign, an elite among tigers. The jungle tiger, renowned as the sovereign of the jungle and an elite predator, was particularly adept at camouflage, launching sudden strikes. Fortunately, Chun Yunqi had already disturbed its stealth, nullifying its greatest advantage. Even without the element of surprise, the jungle tiger remained formidable. Its immense strength allowed it to leap and overpower most beasts of the same rank. However, today, it was met with the exceedingly rare elemental life, the three-tailed illusory moon fox possessing dual attributes of illusion and moon. Within the ice tornado, the jungle tiger sustained significant damage, its roars echoing as it suffered grievously. Meanwhile, the three-tailed illusory moon fox began its assault, manifesting 3 identical forms that besieged the jungle tiger, which appeared disoriented, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Mu Xian quickly deduced that this was the illusory moon fox's moonlit illusion, ensnaring the jungle tiger in an inescapable trap. Moments later, with a resounding crash, Mu Xian's jungle tiger fell to the ground, its body encased in ice due to the skill, extreme cold freeze. Seconds later, the thick ice shattered, and the jungle tiger let out another wail, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Conversely, the jungle tiger that Chun Yunqi faced, despite being wounded, managed to break free from the moonlit illusion and launched a fierce counterattack, eventually discerning the true form of the three-tailed illusory moon fox. "Xiao Yu, be careful!" Chun Yunqi cried out. "Gigi, Xiaoling!" At her alarm, the jungle tiger leaped toward the three-tailed illusory moon fox, landing a hit that caused it to cry out before transforming into a streak of light and darting into Chun Yunqi's arms, inflicting significant damage on her and drawing blood from her lips. The jungle tiger, emboldened by its successful strike, charged at Chun Yunqi, and as her life hung in the balance, Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit finally arrived, unleashing a skill that sent the jungle tiger soaring into the air, saving Chun Yunqi. "Thank you, Mu Xian," Chun Yunqi expressed sincerely, her gratitude evident. Without him, she would likely have suffered severe injuries or worse. Mu Xian waved his hand dismissively, advising, "Xiaoling, use extreme cold freeze and ice crystal explosion to deal with this jungle tiger." Xiaoling, glowing with blue light, complied. And soon after the jungle tiger hit the ground, a double skill execution took it down. In no time, the previously injured jungle tiger was also eliminated. Thus, the 2 leader-level jungle tigers were vanquished. Mu Xian, you take the tokens from these 2 jungle tigers. Chen Yunqi said, her complexion pale. According to the rules of the joint examination, elite-level beasts were worth 100 to 200 points, while leader-level beasts were valued at 1,000-5,000 points, with leader-level 6 beasts worth 3,500 points, making even one sufficient for a top rank. Mu Xian smiled. There's no need for such formality, just call me Mu Xian. As for the jungle tigers, we agreed earlier, 1 for each. Do not mention my rescuing you. We are in a team state now, so saving you is only natural. With that, Mu Xian began to dissect the 2 jungle tigers. As leader-level beasts, their bodies were filled with valuable materials, including tiger skin, meat, bones, whiskers, blood, and eyes, each possessing unique properties that Mu Xian would not overlook. Particularly noteworthy was the tiger whisker, regarded as one of the most valuable items, renowned for its potent medicinal properties, worth at least 1 million. Observing Mu Xian as he meticulously separated the tiger's skin and flesh, gathered its bones and blood, and sliced the tiger whip, Chen Yunqi interjected. Mu Xian, how will you carry all of this back? Fear not, for I possess my own ingenious methods. Mu Xian replied with a cheerful grin. In no time, a several hundred-pound jungle tiger was dissected into various materials. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, a charming silver-gray kitten leaped forth, meowing inquisitively. Mu Xian gestured towards the tiger's skin, flesh, bones, blood, and whip at his feet, instructing, little kitten, please gather these. They are valuable materials, which I shall roast for you to enjoy later. Upon hearing the promise of a roasted meal, the space raccoon became instantly elated. A flicker of light flashed, and all the items on the ground vanished, absorbed into its spatial realm. The little kitten's spatial area currently held only 3 cubic meters. So Mu Xian had to select the most valuable parts of the jungle tiger. At this moment, Chen Yunqi's mouth fell open in astonishment. What had she just witnessed? The tiger's parts had vanished so mysteriously. Wait, it's this raccoon beast. Finally, Chen Yunqi realized, understanding that this was a spatial-type beast. The legendary spatial-type beast. She had never anticipated that this fabled prodigy from the 9th middle school not only formed a contract with a rare elemental life, but had also contracted an even rarer spatial-type beast. This revelation was even more shocking than Mu Xian slaying 2 jungle tigers. Spatial-type beast? Chen Yunqi gazed at Mu Xian, curiosity tinged with disbelief. Mu Xian nodded with a smile. Chen Yunqi, which parts of the jungle tiger do you require? Feeling a bit shy, Chen Yunqi looked at Mu Xian and softly replied, just the same as you. Mu Xian nodded, skillfully removing the tiger's skin, followed by the whip, collecting the blood, and gathering the bones. Chen Yunqi watched, her scalp tingling. As the cherished jewel of the Qin family, she had never witnessed such a scene. Mu Xian, does your family run a slaughterhouse? Just call me Mu Xian, he chuckled. I don't run a slaughterhouse, it's merely a matter of practice making perfect. As Chen Yunqi observed this handsome, yet modest young man, she felt an increasing air of mystery surrounding him. The rumors in town suggested that Mu Xian's luck was the reason he contracted elemental life. But now it seemed utterly ridiculous. Could luck truly allow one to contract a spatial-type beast? Could luck account for swiftly elevating one's beast to commander level and effortlessly slaying 2 jungle tigers? Could luck enable someone to dissect a demon beast without a hint of trepidation? Mu Xian, which beast academy do you plan to apply to? Chen Yunqi asked. Her curiosity piqued. Mu Xian gazed skyward. Perhaps the Eternal Academy. Eternal Academy? Chen Yunqi nodded gently, realizing that only this premier institution of the Dragon Kingdom would befit such a genius as him. Mu Xian smiled. Do not underestimate yourself, in my eyes. You are also a genius. He referred to the second beast Chen Yunqi had contracted, the Moon Shadow Spider, a renowned moonlight-type beast he had long heard of. Marveling at the Chun family's wealth, legend had it that the Moon Shadow Spider was favored by the Moon Goddess, capable of absorbing moonlight to become invisible, and under moonlight, its combat prowess would significantly enhance, making it the ruler of moonlit nights. Naturally, such a powerful beast was exceedingly rare and commanded a staggering price. Each juvenile Moon Shadow Spider was valued at no less than 100 million. Furthermore, various online sources revealed that the Moon Shadow Spider possessed a king-level bloodline, with extraordinary contractual requirements, each juvenile exhibiting its unique personality. Chen Yunqi's ability to contract the Moon Shadow Spider undoubtedly marked her as a true prodigy. Feeling increasingly bashful, Chen Yunqi remarked, I'm not nearly as impressive as you say. After half an hour, Chen Yunqi's jungle tiger was finally fully dissected, with the materials temporarily stored with Mu Xian. Mu Xian, I must take my leave, Chen Yunqi said reluctantly. She felt particularly at ease in his company, free from the burden of scrutinizing gazes and the incessant flattery from others. In Mu Xian's presence, she felt like an ordinary person, granting her an entirely different sense of comfort. Mu Xian nodded gently. Go then. With this jungle tiger, your results will surely be commendable. Yes. Chen Yunxi nodded softly, signaling for the overseer in the sky. As for Mu Xian, he continued hunting demon beasts in the northern mountains, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity and determined to hunt as many as possible. Soon, Mu Xian ventured deeper, and if observed from above, he would undoubtedly be the furthest person into the northern mountains, nearly reaching the main ridge of the Dragon Gate Mountains. At midday, Mu Xian suddenly spotted a peculiar demon beast, a vitality rabbit of merely elite second rank. The peculiarity lay in the fact that elite vitality rabbits were exceedingly rare in these deep northern mountains, practically non-existent. Moreover, this particular vitality rabbit not only frolicked energetically, but was also significantly more robust than any he had previously encountered. As Mu Xian approached within approximately 50 meters of the vitality rabbit, the information panel finally materialized, bringing him immense joy. Dragon Force Rabbit, Species, Rabbit Rank, Elite Second Level Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Exceptional Skills, Lively. Dragon Power Description: a fortunate vitality rabbit that has undergone mutation from absorbing a small amount of the Dragon Blood Fruit tree's dispersed power, containing a hint of Dragon Bloodline, with considerable potential. Seeing the information about the Dragon Force Rabbit, Mu Xian was ecstatic. The Dragon Blood Fruit tree was a miraculous spirit capable of bearing Dragon Blood Fruits. Most importantly, the Dragon Blood Fruit contained the essence of true dragon power, serving as a rare spiritual fruit that could transform a beast into a dragon type, and was also the primary material for lower-tier beasts to evolve into dragon types. Although this Dragon Force Rabbit had mutated, its rank remained elite second level, indicating it had recently absorbed the power of the Dragon Blood Fruit tree, which hinted that the tree was on the verge of maturing and bearing fruit. Mu Xian silently retreated, careful not to disturb the Dragon Force Rabbit. Preparing to stealthily follow it back to its lair, he waited patiently, resembling a hunter with great perseverance. Finally, after over an hour, the Dragon Force Rabbit returned to its den. Mu Xian quietly trailed behind, and with the aid of the information panel, he was sure not to lose his way. After 20 minutes of following the rabbit, he soon spotted a colossal tree that obscured the sky, emanating a majestic aura. As Mu Xian approached, he finally observed that atop the great tree, 12 golden-red fruits glimmered, exuding a peculiar fragrance. The Dragon Blood Fruit tree. The Dragon Blood Fruits. Mu Xian was overjoyed, never having anticipated such fortune in this 9th inter-school examination, discovering the Dragon Blood tree deep within the northern mountains. In truth, Mu Xian was entirely unaware that he had already stepped beyond the confines of the northern mountains and into the depths of the Dragon Gate Mountains. He proceeded cautiously, knowing that rare spiritual trees and fruits were invariably guarded by demon beasts, and the precious Dragon Blood Fruit tree would undoubtedly attract fierce guardians. Indeed, through the information panel, Mu Xian detected over a dozen contracted beasts, but the details displayed on the panel left him astounded. Thunderbolt Wolf, Species, Lightning-type Wolf Rank, Lord 9th Level Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Elite Skills, Thunderstorm, Lightning Cage, Thunderclaw. Thunderstep Description: a powerful demon beast residing deep within the Dragon Gate Mountains, the undisputed ruler of the surrounding 100 miles. Approach with caution. Powerful Demon Ape, Species, Strength-type Demon Ape Rank, Lord 9th Level Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Exceptional Skills, Mighty Fist, Frenzied State, Mountain Crushing. Ape Roar Description: a demon beast born for battle. It rampages through the world, unstoppable. It cannot survive without its madness. However, in its severely injured state, its strength has significantly diminished. Iron Feather Dark Golden Eagle, Emerald Dragon Python, Chapter 023, 1 by 1, and another. In the distance, Mu Xian observed the emergence of 7 or 8 figures within his line of sight. Swallowing hard as he finally discerned the unsettling truth, the beasts surrounding the Dragon Blood Fruit tree were all formidable creatures, at least level 7 in rank. Among them were not only beasts with unique bloodlines, but also particularly peculiar entities, especially the immense strength demon ape, towering at an astonishing 7 to 8 meters, resembling a small mountain radiating an aura of oppressive might. In comparison, the beast cultivated by the Dark Alliance's Lin Yin was utterly trivial. It seemed I had ventured deep into the heart of the Longmen mountain range. What should I do? With so many high-tier beasts, am I truly to retreat? The prospect of the treasure eluding my grasp was simply too lamentable. Anxiety began to well within Xuan. He understood that the longer he lingered, the more perilous his situation became, for no one could predict whether a Lord-level beast might emerge from behind him. Wait a moment. It seems I could instruct the little cat to act opportunistically. Xuan quickly devised a plan, as the Spatial Raccoon was a beast of the Spatial attribute, and he had already confirmed that no beast capable of suppressing spatial powers was present. He could indeed allow the little cat to stealthily harvest a dragon blood fruit. He summoned the Spatial Raccoon and conveyed his thoughts, only to be met with immediate reluctance. Meow, meow, meow. Too dangerous. I want to go. Xuan rolled his eyes. I'm not asking you to confront those Lord-level beasts. Your target is the dragon blood fruit, you know? Wait for the right moment. When those beasts are preoccupied fighting over the fruit, and snatch one back. Meow, meow? No. Faced with this obstinacy, Xuan pondered a different approach and suddenly recalled the little creature's gluttonous nature, which sparked an idea. Little cat, this dragon blood fruit is meant for you. If you manage to procure one, you can evolve into a dragon-type beast. Upon hearing this, the little rascal finally showed interest, hesitating for several seconds before nodding in agreement, leaving Xuan speechless. Had he known this would be the case, he needn't have expended so much effort. Soon, a simple plan was laid out, and the Spatial Raccoon vanished in an instant, slipping into the void. Observing this, Xuan nodded approvingly before retreating several hundred meters, hiding behind a large tree, silently awaiting the raccoon's actions. He held considerable confidence in the little cat. As a spatial beast, it was the most elusive among the ranks, far surpassing the exceedingly rare gravity, time, domain, and field attribute creatures. The fragrant aroma emanating from the dragon blood fruit tree intensified, drawing an increasing number of Lord-level beasts from all directions. Xuan estimated there to be at least 30. Fortunately, he was situated towards the northern mountain, where the Lord-level beasts had been cleared out by the teachers from the 9 major schools, thus presenting no immediate danger. After more than 2 hours, the strange phenomenon reached a certain threshold before abruptly vanishing. In that instant, the beasts descended into chaos, vying fiercely for the dragon blood fruit. The first to strike was none other than the iron-feathered dark gold eagle, which darted through the air at incredible speed, snatching a dragon blood fruit before attempting to flee. However, it hardly managed to ascend when a barrage of wind blades, unleashed by the Lord-level wind and fired song eagle, targeted it. On the ground, the actions of the iron-feathered dark gold eagle shattered the tenuous balance, causing all beasts to surge towards the dragon blood fruit tree. The 2 peak-level Lord Thunderstorm Wolves and the Strength Demon Ape erupted in fury, unleashing their formidable skills and sending any beast daring to claim the dragon blood fruit flying. The scene was utter pandemonium. Amidst this turmoil, a small, silvery gray beast materialized from the void and perched upon the trunk of the dragon blood fruit tree, seizing the opportunity to stealthily pluck a fruit while the high-tier beasts were embroiled in chaos. The little creature's eyes darted around, ensuring no one noticed its actions, and emboldened, it proceeded to snatch a second and then a third fruit. Just as it reached for a 4th fruit, the Strength Demon Ape finally caught sight of it, unleashing a terrifying roar that echoed for miles. The shockwave from its bellow reverberated through the air, dislodging the little creature from the tree. Just as it appeared destined to fall, the void flickered, and its form vanished in an instant. This sudden turn of events enraged the Strength Demon Ape, which began to lash out indiscriminately at the surrounding beasts. In mere moments, a Lord-level beast was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, sustaining severe injuries. From a nearby tree, Xuan observed the brutal scene beneath the dragon blood fruit tree and inhaled sharply, relieved that he had not succumbed to rashness. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. It was the Spatial Raccoon returning, looking quite fearful, which eased Xuan's concerns. Little cat, did you manage to steal the dragon blood fruit? The little creature lifted its head, as if to say, how could a Spatial Raccoon fail? Then, it began to produce one dragon blood fruit after another from its spatial pocket. Dragon blood fruit. Rank, Lord-level applicable range, dragon, subdragon, serpent. And flesh-type beast description, a rare spiritual fruit imbued with a trace of true dragon power, essential for low-tier beasts to evolve into dragon-type beasts. Direct consumption also carries a chance of transforming into a dragon-type beast, gaining dragon lineage and enhancing bloodline potential. Note, the fragrance emitted by mature dragon blood fruits has a strong allure for beasts. 3 dragon blood fruits. Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, casting a different look at the little cat. Little cat, put them away. We must leave swiftly. With the 3 dragon blood fruits in hand, Xuan could already sense the wrath of the high-tier beasts. Lingering here could very well expose them. Without delay, Muxian, accompanied by the Ice Crystal Spirit and the Spatial Raccoon, made a hasty exit. Soon, a remarkably vibrant butterfly alighted upon the branch where they had just rested, emitting a peculiar sound. As the sun began to set, dusk approached, and the joint examination of the 9 schools neared its conclusion. At the entrance, students emerged in groups, their expressions ranging from exuberance to dejection or even silent contemplation. In School 1, Zhao Siwei earned 18,500 points. In School 3, He Busi secured 21,100 points. In School 8, Zhang Chengming amassed 44,300 points. Watching the steadily rising scores of his own institution, the principal of School 8 laughed heartily. Old Lin, how come your school has so few points? Didn't you say there was a lucky lad who contracted an elemental life nearby? The principal of School 7 chuckled. Old Lin, we thought you were a formidable rival. Who knew you were just a decorative pillow? Lin Xuan snorted dismissively. What is there to be proud of? That lad hasn't emerged yet. Once he does, I assure you, you'll be left astounded. Is that so? The principal of School 8 replied with a grin. It won't be easy to leave us astounded. Our Zhang Qingming has hunted a level 4 commander beast, along with 30 other beasts. I find it hard to believe anyone can surpass him. As twilight deepened and nightfall approached, impatience grew among the crowd. Only 3 individuals remained unaccounted for in the Northern Mountain. Chapter 024. Mu Xian's Unexpected Outcome. What are the circumstances surrounding Zhuge Qing from School 2, Feng Zitao from School 4, and Mu Xian from School 9? Had they perhaps lost their way? Was anyone dispatched to find them? If this delay continued, the city gates might soon close. At this point, even the leaders of the Education Bureau were growing anxious, questioning the principals of the 9 major schools. They might have ventured too deep, Lin Xuanya explained, bracing himself. The principal of School 8 merely smiled. With their capabilities, do you really think they could have penetrated the Longmen mountain range? As soon as he spoke, several principals burst into laughter, save for the principal of School 5. Hua Qingwei, who appeared contemplative. She recalled that their school's top prot Ji, Qin Yunxi, once revealed that Mu Xian from School 9 was exceptionally gifted, capable of effortlessly slaying a level 6 jungle tiger. Grandfather, do you think Mu Xian is in trouble? Lin Susu expressed her concern as she glanced at the northern mountain entrance. Although Lin Xuanya felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of composure, responding, It should be fine. I observed that lad, and he seems to possess a certain level of prudence. Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter. Let us hope so. Lin Susu murmured as she fixed her gaze on the entrance. In the 5th formation, Chun Yunxi occasionally looked towards the northern mountain entrance, drawing playful remarks from her close friend. Chun Yunxi, come clean. Have you developed feelings for him? After exiting the northern mountain, Chun Yunxi briefly recounted the events, prompting her friend's teasing. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Chun Yunxi retorted, We've only met once. How could I possibly like him? Her friend, Ning Ruoxue, who, like Chun Yunxi, hailed from a prominent family in Jinhua City, was known for her beauty and exceptional talent, earning her the title of one of the 2 floral gems of the 5th school. With a mischievous smile, Ning Ruoxue teased, Did you not say he rescued you? It seems quite natural to pledge your heart in return. You are insufferable. Chun Yunxi laughed in mock reproach. Amidst their playful banter, Chun Yunxi suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the northern mountain. Was it not the very Mu Xian she had encountered before? Mu Xian himself had not anticipated the sudden appearance of beasts after dusk, having slain 17 of them and carved a bloody path. He finally stepped out of the northern mountain. Mu Xian, you have finally emerged. Lin Susu rushed forward, relieved to see him, albeit somewhat disheveled, yet unharmed. Mu Xian, now that you're here, let us see your accomplishments. The principal of the 8th school, Shen Hang, remarked jovially. I am quite curious to witness the achievements that could surpass those of my 8th grade students. Observing the scene, Lin Xuanya smiled lightly. Mu Xian, this is Principal Shen Hang from the 8th school. We were just discussing how many points you might accumulate. The best score from the 8th school currently stands at 44,000 points. Mu Xian turned to Principal Shen with a smile. Hello, Principal Shen. If it is merely 44,000 points, then it pales in comparison to my own. As he spoke, Mu Xian untied the leather strap from his back, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, he dramatically poured out a multitude of beast ears. Here they are. It should far exceed your 44,000. Mu Xian chuckled lightly. Principal Shen fell silent, having spotted the left ear of a jungle tiger among the numerous ears, which had achieved a rank of Commander Level 6. Alongside the Commander Level 6 jungle tiger were also Commander Level 5 windstorm leopards and rampaging giant bears, with a plethora of Commander Level 4 beasts, over 60 in total, each at least Elite Level 9, culminating in a staggering total score of 63,900. Goodness, this cannot be real. 63,000 points? How many commander-level beasts did he slay? Over 50 commander levels. What do you think? He is too formidable. Compared to him, my 20,000 points seem insignificant. You are fortunate. I only have 8,000 points. As Mu Xian's results were revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to believe that a student could achieve such feats. Yet the evidence of the beast ears left no room for doubt. Principal Xuan was left speechless, the reality of the situation hitting him like a whirlwind. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, turning to Principal Xuan with a grin. Old Xuan, what do you think of my studentess achievements? I told you before, yet you were skeptical. Surely, you believe me now? Principal Xuan remained silent. Lin Xuan then addressed Principal Su from the 7th school. Old Su, you seemed rather doubtful earlier. Did you not? It is a pity we did not wager, otherwise. The leaders of the Education Bureau, upon witnessing Mu Xian's score, expressed their delight, offering words of encouragement. Just then, 2 flying beast riders approached from the distance, each carrying a student, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the crowd. What is happening? The principal of the 2nd school rushed forward, anxious. The inspectors shook their heads. By the time we arrived, the bodies were already cold. How could this happen? The principal of the 4th school sighed, casting his gaze upon the mangled body cradled by one of the inspectors. Due to the unfortunate demise of 2 students, the final award ceremony of the joint examination was cancelled, and everyone returned to the school for counseling. What a mess. Mu Xian. Chun Kong lamented to Mu Xian, now all your hard-earned resources have gone to waste. Mu Xian chuckled, shaking his head. I doubt it. The city lord's manor won't miss these resources. They need to ascertain whether those 2 were indeed victims of beasts or of humans. Humans? Are you suggesting someone else is involved? Chun Kong exclaimed. Mu Xian sighed softly, indeed. In the wilderness, the greatest danger does not stem from the beasts, but from our own kind. During his time in the South Mountain Secret Realm, he had encountered other beast tamers, but he had always managed to avoid them thanks to his information panel. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of unease, as if something significant were about to unfold. As he gazed at the bustling Jinhua city, a feeling of ominous tranquility washed over him, akin to the calm before a storm. As the moon ascended into the night sky, and the clock struck 7, Mu Xian, having returned to Jinhua city, was preparing to head home when he heard a faint tremor, followed by a piercing alarm that echoed throughout the city. This is a citywide alert. Enemies are invading? What is happening? How could this be so sudden? It is a beast tide. The beast tide is upon us. At that moment, the principal of the 9th school, along with a throng of school leaders, seemed to have received urgent news, suddenly calling out, we have just received orders from the city lord's manor. All students and elite beast tamers from the 9th school, follow me to support the northern wall. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, declaring, the beast tide has struck unexpectedly. This is no natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. We are the beast tamers of Jinhua City, and we shall fight for our city. We must defend our beloved Jinhua City. A cry erupted from the crowd, igniting their fervor as they rallied behind the call to protect their home, brimming with youthful zeal. Yet, Mu Xian understood that this confrontation with the beast tide would likely incur heavy casualties among their ranks, and many of these student soldiers might not return. Kongzi, stay close to me. Mu Xian instructed Chun Kong beside him, knowing that if this lad were to fall, he would have no one to reclaim the 20,000 he had lent him. Upon hearing this, Chun Kong was profoundly moved, nearly throwing himself at Mu Xian, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In an instant, they were whisked away to the western city wall, without even a moment to eat. It was then that they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In the evening, an overwhelming horde of beasts emerged from the western outskirts of Jinhua City, led by a towering, peak-level beast king, a dark dragon. In a state of panic, the entire city mobilized to organize defenses and summon reinforcements. And the students from the beast taming school were naturally summoned as well. Fortunately, due to their relatively lower strength, they were only tasked with guarding the 3rd defensive line at the northern gate, intercepting the stray beasts. Brother Xian, we will be all right? Chun Kong asked anxiously. Of course. We just need to focus on our own duties. Mu Xian replied, casting his gaze towards the western direction. The true hotspot of the impending disaster, the front line facing the beast tide. This is Blue Star, where beneath the flourishing civilization of beast tamers, internal and external strife looms ominously. Mu Xian felt a deep yearning for the earth he had left behind. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the western side. Dazzling lights and shadows flickering in tandem with the roars of the beasts. The battle had commenced. Kongzi, prepare yourself. The beasts will surely shift towards our side. Mu Xian cautioned. his ice crystal spirit already poised for action. Understood. Chun Kong nodded vigorously, and the powerful frog beneath him croaked loudly. Not far away, Mu Xian's classmates were also bracing themselves for the impending confrontation with the demon beasts. Indeed, it wasn't long before a portion of the beasts circled around to Mu Xian's side, and suddenly, shouts and roars erupted from the first line of defense ahead. The primary force at the northern city wall consisted of high-ranking principal-level beast tamers. Although they were few in number, their combat prowess was formidable, tasked with intercepting the beast kings and lord-level monsters. The second line of defense comprised the school teachers, whose abilities varied greatly, with some being lord-level and others merely commander-level. Finally, it was Mu Xian and his companions' turn to take a stand. Before long, hundreds of demon beasts had breached the first two lines of defense, surging towards the city wall, causing the students stationed there to tense up. Fortunately, having experienced significant battles, Mu Xian remained unfazed by the sight of the hundreds of beasts. As he watched a demon beast charge towards the wall, his ice crystal spirit sprang into action without needing to be commanded. Ice crystal explosion. With a sharp crack, the area where the beast stood erupted violently, sending 3 demon beasts crashing back to the ground. Well done, Xiangu, Chun Kong shouted. Focus on the battle below and stop staring at me. Mu Xian rolled his eyes, irritated that his companion was distracted at such a critical moment. Oh! Chun Kong quickly turned his head, but just then, a dark black venomous spider leaped out and landed squarely on his face. Ah, save me, Xiangu! Chun Kong cried out in distress. His powerful frog unleashed a punch that finally sent the venomous spider flying, rescuing Chun Kong, but in that instant, Chun Kang's face was smeared with black blood, indicating he had been severely poisoned. What a fool! Mu Xian cursed silently and decisively commanded, Xiao Ling, exhale some cold air to stabilize Chun Kang's condition. Xiao Mao, eliminate that black venomous spider. Utilizing the cold air to stabilize Chun Kang's injuries was already the extent of Mu Xian's compassion. He needed to kill the black venomous spider swiftly, as its venom was highly potent. If left unchecked, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. Xiao Mao flickered through the air, appearing above the black venomous spider, and with a swift swipe of its claws, it obliterated the spider's head. Seeing the spider's demise, Mu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and dragged Chun Kong to the side, defending 2 segments of the city wall. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit was exceptionally powerful. Its spells formidable, continuously repelling, knocking down, and slaying the demon beasts that surged onto the wall. In just half an hour, over 50 beasts had perished at its hands. However, the other students were not faring as well. Faced with the relentless onslaught of demon beasts, they soon found themselves in peril, with casualties beginning to mount. In merely an hour and a half, the western city wall had already reported 4 dead and 9 injured. The brutal combat raged on. Despite having 2 lines of defense ahead, the number of beasts climbing the city wall only increased. Eventually, even the auxiliary girls had to step in to assist. This is utterly untenable. Mu Xian gritted his teeth. These beasts are too scattered, making it difficult for Xiao Ling to unleash her full potential. It seems I must head to the second line of defense, where the beasts are more densely packed. With one skill, Xiao Ling could annihilate or injure dozens of them, potentially alleviating the pressure on the third line of defense. Indeed, that is the course of action. With this thought, Mu Xian leaped without hesitation, jumping straight down from the city wall towards the second line of defense. Mu Xian, where are you going? Lin Susu, who was overseeing the battle from a distance, exclaimed in surprise. I'm heading to the second line of defense. Mu Xian waved his hand, leaving Lin Susu stunned and speechless. Soon, after covering several dozen meters, Mu Xian arrived at the second line of defense, which indeed appeared far more dire than the situation on the city wall, with over 1,000 demon beasts congregated there. The second line of defense was already on the brink of collapse. Who are you? The commander of the second line of defense immediately took notice of Mu Xian's arrival. I am Mu Xian, a student from 9th High School, responsible for the third line of defense, but I believe the second line is more suited for my abilities. Mu Xian declared loudly, gesturing towards his ice crystal spirit. Meanwhile, the space raccoon had already concealed itself within the void, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ice elemental life? You are the talented student Mu Xian that old coot Lin Xinyi spoke of? You have guts. The commander nodded lightly. The ice crystal spirit is indeed more suited for large-scale magical attacks. Keeping you at the third line is truly inappropriate. Then I shall choose my position. Mu Xian quickly selected a spot and commanded, Xiao Ling, unleash your full power. The ice crystal spirit seemed to grow excited, the cold air beginning to swirl. In an instant, a swirling ice tornado erupted, ensnaring dozens of low-tier commander-level demon beasts within its grasp. Cough, 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 the results are somewhat below expectations. Chapter 026, Golden Armored Flame Dragon, Defense Breached. With Mu Xian's maneuver, a wave of cheers erupted. Bravo! As expected of an elemental life, the execution is extraordinary. Is this Mu Xian from 9th High? Well done. Mu Xian smiled faintly. This sensation was exactly what he had hoped for. The densely packed demon beasts were indeed ideal for the Ice Crystal Spirit's capabilities. Thereafter, the Ice Crystal Spirit did not disappoint. An ice crystal explosion cleared a small area, while an ice tornado swept away dozens of beasts. A standard extreme cold freeze immobilized a large group of demon beasts, creating an opportunity for others to concentrate their fire. In just half an hour, everyone was astonished to discover that the number of demon beasts had significantly decreased. Indeed, it is a rare elemental life. It's practically a mobile artillery, the commander of the second line of defense exclaimed. With the density of demon beasts diminishing, the beast tamers on the defense line finally breathed a sigh of relief, able to treat their wounds while still finding time to converse. For instance, a middle-aged man beside Mu Xian gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Young man, you're doing great." "Not at all. It's all thanks to the spirit's efforts." Mu Xian replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. However, respite is always fleeting. Not long after, a shout erupted from the first line of defense, Old Xuan. In the next moment, a massive wave of demon beasts surged forth, causing everyone to tense up. They all understood that a segment of the front line had fallen. Sure enough, shouts soon followed. Abandon the first line of defense. Fall back to the second line, quickly. Before long, a dozen figures returned in disarray, each wounded, as thousands of demon beasts poured in, significantly increasing the pressure on everyone at the second line of defense. The principal. At this moment, Mu Xian spotted his principal, Lin Xianyi, and gasped in surprise. Lin Xianyi appeared quite disheveled, and, upon seeing Mu Xian, was momentarily taken aback before calling out, "Mu Xian, quickly retreat to the city wall. A Beast King level demon beast has appeared ahead." Beast King level? Mu Xian exclaimed in shock. The strong individuals who had retreated from the first line of defense began to take action, finally stabilizing the precarious second line of defense. Yet, everyone knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. Without dealing with the Beast King level demon beast, the second line would undoubtedly collapse. Indeed, Mu Xian soon caught sight of an extraordinarily towering figure, standing a full 10 meters high, radiating an aura of madness. Golden Armored Flame Dragon species, Metal and Fire Elemental Earth Dragon rank, Beast King Level 2 Bloodline, Beast King quality, Elite skills, Golden Armored Defense, Thorn Armor, Flame Dragon Fist. Rapid Charge, Dragon Flame Roar description. Originally a Beast King level demon beast residing deep within the secret realm of flying dragons, it possesses immense attack and defense capabilities. However, due to the ceiling of the realm being lifted, it was lured by the Dark Dragon and the Thousand Souls incense to assault Jinhua City. Upon witnessing the 10-meter-tall golden armored flame dragon, Mu Xian was instantly astounded. This Earth Dragon-type beast was terrifyingly powerful, boasting 5 skills and 3 primary attributes. Without a corresponding Beast King level beast tamer, it could easily breach all 3 lines of defense. Lin Xianyi sighed as he gazed at the golden armored flame dragon, stating, "The principal from 8 High was just swallowed whole by that beast." "What? Principal Xuan is dead?" Mu Xian exclaimed, astonished. Based on his assessment, Principal Xuan was at least a high-ranking lord, and likely had 3 beast companions, yet he was unable to withstand even a few attacks from the golden armored flame dragon. Lin Xuanya nodded gently, taking a deep breath as he spoke. "Mu Xian, listen carefully. If we fail in our alliance, you must withdraw immediately. Survival is paramount. It presents the only chance for redemption." "Principal, does Jinhuiqing not possess any Beast King level beast tamers?" Lin Xuanya shook his head, responding, "There are 3 such beast tamers in Jinhuiqing, but they are currently locked in a standoff with that dark dragon. I never anticipated that this beast tide would unleash such a multitude of Beast King level creatures. It seems Jinhuiqing has yet to grasp the full extent of the truth. The Flying Dragon Secret Realm, could it be a sealed domain? Has it been unsealed and manipulated by the Beast God cult, thus giving rise to this beast tide?" Through the information panel, Mu Xian had already discerned the sinister plot behind it and harbored a deep-seated contempt for the Beast God cult, deeming them utterly inhumane and deserving of annihilation. On a certain hillside outside the western city, a group of individuals clad in black displayed expressions of exhilaration as they beheld Jinhuiqing teetering on the brink of destruction. Once the city fell, they would undoubtedly be rewarded by their headquarters, granting them power, status, and wealth within their grasp. Report to the High Priest. The 3 Beast King level experts of Jinhuiqing are retreating under the assault of the Dark Dragon. Additionally, the Golden Armored Blazing Dragon and Frost Dragon Wolf are attacking the southern and northern gates, respectively, and are expected to breach the city within half an hour. Report to the High Priest. Reinforcements from Zhuzhou and Lishui, comprising Beast King level tamers, have already set out and are expected to arrive in an hour. The High Priest's voice, both triumphant and aged, rang out. To breach the city within half an hour. Excellent. Lu Xiaodian, I shall ensure you witness the gradual destruction of all that you hold dear. At that moment, Mu Xian noticed the introduction of the golden armored blazing dragon, lured by the Thousand Souls fragrance, advancing towards Jinhuiqing. Could it be that these beasts were all enticed by this so-called Thousand Souls fragrance? This is the beast god cult's method, inciting the beasts to madness through a specific scent. Wait a moment, Thousand Souls fragrance? Could it be akin to the dragon blood fruit, capable of inciting the beasts to desire possession at any cost? If that is the case, my dragon blood fruit might just hold the key to alleviating this beast tide. Mu Xian's eyes gleamed with determination, at the very least. It could mitigate the intensity of this invasion. With this thought, Mu Xian suddenly seized Principal Lin Xuanya, who was about to engage the golden armored blazing dragon. Principal, I possess something that may weaken the beast tide, though I am uncertain of its efficacy. What is it? Lin Xuanya inquired, intrigued. Mu Xian contemplated briefly before producing a crimson gold fruit, the dragon blood fruit. Lin Xuanya stood in stunned silence for a moment before exclaiming, Is this the dragon blood fruit? Where did you acquire it? Quickly, conceal it. Mu Xian replied earnestly, Principal, do you think if we were to circulate this dragon blood fruit outside the city, it could lead some of the beasts away? Lin Xuanya remained rooted in place before suddenly slapping his thigh. Indeed, it could. Even the golden armored blazing dragon would be drawn away. Hand me the dragon blood fruit. I shall lure the beasts. Lin Xuanya stated calmly. Mu Xian nodded and handed the dragon blood fruit to him. Lin Xuanya summoned an 8th tier wind Qingyan and mounted it. He turned to Mu Xian with a serious expression. Mu Xian, I will ensure the safe return of this dragon blood fruit. Shortly thereafter, a remarkable scene unfolded. The ferocious golden armored blazing dragon seemed to catch a whiff of something and abruptly broke away from the second line of defense, pursuing a certain direction. Immediately after, numerous lord-level beasts also detected the scent and ceased their assault on the city, heading northward, leaving the defenders of the second line in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Only Mu Xian understood. It was the effect of the dragon blood fruit. Chapter 027. 3 dragon blood fruits changed the course of battle. What transpired? The commander of the second line asked, bewildered. Indeed, what is happening? The principal of the first high school queried, perplexed. I just saw old Lin riding his wind Qingyan away, and then the golden armored blazing dragon followed suit. Could it be that old Lin did something? Speculated the principal of the second high school. Mu Xian pondered. He knew that the peril facing Jinhuiqing was far from over, for the dark dragon still loomed, along with other beast king level creatures. Therefore, the best course of action was undoubtedly to utilize the remaining 2 dragon blood fruits. Without hesitation, Mu Xian suddenly appeared among the numerous high-ranking beast tamers, meeting their focused gazes with a slight smile as he produced 2 dragon blood fruits. The principal used this to lure away the golden armored blazing dragon. The principal of the first high school's pupils dilated in shock. Is this the dragon blood fruit? The principal of the second high school exclaimed in delight. The dragon blood fruit? The legendary fruit that contains immense dragon power, potentially allowing a beast tamer to inherit the dragon's bloodline. Mu Xian nodded, asserting, esteemed principals, I believe that relying solely on the dragon blood fruit in Principal Lin's possession is insufficient to resolve the crisis in Jinhuiqing. All present were astute and quickly grasped the implications of Mu Xian's words. The principal of the first high school laughed heartily. Mu Xian is correct. As the principal of the first high school, I shall take the lead, for I happen to have a flying-type beast. The principal of the second high school offered a wry smile. It seems I am out of luck. I lack a flying-type beast and cannot draw away those creatures. Everyone understood the risks involved in using the dragon blood fruit to lure the beasts. It could very well lead to unforeseen consequences, potentially resulting in the loss of their lives. I will go. A steadfast voice suddenly rang out. It was the principal of the fifth high school, Hua Qingwei. Without waiting for Mu Xian to speak, the principals of the first high school, Su Zhengqing, and the fifth high school, Hua Qingwei, each seized a dragon blood fruit and mounted their beasts, soaring towards the northern and western city directions. Mu Xian, This dragon blood fruit is merely a temporary loan. Should it be unfortunate enough to be lost, I, Su Zhengqing, shall compensate you with another. As his words fell, Mu Xian nodded earnestly. Principal Su, you must return safely. If Lin Xuanye and Hua Qingwei had a fair chance of survival, then the principal of the first high school, Su Zhengqing, venturing towards the western battlefield to lure the dark dragon away, was undoubtedly facing a perilous fate. At this very moment, the second line of defense had been breached, and the northern city defense was on the brink of collapse when a sudden turn of events unfolded. Everyone was astonished to observe the previously frenzied ice frost dragon wolf, which had been attacking the city walls, abruptly change its course of attack. It then forsook the walls of Jinhuiqing, heading towards the southern mountain, disappearing into the darkness, leaving countless spectators in disbelief. Before long, even a multitude of high-tier lord-level beasts abandoned their assault on Jinhuiqing, surging towards the southern mountain. On the city wall, the defenders exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. In the western battlefield, terrifying energy was unleashed, nearly altering the surrounding terrain, as the 4 Beast King-level experts engaged in fierce combat within the city walls. Yet the grim reality was that the 9th-tier Dark Dragon was nearly overwhelming the 3 Beast King-level experts of Jinhuiqing. Were it not for a healing-type beast assisting from the sidelines, the 3 experts might have already perished. Suddenly, in that moment, the Dark Dragon seemed to sense something, abandoning its assault on the 3 human Beast King-level tamers and charging toward a certain direction in the west. At this instant, the 3 human beast tamers, previously on the defensive, showed no hesitation and swiftly retaliated. No one had anticipated that the tides of battle would shift so dramatically in an instant. Yet only a handful were aware that 3 rare fruits had altered the fate of Jinhuiqing. Humans, do not follow me. The dark dragon roared, sensing the aura of the dragon blood fruit. No one knew that the dragon blood fruit also possessed the ability to purify the bloodlines of dragons. Dark dragon, you shall not leave this place, declared Lu Xiaotian, the city lord of Jinhuiqing, coldly. Damn it! From a distant and inconspicuous hillside, the black-clad figures remained. Yet they had already witnessed the upheaval in the western battlefield. Damn it, what transpired? Why did the dark dragon suddenly abandon its assault on Jinhuiqing and the northern and southern gates? Why has there been such a sudden silence? Quick, investigate what changes have occurred. The aged priest bellowed in fury, the abrupt turn of events instilling within him a profound sense of unease. He sensed that the beast tide, meticulously orchestrated over 3 years, was slipping beyond his grasp. Barely had his words faded when a cloaked figure burst into the room. Report, esteemed priest. The golden armored flame dragon has inexplicably gone out of control. A multitude of lord-level high-tier beasts have broken free from the Thousand Souls Incense's influence and are surging towards the northern mountain. The reason remains unknown. Shortly thereafter, yet another cloaked figure rushed in. Report, esteemed priest. The frost dragon wolf has also inexplicably lost control, with some lord-level high-tier beasts breaking away from the beast tide, heading towards the southern mountain. The reason is still unknown. Following this, a third cloaked figure dashed in. Report, esteemed priest. The dark dragon has inexplicably gone rogue, attempting to seek something, but has been intercepted by the 3 leaders of Golden Flower City. Upon hearing these reports, the aged priest was instantly engulfed in rage. Damn it. These 3 beasts are more hindrance than help. Damn. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. No sooner had he spoken than yet another cloaked figure rushed in. Report, esteemed priest. A Beast King-level beastmaster from Suzhou has slain Lord Black Snake and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The aged priest staggered backward, exclaiming, Black Snake is dead. How can this be possible? No one knew that Black Snake was his very own son, and the sudden news of his demise was a dagger to his heart, leaving him in utter shock. Help me up, I can still fight. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and he instantly appeared even more aged. Fighting was now a distant thought, and survival itself was in question. In that moment, the high-ranking officials of the Beast God Sect's Golden Flower City division exchanged bewildered glances, collectively feeling a sense of despair. At the northern defensive line, as the last beast fell, the entire second line finally became free. Everyone understood that victory was imminent. 10 minutes later, an imposing figure arrived without hesitation, joining the fray against the Dark Dragon, and at that moment, the anguished roars of the Dark Dragon finally echoed through the air. 22 minutes later, another Beast King-level Beastmaster arrived, ultimately gravely wounding the Dark Dragon, forcing it to flee. An hour later, 2 more Beast King-level beasts were slain by the combined efforts of human Beast King-level Beastmasters. marking the complete failure of the beast tide orchestrated by the beast god sect. The 3 dragon blood fruits possessed by Mu Xian had successfully altered the course of battle. Chapter 028. Aftermath, Sorrow, and the Lord's Summons. Dawn broke. The citizens of Golden Flower City beheld the sun once more, yet no one rejoiced. For that night had claimed far too many lives. Standing beside the corpse of Chen Kong, Mu Xian sighed softly. His former desk mate and friend had ultimately succumbed to the venom of the black poison spider. Beside Chen Kang's lifeless body lay the remains of his classmates Su Li and Zhao Yingying. In the distance, the sounds of moaning and weeping echoed, while further still, lightly injured patients bore their pain in silence, lacking beds or even seats, forced to sit on the ground outdoors, awaiting treatment from the healing beastmasters. Subsequently, Mu Xian entered a special ward, the room of Lin Xianyi. Upon seeing Lin Xianyi, Mu Xian was taken aback. The principal of high school No. 9 appeared as pale as parchment, his right arm inexplicably missing. Mu Xian, you've come, Lin Susu said, her eyes red, clearly having just finished crying. Principal he. Mu Xian murmured. Lin Susu sniffled and responded, grandfather's beast companions all perished, and he even lost his right arm. He has bled excessively. The doctors say it depends on his willpower now. He may never awaken. How could this happen? Mu Xian gasped. The golden armored flame dragon is far too powerful. Grandfather is merely a lord-level beast master, Lin Susu lamented, while handing Mu Xian a golden red fruit, the dragon blood fruit. Grandfather said this dragon blood fruit is for you to return safely. Mu Xian was unsure how he managed to exit the makeshift hospital. He had finally grasped the brutality of this era. Injury and death loomed incessantly, and the weak had no right to escape. I loathe this damned world. Mu Xian declared vehemently. So do I. A familiar voice resonated behind him. It was Principal Su Jingqing from High School No. 1. Principal Su, you're unharmed? That is wonderful. Mu Xian exclaimed, feeling a sense of relief towards the principal, who was the first to bravely face death without flinching. Su Jingqing shook his head. Expressing a somber tone, it was merely luck that allowed me to survive. Mu Xian fell silent, then inquired about Principal Hua Qingwei from High School No. 5. Su Jingqing informed him that she had sustained minor injuries, but had returned to oversee the school affairs after treatment. By the way, here is your dragon blood fruit. Su Jingqing remarked, relieved. Had it not been for your 3 dragon blood fruits, Golden Flower City would have likely struggled to endure this beast tide. Mu Xian accepted the dragon blood fruit without hesitation. After all, it was a rare spirit fruit worth a staggering 10 million each. Akin to the top-tier luxury cars of his previous life. To be able to recover 3 dragon blood fruits was beyond Mu Xian's expectations. He had thought securing even one would be satisfactory. The situation had shifted more favorably than he had anticipated. The next step was to gather resources for his cat's evolution. Mu Xian secretly planned, for with a hint of the Void Annihilation Dragon's teachings, the evolution direction of the Spatial Raccoon naturally leaned towards the dragon lineage. And the dragon blood fruit was the primary resource for this evolution. However, before Mu Xian could return home, a pair of city guard soldiers intercepted him. Hello? Are you Mu Xian? The Lord wishes to see you. The Lord wishes to see me? Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that the Lord must have understood the significance of the dragon blood fruit. It seemed the resources for his cat's evolution could be gathered after all. The Lord's residence was situated in the heart of Golden Flower City, but contrary to Mu Xian's expectations of a grand manor, it comprised 3 large buildings, akin to a municipal government in his previous world. Yet, due to the presence of beasts, every city lord's residence wielded a degree of autonomy. Before long, Mu Xian found himself in the presence of the Lord of Golden Flower City, El Xiaotian, reputedly the foremost of the 3 beast king-level beast masters in the city. El Xiaotian was a genial middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, who warmly addressed Mu Xian. Mu Xian, it was only after the beast tide concluded that I learned you are the greatest contributor to our victory in repelling the beasts. Mu Xian quickly waved his hand. Smiling modestly, Your Excellency overestimates me. I merely lent a small hand. El Xiaotian chuckled. There's no need for false modesty, Mu Xian. Our city upholds the principle of rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Your 3 dragon blood fruits nearly reversed the entire situation. This is an undeniable achievement, and I shall reward you handsomely. After a moment's contemplation, El Xiaotian continued. Moreover, I have heard that your first beast is an ice elemental creature, the ice crystal spirit, and your second beast is a rare spatial type beast. With the college entrance examination approaching, you are the most outstanding student in Golden Flower City, and I shall extend my assistance to you. As he spoke, El Xiaotian gestured for attendants to bring forth several wooden platters, laden with a variety of resources, much to Mu Xian's delight. 4 ice-type resources will be sufficient to elevate your ice crystal spirit to the commander level 9. El Xiaotian pointed to the first platter. Elaborating on its contents, Mu Xian's gaze swept over the items. The 10,000-year cold crystal, 10,000-year snow essence, 1,000-year cold crystal grass, and the blood of the ice giant dragon, all ideal for the ice crystal spirit's cultivation and even sufficient for ascension. 10,000-year cold crystal, applicable range, ice, snow, water description, a mineral extracted from the 10,000-year cold crystal vein in the Frost Secret Realm, imbued with an exceptionally rich power of ice elements. 10,000-year snow essence, applicable range, ice, snow, water description, a peculiar stone formed from the condensation of snow in the Arctic mountains of the Frost Secret Realm, containing an exceptionally rich power of snow elements. 1,000-year frost crystal grass, scope of application, ice, snow, water introduction. The frost crystal grass, flourishing on the frigid peaks of the Frost Secret Realm for a millennium, is imbued with an unparalleled essence of icy power. Ice dragon blood, scope of application, ice, snow, water, dragon introduction. The blood of the ice dragon, residing within the Frost Secret Realm, is rich with an extraordinary essence of icy dragon power. As Mu Xian perused the information panel detailing these 4 resources, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Could these 4 resources, all sourced from the same secret realm, be indicative of a unique domain under the control of the city Lord's Manor? The second wooden tray contained only 2 items, yet it captured Lu Xiaoyan's earnest attention. These are resources of the spatial attribute that I, Lu, have diligently collected over the past decade. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter a spatial beast, so I shall gift them to you. This is a branch of the Skysong Spirit Wood, and this is a spatial crystal, both infused with potent spatial power, making them exceptional materials for the advancement of spatial beasts. Upon gazing at these 2 items, Mu Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 029, The Super Evolution of the Spatial Raccoon, the Void Dragon Raccoon. Skysong Spirit Wood branch, scope of application, spatial, domain, terrain, barrier. Spirit Wood introduction, a peculiar branch steeped in pure spatial energy, serving as a vital evolution material for the majority of low-tier spatial beasts. Spatial crystal, scope of application, spatial, domain, terrain, barrier introduction, a natural creation formed in areas rich in spatial energy. It is a rare primary material for the evolution of low-tier spatial beasts. Upon observing the spatial crystal, Mu Xian struggled to contain his overwhelming joy. This item arrived just in time, and combined with the dragon blood fruit in his possession, it was sufficient to facilitate the evolution of the spatial raccoon. It would transform into a truly top-tier beast with both spatial and dragon attributes. Lu Xiaotian briefly introduced the 2 spatial resources, yet it was evident that he possessed only a rudimentary understanding, completely unaware of the rarity of the spatial crystal. Next, Lu Xiaotian turned his attention to the 3rd wooden tray, which displayed a medal. Student Mu Xian, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to Jinhua City, and to ensure your safety, I, on behalf of Jinhua City, hereby bestow upon you this Hero Medal of Jinhua City. With this medal, you are now a hero of Jinhua City. Heroes will always be remembered, and our City Lord's Manor will grant you resource rewards annually. If you do not have time to claim them, you may accumulate them to receive at once. Furthermore, should you require assistance, you may directly mobilize up to 20 members of the City Guard, presenting a report afterward. If you find yourself in danger, Jinhua City will spare no effort to ensure your safety. With these words, Mu Xian was finally moved. Half an hour later, Mu Xian exited the City Lord's Manor, elated, and hurriedly returned home, eager to prepare for the evolution of the spatial raccoon. That night, amidst the profound silence, Mu Xian's home was set with the 4 evolution resources before the spatial raccoon. In the next moment, spatial raccoon, species, spatial raccoon, spatial crystal, dragon blood fruit. Skysong Spirit Wood branch, dragon bloodstone can evolve into the Void Dragon Raccoon. Success rate 94. The Void Dragon Raccoon? What kind of beast is this? Mu Xian queried with curiosity. Clicking on the introduction of the Void Dragon Raccoon, his anticipation surging. This beast, a dual attribute top-tier entity of both spatial and dragon attributes, was a child of the Void, perfectly attuned to spatial power, and possessed a king-level bloodline. A quick online search revealed that the dragon raccoon was a formidable lineage, rumored to be one of the bloodlines of the dragon ancestor, tracing back to ancient times. In other words, the dragon raccoon was not merely a dragon type, but a branch of the dragon family. Mu Xian speculated that the appearance of the dragon blood fruit likely awakened the hidden bloodline of the dragon raccoon, facilitating its evolution into the void dragon raccoon. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and joy, as his evolution plan had directly led the spatial raccoon to super-evolve, surpassing the Beast King level and reaching the King level. Decided, it shall be the void dragon raccoon. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian urged the spatial raccoon to consume the 4 evolution materials in succession. After a brief while, a wondrous scene unfolded. Silver lines of light appeared around the spatial raccoon, and the surroundings seemed to warp. Approximately 10 minutes later, all unusual phenomena vanished, and Mu Xian was astonished to discover that the spatial raccoon's size and shape remained largely unchanged, still resembling a small cat. Yet its exterior had transformed into a silvery hue, exuding an air of mystery. The spatial raccoon had successfully evolved into the void dragon raccoon. In that instant, a unique surge of power emanated from the little creature, a reciprocal gift from the cat. After a while, Mu Xian felt a significant enhancement in his strength, having reached the elite 7th tier in physical prowess. However, upon observing the little creature, he marveled at its extraordinary transformation. Void Dragon Raccoon, Species, Spatial Dragon Raccoon Tier, Commander 1st Level Bloodline, King Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Seed Space, Spatial Confinement, Void Blade. Spatial Passage Introduction. Originally an ordinary raccoon born on the fringes of the South Mountain Secret Realm, it acquired the Void attribute after absorbing a trace of the Void Cataclysmic dragon's blood. After consuming precious evolution resources such as the Spatial Crystal, Dragon Blood Fruit, and Skysong Spirit Wood Branch, it activated a fragment of the Celestial Dragon Raccoon bloodline, successfully evolving into the Void Dragon Raccoon, a top-tier spatial and dragon dual-attribute beast with immense potential. Joyous. Exuberant. Upon examining the information panel, Mu Xian realized the terrifying capabilities of spatial beasts. A mere commander-level beast possessed 4 formidable skills. Comparatively, the bloodline had ascended to the king level, and even the quality had reached the extraordinary tier. The original skill of spatial confinement had evolved, resulting in the emergence of the Void Blade and spatial passage skills. The introduction itself brought Mu Xian delight, as it indicated that the Void Dragon Raccoon had awakened the Celestial Dragon Raccoon bloodline. Although he was unaware of the true power of this Celestial Dragon Raccoon, it was undoubtedly a bloodline of at least sub-ancestor level or higher. What a remarkable gain. After a considerable time, accompanied by the little cat's meows, Mu Xian finally calmed down and hurriedly fetched the prepared delicacies for the little creature. He then turned his gaze to the Ice Crystal Spirit, which was currently nibbling on the Eternal Frost Crystal. The following day, Mu Xian ventured to a corner of the neighborhood to begin testing the 3 skills of the Void Dragon Raccoon. Although the information panel provided details, experiencing them firsthand was essential. Little cat, unleash spatial confinement on the little spirit. Little cat, break the spatial confinement. Mu Xian commanded his 2 beasts. In the next moment, the Void Dragon Raccoon let out a meow, and the space warped, encapsulating the Ice Crystal Spirit within a spherical confinement of half a meter in diameter. The little spirit struggled left and right, and despite unleashing all its skills, it could not break free. Indeed, spatial beasts are truly remarkable. Mu Xian exclaimed with delight. Little cat, let us test the Void Blade, but be careful not to harm the little spirit. Mu Xian instructed once more. The Void Dragon Raccoon meowed in response, as if to say, do you even need to tell me? A faint silver light blade sliced through the spherical confinement, causing the sphere encasing the Ice Crystal Spirit to shatter in an instant. Is it only spatial power that can counter spatial power? Mu Xian mused. The Void Blade skill, perhaps even a beast of a higher realm would struggle to withstand it, right? Mu Xian was immensely pleased. This truly is a trump card. However, he soon discovered the drawbacks of the Void Blade skill. Firstly, the release speed of the Void Blade required a full second of preparation time, which in high-tier beasts could prove perilous. Secondly, after casting the Void Blade, the little cat appeared somewhat fatigued, indicating it was a considerable drain on its energy, making it suitable only as a high-stakes move. Once the Ice Crystal Spirit emerged, it quickly leaped into Mu Xian's arms, evidently displeased by the recent trials. Mu Xian chuckled, offering comfort, and after a half-hour's rest, he turned to the Void Dragon Raccoon. Little cat, let us try out the Spatial Passage skill and see how far we can go. The Spatial Passage, as its name suggests, is not an offensive skill. Mu Xian surmised it to be a teleportation-type ability. Meow? Understood. In an instant, the Void Dragon Weasel waved its paw, and a dark vortex of space swiftly materialized before them. Without hesitation, Mu Xian stepped into the swirling void, accompanied by the two little companions. Chapter 030. The Dragon's Secret Realm, enshrouded in the bloodline of the Frost Dragon Wolf. The next moment, Mu Xian felt the world spin around him, and he found himself on the other side of the spatial passage. After taking out his phone for a quick orientation, he was astounded to discover that he had arrived 30 kilometers west of Jinhua City. In other words, this spatial passage could transport individuals as far as 30 kilometers away, truly terrifying, living up to the legends of spatial entities. Mu Xian could not have been more satisfied with the performance of the Void Dragon Weasel. It had transcended the role of a mere beast companion, becoming a strategic asset. Once the test was complete, Mu Xian opted to return to the city to continue enhancing his ice crystal spirit. 3 days later, the impact of the beast tide gradually subsided. Factories resumed operations, and schools reopened. Jinhua City remained a bustling metropolis in the heart of Zhejiang Province. Shortly thereafter, another piece of good news arrived. Principal Lin Xuanya had awakened. Although he had lost his right arm and his ability to command beasts, he was, at least, still alive. At the Northern Rehabilitation Center, Mu Xian met Lin Xuanya. With the college entrance examination approaching, "You still have time to visit this old man?" Lin Xuanya chuckled. Appearing in good spirits, Mu Xian fell into a moment of silence before speaking. "Principal, it is I who has caused you harm." He knew that had it not been for his actions, Lin Xuanya might not have ended up in such a state. Lin Xuanya laughed and scolded. "Nonsense. This was my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. Spare me such foolish talk." After rebuking, Lin Xuanya smiled gently. "With the college entrance examination coming up, do not think of hiding your talents. The more outstanding your performance, the more people will be willing to support you. Do you understand?" Mu Xian naturally grasped this. In this era, it was not wise to play the fool. Lin Xuanya continued with a warm smile. "You may return now. It brings me great joy that you came to see this old man." "Yes, Principal, I shall take my leave." As Mu Xian departed, Lin Xuanya sighed. What a pity. If only Su Su were a bit younger, she would make a splendid granddaughter-in-law. Not long after bidding farewell to Lin Xuanya, Mu Xian had just returned home when he received a call from Lu Xiaotian. "Mu Xian, my dear student, I hope I am not interrupting anything important?" "Not at all. City Lord, is there something you wish to discuss?" Mu Xian inquired, aware that Lu Xiaotian, the esteemed lord of Jinhua City and a formidable beast king of the 6th rank, would not be reaching out without reason. "Ah, Mu Xian, you needn't be so tense. It is indeed good news." Lu Xiaotian exclaimed. "You must have heard of the Dragon's Secret Realm, correct? Recently, we dispatched individuals to explore it, and it is teeming with dragon-type beasts and abundant resources, including ice-related resources. This secret realm is initially set to open for beast tamers who participated in the recent regional beast tide, and as a recipient of our Jinhua City Hero Medal. You naturally came to mind. City Lord, I certainly have time to take a look. To be frank, I am currently in desperate need of a substantial amount of ice-related resources." Mu Xian promptly replied. "Excellent. When you arrive, simply present your hero medal to gain entry." After hanging up, Mu Xian's face lit up with joy. How could he possibly miss the Dragon's Secret Realm? It had once sealed the Dark Dragon and was home to notable beasts such as the Golden Armored Flame Dragon and the Frost Dragon Wolf. Perhaps it held the evolutionary resources required for his Ice Crystal Spirit, with the infusion of 4 types of ice resources. The Ice Crystal Spirit had already reached the rank of Commander Level 9, and Mu Xian desired its evolution rather than mere advancement. He had discovered that the higher the rank, the more exorbitant the required evolutionary resources became. Waiting until the Ice Crystal Spirit reached the peak of the Lord level before attempting to advance would be a perilous endeavor, as merely gathering those evolution resources could be a daunting task. Fortunately, now that the little cat had grown, the urgency for the Ice Crystal Spirit's advancement had lessened. Without delay, Mu Xian submitted a leave request to the school the following day, citing the need to enhance his beast-taming abilities, as he had already reached Commander Level 9, leaving little left for the school to teach him. By noon that day, Mu Xian arrived at the Dragon's Secret Realm, formerly known as Dragon Village. Outside the secret realm, dozens of city guards were stationed, led by a 7th-rank beast tamer. "Who are you? This area has yet to be opened. You are prohibited from approaching." The 7th-rank beast tamer said coldly, his beast glaring menacingly at Mu Xian. Mu Xian produced the pure gold hero medal, its inscription gleaming brilliantly. "This is the hero medal." The 7th-rank beast tamer was taken aback, then immediately straightened his expression, exclaiming loudly, "Zhang Mingqiu of the City Guards, at your service, hero of Jinhua City." Under the leadership of the 7th-rank beast tamer, everyone present saluted Mu Xian. Mu Xian could feel the sincerity of their respect. At that moment, he was profoundly moved. After a considerable time, Mu Xian finally stepped into the dragon's secret realm. It was a small-scale secret realm, yet the density of spiritual energy within was over 10 times greater than that of the outside world. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the more abundant the resources within the realm. Indeed, within just half an hour, Mu Xian discovered a decade-old dragon saliva grass. As he ventured deeper, the resources he uncovered became increasingly valuable: century-old fire spirit flowers, century-old starfruit, century-old tranquil wood, and other precious items. Conversely, the number of beasts in the dragon's secret realm was scarce. He had only encountered 2 throughout the afternoon, likely due to the upheaval caused by the beast tide. Mu Xian's objective was clear: to obtain ice-type dragon bloodline resources and ice-related evolution materials. As night fell, Mu Xian arrived at the northern part of the secret realm, where he found a dense concentration of ice attribute spiritual energy, likely the habitat of the frost dragon wolf he had encountered that day. Perhaps it was sheer coincidence or fate. But just as Mu Xian prepared to rest, a frost dragon wolf appeared not far from him. A second-rank lord-level frost dragon wolf. Frost dragon wolf, species, ice-type dragon wolf rank, lord level 2 bloodline, beast king level quality, elite skills, frost ice fall, dragon's breath, dragon wolf's claw, and snowless steppes. Description: one of the offspring of the beast king level frost dragon wolf residing in the dragon's secret realm. It possesses a faint trace of the frost giant dragon bloodline and stands at the apex of the food chain within the secret realm. However, the emergence of the beast tide has led to the annihilation and dispersion of most beasts in the dragon's secret realm, leaving this frost dragon wolf to take desperate measures due to a lack of sufficient food sources. Upon detecting the presence of the frost dragon wolf, Mu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little spirit, little cat, prepare for battle. A faint trace of the frost giant dragon bloodline, even if it is weak. I shall extract it. Meow. The void dragon Weasel, upon receiving the command, instantly vanished into the void, poised for action. Simultaneously, the ice crystal spirit glimmered with blue light. Readying its skills. Chapter 031. Extraction of the frost giant dragon bloodline. The frost dragon wolf seemed to sense danger. Yet the tantalizing aroma and its gnawing hunger drove it to disregard all caution. But before it could react, a frosty whirlwind erupted beneath its feet. A terrifying vortex of ice swirling it into the air. Roar! The frost dragon wolf, enraged, had never endured such humiliation in all its years. The frigid dragon breath erupted forth, exuding an icy chill approaching absolute zero, gradually freezing the ice vortex. Recognizing the peril, the ice crystal spirit flashed with blue light. And in the next moment, boom, 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 the ice crystals surrounding the frost dragon wolf exploded violently, creating a cacophony of sound. The sudden explosion left the frost dragon wolf severely injured. With a resounding thud, the frost dragon wolf plummeted to the ground. However, as a lord-level beast, it was impervious to such a height. It swiftly rose to its feet, and, with a furious roar directed at Mu Xian, charged towards him at an alarming speed. As a creature of the ice element and a subdragon species, the frost dragon wolf inherited the swiftness of its wolf lineage, gliding across the snow as if it were flying. Yet, a terrifying scene unfolded before them. A faint silver moon blade suddenly materialized in the path of the advancing frost dragon wolf, appearing both real and illusory, as though it were a mere mirage. In an instant, the frost dragon wolf collided with it, its eyes wide with terror. At the critical moment, the frost dragon wolf managed to veer its head aside, but its body crashed directly into the silver moon blade, with a resounding slash. A significant portion of the frost dragon wolf's body was severed cleanly by the ethereal blade. A mournful howl echoed across the vast, icy expanse, signaling its agony. Mere minutes later, the frost dragon wolf lay lifeless. Extract frost dragon wolf. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian activated his innate ability, Bloodline Extraction Fusion. Soon, a crimson essence was extracted, blood from the frost dragon wolf, which, if sold in the market, could fetch a staggering million. However, Mu Xian barely glanced at it before opting to extract once more. This time, a drop of golden blue blood, radiating an endless chill and the essence of draconic power, was finally retrieved. Essence of frost giant dragon bloodline species. Ice snow dragon bloodline. Monarch level quality. Extraordinary description. A rare drop of monarch level frost giant dragon bloodline essence, containing a faint trace of the frost giant dragon's power. Absorbing its energy could bestow some abilities of the frost giant dragon. Upon seeing this drop of blood, a smile crept upon Mu Xian's face. With the essence of the frost giant dragon bloodline, He could fuse it with the ice crystal spirit. One drop of bloodline essence seemed inadequate. More would be prudent, he murmured to himself. For the next 2 days, Mu Xian scoured the icy plains, seeking traces of the frost dragon wolf. Despite his exhaustive search, he found nothing. Instead, he encountered numerous other ice-type beasts, such as ice bears, ice sparrows, snow eagles, and ice shrimp. He captured one of each for grilling, much to the delight of his companion, the void dragon Weasel. Just as Mu Xian began to suspect that the entire frost dragon wolf clan had perished, fortune finally smiled upon him. In a secluded valley rarely trodden by human feet, he stumbled upon the frost dragon wolf pack. Frost dragon wolf leader, species, frost dragon wolf clan rank, lord level 3 bloodline, beast king level quality, exceptional skills, frost ice fall, dragon breath, dragon wolf claws, silent snow steps description. One of the offspring of the beast king level frost dragon wolf in the dragon's secret realm, possessing a weakened frost giant dragon bloodline. It stands atop the food chain within the dragon's secret realm. After the beast died, the elder frost dragon wolves perished, and through fierce competition, it emerged as the new leader, inheriting the frost dragon wolf legacy, thereby enhancing the concentration of the frost giant dragon bloodline. Frost dragon wolf, rank, commander level 9, frost dragon wolf, rank, commander level 8. There were a total of 18 frost dragon wolves. Observing the pack, Mu Xian was filled with exhilaration. It didn't take long for him to grasp the structure of this frost dragon wolf clan. Surprisingly, the strongest among them was merely a lord level 3, while the rest were commander level pups. Recalling the frost dragon wolf he encountered earlier, Mu Xian suddenly realized that due to the demise of the beast king level frost dragon wolf, many of its kin had perished in battle, leading to internal strife, where some were ousted from the pack after failing to claim leadership. With only one lord level frost dragon wolf remaining, fortune was undoubtedly on Mu Xian's side. Elated, he prepared to hunt the solitary frost dragon wolves alongside the ice crystal spirit and the void dragon Weasel. Although the commander level frost dragon wolves were formidable, they were no match for the duo, who swiftly dispatched them in mere moments within the valley. Extract frost dragon wolf. This time, luck was on Mu Xian's side as he successfully extracted the essence of the frost giant dragon bloodline on his first attempt from the second frost dragon wolf. The third and fourth frost dragon wolves fell, and at that moment, the entire frost dragon wolf clan finally sensed something amiss. Led by the lord level 3 frost dragon wolf, the entire pack surged forth to confront Mu Xian. Faced with the frost dragon wolf clan, Mu Xian remained unfazed. Little cat, find that frost dragon wolf leader in space. The others are fair game. The only concern posed by the frost dragon wolf clan was the lord level 3 leader, whose exceptional quality allowed it to unleash the strength of a lord level 5. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the virtually invincible space-controlling beast. One spatial confinement spell ensnared the leader, rendering it immobile. Without the leader's interference, the remaining frost dragon wolves were utterly defenseless, and within 10 minutes, 6 more fell to the ground. As the spatial confinement spell finally expired after 10 minutes, the liberated frost dragon wolf leader gazed upon the carnage, erupting in fury. Yet, it was to no avail. The ice crystal spirit and the void dragon Weasel had long been prepared, unleashing their skills the moment it regained freedom. Ice dragon vortex, ice crystal burst, frigid freeze, void blade. The frost dragon wolf leader endured 4 formidable skills, sustaining only moderate injuries and still capable of counterattacking. However, another spatial confinement spell was swiftly cast. Frost dragon wolf leader, is this even humanly possible? If you have the gall, let us face each other directly. 20 minutes later, under Mu Xian's seemingly invincible tactics, the frost dragon wolf leader fell, unwilling to unleash even a single skill before its demise. Extract frost dragon wolf. In an instant, a small orb of golden blue blood materialized in his hand, unmistakably the essence of the frost giant dragon bloodline, with a concentration far superior to that of a typical frost dragon wolf. After merging all the frost giant dragon bloodline essences, Mu Xian formed a fragmented frost giant dragon bloodline, exuding a rich draconic aura. Fragmented. Chapter 32. Perfect Evolution, Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Fragmented frost giant dragon bloodline species. Ice Snow Dragon Bloodline. Monarch level quality. Extraordinary description. Formed from rare monarch level frost giant dragon bloodline essences through unknown means. The bloodline is incomplete due to insufficient quantity, yet it still harbors some of the frost giant dragon's power. If fully absorbed, one could gain portions of the frost giant dragon bloodline. Upon realizing this, Mu Xian suddenly understood. Clearly, the higher the tier of a complete beast bloodline, the greater the amount of bloodline essence required. He estimated that acquiring a complete frost giant dragon bloodline would necessitate at least several hundred frost dragon wolves. Yet, it was evident that the dragon's secret realm could not possibly harbor such a number. Fortunately, the fragmented frost giant dragon bloodline was already sufficient. And if the complete bloodline were to serve as an evolution resource, the ice crystal spirit would likely transform into a frost giant dragon outright. Next would be the evolution resources for Little Spirit. Mu Xian planned for 5 types of evolution resources. He had already gathered the dragon blood fruit and the fragmented frost giant dragon bloodline, which served as the primary materials for evolution. The remaining evolution resources were relatively simple, roughly equivalent to the resources previously rewarded by the Lord of Jinhua City, El Xiaotian. Suddenly, an idea struck Mu Xian as he recalled the lair of the frost dragon wolf. The beast king-level frost dragon wolf had fallen outside, so its lair must surely hold promising treasures. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian dashed into the frost dragon wolf den, disregarding the panicked frost dragon wolves, and began searching for the lair of the beast king-level frost dragon wolf. In truth, there was no need for a thorough search. In the deepest part of the valley, the largest cave stood before him, the lingering aura of the beast king still palpable within. Within the cave, Mu Xian stumbled upon the exquisite treasures of the ice dragon wolf, a collection of frost spirit crystals, millennium ice crystals, 10,000-year ice crystals, and deep-sea cold tide stones. Atop this mound of ice-related stones, a heavy, golden-blue scale stood majestically, exuding an overwhelming draconic aura. Frost Giant Dragon's reverse scale, rank, monarch level applicable range, water, ice, snow, dragon attributes description. The reverse scale of the Frost Giant Dragon, containing a fragment of its primal essence, is among the most crucial scales of the Frost Giant Dragon, coveted even by monarch-level beasts. After the demise of the Frost Giant Dragon, this reverse scale was fortuitously acquired by the Ice Wolf, which ultimately evolved into the Ice Dragon Wolf through the essence contained within it. A monarch-level Frost Giant Dragon's reverse scale, containing a portion of the Frost Giant Dragon's essence? Upon reading the description, Mu Xian was astonished to find such a treasure within the Ice Dragon Wolf's lair. The reverse scale holds immense significance for dragons. With this assistance, the Frost Spirit's potential would undoubtedly deepen. Little cat, collect these dragon scales, Mu Xian commanded, eager to return and facilitate the evolution of the Frost Spirit. Meow. In an instant, the void dragon Weasel darted forward, and the dragon scales were swiftly stored in the mustard seed space. Mu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief and began to organize the collection within the Ice Dragon Wolf's cave. After a thorough inventory, he found 94 Frost Spirit crystals, 261 Millennium Ice crystals, 55 10,000-year ice crystals, 17 deep sea cold tide stones, 66 ordinary dragon scales, and the most precious reverse scale, a total value exceeding his modest target. Subsequently, Mu Xian ventured to other Ice Dragon Wolf caves, where he discovered numerous more treasures. In the lair of a Lord-level Ice Dragon Wolf, he even stumbled upon a piece of Void Stone, its origin unknown to him. Void Stone, rank, elite level applicable range, spatial, domain, barrier, terrain description. The most commonly distributed spatial attribute spirit stone in nature, primarily formed from the convergence of spatial energy. Though the Void Stone is deemed the most ordinary among spatial attribute spirit stones, it remains scarce compared to other elemental resources like earth, fire, water, and wind, with prices generally ranging between 300,000 to 400,000. After over an hour of raiding, Mu Xian finished his expedition, leaving with a satisfied smile. In the northern ice fields of the Flying Dragon's secret realm, for young men and women cautiously traversed the terrain. The leader, a man in his 20s, exclaimed with excitement, "Our target this time is the Dragon Wolf Valley. After searching for a whole week, I've finally located the lair of that Ice Dragon Wolf. It must be filled with countless treasures. Most importantly, the strongest beast in Dragon Wolf Valley is only a Lord-level Ice Dragon Wolf, making it the perfect opportunity for us to strike. We must act swiftly and clear the lair before the city guards discover it." Upon hearing this, the other 3 young individuals became equally exhilarated, knowing that a beast lair of this caliber could make them instant millionaires. Soon, under the guidance of their leader, they arrived at a concealed valley. However, upon encountering the carcass of an Ice Dragon Wolf, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Oh no, someone got there first. Quick, let's cut them off. The 4 raced ahead, discovering more and more Ice Dragon Wolf carcasses, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. How could this happen? Such a hidden lair. How could it be discovered? This is impossible. My Beast King level lair. My treasure. When the four burst into the Beast King-level Ice Dragon Wolf's cave, their eyes widened in shock at the pristine condition of the lair. This is absurd. How could it be so clean? At least leave something for the next person. Immediately, the leader's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot, unable to accept this reality. Upon returning home, Mu Xian did not rush to evolve the Frost Spirit. Instead, he took a day to rest and rejuvenate. The following morning, he began to retrieve various evolution resources, meticulously designing the evolution pathway for the Frost Spirit. Through careful matching of resources, Mu Xian ultimately confirmed the evolution route for the Frost Spirit. Frost Spirit Species, Elemental Life, Ice and Snow Bloodline. Frost Giant Dragon Reverse Scale of the Frost Giant Dragon Dragon Blood Fruit Deep Sea Cold Tide Stone 10,000-year Ice Crystal. It can evolve into the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Success rate 99. The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, according to the information panel, is a brand new dragon species, mastering the power of extreme cold while perfectly inheriting the original Ice Crystal abilities, leaving Mu Xian immensely satisfied. With the evolution route established, Mu Xian instructed the Frost Spirit to sequentially consume the evolution materials. Once all materials were devoured, an overwhelming chill surged from the Frost Spirit, enveloping Mu Xian's home in a crystalline frost. It seems I'll need to consider moving. Mu Xian chuckled, realizing that the entire house would likely be rendered uninhabitable after this evolution. It was no wonder that those commanding level and lord level beast tamers often purchased grand mansions and estates. For an entire day, the Frost Spirit remained shrouded in an ethereal blue light, and Mu Xian even sensed the temperature of the entire neighborhood drop by 10 degrees, causing quite a stir as it shifted from May to December. Mu Xian paid no mind to the commotion, fixating solely on the evolution of the Frost Spirit. After all, this was his first tamed beast, and it was through their bond that he had risen so rapidly, nearing the status of a lord-level beast tamer in just a few short months. As evening approached, the blue light surrounding the Frost Spirit finally dissipated, revealing its new form. The Frost Spirit had transformed into a dragon-like entity, with a fearsome dragon head, a slender dragon body, and scales reflecting a ghostly blue luminescence, a majestic elegance that radiated beauty. Its entire form now spanned an impressive 7 meters, nearly overwhelming Mu Xian's home. It was remarkable to note that prior to evolution, the Frost Spirit had been no larger than half an arm's length. Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Species, Elemental, Ice Crystal Dragon, Ancient Divine Beast Chapter 33, Skill Testing, Terrifying Indeed. Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Species, Elemental, Ice Crystal Dragon, Ancient Divine Beast Rank, Lord Level 1 Bloodline, Monarch Level Quality, Legendary Skills, Crystal Destruction, Extreme Cold Ceiling, Frost Dragon Breath. Extreme Cold Domain, Absolute Zero Storm Description. A rare ice elemental life born from the essence of heaven and earth deep within the earth. Initially deficient in ice elements, but later absorbing the bloodline of the monarch-level Frost Giant Dragon, the reverse scale of the Frost Giant Dragon, Dragon Blood Fruit, and substantial ice energy. It has perfectly evolved into the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon with peak monarch-level potential, inheriting the bloodline of the ancient divine beast. The Ashen Frost Dragon, a legendary dragon of immense potential and extraordinary quality. Surprise, astonishment, utter disbelief. The information panel of the Frost Spirit, no, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, left Mu Xian utterly astounded. The post-evolution Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon underwent a monumental transformation, with changes evident in its appearance, species attributes, bloodline potential, quality, skills, and even its description. An ancient divine beast species, inheriting the Ashen Frost Dragon bloodline. Mu Xian was taken aback. Such a twist was unexpected. At that moment, an incredibly violent force, potent enough to freeze one's very soul, surged into Mu Xian's body, a feedback from the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Mu Xian felt an immense power coalescing within him, and finally, at a certain moment, he broke through a boundary, forming a semi-real, semi-illusory space in his lower abdomen. The Beast Tamer space. It was formed. Regarding the Beast Mastery space, Mu Xian only knew that it was a unique ability exclusive to Lord-level Beastmasters, allowing their beasts to rest, thrive, and ultimately evolve into a veritable paradise. Rumor has it that a significant portion of the various secret realms on Blue Star were once the paradises established by Beastmasters. Mu Xian meticulously sensed that the Beast Mastery space encompassed approximately 300 cubic meters, akin to a 3-bedroom apartment, ample enough to accommodate both the little cat and Xiaoling. Subsequently, Mu Xian turned his gaze towards the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, attempting to call out, Xiaoling. In the next instant, A pair of golden blue eyes suddenly opened wide, fixating on Mu Xian, then radiating joy as it instinctively lunged towards him. At that moment, Mu Xian felt the entire building tremble. In the following moment, he sensed the commotion outside, with many people shouting that an earthquake had occurred. This prompted Mu Xian to realize that he needed to purchase a villa with a garden. After the commotion subsided, Mu Xian appeared outside the city with his 2 beasts, ready to test the 5 formidable skills of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Xiaoling, target that large tree and unleash an Ice Crystal Obliteration. With a roar, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon complied, and to Mu Xian's astonishment, it flicked its tail and floated in midair. With a swift opening of its mouth, a beam of white cold light shot forth, and in an instant, a 3-meter-wide tree was reduced to tiny ice crystals. Incredible, Mu Xian marveled, recognizing that this skill was clearly an upgraded version of Ice Crystal Explosion, but the enhancement was astounding. Moreover, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon could actually float. Upon reflection, it made sense, as it was a genuine ancient divine beast with a noble bloodline, capable of levitating gracefully. Mu Xian scrutinized the back of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, noting that it appeared suitable for riding, implying that he might not even need to contract a flying beast. Xiaoling, activate the Cold Extreme Domain, Mu Xian commanded. The first 3 skills were likely similar to those of the Ice Crystal Spirit, but the latter 2 were unfamiliar to him and required closer examination. Roar. Understood, replied the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. In the next moment, Mu Xian witnessed a vast area, equivalent to a football field, instantly enveloped in ice crystals. With a terrifying ice crystal storm raging within, Mu Xian was taken aback. Was this the Cold Extreme Domain? Such a large-scale skill would likely be insurmountable even for dozens of people. Astonished, Mu Xian then turned his attention to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's final skill, Absolute Zero Storm, which seemed even more extravagant than the Cold Extreme Domain. Was this the legendary ultimate move? This skill appeared to require a considerable preparation time of 5 seconds. In the next instant, Mu Xian saw a dreadful storm rapidly materialize hundreds of meters away, connecting heaven and earth, as endless energy was absorbed, and a bone-chilling coldness spread forth. What unfolded next left Mu Xian speechless. He observed as a layer of ice quickly formed beneath his feet, sweeping outwards in all directions, the temperature growing increasingly terrifying as it approached the storm. At the very center, Mu Xian could even feel the super low temperatures that froze everything. Could the center of this storm truly reach absolute zero? Mu Xian pondered, only to be met with the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's proud roar. Roar, roar. Indeed, master. With the skill testing concluded, Mu Xian gained a general impression of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. It was formidable, exceptionally powerful, utterly invincible at the Lord level. Even Beast King level creatures would be gravely injured if they faced an absolute zero storm head-on. Xiaoling, you are astonishing, Mu Xian praised, stroking the cool head of the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, eliciting a look of satisfaction from the little creature, or rather, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Meanwhile, the Void Dragon Weasel beside them appeared somewhat displeased, evidently feeling jealous, prompting Mu Xian to soothe it with kind words. Soon after, a spatial passage was formed, and Mu Xian's figure vanished. Just as Mu Xian and his 2 beasts departed, a figure suddenly flew over, surveying the disarray and the distant, still raging absolute zero storm. Falling into a contemplative silence. Given this destructive power, it must have reached at least level 6 of the Beast King tier. When did such a powerful ice-type beastmaster emerge in Jinhua City? Naturally, Mu Xian was unaware that his skill testing had even stirred the higher-ups of Jinhua City. Upon returning home, he prepared dinner for 5, rewarding the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel, before finally retiring to a deep slumber. The next morning, Mu Xian first went to the Beastmaster Market, selling all the unused resources from his mustard seed space, such as deep-sea cold tide stones, 10,000-year ice crystals, and cold ice spirit stones, totaling 25 million yuan. He then hurried to a real estate agency and purchased a villa estate near the western city gate. According to the agent, the villa was equipped with an outdoor swimming pool, gym, training room, audiovisual game room, underground garage, survival passage, and underground survival base, ensuring safety even in the event of a beast tide, coupled with the vast estate of over 1,000 square meters for his beasts to frolic. Mu Xian impulsively spent 12 million on the property. However, he soon regretted it. As a student on the brink of college entrance exams, what use did he have for such a sprawling estate? It was at that moment that Mu Xian received a phone call from his homeroom teacher, Lin Susu. Mu Xian, do you have time? Come to school quickly. Lin Susu spoke with barely contained excitement. What is going on, Teacher Lin? Mu Xian asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Lin Susu replied with a smile, good news. One of the 5 supreme institutions, the Oriental Academy, has heard of your performance during the Beast Tide and has sent an admissions officer to learn more about you. They are considering a special admission for you. Special admission? Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself. With the current prowess of his 2 beasts, he could easily secure a special admission without even needing to demonstrate his strength. Indeed, having a dragon-type beast and a space-type beast is quite impressive. However, Mu Xian still yearned for the Eternal Academy, the pinnacle of the 5 supreme institutions. The 5 great academies of the Dragon Kingdom included the Eternal Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, the Oriental Academy, the Southern Academy, and the Northern Academy, each situated in the extreme west, the Imperial Capital, the Magic City, the Deep South, and the extreme north, respectively. Particularly, the Eternal Academy, located beyond the 10,000 mountains in the west of the Dragon Kingdom, specialized in repelling the myriad beast races within those mountains and suppressing countless beast clans that dared not invade, earning its reputation as the strongest beastmaster academy. In contrast, the beast races in the eastern, southern, and northern regions were relatively sparse, while the imperial capital faced virtually no beast races at all and could only rely on secret realms to enhance their strength. Yet, secret realms were regulated resources, not easily accessible. Thus, in Mu Xian's view, the best destination was undoubtedly the Eternal Academy. Half an hour later, Mu Xian arrived at 9th Middle School, where he met the special admissions officer from the Oriental Academy. Tong Shuiyu yawned. She had rushed to Jinhua City overnight, tasked with recruiting a genius named Mu Xian, who was rumored to possess commander-level strength. As for what beasts he had, Tong Shuiyu had been pressed for time and hadn't taken the matter seriously, assuming he was merely a small-town genius. Mu Xian, right? My time is limited. What is the species, attribute, and bloodline potential of your beasts? Summon them for me to see, and if they meet the criteria, you can enroll in the Oriental Magic City Academy, Tong Shuiyu stated nonchalantly, showing little regard for Mu Xian. In her eyes, how could a genius possibly emerge from such a rural area? Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of disdain for her attitude. He directly asked Tong Shuiyu, could you first clarify what rewards are offered for being specially admitted? Rewards? Just being able to secure special admission is already quite remarkable. What more do you want? Mu Xian furrowed his brow, nearly chuckling. In that case, let it be. I shall not attend your Eastern Academy. Very well, I did not expect your strength to be modest, yet your temper quite formidable. Tong Shuiyu retorted with indignation, preparing to leave on the spot. After all, he was merely a student beastmaster of the commander level. Whether they had him or not made little difference to the Eastern Academy. Beside them, Lin Susu was somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the attitude of the teachers at the Eastern Academy? If the other academies were aware of such behavior, they would have long since extended an invitation. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Teacher Tong, does your Eastern Academy truly look down upon even the pinnacle of elemental life forms? What? Elemental life forms? Tong Shuiyu stammered. Lin Susu rolled her eyes, realizing that this individual did not even comprehend the nature of the beasts in question. With such a work ethic, it was indeed a wonder that she held a position as a special recruitment teacher at the Eastern Academy. Mu Xian, allow this esteemed teacher from the Eastern Academy to witness the prowess of our top genius from Jinhua City. Lin Susu said with a serene smile. Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he summoned the ice crystal cold extreme dragon with a flick of his hand. An overwhelming aura of draconic majesty and chilling frost instantly enveloped the entire office. Both Tong Shuiyu and Lin Susu were rendered speechless. Mu Xian, is this your newly contracted beast? Lin Susu exclaimed, astonished. She was well aware that Mu Xian's beasts were the rare ice elemental life, the ice crystal spirit, and the exceedingly rare space beast, the space weasel. Where did this dragon come from? On the other side, Tong Shuiyu was even more astounded, gazing at the imposing, majestic, elegant, and resplendent ice crystal cold extreme dragon with an expression of obsession. Setting aside its attributes, she could ascertain from its appearance alone that this was an exceedingly rare, true ice-type dragon, and a dragon-type beast that possessed at least the bloodline potential of a beast king, if not that of a monarch. Realizing this, Tong Shuiyu finally came to her senses, feeling as though she had made a grave mistake. Ahem, Mu Xian, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. Tong Shuiyu's demeanor shifted instantly, revealing what she believed to be her most amicable smile as she addressed Mu Xian. However, before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xian waved his hand dismissively and said coolly, Miss Tong, have you finished observing the beast? Finished. That's good. You do not think highly of the talents from our humble locale, do you? You may now return to Magic City. Mu Xian chuckled lightly. Tong Shuiyu, I. At that moment, Tong Shuiyu's countenance shifted entirely, adopting a somewhat fawning expression. Yet Mu Xian offered her no opportunity. He had encountered too many sycophants in his time. Ultimately, Tong Shuiyu, filled with resignation, stepped out of the office of the 9th Middle School. Lin Susu remained in awe, gazing at the ice-crystal-cold extreme dragon. Mu Xian, what breed of dragon is this? I've never seen anything like it. Mu Xian chuckled. Teacher Lin, this is my previous ice crystal spirit. During my recent ventures in the secret realm, I acquired some extraordinary items that allowed it to evolve into this ice-crystal-cold extreme dragon. Ice-crystal-cold extreme dragon? Lin Susu could not suppress her astonishment. Is this a completely new dragon species? Mu Xian nodded with a smile. It seems so, at least. I have yet to encounter another dragon of identical appearance. Mu Xian, your luck is simply extraordinary. Lin Susu exclaimed. Dragons are among the most formidable beast races. After speaking, Lin Susu recalled the earlier encounter with the Eastern Academy's special recruitment teacher, Tong Shuiyu. Mu Xian, to which school do you intend to apply? My goal is the Eternal Academy. If they do not come to recruit me, I shall simply take the entrance examination. Mu Xian declared promptly. Lin Susu chuckled in agreement. Taking the exam? Indeed, with your current strength, gaining admission to the Eternal Academy should be a mere formality. Meanwhile, Tong Shuiyu, the special recruitment teacher from the Eastern Academy, was filled with regret. She was certain that upon her return, she would be reprimanded by her superiors. Had it not been for her brother-in-law's position as a minor leader at the school, she feared she might even be dismissed. However, what one fears often comes to pass. Her phone suddenly rang, revealing the voice of the Eastern Academy's admissions office director. Teacher Tong, where are you right now? Have you met that student, Mu Xian? I must tell you, when you meet Mu Xian, be sure to be cordial and demonstrate our Eastern Academy's sincerity. By the way, the special recruitment reward will be set at the highest level, SS rank. As other academies are still unaware of Mu Xian, it is imperative that we secure his signature in the shortest time possible. Mu Xian's beasts are the Ice Elemental Life, Ice Crystal Spirit, and the Space Beast, Space Weasel. You can leverage that angle and lavish praise on his beasts. After all, young people love compliments. Hello, Teacher Tong, are you still listening? On the other end, Tong Shuiyu felt her hands and feet turn cold, her mind foggy, entirely oblivious to the content of the call. She only caught one phrase. The special recruitment reward will be set at the highest level, SS rank. Chapter 035, a new high-stakes examination? Isn't this akin to the Imperial examination? That afternoon, Mu Xian returned to school, this time to face the special recruitment teachers from the Supreme Academy of the Imperial capital. Mu Xian, come here. As soon as Mu Xian stepped into the reception room, Lin Susu was already waving him over. Mu Xian, Teacher Qin from the Imperial Academy has arrived. Lin Susu was also curious how the Imperial Academy had learned about Mu Xian. In truth, it was quite simple. A detailed report regarding the beast tide in Jinhua City had been submitted shortly after the event concluded. Within that report, a brief mention of Mu Xian had been made. Yet the personnel from the Imperial Academy and the Eastern Academy had keenly detected the key points, and after a simple investigation, they naturally developed a significant interest in Mu Xian, subsequently dispatching special recruitment teachers. Mu Xian surveyed the reception room and saw that Teacher Qin appeared to be in his 30s, scholarly, and exuding the unique aura of an academic beastmaster. Teacher Qin, this is Mu Xian, Lin Susu introduced. Teacher Qin regarded Mu Xian and nodded. Indeed, your physical condition has reached the commander level. It appears your beast has ascended to the lord level. Yes, Teacher Qin. Mu Xian acknowledged with confidence, internally surprised at how perceptive Teacher Qin was. He had discerned his level with just a few glances, far surpassing the special recruitment teacher from the Eastern Academy. Teacher Qin inquired, I have heard your ice crystal spirit has evolved into a rare dragon species? Indeed, I have named it the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. As he spoke, Mu Xian summoned the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Upon witnessing the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Teacher Qin nearly rose from his seat, astonished. Such pure draconic majesty. Your dragon-type beast must possess a formidable bloodline. To be in the 3rd year of high school and raise a beast to the lord level, while also evolving it into a rare dragon species. Teacher Qin contemplated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Mu Xian, your talent and strength are exceptional. We at the Imperial Academy warmly welcome your participation. Just as Mu Xian was about to respond, the door to the reception room was abruptly pushed open, and a somewhat anxious middle-aged man rushed in, followed closely by a familiar figure. Ahem, Mu Xian, please hold on. The middle-aged man called out hastily. Mu Xian was taken aback, glancing at the man with confusion. Teacher Qin, however, reacted swiftly, casting a bemused glance at the middle-aged man. Director Fang Jintian of the Eastern Academy Admissions Office, what brings you here? Ah, you are Teacher Qin from the Imperial Academy. The middle-aged man, Fang Jintian, felt a bit awkward but quickly smiled. I am, of course, here for Mu Xian. Without further ado, he ignored Teacher Qin and turned directly to Mu Xian. Greetings. Mu Xian, I am Fang Jintian, the director of the Eastern Academy Admissions Office. I extend a most earnest invitation for you to join our Eastern Academy. The Eastern Academy? Mu Xian replied with a wry smile, glancing at the familiar woman behind Fang Jintian. Isn't that Teacher Tong? I believe I made my stance quite clear. I, Mu Xian, hold your Eastern Academy in disdain. Why do you persist in coming here? Fang Jintian's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at Mu Xian, then at Tong Shuyu, before suddenly uttering coldly, Teacher Tong, could you please elucidate what is going on here? I have no interest in your explanations. Mu Xian replied with a faint smile, then turned to Teacher Qin, saying, I must confess, I have a preference for the Eternal Academy, and I apologize for that. Qin Xuanzhong was not particularly disheartened. After all, special recruitment is characterized by both success and failure. Furthermore, to be candid, the advantages of the Imperial Capital Academy are rather limited when compared to the more prosperous Western city where the Eternal Academy is situated. For beast tamers, a bustling metropolis may well erode their resolve. Hence, among the 5 major academies, the combat capabilities of the Imperial Capital Academy have always been the weakest. Were it not for the vast number of secret realms under its control, it might not even hold a place among the supreme academies. At that moment, Mu Xian suddenly turned to Fang Jintian and Tong Shuyu. As for this Teacher Tong, I would advise you, Director Fang, to expedite matters and not tarnish the reputation of the Eastern Academy. Once Mu Xian had departed, Fang Jintian abruptly turned to Lin Susu. Teacher Lin, what on earth is happening? What is going on with our Eastern Academy? After contemplating briefly, Lin Susu succinctly recounted the events of the morning, smiling gently. To be honest, I am beginning to lose faith in your Eastern Academy. When Qin Xuanzhong and Lin Susu took their leave, only Fang Jintian and Tong Shuyu remained in the reception room. At which moment Fang Jintian's countenance was as dark as coal. A few seconds later, a roar erupted from Fang Jintian. Tong Shuyu, you are utterly foolish. In the ensuing time, Mu Xian grew weary of waiting for the special recruitment teachers from the Eternal Academy. For him, special recruitment merely represented a means to bypass a segment of the college entrance examination, allowing him to advance to the Western City, where he could hunt the local beasts and gather resources for cultivation. However, just a few days later, Lin Susu suddenly called Mu Xian to inform him that he need not consider special recruitment any longer. It turned out that on this very day, the National Beast Taming Education Department had instituted significant reforms concerning the college entrance examination, transitioning from the previous format to a multi-tiered examination system. The new examination format is primarily divided into a liberal arts test, a municipal beast tamer combat examination, a provincial beast tamer secret realm practical examination, and a national comprehensive examination for beast tamers. According to the new examination rules received by the schools, the liberal arts test lasts only 1 day, divided into 2 sessions, with each session comprising 3 papers. The Municipal Beast Tamer Combat Examination involves all candidates drawing lots to determine their opponents, employing a knockout format until the top 100, top 10, and top 3 are determined. Those in the top 100 will receive resource rewards, while the top 10 and top 3 will be granted even more substantial rewards. Additionally, the top 100 from the municipal examination will qualify for the provincial secret realm examination, and the top 30 at the provincial level will gain entry to the national examination in the imperial capital. It is evident that this new examination format increases the difficulty several-fold compared to previous years. Upon hearing Lin Susu's words, Mu Xian sarcastically remarked, "Isn't this akin to the civil service examination of Blue Star? Incredible." Regarding the National Beast Taming Education Department, Mu Xian could only offer a thumbs up. They truly know how to play the game. Nevertheless, he recognized that this examination format, reminiscent of the civil service examination, would facilitate the emergence of talents, which was ultimately advantageous for him. Thus, Mu Xian, you can now set aside thoughts of special recruitment and prepare for the new examination. Lin Susu said cheerfully, "I have high hopes for you to secure the first place in the provincial examination." Mu Xian smiled in response, "Teacher Lin, I assure you I will accomplish this task." After concluding the call with Lin Susu, Mu Xian pondered for a moment, since special recruitment was no longer a consideration. He would devote himself fully to preparing for the entrance examination. With over 20 days remaining until the examination, he could not afford to waste time. A journey to the Dragon Gate mountain range was in order. Soon, Mu Xian made his decision. Chapter 036. The Adventure in Dragon Gate Mountain Range. The Dragon Gate mountain range stretches from the southwest to the northeast, spanning hundreds of kilometers, passing through numerous cities, and serving as a habitat for various magical beasts. With occasional appearances by powerful beings, Mu Xian entered the Dragon Gate mountain range from the northern hills. His objective clear: to hunt magical beasts while simultaneously enhancing the combat capabilities of his two tamed beasts in preparation for the upcoming examination. As for resources, they were secondary. Being a Lord-level beast tamer, even rare beast bloodlines would not draw undue attention, allowing him to operate with greater ease than he had a month prior. While Mu Xian was honing his skills in the Dragon Gate mountain range, within a clandestine space, several figures gathered around a large round table, conspiring about something. My friends, I have received reliable information that the Dragon Kingdom's government will open the Holy Light Secret Realm during the National Comprehensive Examination, a raspy voice announced, and instantly the entire space fell silent, all eyes turning toward him. The Holy Light Secret Realm? Someone queried, uncertainty lacing their tone. Indeed, the very Holy Light Secret Realm. The raspy voice replied, a hint of excitement evident. Ha ha ha, the bureaucrats are willing to part with that secret realm. It seems their situation is rather precarious. A voice laced with mockery chimed in. A deep voice then chuckled softly, of course, under the guidance of our high priest. The 7 great races beyond the North Plains launched an offensive. Although it ultimately failed, it inflicted significant casualties on the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, they will have to invest more resources into nurturing the next generation. This is not a matter of great concern for the Dragon Kingdom. A seductive female voice suddenly interjected, causing many present to become entranced. The raspy voice continued, let us return to the matter of the Holy Light Secret Realm. This realm is filled with light and holy-type magical beasts, which are highly effective against us. If those prodigies each acquire one, once they mature, would you be willing to face them? The enchanting female voice laughed, certainly not. Old Crow, you are esteemed and respected. Please enlighten us on what we should do. Yes, we shall heed your counsel, Old Crow, came the mocking voices. The raspy voice coldly snorted, which, cease flattering me. Our 5 organizations must send personnel inside. If we can eliminate these talented students, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly falter. Old Crow is truly ruthless. I find that quite appealing. Shut up, you witch. Can't you refrain from disgusting us? I truly detest sitting with your demonic faction. Not long after, the figures in the hidden space vanished without a trace. Deep within the Dragon Gate mountain range, a tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by a mournful cry, as a massive figure collapsed with a thunderous crash. Not far from it, Mu Xian and his 2 tamed beasts finally exhaled in relief, their faces alight with smiles. Phew, we finally brought down this diamond giant wolf. Mu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, praising the ice crystal frost dragon and the void dragon Weasel beside him. Well done, little spirit, little cat. Meow meow. Of course. Roar. Joyous. Seeing this, Mu Xian shook his head and slowly approached the diamond giant wolf to extract its bloodline. This marked the 12th day since Mu Xian had entered the Dragon Gate mountain range. Nearly half a month had passed. And although he and his 2 tamed beasts had endured considerable hardship, they had also gathered quite a bounty. He had discovered 3 types of Lord-level cultivation resources and more than 10 types of Commander-level resources, though regrettably, none suited his 2 tamed beasts. Additionally, Mu Xian had hunted 9 Lord-level magical beasts, most of which ranged from Lord Level 1 to Lord Level 6. The Diamond Giant Wolf, being a Lord Level 7 beast, represented the most challenging battle Mu Xian had faced since entering the Dragon Gate mountain range, requiring over 20 minutes to vanquish it. This experience also clarified for Mu Xian that his current limit lies with Lord Level 7 magical beasts. Calculating the time, he realized it was time to return. Mu Xian silently mused. While the resource yield from this expedition to the Dragon Gate mountain range was modest, the greatest achievement was undoubtedly the significant progress made through continuous battles. The Ice Crystal Frost Dragon advanced to Lord Level 2, and the Void Dragon Weasel reached Commander Level 3, a stark contrast to their previous rapid growth. In truth, this represents the conventional rate of enhancement for Lord-level beasts and rare attribute beasts, as the cultivation resources available for Lord-level entities are over 10 times scarcer than those for Commander-level beasts, resulting in a price that is naturally several times higher. The same principle applies to rare attribute beasts, such as those belonging to the Space, Barrier, Dusk, paper drawing, and dream attributes. Their conditions for existence are exceedingly unique, which inherently bestows upon them an exorbitant value. When it comes to resources essential for evolution, the situation becomes even more outrageous. Each type is considered a treasure beyond compare, and often they are available only at a price that exceeds the market, rendering them unobtainable even for those with wealth. The plans for artificially cultivating various resources barely reached the commander level. However, before Mu Xian could depart, a rather familiar colossal wolf abruptly materialized before him and his two beasts, its gaze chilling. The information panel that subsequently appeared filled Mu Xian with astonishment. Thunderstorm Wolf, Species, Thunder-type Wolf Clan Rank, Lord Level 9 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Elite Skills, Thunderstorm, Thunder Cage, Frenzied Thunderclaw. Thunder Tread Description: a formidable beast residing deep within the Dragon Gate Mountains, undoubtedly the sovereign of the surrounding 100 miles. Handle with care. At this moment, Mu Xian finally realized that the giant wolf before him was indeed the Beast King of the Dragon Gate Mountains, a peak existence at Lord Level 9. This is bad. The golden giant wolf I just slew must have summoned this thunderstorm wolf. An immediate shiver ran down Mu Xian's spine. Yet, the thunderstorm wolf did not grant Mu Xian much time for contemplation. With a low growl, it surged forth, blue-purple lightning sweeping towards Mu Xian in an instant. Damn it! Mu Xian cursed inwardly, swiftly dodging while calling out, Xiaoling. In the next moment, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon sprang into action, emanating a frigid aura that instantly encased the thunderstorm wolf's thunder cage in ice, executing the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon skill, Extreme Cold Seal. This skill, evolved from the Extreme Freezing technique, had undergone a transformation, combining rapid freezing with significant freezing damage. However, the greatest advantage of this skill was its instantaneous activation. Just as the thunder cage was frozen in an instant, the following developments caused Mu Xian's heart to plummet. The surface of the rapidly frozen thunder cage suddenly shimmered with arcs of lightning, and with a thunderous crash, the ice shattered, allowing the thunder cage to continue its trajectory towards him. The rank disparity was too great. Mu Xian quickly concluded. The battle among the three beasts soon escalated to a fever pitch. Powerful skills were unleashed one after another, yet the damage inflicted on the thunderstorm wolf remained limited. Meanwhile, Mu Xian's side suffered heavily, as the thunder attribute's destructive power and paralysis inflicted considerable injury upon the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Fortunately, the Void Dragon Weasel intermittently executed space confinement, granting the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon moments of respite. If the situation continued to evolve like this, Mu Xian's side would undoubtedly face defeat. But fortunately, a glimmer of hope emerged. Chapter 037, The Third Beast, the Celestial Mirage Butterfly. Mu Xian suddenly realized that his two beasts were performing inadequately in their cooperation. The root cause lay in their prior dominance. They had easily dispatched their previous foes. Now, confronted with a formidable beast at Lord Level 9, this weakness finally revealed itself. Little Cat, continuously confine it and use the Void Blade to harass it, creating opportunities for Xiaoling. Xiaoling, your task is to perpetually freeze the opponent and await the moment to unleash the absolute zero storm. Under Mu Xian's guidance, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel finally synchronized their efforts. Gradually, the two beasts began to withstand the onslaught of the thunderstorm wolf and even managed to counterattack sporadically. However, it was not long before the thunderstorm wolf sensed the shift in dynamics and quickly identified Mu Xian as the pivotal factor. Consequently, it abruptly altered its strategy, redirecting its assault towards Mu Xian. Now, Mu Xian found himself in a precarious situation, as every attack aimed at him had to be absorbed by the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel. In a mere moment, they expended a considerable amount of energy and were on the verge of exhaustion. Indeed, the Wolf Clan was a cunning race. Mu Xian sighed inwardly, recognizing that having discovered this weakness, victory in this battle seemed elusive. Little Cat, Xiaoling, keep using Extreme Cold Seal and Space Confinement. Let us fight while we retreat. Space confinement was undoubtedly a divine skill among control techniques, nearly impossible to evade. Although the thunderstorm wolf shattered the confinement in less than 30 seconds, Mu Xian had already created distance between himself and the beast. Then, the extreme cold seal was deployed, freezing the thunderstorm wolf once more for a duration of 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, another space confinement was cast. 5 minutes later, Mu Xian and his two beasts reconvened, collapsing in a hollow of a tree. Meow, 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 we can't win. I'm so useless. The Void Dragon Weasel emitted a plaintive cry, clearly distressed by its inability to contribute significantly. Do not be disheartened. That wolf is 2 levels above you. Once you reach its level, you could easily pin it to the ground with one hand. Mu Xian consoled, amused. Meow? Really? The void dragon Weasel looked up. Absolutely. Mu Xian affirmed with a serious nod. In fact, the void dragon Weasel would only need to reach Lord level 1 to effortlessly vanquish the thunderstorm wolf. Alas, the space attribute beasts were notoriously difficult to level up. Mu Xian and his 2 beasts rested in the hollow for over 20 minutes before regaining their composure. However, Mu Xian soon realized with embarrassment that in his haste to escape, he had lost his way. Little cat, how much longer until you can summon the space passage? Mu Xian inquired of the void dragon Weasel, knowing that this skill was particularly taxing on energy and stamina. During the intense battle with the thunderstorm wolf, Mu Xian had refrained from attempting it, as any miscalculation in the coordinates could lead to dire consequences. Meow? I can do it now. Excellent. Let us directly return to Jinhua City. Meow meow meow. It's too far. We can't return. At this juncture, Mu Xian dared not recklessly traverse through space. Who knew if he would end up in the lair of a lord-level beast? Ultimately, Mu Xian decided to first exit the Dragon Gate Mountains, ascertain his position, and then formulate a plan. Fortunately, Little Cat had stored ample food and water in its mustard seed space, alleviating concerns about hunger or cold. By evening, Mu Xian still had not exited the Dragon Gate Mountains. Thankfully, the mountains were dotted with numerous hollow trees, and he selected a safe hollow as his refuge. That night, Mu Xian slept restlessly, perpetually sensing an unseen presence watching him. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized his surroundings, he found nothing, almost convinced he had succumbed to hallucinations. However, Mu Xian was acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. As a commander-level beastmaster, his physical prowess had ascended to commander level 2. And with his mastery of breathing techniques, his mental attributes were heightened, rendering him exceptionally sensitive to the gaze of beasts. The reason he could not detect the observer, Mu Xian surmised, was due to the beast's timid nature, lurking 50 meters away to observe him. Thus, Mu Xian devised a plan to lure the creature out and uncover its identity. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. As a translucent little butterfly cautiously approached, sensing its target appeared to be in slumber, which eased its trepidation, such was its nature. It was known as the celestial mirage butterfly, an exceedingly rare and exceptional beast. Just as this transparent little butterfly approached within 50 meters, Mu Xian finally sensed something amiss. Slightly opening his eyes to catch sight of the target, nearly startled out of his wits. Celestial mirage butterfly species, illusion type precognition butterfly clan rank, elite level 3 bloodline, beast king level quality, exceptional skills, illusory form, danger precognition description, a remarkably rare mutated beast. Originally an ordinary illusion butterfly, it underwent a drastic transformation due to the awakening of a portion of the 3-life butterfly bloodline and was subsequently expelled from its kin. It journeyed through countless mountains and rivers for over 1,000 kilometers, finally arriving at the Dragon Gate Mountains. The celestial mirage butterfly? It possesses a fragment of the 3-life butterfly bloodline. Mu Xian's heart raced with excitement. Regarding the third beast tamer, Mu Xian did not have a specific objective in mind. He would not mind either a healing or a defensive type. However, during his 2-week expedition in the Longmen Mountains, he had yet to encounter any of these 2 types of beasts, leading him to suspect that they might have all been captured. The present celestial butterfly, capable of foreseeing danger, perfectly suited Mu Xian's taste. The celestial butterfly remained unaware that Mu Xian had already detected its presence. Observing that the target was still in slumber, it finally ventured into a tree hollow. Little spirit, spatial confinement. In an instant, a transparent space enveloped the celestial butterfly, leaving it bewildered and emitting a series of chirps. Yet, as a creature of elite rank, it stood no chance of breaking free from the spatial confinement. As he gazed at the butterfly with its exquisite, transparent wings, Mu Xian felt increasingly satisfied. Its beauty alone was sufficient. Moreover, this butterfly was a rare beast that had awakened a portion of the 3-life butterfly bloodline, making it even more precious. The 3-life butterfly, from its very name, hinted at its extraordinary nature, particularly the term life butterfly, which implied that it was a formidable beast touching upon the attributes of fate. Mu Xian could hardly contain his delight at acquiring a beast with such bloodline. Soon, he dripped a drop of blood to form a contract with the celestial butterfly. What? You say the celestial butterfly did not consent? As an elite, could it even muster the strength to resist? Before long, the celestial butterfly stirred awake, only to realize something was amiss. Within its consciousness, another presence lingered. This revelation filled the celestial butterfly with sheer terror. How could this be? Its little mind struggled to comprehend. Do not be afraid, little one. You shall be my partner from now on. Fortunately, at that moment, a gentle voice resonated within the depths of the celestial butterfly's consciousness, instilling warmth and comfort. From now on, I shall call you little butterfly. Chapter 38. Arrival in Hangzhou, having secured a rare bloodline beast. Mu Xian felt utterly content with his journey to the Longmen Mountains. The next morning, taking advantage of the diminished presence of beasts in the forest, he set off. After a full morning's trek, he finally spotted the silhouette of human beast tamers, signifying that he had exited the depths of the Longmen Mountains and reached the periphery. Shortly thereafter, Mu Xian, accompanied by his 3 beasts, burst forth from the Longmen Mountains, only to discover that he had inadvertently arrived on the opposite side, closer to Hangzhou. In essence, Mu Xian had traversed the entire Longmen Mountains on his own. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment over getting lost, he was relieved that no one was aware. Now that he had arrived in Hangzhou, he thought it would be nice to visit Fanfic. Half an hour later, outside the Provincial Beast Tamer Academy. In a bubble tea shop, Ling Fangfei gazed at Mu Xian, astonished. Mu Xian, how did you end up in Hangzhou? Mu Xian's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. I came to Hangzhou to procure some cultivation resources. Ling Fangfei, not suspecting anything amiss, acknowledged that many beast tamers did the same, as the provincial city offered far richer resources than ordinary smaller towns. What resources do you need? Let me see if I have them, she inquired with concern. You helped me immensely last time, and I have been wondering how to thank you. Mu Xian, intrigued, asked, has your flame sparrow evolved? Upon hearing this, Ling Fangfei's excitement surged. Yes, thanks to your reminder, I specifically directed its evolution towards the golden flame divine bird, and it succeeded. Now, it is called the golden flame divine sparrow. As she spoke, Ling Fangfei summoned her beast. Golden flame divine sparrow, type, fire. Flying rank, commander level 6 bloodline, beast king level quality, elite skills, fiery jet, golden flame strike. Explosive fireball description, originally a flame sparrow containing a trace of the golden flame divine bird bloodline. It gained part of the golden flame divine bird's capabilities through an imperfect cultivation evolution scheme, showcasing considerable potential. Mu Xian observed that the golden flame divine sparrow had indeed undergone significant changes. It exuded a faint golden hue, radiating majesty and power. However, through the information panel, he discerned that the quality of the golden flame divine sparrow had diminished, indicating a loss of potential. The challenge of evolving it into the king-level golden flame divine bird would be exponentially greater. The crux of the matter lay in the imperfect evolution scheme. Watching Ling Fangfei revel in her joy, Mu Xian refrained from voicing his assessment. Sometimes, ignorance is far more blissful than knowledge. After discussing the golden flame divine sparrow, Ling Fangfei finally inquired about Mu Xian's situation. Mu Xian, to what extent has your beast been cultivated? Have you contracted a second beast? I heard there have been significant changes to the entrance exam for your cohort. Mu Xian nodded. Yes, the entrance exam has been reformed. We first battle in the city, then proceed to the provincial city for the secret realm examination, and there may even be a possibility of advancing to the imperial capital for the national examination. In the past, the entrance exam consisted of a written test followed by a rank assessment, culminating in a ranking match. Teachers would then assign scores based on these rankings, with higher ranks earning higher scores, which was rather unfriendly to those from ordinary families. However, now it was different. The importance of rank had diminished, enhancing the focus on the cultivation and understanding of beasts. It was evident that the higher-ups had recognized the problems inherent in the singular emphasis on rank, which hindered the discovery of talented beast tamers. Ling Fangfei remarked, with this shift, your advantages have greatly increased. By the way, you haven't mentioned what rank your beast has achieved. Mu Xian pondered for a moment and replied honestly, it's at leader level 2. Leader level 2. What did you say? Ling Fangfei nearly leaped from her seat, exclaiming, leader level already? How could that happen so quickly? Mu Xian chuckled. I obtained a dragon blood fruit in the Longmen Mountains. Ling Fangfei was momentarily speechless, almost exclaiming for help, had their relationship not been so close. Just then, a girl with pale skin and a youthful face, resembling a giant teddy bear, entered the bubble tea shop. Upon spotting Ling Fangfei and Mu Xian, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed fiercely, well, Ling Fangfei, you said you had matters to attend to, yet here you are, flirting at the school gate. Ling Fangfei was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Man, we are not flirting, we are just on a date, right? Interjected the girl. Referred to as man, with a grin. Ling Fangfei retorted, we are siblings. Oh, so it's a sibling romance. Man nodded, feigning solemnity. Mu Xian and Ling Fangfei exchanged glances, exasperated. Oh, I see. You two are childhood sweethearts who are now preparing to take your relationship to the next level, right? Hello, Ling Fangfei's brother. I am Man, your childhood sweetheart's best friend. Mu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling. I am Mu Xian. With Man interjecting. Many topics of personal privacy naturally became inappropriate to discuss. Ling Fangfei then steered the conversation back to the resources Mu Xian sought. Little brother, what resources do you want? Let me see if I have any left on me. And I, Mu Xian's little brother, can sell you resources at cost price. Man chimed in cheerfully. Mu Xian chuckled and shook his head. You probably won't have what I need. It's better to purchase from the beast tamer market. Are you so certain? At least I am now a leader-level beast tamer. Ling Fangfei teased. Exactly. Do you look down upon our Zhidong Beast Tamer Academy? With a slight smile, Mu Xian replied, I need leader-level ice-type and dragon-type cultivation resources or commander-level space-type resources. Do you have any? Commander-level space-type resources? Leader-level dragon-type resources? Ling Fangfei and Man exclaimed in unison, staring incredulously at Mu Xian. Ling Fangfei was astonished that Mu Xian required commander-level space-type resources, while Man was shocked by his request for leader-level dragon-type resources. It was known that, even at the Zhidong Beast Tamer Academy, achieving leader level in the first year was an exceedingly rare feat. Mu Xian smiled calmly, leaving Ling Fangfei and Man in awe. After a considerable period, Ling Fangfei smiled wryly and said, Little brother, the resources you mentioned are indeed not in our possession. However, I am aware of a place that sells them. Isn't that right, Man? Man promptly nodded, exclaiming, Yes. Brother Mu Xian, my father runs a beast resource shop. He might have such rare resources. Mu Xian initially hesitated, but seeing Man's earnestness, he reluctantly agreed. 20 minutes later, Mu Xian, Ling Fangfei, and Man arrived outside a beast resource shop in Hangzhou's beast trading district. Observing the expansive establishment comprising 8 storefronts, Ling Fangfei quipped, Man, is this the little shop you mentioned earlier? Man stuck out her tongue and replied, Hee, isn't it fashionable to be low-key? Chapter 039. This son-in-law must not escape. The name of Man's family beast resource shop was Four Seas Tower, spanning a generous 1,000 square meters, brimming with a plethora of diverse items. Having confirmed with a glance that this was indeed the beast resource shop they sought, Man was greeted by a gentle smile from a middle-aged man, his eyes filled with affection. Man, what brings you to the shop today? Feeling bashful, Man replied. Dad, I have a friend who wishes to purchase some rare attribute beast resources. Do you have any? What rare attribute beast resources? Man's father, Hai, chuckled confidently. Not to brag, but our Four Seas Tower has 80% of all attributes in stock. Hai, once a powerful beastmaster, had established this shop in Hangzhou after a decline in his beast's prowess, gaining a modest reputation as a resource merchant. Mu Xian's eyes lit up at Hai's words. Hello, Uncle Yu. I am Mu Xian, a friend of Man. I wish to acquire Lord-level ice and dragon-type cultivation resources, alongside commander-level spatial resources, and finally, some elite-level illusion-type resources. Lord-level ice and dragon-types? Commander-level spatial resources? Hai was taken aback, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. Could this young man be attempting to deceive Man? Observing his attire and demeanor, could he truly be a Lord-level beastmaster? Despite his suspicions, Hai maintained his smile and suggested, These resources are quite costly. Why don't we discuss this upstairs? Of course. On the second floor, in the reception room, Hai swiftly presented a price list along with some physical examples. Four Seas Tower boasted 6 varieties of ice-type resources, 4 types of dragon resources, and 3 types of spatial resources. Student Mu Xian, the spatial resources are rather scarce. The shop only has 3 types. I hope you understand. Hai said apologetically, then inquired, May I ask which of these you intend to purchase? Delighted to discover 3 types of spatial resources, Mu Xian was pleased, realizing that the resource variety in a large city was indeed plentiful. Glancing at the price list, he noted, Void Stone, elite-level resource, the most common spatial resource, priced at 250,000 each. Void Spirit Stone, commander-level resource, slightly rarer than the Void Stone, priced at 900,000 each. Considering that the Void Stone was only 250,000, Mu Xian was taken aback by the markup. Spatial resources were indeed a bottomless pit. Hollow Willow Branch, commander-level resource, a segment of the rare spatial spirit tree, priced at a staggering 3 million for a piece. Xianine Dragon Scale, Lord Level Resource, an old scale shed by the Xianine Dragon, priced at 500,000 each. Polar Cold Light Dragon Blood, Lord Level Resource, a drop of blood from the Polar Cold Light Dragon, priced at 1.2 million each. Extreme Cold Spirit Crystal, Lord Level Resource. Yu Sihai, secretly amused, was eager to witness Mu Xian's reaction. Ling Fangfei and Yu Man were equally astonished. These prices were several times higher than their own beast resources. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Xian astounded everyone present with his declaration. Uncle Yu, I will take all 30 of the Void Spirit Stones. I'll also buy 5 hollow willow branches. Give me 30 Xianine Dragon Scales. I need a total of 30 drops of Polar Cold Light Dragon Blood. And I'll take 100 Extreme Cold Spirit Crystals. Hearing the quantities Mu Xian rattled off left Yu Sihai utterly dumbfounded. Was this young man truly a Lord-level beastmaster? And a Dragon-type one at that? When had such a young prodigy emerged in Hangzhou? In that moment, Yu Sihai's earlier skepticism vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Gaining the friendship of a talented beastmaster was far more valuable than a mere few million. Student Mu Xian, the original price for these beast resources is 125 million. However, since you and Man are friends, I can offer them to you at a cost price of 85, totaling 106 million. Mu Xian glanced at the invoice, astonished to find that the spatial resources alone amounted to 36 million, even after the discount. Indeed, spatial beast resources were not something an ordinary person could afford. Yet, one could not deny their exceptional prowess. They were indispensable for battles and explorations, serving as the backbone of a top-tier beastmasters team. Gazing at the exorbitant figure, Mu Xian frowned. His account held only 14 million. It seemed he would need to liquidate some assets. Noticing Mu Xian's frown, Ling Fangfei interjected, "Little brother, what's wrong? Are you short on cash? I still have several million here." Yu Sihai chuckled, "If you're low on funds, student Mu Xian, you can take these resources now and settle the payment later." His words were, in fact, a test. How could a true Lord-level prodigy possibly be short on money? Even if he lacked cash, he would certainly have some rare resources on hand. Though he had begun to believe Mu Xian might indeed be a Lord-level beastmaster, he still sought final confirmation. However, Mu Xian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No, I'll have it shortly." With a swift motion, Mu Xian summoned the Void Dragon Weasel, which materialized in his arms. The little creature, alert and curious, surveyed its surroundings, confused by the drastically different scene from what it had imagined for a battle. "Meow? How adorable!" Yu Man exclaimed upon seeing the Void Dragon Weasel, her heart swelling with affection, nearly reaching out to pet it. Ling Fangfei retained some composure, having already deduced Mu Xian's intentions. Yu Sihai, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. If Mu Xian truly was a Lord-level beastmaster, he would be an exceptional candidate for a son-in-law. In this era, a talented beastmaster could easily attract numerous admirers, and Yu Sihai was determined to secure a deep connection, achieving a mutually beneficial relationship. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian affectionately stroked the little creature and said, "Little cat, let's take out the resources we obtained in the Longmin mountain range." Meow. A pile of various beast organs, exuding a strong metallic scent, appeared out of nowhere, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Ling Fangfei picked up a plastic bag, inside of which lay a heart pulsating with a powerful aura, unmistakably from a beast of at least Lord level 5. Yu Sihai was both astonished and delighted. Having recognized several familiar beast corpses, such as the Emerald Dragon Python, which had seemingly reached Lord level 6 before meeting its demise at the hands of this young man. Could it be that the Emerald Dragon Python and the Shadow Lizard were among the dominant beasts deep within Longmin Mountain Range? Yu Sihai's heart raced with excitement. Where did this prodigy come from? This son-in-law must not escape. Chapter 040. Transaction completed. Trouble at the hotel. In the Dragon Gate Mountain Range, Mu Xian successfully hunted down 9 Lord-level demon beasts. He spared even the smallest corpses, while the larger ones were stripped of their most valuable materials, such as hearts and kidneys. Dear Mu Xian, the total value of these demon beast corpses and materials amounts to 120 million. After deducting 106 million, you still have a surplus of 14 million. Would you prefer to select additional resources, or shall I assist you in finding some? Yu Sihai exclaimed with excitement and joy. Mu Xian gazed at the corpse of the Emerald Dragon Python and suddenly had an epiphany, recalling an item he had long wished to purchase but had never had the opportunity. Uncle Yu, do you happen to have a temporary beast controlling ring? The temporary beast controlling ring can seal demon beasts within it, allowing them to be transported back to the city for sale, frequently utilized for high-tier and rare demon beasts. Had Mu Xian possessed a temporary beast-controlling ring earlier, he could have easily captured the Emerald Dragon Python alive, which, as a living Lord-level 6th-tier beast, would have been worth a staggering 50 million. However, these rings are exceedingly rare, tied to spatial and sealing powers, making their creation quite challenging. Each one commands a price exceeding 10 million. Mu Xian had previously inquired in Jinhua City and learned that purchasing one required reservations, price increases, and waiting in line, with at least 7 or 8 individuals ahead of him, necessitating a wait of at least 3 months. Thus, when Mu Xian unexpectedly arrived in Hang City, his first reaction was to procure a batch of useful items, including the coveted temporary beast-controlling ring. The temporary beast-controlling ring? Yu Sihai chuckled, indeed. I just received one that was originally reserved by a customer who failed to pick it up after 3 days. Since you desire it, I shall offer it to you first. That's wonderful. Mu Xian beamed, not caring whether the previous customer truly had neglected their order. He only desired the temporary beast-controlling ring. Soon, Yu Sihai carefully presented a silver metallic bracelet to Mu Xian, explaining its usage. Speaking of the temporary beast-controlling ring, it truly is remarkable. However, its production is exceedingly difficult. It is said that only beast kings of the spatial system can create one, and they must also possess the skill of spatial cutting, an exceedingly stringent requirement, Yu Sihai lamented. Afterward, he looked at Mu Xian with anticipation. If your beast can ascend to the beast king level and master spatial cutting, you must attempt to learn how to craft the temporary beast-controlling ring. Our Sihai Tower is willing to purchase them at 10 million each, no limit on quantity. Temporary beast-controlling ring? Mu Xian glanced at the little creature in his arms, shaking his head with a wry smile. Uncle Yu, you overestimate me. I am still light years away from the beast king level. To evolve the void dragon Weasel to that tier, I cannot even fathom how many resources I would need to invest. Yu Sihai, regaining his composure, smiled wryly. Indeed, the beast king level is a distant goal. He was well aware that cultivating a spatial beastmaster is the most challenging endeavor. Without an investment of 10 billion, it is nearly impossible to nurture a beast king level spatial beastmaster. Ultimately, the temporary beast-controlling ring was sold to Mu Xian for 10 million, while the remaining funds were spent on resources necessary for cultivating the heavenly machine illusion butterfly. With that, the delightful shopping experience came to an end. Man, do bring more classmates to our store. Yu Sihai cheerfully told Yu Man and Mu Xian as they departed, seemingly hinting at something. Once outside Sihai Tower, Ling Fangfei gazed at Mu Xian as if he were a creature from another world. Little brother, are you truly still the same one I've known since childhood? Mu Xian felt a chill run down his spine under Ling Fangfei's scrutinizing gaze, inwardly lamenting how terrifying her intuition was. She had seen through him. It seemed he could not afford to let her remain. Cough, Sister Fangfei, I am still the same me, unchanged in any way. Just a few months of fortuitous encounters. Mu Xian replied with a calm smile. Yu Man, her eyes filled with envy, gazed at the adorable silver kitten in Mu Xian's arms and asked in a pitiful tone, Brother Mu Xian, may I hold it? With a gentle smile, Mu Xian handed the kitten over. Go ahead, feel free. Meow. Soon, the little creature voiced its discontent, yet before long, Yu Man skillfully soothed it, causing its eyes to narrow in delight. Mu Xian shook his head with a smile and said to Ling Fangfei, Sister Fangfei, I plan to return to Jinhua City tomorrow. Ling Fangfei nodded lightly. Today's events had been profoundly shocking for her. In just a few months, her little brother had caught up with her, and his strength far exceeded her expectations, leading her to question her own life. That night, at the Zhujiang East Beastmaster Academy, in a certain young woman's quarters, several strikingly beautiful girls sat in the living room, captivated by Yu Man's animated recounting of Mu Xian's exploits, leaving Ling Fangfei's other 2 friends utterly astounded. Fei, if you no longer want your brother, how about letting us have him? Ling Fangfei rolled her eyes. Humph, don't even think about it. Oh, come on. Don't be so stingy. Let us just say you take the lead, and I'll take the back. In an instant, the living room erupted with the playful shouts of girls chasing one another. Meanwhile, in a hotel outside the academy, Mu Xian was feeding the 2 little creatures training resources, while the ice crystal cold extremity dragon had been placed in the beast space, which did not hinder the beast from absorbing resources for growth. Little butterfly, here's the flavor your butterfly can adore the most, Mu Xian said, observing the petite heavenly machine illusion butterfly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to cultivate it. Should he focus on developing its illusionary attributes or explore its prescient abilities? To be honest, Mu Xian had limited understanding of this mysterious prescient ability as it pertained to the realm of fate. In the current civilization of humanity, the top-tier beasts with fate attributes have not been disclosed domestically or internationally. Undoubtedly, even if they existed, they would be few in number. After being expelled from its clan and traversing thousands of kilometers to arrive at the Dragon Gate mountain range, could it be that this little creature had foreseen something and specifically sought him out? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. With this thought, Mu Xian's interest in the heavenly machine illusion butterfly's prescient attributes deepened. At 10 o'clock that night, the little creatures had finished absorbing their resources and had fallen into a deep slumber within the beast space. Mu Xian prepared to retire for the night, seeking to restore his energy for the journey back to Jinhua City the following day. However, mere minutes after he lay down, the hotel suddenly trembled, followed by an intense surge of energy that jolted Mu Xian awake. Damn it, do I possess the legendary protagonist's halo, causing calamities wherever I go? In the hotel corridor, a stunning young woman repeatedly pounded on doors, seemingly pleading for help from the guests inside. Yet, whether due to moral decay or the loss of humanity, none of the doors she knocked on opened. Just then, footsteps grew increasingly closer, echoing ominously. That woman is right ahead. We cannot let her escape. Damn it. Even if she is a commander-level beastmaster, who dares defy Zhang Xiao's wishes for a woman? Enough talk. Hurry up and chase. If that little girl escapes, we'll all be in trouble. At that moment, sensing the commotion, Mu Xian opened his door, eager to comprehend the situation, only to be met by a slender figure darting past him. Help me. A melodious voice rang out, causing Mu Xian to freeze momentarily before quickly closing the door. His heart swelled with excitement. Could it be that the Clich D hero saving the damsel in distress story was about to unfold? A minute later, a group of people rushed past outside, and the young woman's figure tensed up. After a while, Mu Xian turned to the girl and smiled. It's all right now. They've gone past. The young girl nodded, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster. Brother, thank you for saving me. Mu Xian gently inclined his head, but suddenly sensed something amiss. To his astonishment, the girl's information panel displayed Zhuit Donglai species, human, rank, commander level 1. Beast companion, soul-eating spider demoness, lord level 1. Blood-boiling butterfly demoness, commander level 9. Flowing flame wind falcon demoness, commander level 5. A slender, striking young woman named Zhuit Donglai had contracted 3 demon companions, all female. How could one not be astonished? Moreover, Mu Xian could sense that the group who had just rushed over were merely ordinary people. It was undeniably comical that this lord-level beastmaster would harbor concerns. Instantly, a sense of vigilance surged within Mu Xian. It was evident that the other party had orchestrated this scenario specifically to target him. Within the annals of human civilization, there exist 4 notorious evil organizations, with the Dark Alliance reigning supreme, followed by the Beast God cult. The third, shrouded in mystery, is known only as the Witch Sect, with scant information circulating about it. Could this woman possibly be a member of the fabled Witch Sect? Judging by the information displayed, it seemed this sect might transform all its members into females. Goodness, it could very well be true. I knew all along that the Clich hero saving a damsel in distress was nothing but a myth. Yet, what could this individual's true intentions be? Surely, she wouldn't attempt to seduce me into moral decay, would she? The allure of a witch is undeniably tempting. At this thought, Mu Xian couldn't help but shiver. He had no inclination toward the peculiar tastes of Emperor Roselle. Just then, the girl appeared to make a significant decision. Pulling from her bosom a pure white fruit that shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding a faint yet pleasant fragrance. Brother, I have nothing to repay you with but this holy light fruit as a token of my gratitude, she said earnestly, even elaborating on the fruit's effects. Were it not for the information visible on the fruit, Mu Xian might have genuinely believed her. Holy light fruit, rank, lord level, applicable to humans, demon beasts, beast companions. Description: a rare spiritual fruit from the realm of light, imbued with potent luminous energy, capable of altering one's constitution and enhancing it by 1 to 3 levels, making the body more harmonized with light attribute powers. It is one of the few rare spiritual fruits that can directly influence the human body. Witch's blood, rank, lord level, applicable to any living being. Description: the residual blood of the unparalleled ancient powerhouse, the Doomsday Witch, diluted 1,000-fold with the water from the spirit spring. Even after eons, it retains a terrifying capacity for contagion. Direct ingestion leads to gradual feminization and a shift in mentality. After 3 doses, one will transform into a woman. Even demon beasts and beast companions will become demonesses. An irreversible process, and once feminized, they will fervently worship the witch. Note: if witch's blood does not merge with the human body within 1 hour, it will dissolve on its own. Goodness gracious, this witch's blood is utterly terrifying. Mu Xian nearly gasped out loud, but managed to contain himself. He quickly understood that a single fruit and 2 information panels meant that the witch's blood was hidden within, and the other party was clearly attempting to ensnare him, or rather, drag him into a perilous situation. Nevertheless, Mu Xian accepted the holy light fruit, reasoning that one does not refuse a morsel presented before them, while the witch's blood could serve a more sinister purpose later on. By the way, I still don't know your name, he suddenly asked, placing the holy light fruit into his pocket. The girl, noticing that Mu Xian had not consumed the fruit immediately, slightly altered her expression, perplexed. My name is Xuan. Brother, why aren't you eating? The holy light fruit shouldn't be kept for too long. Oh really? Mu Xian smiled subtly, summoning the void dragon Weasel, and placing the holy light fruit into his spatial pocket, advising, little one, this fruit is quite precious, so don't you dare sneak a bite. Meow? The little cat glanced disdainfully at Mu Xian before burrowing back into the beast's space. This unexpected turn left Xuan. No, Zhuodonglai, dumbfounded. This was entirely different from her expectations. I can't let my true intentions slip, she thought, inwardly scoffing. I refuse to believe you would resist such a valuable holy light fruit right before you. The source of her discontent stemmed from Mu Xian's refusal to be deceived, while she had so easily fallen for such tricks in the past. Oh, the memories are too painful to revisit. At that moment, Mu Xian suddenly remarked, Miss Zhua, it's quite late. Aren't you heading home? Zhuodonglai retorted. Are you being polite? At this hour? No, I mean, as a stunning beauty, I cannot possibly be sent off. Feigning a troubled expression, she continued, Brother, you don't understand. That young master is the only son of a powerful figure in Hang City, notoriously spoiled and fond of abducting women like me. I have nowhere else to turn. Brother, could you let me stay for the night? I will seek an opportunity to leave tomorrow. Mu Xian chuckled, of course. However, it seems inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to stay together. I shall book another room at a different hotel. Zhuodonglai was taken aback. Is there truly such an upright and kind-hearted person in this world? However, Mu Xian paid no mind to her thoughts. He dared not spend the night with her. He promptly gathered his belongings, stowed them in his spatial pocket, and departed swiftly. Once Mu Xian left, Zhuodonglai finally reacted, but there was no sign of him left. Damn, could it be that he saw through something? As for Mu Xian, he smirked. Humph, even if you discern my intentions, it matters not. Once you consume that holy light fruit, your fate will be sealed. Chapter 042, we meet again, classmate. 10 minutes later, in a luxurious room at another hotel. Mu Xian gazed at the holy light fruit, a flicker of intrigue gracing his features. To sacrifice such a valuable holy light fruit to ensnare me. What sinister plot does your witch organization harbor? I am but an ordinary high school student. What could possibly warrant their scheming against me? Have they taken notice of my talent and strength? Or are they orchestrating a grand conspiracy that necessitates my involvement? The truth eludes Mu Xian. Yet he understands he must tread carefully from here on out. Without hesitation, he sneered at the holy light fruit. Let us see what this so-called witch's blood truly entails. He extracted the witch's blood. In the next moment, a drop of black-purple blood slowly emerged, exuding an ominous essence. Through this drop of witch's blood, Mu Xian seemed to glimpse the silhouette of an extraordinarily perfect woman, hazy and indistinct. A surge of desire rising within him. Fortunately, he regained his composure shortly after, growing increasingly wary of the witch's blood before him. Witch's blood, rank, Lord level. Applicable to any living being. Description, relieved to see the description unchanged. He then turned his attention back to the holy light fruit, confirming that the witch's blood description had indeed vanished. This meant the holy light fruit was now consumable, free from the horrific consequences of the witch's blood. I wonder if the witch's blood I extracted will dissolve on its own. Mu Xian mused, eyeing the solitary drop of witch's blood in the bowl. Filled with curiosity. With this curiosity in mind, he scrolled through his phone while quietly waiting. An hour later, the drop of black-purple witch's blood suddenly transformed into pure black, resembling ink and radiating an overwhelmingly sinister aura, inducing nausea. Witch's poison rank, Lord level. Applicable to any living being. Description, originally witch's blood, it has transformed into a bizarre poison due to not merging with a living being within 1 hour, altering one's sexual orientation. Only witch's blood can counteract it. It is indeed a malicious scheme. Mu Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. relieved that he possessed an information panel. Otherwise, how could he possibly guard against such insidious schemes? The next day, he departed discreetly in a caravan returning to Jinhua City. Fortunately, this time, he did not unleash any protagonist's halo and returned to Jinhua City without incident. Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, as he left, the young girl Xuan arrived at the hotel where he had been staying, only to find he had already departed. How could this fellow remain so composed? Had he truly not consumed the sacred radiance fruit? Xuan felt utterly speechless. The plot was not meant to unfold this way. Mu Xian, I will not let this matter rest. Upon his return to Jinhua City, Mu Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His nerves had been taut for quite some time, fearing unforeseen events. After indulging in a rejuvenating sleep, he felt revitalized and decided to consume the sacred radiance fruit he had brought with him. The taste was reminiscent of sweet jujubes. As soon as the words left his lips, a warm surge of power radiated from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs and nearly eliciting a moan of pleasure from him. The warm current persisted for an entire afternoon before dissipating, and Mu Xian found himself elevated to the rank of Commander Level 5. Moreover, even his beast mastery space had expanded considerably, emanating a faint golden glow. Subsequently, Mu Xian began methodically raising the ranks of his beasts. However, before he could make significant progress, the college entrance examination arrived. Mu Xian, species, human rank, Commander Level 5 talent, Bloodline Extraction and Fusion beasts, Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Lord Level 4, Void Dragon Weasel, Commander Level 6. Heavenly Mechanism Phantom Butterfly, Elite Level 7. In Jinhua City, at Jiuzhong High School, Mu Xian was diligently scribbling away during the liberal arts examination of the college entrance tests. According to the new examination regulations, the liberal arts portion constituted 40 of the total score, while the city-level practical examination accounted for 60. This meant that to qualify for the provincial examination, one could not afford to perform poorly in the liberal arts. The liberal arts encompassed a comprehensive array of subjects, including Chinese, mathematics, geography, history, common beast language, and beast identification, totaling 6 subjects, each scored out of 100. All subjects had to be completed within a single day, with results to be announced the following day. It was a considerable challenge just to finish all the questions, let alone achieve a high score. As the first cohort of graduates from this new examination system, Mu Xian and his peers garnered immense attention, with countless parents anxious about the difficulty of the exams and potential surprises. Television, media, and the internet were all fixated on this event. For instance, outside the examination hall where Mu Xian was situated, there was a throng of parents and students, along with television crews capturing the moment, creating a chaotic scene. In this era of beastmasters, while beasts were the mainstream, television, newspapers, and the internet had also made significant strides. However, it was incomparable to the internet age on Earth, as beasts frequently disrupted fiber optics. The internet on Blue Planet was akin to localized networks within cities, with residents only able to access local content. Want to browse content from other provinces? Sorry, that requires special permissions. It was undeniably frustrating. Inside the classroom, Mu Xian was writing furiously, completing his answers at an astonishing pace. In no time at all, he finished the morning's 3 subjects an hour early. As he stepped out of the school gates, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The beautiful television reporter from earlier had swiftly approached him, microphone in hand. "Excuse me, student, do you find this year's college entrance examination difficult? You finished early. Did you submit your paper ahead of time? How many points do you think you can score? Are you worried about the practical examination in 3 days?" Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, internally preparing to show off. Ahem. This year's examination was quite simple. Just look, I finished an hour early. As for my score, the 3 subjects in the morning total 300 points, and I should easily score around 270. What? Are you afraid of the practical examination? He scoffed. What a joke. My beasts are already at Lord Level 4. Why would I be afraid? Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless, including the reporter, who wore a look of disbelief. Lord Level 4? You must be joking. Even some university graduates have not reached that level. As Mu Xian departed, the parents present chuckled. Whose child is that? He certainly knows how to boast. Lord Level 4? If he could attain Commander level, that would be remarkable. Seriously, Lord Level? That would place him among the upper echelons of Jinhua City. Is it even possible for a recent high school graduate? My eldest son, who is studying at university in Hangzhou, has only just reached Commander Level 5, and he considers himself a genius. For a time, Mu Xian became a topic of conversation among these parents, with many netizens also joining in with their jests. In the afternoon, during the 3 subject examinations, Mu Xian once again completed his paper over an hour early. The television reporter reappeared before him, smiling. Hey there. We meet again. Mu Xian chuckled lightly. Indeed, miss, it seems we have quite the fate together. What would you like to discuss this time? This time, I would like to ask which university you plan to apply to. Without hesitation, Mu Xian replied, of course, the Eternal Academy. The reporter looked astonished. The Eternal Academy? You would need to score well in the provincial examination to have a chance of admission. Mu Xian smiled nonchalantly. I have every confidence in myself. After the interview concluded, Mu Xian naturally became a subject of discussion among the parents once more. That kid certainly has a way with words. Planning to apply to the Eternal Academy? I doubt he'll even make it into the Zhe Province Beast Academy. Huh. What's wrong with a young person daring to dream? Who knows, he might actually have the ability. Mu Xian paid no heed to the parents' discussions or the online commentary. He preferred to let facts speak for themselves. The following day, the first day after the college entrance examination, the results for the liberal arts subjects were announced. As anticipated, Mu Xian secured the first place with an impressive score of 599 out of 600. Congratulations, Mu Xian, Lin Susu remarked with a complex expression. This student had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 3 months, stunning everyone. Conversely, those who had mocked him previously became the subjects of ridicule themselves. Mu Xian grinned. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Teacher Lin. By the way, how is Principal Lin doing? Since the previous principal, Lin Xuan, had retired due to injury, the former vice principal had been promoted to the new principal. However, while the new principal had prestige, he lacked the strength to suppress the various factions within the school, leading to considerable turmoil at Jiuzhong. Originally, Jiuzhong was thriving, but with the new principal, the situation had drastically changed for the worse. Lin Susu shook her head. Still the same. Oh, Mu Xian sighed. Just then, a group approached from a distance. Among them was the television reporter who had interviewed him yesterday. Han Jiai was taken aback. The first place in the liberal arts examination in Jinhua City had come from Jiuzhong High School, and he had scored an astounding 599. Just 1 point shy of a perfect score. This was monumental news for all of Jinhua City. Today, Han Jiai's purpose for visiting Jiuzhong was to interview the student who had achieved the top score in the liberal arts, especially since this was the inaugural new examination, drawing immense interest. Just like the 2 interviews yesterday, they had garnered significant attention on both television and online platforms. However, not long after, Han Jiai was left dumbfounded when the principal of Jiuzhong invited the very student she had interviewed twice to meet her. Wait a minute. Could this student truly be the academic prodigy he claimed to be? Soon, the principal's words confirmed her suspicions. Reporter Han. This is our top scorer in this year's liberal arts college entrance examination, student Mu Xian. Turning towards the beautiful reporter Han Jiai, Mu Xian smiled and said, Miss, it seems we meet again. Han Jiai felt a wave of embarrassment. She belonged to the group that doubted Mu Xian's capabilities. Ahem, hello Mu Xian. I never expected to actually score first place? Mu Xian chuckled. You should understand, the higher the level of the beastmaster, the greater the rewards, leading to enhanced physical fitness and mental acuity. As a lord-level beastmaster, achieving first place is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Han Jiai involuntarily nodded, but then suddenly realized the absurdity of it all. This was an almost perfect score, only 1 point deducted from the essay. Surely, even a lord-level beastmaster couldn't be that exceptional. The interview hadn't officially begun, yet it felt as though it had already concluded. Indeed, when the video of Mu Xian's interview failed to upload, the local forum of Jinhua City erupted in excitement. What? That amusing guy from yesterday actually came first. What? He is a lord-level beastmaster? Did he cultivate in the womb? What? He even plans to apply to the Eternal Academy? Well, that is certainly worth supporting. If it weren't for the internet restrictions between cities, Mu Xian's name would undoubtedly have spread throughout the entire Dragon Country by now. 2 days passed, and the first round of citywide entrance examinations was about to commence. In the central arena of Jinhua City, originally designed for high-level beastmaster duels, the venue had been transformed into numerous fighting platforms, totaling more than 20. At 9 in the morning, Mu Xian and the other candidates received their identification badges and entered the arena. As noon approached, Mu Xian received a message on his phone regarding the examination. Respected candidate number 9001, Mu Xian, please proceed to fighting platform number 11 within 10 minutes for your battle. Your opponent is candidate number 1055. Jinhua City has 9 high schools, and the leading number represents the school. In other words, Mu Xian's opponent hailed from the first high school of Jinhua City. The first high school had an air of mystery surrounding it, rumored to house numerous skilled individuals. However, since Mu Xian advanced to lord level, he had rarely paid attention to others. He didn't believe that anyone else in the small Jinhua city could reach Lord level before graduating high school. Finally, it's my turn, Mu Xian remarked with a smile. Having waited all morning, his battle blade was eager for action. Upon arrival at Platform 11, after the referee and invigilator verified the information of Mu Xian and candidate number 155, the battle commenced swiftly. Both students, you may only summon one beast. Should your beast be defeated, you will be declared the loser. Additionally, you must adhere to the beastmasters code. Beasts must not attack the opposing beastmaster. Once a beast falls, the beastmaster must concede, and the opposing beastmaster cannot continue to attack. Is that clear? The referee reiterated the examination rules to both participants. Understood. Mu Xian and candidate 155 responded, though it was evident that candidate 155 appeared somewhat dispirited. At this moment, most individuals from the 9 high schools in Jinhua City were already aware of Mu Xian's name and prowess. Meanwhile, the beautiful reporter Han Jiai, having learned about Mu Xian's battle, hurried over. As the top liberal arts student, he was the current focus of attention. However, when Han Jiai arrived at Platform 11 with her camera assistant, she was astonished to see Mu Xian, a beastmaster, swiftly charge towards his opponent and deliver a powerful punch that sent the opponent's beast flying. What is going on, Mu Xian? Where is your beast? Mu Xian smiled slightly and replied, Miss Reporter, do you think I need to summon a beast to deal with an elite-level beastmaster? It seemed indeed unnecessary, leaving Han Jiai utterly baffled. Chapter 44, Sweeping the Field, No Matches. In the live stream with over 100,000 viewers, netizens were equally astonished by Mu Xian's audacious display. Wow, what Mu Xian said makes so much sense. I'm left speechless. One could only imagine the feelings of the opposing beastmaster, whose own cultivated beast was outclassed by Mu Xian's abilities. Wow, is a Lord-level beastmaster truly this powerful? Can a beastmaster defeat an elite-level beast on their own? Although it pained me to say this, the truth is, a Lord-level beastmaster inherently possesses superior physical capabilities. In the Jinhua City arena, reporter Han Jiai decided against interviewing anyone else and opted to follow Mu Xian instead. Mu Xian, I've heard that your beast is an incredibly rare ice elemental life form. How did you contract it? Han Jiai inquired, a question many were curious about. Over the days, Mu Xian's background had been uncovered. He was merely a commoner, even less fortunate than many. Yet he not only contracted the ice crystal spirit, but also far surpassed other candidates from Jinhua City, sparking immense curiosity. Mu Xian smiled faintly, of course. It was just luck. The newborn ice crystal spirit emerged in a cave, and I stumbled upon it while seeking shelter from the rain. Han Jiai was momentarily speechless. If I believe this nonsense, I'd truly be foolish. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Got it. I'm heading outdoors to search for a cave to take shelter from the rain. Understood. I'm already outside the city. Which cave should I go to find an ice crystal spirit? Caves, huh? I recall there's one in the North Mountain. I'll head there first. Unyielding, Han Jiai pressed on. Mu Xian, do you have confidence in the provincial examination? I heard that several candidates from Hang City have already reached Lord level. Mu Xian chuckled. Though I don't want to admit it, I must say the differences between Lord-level beastmasters are still quite significant. Wow, this guy is so confident. It'll be amusing when he gets slapped in the face. Haha. I've already taken a screenshot to save. I'm waiting for the face-slapping moment. Being modest is one thing, but this is outright arrogance. We shall wait and see. Han Jiai replied with a light laugh. Mu Xian, don't underestimate others. I'm not underestimating anyone, but the facts speak for themselves. Mu Xian stood up with a smile, having already walked towards Platform 15, where his second-round opponent awaited. At Platform 15, upon seeing that his opponent was yet another elite-level beastmaster, Mu Xian lost interest again, and without hesitation, charged towards the opponent's beast, delivering a single punch. Candidate number 9001, victory. Below the platform, reporter Han Jiai was at a loss for words. Is it possible that a Lord-level beastmaster can act with such impunity? The subsequent opponents were all elite-level beastmasters, causing Mu Xian to achieve 5 victories without a single opponent even seeing his beast. It wasn't until the next day that Mu Xian finally encountered a commanding-level beastmaster, candidate He Busi from the 3rd high school, whose beast was a commanding-level 4-tier Furious Flamehound. Furious Flamehound, type, Fire System K9 tier, commanding level 4 Bloodline, Lord-level quality, elite skills, Furious Flame. Fiery K9 charge description, an unremarkable Furious Flamehound, seemingly more irritable than others. Faced with the Furious Flamehound, Mu Xian, lacking absolute confidence in a personal victory, decisively summoned the Void Dragon Ferret. To be honest, Pitting the Void Dragon Ferret against the furious Flamehound felt somewhat unfair, but as his third beast, the Celestial Illusion Butterfly hadn't yet advanced. He had no choice but to let the Void Dragon Ferret take the stage. Below the platform, the beautiful reporter Han Jiai excitedly exclaimed, "Quick, quick, quick. Focus on Mu Xian's beast. It's so cute." Netizens in the live stream also expressed curiosity. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen it before. It appears to be extraordinarily beautiful. It must not be an ordinary beast of conquest, but rather a rare specimen. I have indeed encountered a creature resembling it before. Yet it pales in comparison to the striking elegance of this one. That creature was known as the Spatial Ferret. Goodness, aside from the differences in size and fur color, everything else is identical. Could it be a mutated Spatial Ferret? A spatial beast? How astonishing. This creature is remarkable. I must have 10 lemons to celebrate. It defies reason that his first beast was the Ice Crystal Spirit, and now this second beast is of the spatial variety. In the next moment, Mu Xian's beast sprang into action. The silver-white feline vanished in an instant, only to reappear directly behind the boisterous fire hound of the opposing contestant, Hibosi. Before Hibosi could react, the silver-white cat struck, sending the fire hound flying. "Little hound," Hibosi exclaimed in alarm, rushing to check on his fire hound. Upon finding it was only lightly injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Little hound used the furious fireball to counterattack. Although Hibosi understood that his opponent commanded a spatial beast, he refused to concede. However, it was evident that such efforts were futile. The Void Dragon Ferret traversed the void once more, reappearing behind the fire hound and employing the same tactic. Yet again, the fire hound was caught off guard and sent flying. This time, it was left dazed. The pride of the third school, Hibosi, faced defeat. Below the arena, Han Jiai wore a complex expression. She realized that although Mu Xian appeared arrogant, his prowess was indisputable. Not only did he possess the Ice Crystal Spirit, but he also commanded this spatial beast. Who could possibly withstand such strength? As expected, Mu Xian proceeded to dominate the examination arena of Jinhua City, triumphing over all opponents. The top 100, the top 10, the top 3, Zhang Qingming, a distinguished student of the 6th tier from the 8th school, fell. Chen Zai, an elite from the 2nd school at the 7th tier, fell. Zhou Huaguang, an outstanding student from the 1st school at the 7th tier, fell. Finally, only the last match remained. Mu Xian against the strongest student from the 1st school, Chu Lingjun, who commanded the 9th tier. Like Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun had also made a significant impression during this examination, remaining undefeated throughout, ultimately advancing to the finals alongside Mu Xian. Chu Lingjun race, human tier, elite 9 talent, power amplification beasts, diamond speed dragon lizard, tier 9. Blackstone giant, tier 5, diamond speed dragon lizard race, diamond dragon lizard tier 9 bloodline. Beast king level quality, exceptional skills, diamond iron armor, speed dragon charge. Dragon tail whip description, originally dwelling deep within the Longmen mountain range. This beast was later hunted, possessing part of a dragon's bloodline and excelling in powerful charges. Mu Xian, let me witness the true strength of your lord-level Ice Crystal Spirit, Chu Lingjun declared in a low voice. Chapter 045, the most talented individual from the 1st school. Dear audience, good morning. I am your host, Han Jiai. Here we are at the final round of the Jinhua City College entrance examination combat. And standing behind me are the 2 absolute finalists. Chu Lingjun, the so-called strongest genius of the 1st school. Chu Lingjun's beast is a diamond speed dragon lizard, which he has cultivated to the 9th tier, just 1 step away from the lord level. Moreover, it is a dragon-type beast, possessing part of the dragon lizard bloodline, making it exceedingly formidable. And to my right stands the most prodigious talent Jinhua City has ever seen, Mu Xian from the 9th school. His rise has been nothing short of legendary, as if his life had been augmented by external forces. 3 months prior, Mu Xian was an ordinary student without a contracted beast, yet during an outing, he fortuitously discovered an exceedingly rare ice elemental life, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Since then, it seems fortune has favored him, as his second beast turned out to be the incredibly rare spatial beast, the Spatial Ferret. In the previous liberal arts examination, he achieved a score just 1 point shy of perfection, astonishing everyone in Jinhua City. In this combat examination, Mu Xian has also excelled, winning all 10 matches and nearly sweeping the entire arena. So, will the strongest genius from the 1st school prevail? Or will the most extraordinary student in the history of Jinhua City emerge victorious? Let us wait and see. Lastly, let us give the warmest applause as we welcome them to the final round of combat. Han Jiai smiled at Mu Xian before gracefully stepping down from the arena. Leaving the stage to Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun, and the officiating judge. Mu Xian cast a surprised glance at the strongest genius of the first school, particularly noting the opponent's talent for power amplification, and smiled slightly, finally finding a worthy rival. May your wishes be fulfilled, Mu Xian remarked with a calm smile. And with a wave of his hand, a magnificent and elegant blue ice dragon materialized before him. His beast, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Upon witnessing the majestic, powerful, and graceful ice crystal cold extreme dragon take its place on the arena, everyone was left in awe. Goodness, what beast is this? Wasn't it said that Mu Xian's beast was an ice elemental life called the ice crystal spirit? This magnificent dragon-type beast is simply stunning. I desire it. Could it be that Mu Xian's ice crystal spirit has evolved into a dragon type? How utterly unbelievable. As the ice crystal cold extreme dragon emanating the aura of a lord-level beast appeared, Chu Lingjun and his diamond speed dragon lizard were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said to be the ice crystal spirit? How did it transform into a dragon? And judging by the powerful dragon aura, could it possibly be a true pureblood dragon? Is it really necessary to bully me like this? Chu Lingjun couldn't help but think. After all, his beast was also a dragon type, which typically surpasses ordinary beasts, yet it is simultaneously restrained by true dragons. For instance, now that the ice crystal cold extreme dragon has appeared, Chu Lingjun's diamond speed dragon lizard displayed visible signs of fear, anxiety, and trepidation. Below the arena, Han Jiai exclaimed in astonishment. Incredible, simply incredible, dear audience. Our student Mu Xian has summoned a dragon-type beast, and based on the dragon aura it exudes, it is highly likely to be a genuine pure-blood dragon. This is astonishing. Evolving an elemental life into a pure-blood dragon-type beast is a feat beyond imagination. The formidable physique and vitality of dragon-type beasts, combined with the powerful spellcasting abilities inherited from the ice crystal spirit, render this dragon-type beast virtually invincible. Chu Lingjun is indeed in peril. In the live stream, netizens voiced their opinions. This is no danger. This is a complete lack of odds. Exactly. A lord-level beast already holds an advantage over a commander-level beast, not to mention that Chu Lingjun's diamond speed dragon lizard is a dragon type, which is perfectly countered by this dragon-type beast. Chu Lingjun must be cursing under his breath. I can't even watch this. I thought the finals would be thrilling, but it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. I never anticipated that Mu Xian's beast would be far more formidable than imagined. Yet, to be honest, even if it were still the ice crystal spirit, the diamond speed dragon lizard wouldn't stand a chance. As Chu Lingjun gazed at the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, a twinge of envy blossomed within him. No beastmaster would not desire a pure-blood dragon-type beast. Have you truly allowed the ice crystal spirit to evolve into a dragon? Was that necessary? Chu Lingjun inquired. Mu Xian shrugged and replied, the ice crystal spirit has inherent limitations, with a potential only at the beast king level. Fortunately, I obtained dragon blood fruit in the Longmen mountain range, allowing me to evolve the ice crystal spirit into a dragon-type beast. Wasn't he that only natural? Oh, since the television station is here, allow me to formally introduce my little spirit. His name is Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, a completely new dragon-type beast. Little spirit, greet the audience. Roaring, the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon struck a pose for the camera, engaging with the viewers. As Chu Lingjun watched the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon flaunt its prowess, he was rendered speechless, pondering whether Mu Xian truly had a romantic connection with the goddess of fortune, as he seemed to encounter nothing but good luck. At that moment, the referee cleared his throat, asserting his presence. Students, you may catch up later. For now, the battle commences. Mu Xian shrugged, allowing Chu Lingjun's diamond speed dragon lizard to make the first move, lest it miss its opportunity entirely. Chu Lingjun reassured his formidable companion, diamond speed dragon lizard, fear not. Unleash your utmost strength. In the blink of an eye, he invoked his innate ability, power amplification. The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the diamond speed dragon lizard, exuding immense pressure that seemingly transcended the commander level, as it charged boldly toward the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Mu Xian remained passive. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon was more than capable of managing its own affairs. Unfazed by the onslaught of the diamond speed dragon lizard, it too opted to engage with sheer physical force. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, what a surprise. Mu Xian's ice crystal cold extreme dragon has chosen not to unleash any skills, but instead to confront the diamond speed dragon lizard with raw strength. What will be the outcome? Let us await the result. On the arena, as Han Jiai's voice faded, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the diamond speed dragon lizard collided with a resounding crash, followed by a muffled grunt, revealing that the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard had actually taken a step back. Remarkably, the strength-dependent Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard found itself bested in this contest of might. What an unexpected turn of events! The audience gasped. The Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard is indeed at a disadvantage in this battle of strength. I must commend the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon for its power, which has far exceeded my expectations. Simultaneously, I am grateful that Jinhua City boasts such a talented beastmaster. Chapter 046, Lin Xuanya's Final Gift. I have been defeated, but I shall pursue you until I surpass you. Xu Lingjun stated calmly on the stage, betraying no hint of disappointment at his loss. Following the setback in the struggle for supremacy, every action of the Diamond Speed Dragon Lizard became futile, easily dispatched by the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Xu Lingjun speculated that this Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon might possess extraordinary or even legendary qualities. Thus, losing to it was no disgrace. Mu Xian smiled faintly. Then you must strive diligently. Below the stage, Han Jiai exclaimed excitedly, the battle of geniuses in Jinhua City has concluded. Mu Xian from the 9th Middle School emerges victorious. Let us applaud him. Simultaneously, she extended her gratitude to Xu Lingjun for delivering such an exhilarating contest. Clapping ensued. Congratulations. Mu Xian. Lin Susu approached him with warm regards. Thank you, Teacher Lin, Mu Xian replied with a smile, feeling little pride in his achievement. Knowing that being the best in Jinhua City was hardly commendable, with countless young talents beyond its borders awaiting him. One must not be arrogant in victory nor disheartened in defeat. It seems your mindset remains commendably steady, Lin Susu remarked. Mu Xian replied, Teacher Lin, you jest. I am far from achieving true victory. Lin Susu nodded, unable to fully comprehend her student, who had soared to remarkable heights in merely 3 months. Yet she was confident that his future accomplishments would be extraordinary. Mu Xian, my grandfather wishes to meet you, Lin Susu suddenly announced, revealing her purpose for approaching him. Mu Xian, taken aback for a moment, nodded in response, very well. Half an hour later, Mu Xian accompanied Lin Susu back to the rehabilitation center, where he encountered the former principal of the 9th Middle School, Lin Xuanya. Compared to their last meeting, Lin Xuanya appeared considerably better, though his hair had noticeably whitened. Upon seeing Mu Xian, Lin Xuanya beamed. Mu Xian, you've arrived. I've heard you achieved first place. Congratulations. Principal, you flatter me. Such an achievement is hardly worthy of congratulations, Mu Xian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, and curiously inquired, what did you wish to discuss, Principal? Lin Xuanya nodded gently, presenting Mu Xian with a box, cheerfully stating, I have been organizing my collection over the past few days. Most of it has been entrusted to my granddaughter. But these 2 items are far beyond her reach. I believe they are more suitable for you. Mu Xian, puzzled, opened the box, and his expression shifted dramatically. Principal, you, do not refuse. It would not be beneficial for Susu, as her talents are limited, Lin Xuanya sighed. Mu Xian found himself at a loss for words. For within the box lay 2 resources of royal caliber. Ancient Azure Phoenix Feather. Rank, royal applicable to Phoenix lineage, Azure Phoenix lineage. Avian species description, a feather left behind by the divine beast, the ancient Azure Phoenix, imbued with formidable Azure Phoenix power and a trace of its essence. Time has eroded its strength, reducing it to royal rank, yet it remains an exceptionally rare treasure. Stone of Fated Affliction. Rank, royal applicable to Fate lineage, Prophecy lineage. Reincarnation lineage description, a mystic stone imbued with a trace of destiny's power, containing unique abilities. It can serve as a primary material for beast evolution. Lin Xuanya lamented. This ancient Azure Phoenix feather, containing the essence of the Azure Phoenix, was originally intended for my own beast's evolution, but alas, due to unforeseen circumstances. As for this stone, I had it appraised, and it was classified as a royal material, yet its true effects remain a mystery. I hope you can uncover its true purpose in the future. Mu Xian nodded appreciatively, storing the 2 materials carefully. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully to Lin Xuanya. After departing from the rehabilitation center, Mu Xian could not suppress a flicker of joy on his face. He had not anticipated receiving a stone of fated affliction from Lin Xuanya, which could serve as the primary material for the 2nd evolution of the heavenly mechanism Illusion Butterfly. Indeed, it was for the 2nd evolution, as the heavenly mechanism Illusion Butterfly was currently only at the elite level and had no need for such advanced materials. The next day, Mu Xian received notification from the Beastmaster Instruction Bureau that he had qualified for the provincial examination with his first-place finish in Jinhua City. The Bureau would organize a team to travel to Hang City in 7 days. Additionally, They informed him that the City Lord would present the awards for this examination at the City Lord's mansion, urging him not to be late or absent. Ending the call, Mu Xian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the rewards from the City Lord's mansion. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Mu Xian arrived at the City Lord's mansion, where he immediately noticed dozens of individuals had already gathered. Indeed, all the top 100 students from the recent examination in Jinhua City. Before long, others began to arrive as well, including Chun Yunqi and Chu Lingjun. Mu Xian, you're here so early, Chun Yunqi exclaimed upon spotting him, her eyes lighting up as she greeted him. Beside her stood a strikingly beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs, and the pair walked together, nearly captivating the onlookers. Chun Yunqi, you're here too. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet on securing 5th place in Jinhua City, Mu Xian cheerfully remarked, holding a favorable impression of Chun Yunqi. Chun Yunqi rolled her eyes. What does being 5th mean in front of your 1st place? By the way, let me introduce you to my best friend, Ning Ruoxue. Mu Xian turned to Ning Ruoxue. Hello, I am Mu Xian. He was aware of her reputation as the school flower of the 6th middle school and also recognized her as the 2nd strongest student there. However, through the information panel, he was astonished to discover that Ning Ruoxue was not merely the 2nd strongest, she was nearly on par with him. Ning Ruoxue, species, human rank, commander 1st level talent, domain of wood beasts, purple-green sword lotus, lord 1st level, electric vine, commander 5th level. Returning element spirit flower, commander 2nd level. Who would have thought that this school flower was secretly a commander-level beastmaster? Ning Ruoxue nodded slightly, responding coolly, hello, I am Ning Ruoxue. Mu Xian cast a lingering glance at Ning Ruoxue before lapsing into silence. At that moment, Chu Lingjun approached him, suddenly declaring, be cautious during the provincial exam. Someone is plotting against you. Mu Xian was taken aback, as he believed he had not offended anyone. Shortly thereafter, City Lord El Xiaotian emerged from the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by a throng of officials. Naturally, El Xiaotian began with an encouraging speech, urging everyone to strive for excellent results in the provincial exam and to bring glory to Jinhua City. After a series of motivational remarks, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived. I presume you can hardly wait. Let us commence the distribution of rewards, El Xiaotian announced with a cheerful demeanor. Please present them. As El Xiaotian spoke, several staff members entered, bearing numerous boxes. Upon opening them, an array of cultivation resources of various attributes was revealed. Although all were merely elite-level resources, the sheer quantity, over 100 items, caused many students to breathe in excitement. These resources encompass most attributes and are of relatively equal value. Each of you may select one. Bear in mind, these are for your beast cultivation, not for monetary exchange. Do you understand? El Xiaotian's tone grew serious as he delivered the final statement. The crowd collectively stiffened and responded, understood. El Xiaotian then turned his gaze to Mu Xian and the others, instructing Mu Xian, Chu Lingjun, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Chun Yunqi, Ning Ruoxue, please follow me. Inside the inner hall, El Xiaotian adopted a different demeanor, speaking warmly. You are the elite of Jinhua City, and the city's achievements depend on your advancement. Please present them. Soon, a dozen wooden trays were brought forth, each displaying a singular material that exuded an extraordinary aura. El Xiaotian looked at Mu Xian and said, Mu Xian, you ranked 1st. You may choose 2 items. Please proceed. Thank you, City Lord. Mu Xian replied, his face lighting up as he began to examine the materials on the wooden trays. In truth, a mere glance allowed him to discern which material held the greatest value and which was most suited for him. Among the 15 materials, none particularly stood out. All were rather average. The most precious, naturally, was the KNGM Ing Spirit Stone, which Mu Xian suspected was specifically prepared for him by El Xiaotian. Without hesitation, he selected the KNGM Ing Spirit Stone. However, as he contemplated his second choice, he was suddenly taken aback, for he discovered 2 informational panels on one of the materials, details he had overlooked at first glance. Light amber, rank, commander level applicable range, any system description, an ancient amber left over from the era of celestial upheaval, imbued with a trace of light essence. Remnant of the Transcendence Substitute Bug rank, Lord level applicable range, Fate system, Prophecy system, Insect category description, a remnant of the miraculous Transcendence Substitute Bug from ancient times. Fortuitously encased in the light amber due to the celestial upheaval. Originally of King level rank, it has devolved to Lord level material after 100,000 years, yet remains a rare and invaluable resource. This light amber displayed a milky white hue, slightly translucent. If one were not careful, they might miss the minuscule bug within, specifically, the remnant of the Transcendence substitute bug after its demise. It was astonishing that such a tiny remnant, smaller than a fingernail, could be classified as Lord level. The remnant of the Transcendence substitute bug seemed ideal for evolving his Tiangong illusion butterfly. Mu Xian mused inwardly, discreetly claiming the light amber. El Xiaotian regarded Mu Xian with some surprise, puzzled as to why he would choose that particular amber. He had acquired it by chance, and upon appraisal. It was merely a piece containing a fraction of light attribute power, which he decided to award to Mu Xian and the others since he lacked a light-type beast. Yet El Xiaotian was aware that Mu Xian also had no light-type beast, making this choice perplexing. Did this young man already contract a light-type beast? Or had he misjudged the value of this amber? Mu Xian shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, it was already given, and there was no sense in retrieving it. Lingjun, it is your turn to choose, El Xiaotian said with a smile, indicating their familiarity. In fact, Chu Lingjun was a descendant of one of the 3 Beast King-level beastmasters of Jinhua City, making her a veritable second-generation beastmaster and well acquainted with El Xiaotian. Chu Lingjun nodded gently and quickly selected the Magma Subdragon Heart, a material of significant utility for the golden-armored speed dragon lizard. Clearly, El Xiaotian had meticulously arranged the materials. Following her, Zhou Huaguang, Chen Zai, Chen Yunxi, and Ning Ruoxue all rose to select resources suitable for themselves. Once the rewards were distributed, El Xiaotian invited Mu Xian and the others to stay for lunch to foster camaraderie. And it was not until after the meal that Mu Xian returned home. Upon his arrival, he eagerly retrieved the light amber to examine it closely, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the somewhat indistinct remnant of the Transcendence substitute bug within, reveling in his fortunate acquisition. Subsequently, Mu Xian summoned his 3 beast companions to arrange their training, particularly focusing on the 3rd beast, the Tiangong illusion butterfly. He gently encouraged the small creature. No larger than a fist, little butterfly, you must strive diligently in your training. I have prepared the resources for your evolution. The Tiangong illusion butterfly flitted its wings excitedly, circling Mu Xian in a display of eagerness. Next, Mu Xian directed the ice crystal cold dragon to train in the underground ice chamber while allowing the void dragon Weasel to play freely. He placed the Tiangong illusion butterfly in the garden and commenced his own training in the soul-tempering body refinement technique. During the ensuing days, Mu Xian remained sequestered within his newly acquired estate, diligently honing his skills. Before long, the time arrived for the journey to Hang City to participate in the provincial secret realm examination. For someone like Mu Xian, lacking connections, the provincial secret realm examination represented a rare opportunity, and he was determined to seize it to enhance his abilities. Despite his exceptional talent, Mu Xian understood that entry into secret realms was not as simple as mere desire. The vast majority were controlled by the government, organizations, and large corporations. Gaining access to their realms often required exorbitant fees or valuable resources, or necessitated one to work for them. Indeed, ever since news of Mu Xian's contract with the Ice Crystal Spirit spread, numerous major companies in Jinhua City had approached him, luring him with the promise of secret realms to entice him into their ranks. Mu Xian had resolutely declined all offers, resulting in his scarce opportunities to enter secret realms during this period. As for public secret realms, they had long ceased to be suitable for him. Before long, Mu Xian arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, where 3 large buses awaited them. The City Lord's mansion stood a considerable distance from the train station to the east of the city. Speaking of trains, one could not overlook their extravagant configurations. Each train was said to be equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, and each carriage housed a commander-level beastmaster, with even lord-level high-tier beastmasters stationed for protection. The rationale behind such arrangements lay in the current era of beastmasters, where monstrous creatures frequently emerged, often launching coordinated attacks on trains. Without formidable protective forces, the lives of all aboard would be at peril. Given this configuration, the price of every train ticket soared to a level that would make ordinary individuals wince. For instance, a standard seat on the train they were taking cost a staggering 1,000 yuan. Here's a piece of good news. The train is scheduled to arrive in 10 minutes, announced a staff member from the City Lord's office, prompting Mu Xian to feel somewhat speechless. Since when did timely arrivals qualify as good news? However, when one contemplates the current era plagued by monstrous beasts, the punctual arrival of the train indeed brings forth a glimmer of hope, signifying that the journey has been traversed safely. After the ticket inspection, entry, and boarding procedures, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed, and over 100 passengers, including Mu Xian, successfully boarded the train, which soon commenced its journey. Beside Mu Xian sat Xu Lingjun, a second-generation beastmaster. Mu Xian observed that this gentleman possessed an amiable disposition. Despite his defeat at Mu Xian's hands, he bore no trace of resentment or bitterness, seemingly accepting his loss with equanimity. He turned to Mu Xian and inquired, "Mu Xian, I have heard you plan to apply to the Eternal Academy?" Mu Xian nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, attending the Eternal Academy will enable me to enhance my abilities in the shortest possible time." Xu Lingjun, appearing contemplative, remarked, "No wonder your progress with beast mastery has been so rapid." Mu Xian felt a bead of sweat form. He wanted to retort, "My friend, my swift advancement is due to a fortuitous advantage. If you were to emulate me, you might find yourself at a standstill." Then, Xu Lingjun earnestly declared, "I too intend to apply to the Eternal Academy." Initially, he had considered the Imperial Capital Academy, renowned for its 2 large secret realms, 5 medium-sized ones, and numerous small ones, all offering substantial advantages and safety. However, it now seemed that safety merely implied lower risks and, consequently, diminished rewards. Just as Mu Xian was about to elucidate further, the train suddenly jolted, startling all passengers within. A foreboding sense washed over Mu Xian. Was his protagonist aura rearing its head again? Surely, it couldn't be that dire. As this thought flickered through his mind, the steel plates on either side of the carriage abruptly descended, producing a rhythmic clanging sound, signaling that the entire train had officially entered a state of combat readiness. Indeed, the guards within the carriage swiftly unsheathed their weapons, while the beastmasters summoned their beasts, all adopting a posture of fierce determination. The officials dispatched from Jinhua City acted as liaisons and quickly grasped the situation. They were passing through Zhujiqing when a tide of beasts had erupted. Upon hearing about the beast tide, the faces of all passengers turned ashen, recalling the recent outbreak of the beast tide in Jinhua City. "Director Qian, is the situation dire?" Mu Xian asked. Director Qian, the official from Jinhua City responsible for escorting Mu Xian and others to Hang City, who appeared to be in his 30s and was also a commanding beastmaster, shook his head. "The train conductor has informed me that we passengers need not worry. We should remain calm within the carriage. I estimate that we will be." Before he could finish, a terrifying roar resonated from afar, causing the entire train to tremble. Not only did the ordinary passengers feel their hearts race, but even the beastmasters like Mu Xian sensed a foreboding trepidation. A beast king-level monster. All hearts sank, a dreadful premonition dawning upon them. The emergence of a beast king indicated that the scale of the beast tide was considerable. Suddenly, Mu Xian felt the train lurch violently as it braked abruptly. "Attention, all passengers. Attention, all passengers. The train is about to face an attack from the beast tide. Please refrain from moving about and remain calm. Our K9111 train possesses ample strength to ensure your safety." This announcement echoed thrice, inciting a wave of panic among the passengers. However, the steel plates had already been lowered, leaving no one aware of the external circumstances. "Ruoshua, what shall we do? We won't be in any danger. Will we?" Chen Yunqi asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ning Ruoshua remained composed, stating calmly, "There is no need for concern. The beast tide cannot breach the train's defenses so swiftly. A train of this caliber is equipped with at least 1 large-caliber cannon, sufficient to inflict significant damage on a beast king-level monster. Moreover, we have lord-level and commander-level beastmasters safeguarding us, not to mention our own abilities." At that moment, Xu Lingjun sighed. "I am not particularly worried about the beast tide assaulting the train. My greater concern is that if we are trapped here, we will undoubtedly miss tomorrow's provincial examination in the secret realm." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted, fully aware of the implications. The Provincial Beastmaster Education Bureau controlled the examination secret realm, which was rumored to house numerous powerful beasts and valuable resources set aside by the Bureau's higher-ups. Missing this opportunity would be a significant loss. Even Director Qian's countenance darkened. If the candidates failed to reach Hang City for the examination, Jinhua City's results would be rendered null, leading to dire consequences for them. "I will seek out the train conductor for further information." Director Qian promptly hurried towards the front of the train. Mu Xian remained relatively unfazed. If worse came to worst, he could disembark and rush into Zhujiqing to find another means to Hang City. The distance between Zhujiqing and Hang City was merely a 2-hour journey, and with his status as a lord-level beastmaster, reaching Hang City safely was hardly a concern. However, not long after, a most peculiar occurrence transpired. The beast tide inexplicably receded, leaving all passengers in a state of bewilderment. Approximately an hour later, the train resumed its course towards Hang City. Little did they know, Shortly after the train's departure, several figures clad in black appeared atop the original valley. Why abandon the plan to assault Zhujiqing? They cannot hold out much longer. One muttered quietly. Indeed, breaching Zhujiqing would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Long Country. We could plunder countless resources. Another added. Yes, we have invested so much effort into breaching Zhujiqing, only for it to go in vain. There has never been a better opportunity than today. Could it be that something is amiss with that train? Amidst the murmurs, a tall figure spoke. It is because I sense the presence of a Beast King level Beastmaster on that train. What? A Beast King level Beastmaster? How can that be? The tall figure continued. That train carries the prodigious young Beastmasters from Jinhua City, Qizhou City, and 2 other cities, escorted by a Beast King level master. It is not outside the realm of possibility. If that Beast King level master intervenes, not only will Zhujiqing be difficult to breach, but we may find ourselves in peril as well. Upon hearing this, all the figures in black fell silent. A Beast King level Beastmaster was indeed beyond their capacity to contend with. Nearly 2 hours later, the train arrived safely at Hang City Station, and Mu Xian quietly exhaled, relieved that it was merely a false alarm. Yet, his awareness of the world's dangers had deepened significantly. Chapter 049, Championship Rankings, Number 1. That night, at the hotel where Mu Xian and his companions were staying, the people from Jinhua City were dining when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Holy cow! A championship ranking for the provincial examination has surfaced online, listing the top students from all cities in our province. Our Mu Xian from Jinhua City has actually claimed the first position." At this proclamation, all eyes turned towards Mu Xian, astonished. First in the provincial championship rankings? Was it truly that extraordinary? Mu Xian himself was taken aback and, with a faint smile, requested, "Please send me the link. I wish to see why I am ranked first. My beasts shouldn't be that formidable yet, should they?" "Absolutely. I'll send it right away." The individual hurriedly nodded and shared the link in the group chat. Everyone clicked on the link and soon beheld the so-called provincial championship rankings. Sure enough, at the top was Mu Xian. As the first provincial examination post-new college entrance exam was about to commence, who would emerge victorious? Under the pseudonym Jianghu by Shaosheng. The compiler had accumulated data on all provincial examination students across 40 cities in Zhejiang province, meticulously selecting candidates to produce a list of potential champions for everyone's perusal. This individual, Jianghu by Shaosheng, opened with a crucial point, followed by a list of 20 candidates. Provincial Championship Rankings. 1. Jinhua City, Mu Xian. Primary Beast. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, Lord Level 5. Commentary. A formidable dragon-type beast evolved from the ice element life form, the Ice Crystal Spirit. Perfectly inheriting the ice attribute magical capabilities of the Ice Crystal Spirit, combined with the dragon's formidable physique and melee prowess. Boasting top-tier dragon lineage and suspected extraordinary quality, truly deserving of the championship title. Second place, Fang Yuntian from Hangzhou, Main Beast, Storm Thunder Giant Eagle, Lord Level 6. Commentary. A premier flying beast possessing traces of the Storm Thunder Dragon Eagle bloodline. It boasts extraordinary quality and embodies the attributes of storm, thunder, and dragon. Its combat prowess is formidable, having once slain a Lord Level 9 beast, thus securing the second position on the champion list. Third place, Xinning Xuan from Hangzhou. Main Beast, Frost Phoenix Eagle, Lord Level 5. Commentary. This exceptional flying beast carries a hint of phoenix blood, showcasing extraordinary quality and formidable combat strength. It has achieved a double kill of 2 Lord Level 9 beasts at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. Fourth place, Luo Kaiwei from Hangzhou. Main Beast, Resonant Ancient Tree, Lord Level 4. Commentary. An extraordinarily unique musical plant beast with kingly potential and extraordinary quality, adept at group attacks and amplifications, showcasing great combat capabilities. Fifth place, He Jiutian from Jiaxing. Main Beast, Illusory Sword Butterfly, Lord Level 4. Sixth and seventh places, astonishingly. All top 10 contenders are of Lord Level 3 or higher, each possessing rare extraordinary quality beasts. Are these individuals truly cultivators from the womb? They all possess precious beasts, particularly the first place, who even boasts a pure-blood dragon beast, truly among the most elite even within kingly beasts. As for Fang Yuntian in second place, I have heard of him. He seems to be a scion of the prominent Fang family in Hangzhou, and with the resources of the Fang family, nurturing a Lord Level 6 beast should pose no challenge. Not only Fang Yuntian, but also Xinning Xuan in third and Luo Kaiwei in fourth hail from top beastmaster families. Hence I am not surprised they made the list. However, the first place, Mu Xian from Jinhua City, reportedly comes from an ordinary family. and yet achieves the top rank. That is truly remarkable. At the bottom of the webpage, viewers were abuzz. Ordinary high school graduates were still lingering around the elite level, while these descendants of top beastmaster families had all reached the lord level. The sole exception, the commoner Xuan, had become the most eye-catching individual, surrounded by others. The gaze directed at Xuan was markedly different. Chu Lingjun suddenly remarked, Xuan, this is the trouble I spoke of. Ever since the city exam concluded, inquiries about your background have been made, and I learned that they intend to compile a champion list, with you deliberately placed at the top. Deliberately? Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, for deep down, he believed his top position to be well-deserved. This time, it was Chu Lingjun who was taken aback. You're not angry? Xuan chuckled lightly. What is there to be angry about? This list reflects reality, mostly facts. My ice crystal cold extreme dragon, despite being one tier lower than Fang Yuntian's, undoubtedly possesses greater combat strength. Chu Lingjun conceded. All right. At that moment, Chun Yunchi approached. Xuan, disregard this list. The exam is tomorrow, and even if you become a target, it matters not. They don't even know what you look like. Ning Ruoxue, standing beside Chun Yunchi, nodded gently at Xuan without uttering further words. Xuan laughed heartily. Truth be told, if they don't come looking for me, I would seek them out. What for? Naturally, it was to seize their resource packages. According to the provincial exam rules, all students would enter a designated secret realm, with the primary task of collecting resource packages scattered within the strongholds of formidable beasts. Each resource package contained valuable resources, which would belong to the candidates once the provincial exam concluded. In other words, the provincial exam serves not only as a selection process, but also as a distribution of benefits. Understanding this, Xuan resolved to make a significant endeavor. He would inevitably find himself in opposition to other top contenders, so becoming a target posed no great concern. After making this declaration, the others regarded Xuan with admiration, awestruck by his strength. Could this truly be the demeanor of the foremost individual from Jinhua City? However, just then, the dining room door was abruptly kicked open, and several youthful figures strode in. Who is Xuan? Xuan squinted at the intruders, a smile spreading across his face as he recognized them. Ah, it's you, Fang Yuntian. Are you here to stir up trouble in our room? Indeed, before Xuan stood Fang Yuntian and his companions, all of whom were featured on the champion list. Fang Yuntian, species, human, tier, commander level 8, talent, Thunderpool, beasts, Storm Thunder Giant Eagle, Lord level 6. Thunder Warrior, Lord level 1, Auspicious Thundercloud, Commander level 3. Zhang Yushi, Chen Huashan, aside from Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yushi and Chen Huashan ranked 11th and 19th respectively on the champion list, both hailing from prominent families in Hangzhou. Yet, Xuan's focus remained on Fang Yuntian, who not only possessed the Thunderpool talent, but also commanded 3 extraordinary beasts, 2 at the Lord level and 1 at the Commander level. No wonder Chu Lingjun claimed Xuan was intentionally placed at the top. Based on Fang Yuntian's paper attributes, the first place was undoubtedly his. Leading the trio, Fang Yuntian approached Xuan, scrutinizing him seriously. Not bad looking. I hope you don't encounter us during the provincial exam. At that moment, Zhang Yushi behind Fang Yuntian interjected. So you are Xuan. Half a month ago, you seem to have disrupted my plans. Half a month prior, Xuan instantly recalled that troublesome female beast. He couldn't help but retort. Did you think I wanted to meddle in your affairs, you fool? You were played, and didn't even realize it. Zhang Yushi's expression shifted, nearly prompting him to act, but at the last moment, he seemed to recollect something, ultimately spitting out a harsh remark before storming off, leaving Xuan's companions disappointed. Fang Yuntian and his group were evidently a mere interlude. After dining, Xuan and the others returned to their quarters to recuperate, quietly awaiting the provincial exam's arrival. Chapter 050, Provincial Exam Secret Realm. Discovering resource packages. The secret realm designated for the provincial exam by Zhejiang Province is known as the Lingyuan Secret Realm, a medium-sized area of considerable expanse, capable of accommodating Lord-level beastmasters. Xuan materialized in a corner of the Lingyuan Secret Realm, surveying his surroundings. After discerning his bearings, he promptly summoned his 2 beasts. Roar! Meow! The ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon Weasel surveyed their surroundings, both displaying excitement. With a grin, Xuan remarked, Little spirit, little cat, let us explore what this secret realm has to offer. Since their arrival in Hangzhou the previous day, Xuan and his companions had enjoyed a relatively tranquil night. This morning, they were escorted into the Lingyuan secret realm by the esteemed members of the Zhejiang Beastmaster Education Bureau. For this provincial exam, Mu Xian and his companions were tasked with collecting resource packages scattered throughout the secret realm. This was both a mission and a boon, with the potential rewards reliant on individual effort. It must be noted that as a medium-sized secret realm, the environment here was significantly more complex, with beasts proliferating abundantly, forming numerous small clans. Little Spirit, eliminate this swarm of iron-toothed mantises. We'll move on immediately. Within mere minutes, Mu Xian encountered his first group of beasts, over 100 commander and elite-level beasts, led by a Lord Level 2 leader, who boldly initiated an attack on Mu Xian. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon responded with a roar, immediately drawing all the iron-toothed mantises into its cold domain, whereupon a chilling wave petrified them into ice sculptures. With a sharp crack, the Lord Level 2 iron-toothed mantis leader emerged, emitting a fierce cry, only to be swiftly defeated by a void blade from the void dragon Weasel. Just ordinary fare, Mu Xian mused, shaking his head. The iron-toothed mantis was only valuable for its teeth, and lingering too long around the corpses of beasts in the secret realm was a foolish endeavor. Before long, the scent of blood attracted dozens of ferocious beasts from the surrounding area, including several of lordly rank. Approximately half an hour later, as Mu Xian passed by a water pool, he made a significant discovery. Cold Pool Poisonous Flood Dragon Species. Ice-type Poison-type Flood Dragon Rank. Lord Level 5 Bloodline. Lord Level Quality. Elite Skills. Cold Poison Splash. Roar. Tail Whip. Strangulation Description. Lurking at the bottom of the toxic cold pool, this poisonous flood dragon guards the dragon bloodstone vein, seeking to absorb the dragon blood power within to transform into a true dragon. Lord Level Resource Pack. Rank. Lord Level Applicable Range. None Description. A resource pack placed by a Lord Level Beastmaster from the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Training Bureau, containing a Lord Level Earth-Een Cold Stone. The Earth-Een Cold Stone. It seems to be a resource coveted by Xiaoling. Mu Xian's eyes brightened instantly. After all, every resource suitable for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon is worth millions, and many are consumed internally, never sold. For instance, this Earth-Een Cold Stone is produced from a rare cold stone vein, containing chilling energy, and in the external market, it sells for at least 5 to 6 million. Moreover, there's the dragon bloodstone vein guarded by the Cold Pool Poisonous Flood Dragon, which is the most valuable resource. Feigning nonchalance, Mu Xian observed the surroundings of the cold pool, mainly to avoid being secretly filmed and exposing his external assistants, before suddenly instructing, "Little cat, go check beneath the water for any anomalies." Meow. All right, master. The void dragon Weasel swiftly dove into the void, exploring beneath the cold pool. Soon, it discovered a 10-meter-long flood dragon soundly asleep, occasionally exhaling wisps of pale green mist. Then, beside the flood dragon, the little creature found a red glowing package. Recognizing it as a resource pack, the very objective of its master's mission, without raising any suspicion from the flood dragon, the little one deftly absorbed the red package into its mustard seed space. With a proud glance at the flood dragon, it vanished once more. This scene was faithfully recorded and transmitted to the outside world, to the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau. Haha, this little one is quite characterful, chuckled an elderly man with graying hair upon witnessing the event. Before him, dozens of cameras displayed the circumstances within the secret realm to the audience. Director Qian from Jinhua City also smiled, having recognized the beast, Mu Xian's spatial-type companion. Of course, Director Qian refrained from speaking, for he was merely an observer. To speak, one must possess at least the strength of a beast king. For instance, the elder beside him was a peak Beast King level Beastmaster and a leader of the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau. In this exhibition hall, there were many such prominent figures, all elites from various sectors across the province, high-ranking members of major groups. This provincial examination served as a stage for Mu Xian and his fellow students, as well as an ideal investment opportunity for these individuals. Naturally, Mu Xian's performance drew considerable attention. A dragon-type beast and a spatial-type companion. This Mu Xian is indeed impressive. Our Zhejiang province has its share of prodigies. Indeed, once he graduates from the 5 major academies, he will surely become a Beast King level Beastmaster. A spatial-type beast is an invaluable ally, whether for exploration or combat. It makes even this old man want one. However, nurturing a spatial-type beast is no easy feat, as resources for them have skyrocketed. As the crowd chatted, they watched Mu Xian obtain the resource pack, only to set his sights on hunting the Cold Pool Poisonous Flood Dragon, leaving them puzzled. What is going on? This lad has secured the resource pack, yet is preparing to hunt this poisonous flood dragon? This beast is likely at Lord Level 5 or 6. Can he really handle it? This little fellow is too reckless. Within the secret realm, the cold pool poisonous flood dragon was awakened, emerging from the cold pool in an instant, its large copper bell-like eyes glaring at Mu Xian and his two beasts with fury. Roar! In the next moment, a torrent of verdant poison spewed forth towards Mu Xian. Lord-level beasts possess the intelligence of ordinary humans. They understand that the beastmaster is the key. Roar! The ice crystal extreme dragon materialized before Mu Xian, a white beam shooting forth that instantly froze the green poison, transforming it into powder with a gentle breeze. Skill: Ice Crystal Annihilation. The ice crystal extreme dragon unleashed a dragon's roar at the cold pool poisonous flood dragon, sparing no words as the two beasts clashed fiercely. Extreme Cold Sealing. Ice Crystal Annihilation. The consecutive skills struck the cold pool poisonous flood dragon with such swiftness that it was left dazed. The terrifying power of ice sealed the poisonous dragon, almost freezing its very soul into fragments. Chapter 051. 3,400 Dragon Bloodstones, a Night of Sudden Wealth. In the wake of the poisonous dragon's terrified gaze, the ice crystals gradually disintegrated, silently siphoning away the cold pool poisonous flood dragon's life force until it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Wow, this dragon is extraordinary. 2 skills. And it has slain the cold pool poisonous flood dragon? This ice crystal extreme dragon is excessively powerful. The exhibition hall of the Provincial Beastmaster Training Bureau was filled with astonished gasps. The formidable cold pool poisonous flood dragon had been effortlessly dispatched by that young man's beast. Was the cold pool poisonous flood dragon truly that weak? Or was the ice crystal extreme dragon overwhelmingly strong? It must be of extraordinary quality, perhaps even legendary. This dragon-type beast possesses at least the potential of a king-level bloodline, coupled with at least extraordinary quality. Once it reaches king level, it will undoubtedly be among the elite. Our Zhejiang province is about to produce a top-tier powerhouse. Many elders displayed expressions of delight, having long since diminished their own aspirations for power. They now valued the strength and prosperity of their nation above all. The little one has yet to fully mature. We should extend a helping hand. Indeed, he must lack spatial-type resources. I'll send him a few pieces. By the way, I have a beast with boundless potential. Perhaps it is fated to be with him. However, not everyone viewed Mu Xian favorably. Some, sensing his formidable potential, instantly changed expression, already perceiving him as a significant threat. Mu Xian had not anticipated that merely revealing a glimpse of his abilities would garner such attention, with many viewing him as a threat. Within the spirit element secret realm, after the fall of the cold pool poisonous flood dragon, Mu Xian chose not to disturb its corpse, but instructed the void dragon Weasel to dive beneath the water once more to investigate. Sure enough, the void dragon Weasel soon relayed exhilarating news. It had uncovered several red-veined stones at the bottom, which were indeed the dragon bloodstones it had previously discovered. Master, there are so many of these dragon bloodstones below, the void dragon Weasel exclaimed, conveying the message that filled Mu Xian with joy. Haha, my suspicions were correct. The cold pool poisonous flood dragon did not merely enjoy languishing at the bottom of the water. It must have had a reason for doing so. I never imagined it would lead to the discovery of the dragon bloodstone vein. With a slight smile, Mu Xian waved his hand and commanded, Xiaoling, little cat. Both of you go down and start mining the dragon bloodstone vein. Your future resources will depend on this vein. Roar. Excavate the vein. Meow. Leave no stone unturned. With a gentle smile, Mu Xian instructed his two beasts to enter the water. As a dragon-type beast and a spatial-type beast, a small pond posed no challenge for them. However, Mu Xian himself, despite possessing the physical prowess of a leader, could not hold his breath underwater and could only watch helplessly from the outside. Outside the secret realm, within the exhibition hall of the Beast Taming Instruction Bureau, many listeners were visibly affected by Mu Xian's words, their expressions shifting as murmurs of astonishment and envy filled the air. A dragon bloodstone mine? How could this be possible? This was indeed a dragon bloodstone mine, which could contain hundreds of thousands of dragon bloodstones. How could such a rare mineral exist within the Lingyuan secret realm, and yet remain undiscovered by the Beast Taming Instruction Bureau? Fortunately, the students only had 3 days. Otherwise, the entire mine would be stripped bare. The director of the Beast Taming Instruction Bureau, a commanding middle-aged man, glared at his subordinates. How could they have failed to discover a dragon bloodstone mine within the Lingyuan secret realm after all these years? It was nothing short of a joke. One must understand that dragon bloodstones are crucial rare mineral resources, serving as primary materials for the evolution of ordinary, elite, and leader-level beasts into dragon-type beasts. If they had discovered this mine earlier, How many dragon-type beasts could they have cultivated in Zhejiang province? Why is their nation referred to as the Dragon Kingdom? It is precisely because several large dragon-type mineral veins have been discovered within its borders, resulting in a significant increase in dragon-type beasts and greatly enhancing their national strength. Let us discuss this matter after the provincial examination. Within the Lingyuan secret realm, Mu Xian was blissfully unaware that every move he made was being broadcasted live. He patiently awaited the results from his two beasts. After a lengthy afternoon, the pair finally returned, excitedly chattering at him. A total of 3,400 dragon bloodstones, piled up in nearly half of his mustard seed space. Mu Xian nearly fainted from joy. He knew that the mustard seed space of the void dragon Weasel had significantly expanded after its last evolution, now reaching 54 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to a large room measuring 5 by 5 by 22. The little creature, upon hearing the news, proudly raised its head and exclaimed, "Meow, we've struck it rich." Mu Xian, filled with elation, quickly calculated that 3,400 dragon bloodstones were worth at least 4 billion yuan. With this fortune, he would not have to worry about his university expenses. Well done, little spirit and little cat, he cheered. Just then, the sky darkened, and the roars of monstrous beasts echoed, signaling a perilous night for the students within the secret realm. However, Mu Xian remained relatively calm. His experiences in the Longmin mountain range over the past fortnight had rendered him unfazed by the night, knowing that the beast's combat abilities only slightly increased after sunset. Ultimately, he found a large tree to rest under for the night, and even managed to slay a leader-level serpent that attempted to ambush him. The following morning, Mu Xian resumed his exploration of the secret realm, determined to find resource packs promptly, lest he risk being eliminated. The terrain within the secret realm changed rapidly, and as he walked, he found himself at the edge of a desert, where scorching winds greeted him, carrying a dry atmosphere. After considering his options, he chose not to turn back, but to enter the desert directly, feeling that it was a terrain with which he was less familiar, thus providing an opportunity for exploration. Navigating the desert proved challenging, and Mu Xian had no choice but to perch atop the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, utilizing its levitation abilities for low-altitude flight. Little spirit, remain vigilant for any beasts lurking beneath the sands. Desert creatures are notorious for ambushing from within the grains, he advised, recalling his knowledge of desert terrain. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon acknowledged, though it seemed to pay little heed. Suddenly, a sandworm erupted from behind the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, sending a massive cloud of sand crashing against it, nearly throwing Mu Xian off. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon, enraged and humiliated, retaliated against the small leader-level sandworm that dared to ambush it. With a powerful breath, it froze the creature solid in a crystalline prison. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon declared triumphantly. Mu Xian chided, "I told you to be cautious. This was merely a leader-level sandworm. What if a lord-level giant sandworm ambushed you next time? In the desert, those beasts that lurk beneath the surface are the most dangerous." Roar. I understand, master. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon replied, somewhat abashed. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian took the time to educate the now overconfident dragon. However, within mere minutes, the sand beneath the ice crystal cold extreme dragon suddenly collapsed, prompting it to instinctively fly aside. In the next moment, a massive sandworm, measuring 18 meters in length, erupted from the ground, its grotesque mandibles almost devouring the spot where the ice crystal cold extreme dragon had just been. The giant sandworm let out an enraged roar, its tiny eyes fixated on the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. Mu Xian's expression changed instantly. Little cat, restrain it. Little spirit, freeze it. Be cautious. This is a lord-level giant sandworm. Simultaneously, information about the giant sandworm flashed before Mu Xian's eyes. Giant sandworm, species, desert type insect level, lord level 8 bloodline, beast king quality, exceptional skills, sand manipulation, giant devour, desert concealment description, a giant sandworm skilled in ambush. One careless move, and you might become its excrement. Be cautious, young man. With a level of Lord 8 and a Beast King level bloodline potential, combined with its exceptional quality, this giant sandworm posed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Mu Xian swiftly commanded the void dragon Weasel to initiate spatial confinement, preventing the creature from burrowing back into the desert. Subsequently, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon unleashed its skills in a relentless assault. Extreme cold sealing, ice crystal obliteration, cold crystal dragon breath. These three signature skills, also his instant cast abilities, were unleashed as soon as the spatial confinement dissipated. The devastating ice crystal obliteration severely wounded the giant sandworm. However, to Mu Xian's dismay, during the brief window when the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon Weasel were executing their skills, the giant sandworm managed to burrow back into the desert, refusing to re-emerge no matter how much the ice crystal cold extreme dragon roared. Little spirit, little cat, this is the troublesome aspect of desert terrain. If you miss your strike, these desert beasts will retreat into the sands and continue to hide. Therefore, next time we engage with desert beasts, we must be wary of this tactic. Do you understand? Mu Xian gently instructed. Both the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon Weasel nodded. It was evident they had underestimated their opponent. By the way, little cat, go check beneath the sand for any resource packs. Mu Xian suddenly remembered something and instructed the void dragon Weasel. Meow, the void dragon Weasel nodded lightly, swiftly diving into the void and following the trail of the giant sandworm into the desert. Soon, it discovered the giant sandworm's vicinity and indeed found 2 resource packs beside it. Had the void dragon Weasel's level not been too low, it could have easily dealt with the giant sandworm with a single attack. Before long, the void dragon Weasel returned, presenting 2 resource packs, much to Mu Xian's delight. Lord level resource pack, level, Lord level applicable range. None description. Resource pack placed by a Lord level beastmaster from the Zhujiang Beast Taming Instruction Bureau, containing 1 Lord level earth sand crystal. Lord level resource pack, level, Lord level applicable range. None description. Resource pack placed by a Lord level beastmaster from the Zhujiang Beast Taming Instruction Bureau, containing 1 Lord level nether river sand. Mu Xian nodded appreciatively. Both resource items were desert type resources. He had begun to discern the pattern behind the Beast Taming Instruction Bureau's placement of resource packs, understanding that the type of resources provided corresponded to the type of beasts present. It appears that I must venture into the frigid terrain to seek the resources needed by the little spirit. Mu Xian mused quietly, contemplating as he turned towards the north. Generally speaking, the southern and northern regions of the secret realm present a greater likelihood of encountering such icy landscapes. After over an hour of turning, he encountered numerous demon beasts along the way, yet they were effortlessly subdued by the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon Weasel, leaving no threat behind. Following the incident with the gigantic sandworm, both of his spirit beasts had matured considerably, which brought Mu Xian great satisfaction. At that moment, however, Mu Xian suddenly sensed something awry. Although it was merely 10:30 a.m., the sky had inexplicably darkened, and the scorching air was laden with grains of sand that stung his face. A sandstorm. The term flashed abruptly in Mu Xian's mind. Indeed, mere minutes later, the sky above had transformed into a grayish-black hue, and the winds grew increasingly fierce. It was unmistakably a sandstorm, and its reach appeared to be vast. Mu Xian thought to himself, realizing the dire implications. A widespread sandstorm is exceedingly perilous. Should one find themselves ensnared in the desert, there would be no refuge. And while fortune might allow for a safe passage, misfortune would likely lead to being swept into the heavens, meeting a grisly demise. Fortunately, Mu Xian had detected the danger early and had retreated beyond the storm's reach, avoiding any peril. Originally, he intended to wait for the sandstorm to dissipate before continuing his journey. However, at a certain moment, he astonishingly spotted a figure within the tempest. It appeared to be a girl, caught in the clutches of the sandstorm. Mu Xian hesitated, recognizing the inherent danger. If he were to rush in for a rescue, he too might become ensnared. Yet, at that instant, the girl's information panel materialized before his eyes. Though fleeting, it allowed him to identify her. It was none other than Chen Yunxi. Chen Yunxi, species, human rank, elite level 7, lightly injured, talent, moonlight affinity spirit beasts, three-tailed illusion moon fox, leader level 7. Moon shadow spider, leader level 1. It truly was Chen Yunxi. A glint of determination sparked in Mu Xian's gaze as he resolved to take action, primarily because he noted that the sandstorm was advancing toward her. In that instant, he recalled the ultimate move of his ice crystal cold extreme dragon, the Absolute Zero Storm. It seemed plausible to harness the power of the Absolute Zero Storm to counteract the sandstorm's ferocity. Mu Xian's eyes brightened. He found this idea feasible, with a promising success rate, and most importantly, it posed no danger to himself. Ice crystal cold extreme dragon, unleash the Absolute Zero Storm and freeze the sandstorm. But be sure to avoid the area in front of that girl, Mu Xian instructed. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon let out a mighty roar and began its incantation, its form shimmering with blue light, exuding an intense cold. The Absolute Zero Storm, as the ice crystal cold extreme dragon's ultimate technique. would create an absolute zero space at its core, generating an ice storm with a reach exceeding 10 kilometers due to the extreme temperature differential. Naturally, such a formidable skill required an exceptionally lengthy casting time, 30 seconds in total. After those 30 seconds, a brilliant blue light pierced through the heavens and the earth, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, a piercing chill rapidly manifested within the sandstorm, 5 kilometers away from Xuan. Chapter 053, Surviving the Calamity, Growing More Audacious. If someone is willing to save me, I will marry him, Chen Yunqi thought in despair. He must be handsome too. At that moment, Chen Yunqi was filled with regret. She had initially observed the approaching sandstorm, but had failed to evade it, underestimating its ferocity, and soon found herself ensnared within its grasp. Had it not been for her spirit beasts fighting valiantly to protect her, she would have been directly pulled into the storm's center. As the core of the sandstorm loomed to envelop her, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. An icy glimmer appeared in her vision. What is this? Has the sandstorm mutated? The naive girl pondered, bewildered. Before long, she witnessed the fearsome sandstorm beginning to weaken, the swirling yellow sand coalescing into shards of ice, losing its original momentum. The terror that had gripped Chen Yunqi was swiftly replaced by a look of astonishment. Could it be that the heavens had taken pity on her? Was she to escape from this peril? The ice rapidly spread, astonishingly engulfing a significant portion of the sandstorm's core within a short span of time. As two formidable forces intertwined, exuding an oppressive aura. At that critical juncture, a small silhouette suddenly materialized. Chen Yunqi focused her gaze and, to her astonishment, recognized it as the void dragon Weasel, a spirit beast she had encountered before. Upon appearing, the little creature glanced at the core of the sandstorm and, with a wave of its paw, a swirling vortex imbued with spatial energy began to materialize. The void dragon Weasel activated its skill, Spatial Passage. The little creature promptly pointed toward the somewhat unstable spatial passage, hurriedly stepping inside. Chen Yunqi froze for a moment, then realized with joy. It was Xuan. He must be the one saving her. With that thought, she wasted no time and hastily followed the void dragon Weasel into the spatial passage. Several kilometers away, Chen Yunqi and the void dragon Weasel re-emerged, and upon seeing Xuan, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Xuan, thank you. Xuan quickly waved his hand, stating, now is not the time for thanks. We must first distance ourselves from this storm. Chen Yunqi looked puzzled. Xuan explained, I commanded the ice crystal cold extreme dragon to unleash the absolute zero storm upon the core of the sandstorm. Although the two storms are currently clashing and diminishing each other's power, the absolute zero storm is ultimately cast by my spirit beast and cannot compare to the forces of nature. Chen Yunqi gasped, in that case, the sandstorm will inevitably consume and merge with the absolute zero storm, transforming into an even more powerful tempest. Precisely, so we must retreat at once. Understood. The two had scarcely retreated when the core of the sandstorm erupted violently, the powers of the absolute zero storm and the sandstorm indeed merging, resulting in a super ice sandstorm of tremendous might and expansive reach. This terrifying superstorm nearly enveloped the entire desert, and unbeknownst to anyone, within the very heart of this superstorm, a minuscule consciousness began to awaken. Who am I? Outside the desert, Xuan and Chen Yunqi finally exhaled in relief, the exhilaration of having survived filling them with joy. The absurd thought that had crossed Chen Yunqi's mind during their life and death crisis left her cheeks flushed. Xuan, however, maintained his composure, urging Chen Yunqi to attend to her injuries while he replenished energy for the ice crystal cold extreme dragon and the void dragon Weasel. After a considerable hour, Chen Yunqi finally stood, expressing, Xuan, I truly must thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have. Xuan offered a faint smile. We are friends. Naturally, I would extend a helping hand within my means. Just friends? The words left Chen Yunqi feeling inexplicably disappointed, as she had hoped Xuan's daring rescue was motivated by deeper feelings for her. After lunch, Xuan and Chen Yunqi bid each other farewell. As they journeyed separately, they acknowledged that traveling together would only reduce the resources they could gather. Upon exiting the desert, the number of demon beasts increased once more. In just an hour, Xuan encountered 3 waves of beasts, all of which were easily dispatched by the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, yielding 2 resource packs, though regrettably, both were merely leader-level packs. According to the examination rules, elite-level resource packs were worth 100 points, leader-level packs were worth 200 points, and lord-level packs garnered 400 points. The top 30 scorers would earn the opportunity to participate in the national examination, while the remaining participants would apply to various spirit beast academies based on their rankings. Mu Xian's ambition, of course, was to secure first place, or at least a position within the top 3, as there were differing rewards for the top 30, with particularly enticing prizes for the top 3 and the first place holder. Notably, the first place winner would receive 3 pieces of evolution resources tailored to their spirit beast attributes. In other words, the precious evolution resources for the space-type spirit beast that Mu Xian coveted would be provided by the Spirit Beast Education Bureau. Given my current pace, achieving first place might prove somewhat challenging. It seems I must adopt a more aggressive approach moving forward, Mu Xian murmured to himself, expanding the information panel to its maximum range, and commenced the search for resource packs. After more than 10 minutes, Mu Xian made a discovery. Outside a certain cave, a 7th-tier Lord-class earth-digging dragon was being besieged by 3 beastmasters. Not far away stood a flamboyantly dressed young man, none other than Zhang Yuxi, the young master who had previously troubled Mu Xian. Zhang Yuxi gazed at the woeful earth-digging dragon with a smile, pondering what treasures a 7th-tier Lord-class dragon might yield. As the dragon collapsed, Zhang Yuxi's furious roar echoed from within the cave. Who on earth has stolen my resource pack? 1 kilometer away, Mu Xian beamed at the resource pack presented by the Void Dragon Weasel. Ah, the spatial beasts are truly invaluable. Lord-level resource pack. Tier, Lord-level applicable range. None description. A resource pack placed by the Lord-class beastmasters of the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Training Bureau, containing a vial of Lord-level Earth Milk Essence. Outside the Spirit Origin Secret Realm, in the exhibition hall of the Beastmaster Training Bureau, a renowned Beast King-level Beastmaster from Hang City could no longer contain himself. This is nothing short of cheating. Is this how spatial beasts are utilized? I propose that this student's examination results be annulled. We have no need for such opportunists. If all students were to act like him, exploiting loopholes and resorting to underhanded tactics, where would the fairness of the examination lie? The middle-aged man's voice boomed, and those unaware might have thought him genuinely upright, disapproving of Mu Xian's actions. Yet, it seemed he had not violated any competition rules. Someone chuckled slyly. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you are the father of that little fellow who was just robbed, aren't you? The middle-aged man's tone faltered, all semblance of righteous indignation evaporating. In the corner, Officer Qian chuckled, well aware that Mu Xian's actions were well within the bounds of the rules, and with so many influential figures backing him. The notion of revoking his examination results was mere folly. Simultaneously, Officer Qian marveled inwardly. No wonder Mu Xian appeared so unperturbed yesterday. It seems he had already resolved to employ this strategy. Chapter 054. The remaining 2 Thunderbears are yours. On the 3rd day, the final day of the provincial examination, all candidates grew increasingly aggressive, fervently provoking and challenging those high-tier Lord-class monsters, with battle cries resounding everywhere. This, of course, provided an opportunity for Mu Xian's Void Dragon Weasel. With the information panel at his disposal, Mu Xian effortlessly located the top contenders on the championship leaderboard, seizing the chance to pilfer resource packs while they engaged in fierce combat with the monsters. By noon of that day, Mu Xian had collected a staggering 13 resource packs, a veritable windfall. Meanwhile, outside Thunder Valley, Zhang Yuxi, Chun Huashan, and 5 others convened to discuss their experiences in the secret realm over the past 2 days. Upon hearing Zhang Yuxi curse about being robbed of a resource pack, Chun Huashan gasped. What? Young Master Zhang, you too fell victim to theft? Zhang Yuxi swore vehemently. Is there any doubt? It happened at the hands of an earth-digging dragon monster. If I find out who did it, I will surely flay him alive. What about you? Were you also robbed? Chun Huashan nodded, equally disgruntled. Indeed, I had just vanquished a control wave black turtle, only to have the resource pack vanish from beneath the water. Young Master Zhang, young Master Chun, we too have had resource packs stolen. Who could possibly be behind this? Is it the spatial beasts? I haven't heard of any appearing. The group seethed with fury, yet remained oblivious to the true culprit. Just then, Fang Yintian emerged from Thunder Valley, casting a glance at the group and nodding. I am gratified that you all have come to assist. Boss, which monster requires our collective effort? Zhang Yuxi inquired with curiosity. Fang Yintian replied. 2 9th-tier Lord-class rampaging Thunderbears, along with several rampaging Thunderbear cubs. I have observed that these cubs possess formidable auras, at least with Beast King-level bloodline potential, making them perfect for your contracts. 9th-tier Lord-class rampaging Thunderbears. Someone gasped, recognizing the immense power of these lightning-type monsters, all boasting Beast King-level bloodline potential. It was no wonder their leader had summoned them all together. The others were equally electrified. Cubs of rampaging thunder bears were exceedingly rare in Hang City, previously fetching astronomical prices at auction, nearly rivaling the cost of king-level beast cubs. Soon, under Fang Yuntian's guidance, Zhang Yuxi and the others cautiously entered the valley crackling with electricity. Just after their departure, a figure suddenly appeared outside the valley, watching Fang Yuntian's retreating silhouette with a smile. No wonder I could never locate this fellow. Who would have thought he was hiding here? With such keen interest in this place, there must be valuable treasures, perhaps even abundant lord-level resource packs. This person was, of course, Mu Xian. He had initially followed Xuan, but upon witnessing Xuan and the others congregate in this concealed valley, he realized that an opportunity had arisen. Stepping cautiously into Thunder Valley, Mu Xian quickly located Fang Yuntian and his companions, observing their intentions with keen interest. To his delight, they were after a pair of 9th-tier Lord-class rampaging thunder bears, and wait, there were even rampaging thunder bear cubs. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. The cubs of rampaging thunder bears held immense value. Rampaging thunder bear, species, lightning-type rampaging bear clan tier, 9th-tier Lord bloodline, beast king-level quality, exceptional skills, rampage, explosive thunderball, roar of thunder, bear pounce. The information panel of the rampaging thunder bear astonished Mu Xian. Its display was far more splendid than that of ordinary beast king-level beasts, lacking only the bloodline of a beast king or a king-level creature. Mu Xian's mind raced with ideas. Did he not possess the talent for bloodline extraction and fusion? Perhaps he could integrate the formidable bloodline of these bear monsters into his own. Then, Mu Xian recalled the warning in the description, indicating that these two rampaging thunder bears had mastered combination skills. If Fang Yuntian and his team were not cautious, they could very well suffer a significant setback. Combination skills, which combine two abilities to unleash a spectacular effect, often left beastmasters astounded. Soon, Fang Yuntian's group spread out, dispatching two nimble and swift beasts into the rampaging thunder bear's lair, intending to lure them out. Before long, a rampaging thunder bear cub was dragged out by the two beasts, and suddenly, roars erupted from within the lair as the two rampaging thunder bears, enraged by the loss of their cub, finally unleashed their fury. Mu Xian's eyes sparkled as he addressed the void dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder with a grin. Little one, go into the rampaging thunder bear's lair and see if there are any treasures. The excited void dragon Weasel nodded eagerly, vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, outside the lair, Fang Yuntian and the other 8 beastmasters launched a furious assault on the two rampaging thunder bears. Nearly 20 lord-class beasts bombarded the bears, eliciting continuous roars of rage as the bears struggled to defend themselves. In a moment of fury, the male rampaging thunder bear finally exploded, executing a combination skill with the female bear. In an instant, amidst the thunderous roars of the bears, countless thunderballs split apart, hurtling towards Fang Yuntian and his comrades. The terrifying thunderballs radiating a dreadful aura, striking with the speed of lightning. Be careful, Fang Yuntian urged swiftly, evading the onslaught, yet the others amidst their horrified screams. 7 of Fang Yuntian's subordinates were immediately knocked unconscious, their hair standing on end, a pitiful sight to behold. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan, and one other remained amidst the chaos. However, among the remaining 4 individuals, apart from Fang Yuntian himself, the other 3 were also injured. Although their wounds were borne by their respective beasts, the torment was nonetheless endured by them. Damn it, I never anticipated that these 2 thunder bears possessed a combination skill. Fang Yuntian's expression darkened. These 2 level 9 lord-tier beasts had clearly surpassed their capabilities. He then glanced at the 4 fallen subordinates sprawled on the ground, revealing a look of helplessness, and was about to retreat when, suddenly, the 2 frenzied thunder bears let out a deafening roar, unexpectedly entering a state of rage, their forms visibly swelling in size. Subsequently, the 2 enraged thunder bears charged directly at Fang Yuntian. More precisely, they were rushing toward Mu Xian, who had stealthily snatched away a thunder bear cub behind Fang Yuntian. Mu Xian, what are you doing here? Damn it, you are plotting against me. Fang Yuntian's face turned pale as he beheld the 2 thunder bears charging toward him. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuntian, I merely happened to pass by, fortuitously picking up this thunder bear cub, along with 4 resource packs. Ahem, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The remaining 2 thunder bears are yours to deal with. Chapter 055, Cold Extreme, Ice Spirit Essence. Mu Xian, I will not rest until we are at odds. After his roar, Fang Yuntian, faced with the furious thunder bears almost within arm's reach, displayed an expression of deep resentment. It was evident that the two Thunder Bears had mistaken him for an accomplice who had stolen their cub. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Yuntian, battered and torn, finally escaped the Thunder Valley, left with only his subordinate, Zhang Yushi, in a pitiful state. To say this hunt in the Thunder Valley was disastrous would be an understatement. They had suffered losses on all fronts. Meanwhile, Mu Xian gazed at the Thunder Bear cub beneath him, astonished. Thunder Bear cub, species, Thunder Elemental. Berserk Bear clan level, elite level 4 bloodline. Beast King quality, exceptional skills, Thunder clone, Thunder origin description. A fortunate Thunder Bear cub awakened with a rare skill. Its predetermined fate has already been altered. The Thunder Bear cub, which had been stealthily taken by Fang Yuntian's subordinate, astonishingly possessed the rare skills of cloning and Thunder origin. It is well known that clone-type skills are exceedingly scarce. The higher the level, the more valuable this skill becomes. Based solely on this, Mu Xian intended to contract it as his fourth beast. As for the bloodline, Mu Xian was confident he could extract a suitable bloodline and merge it with this little creature. Moreover, the fact that this cub had awakened the Thunder origin was nothing short of miraculous. This is a divine skill for Thunder-type beasts, allowing the cub to absorb the thunderous energies from the void and condense them into the Thunder origin. The Thunder origin itself is a rare resource that can facilitate the evolution of Thunder-type beasts. In essence, this little creature was akin to a money tree. Mu Xian contemplated that by contracting this cub, he could cultivate it into a top-tier beast using its two exceptional skills. And the Thunder origin it would condense would undoubtedly be exceedingly rare. Little one, you have two choices. Either become my beast or my resource. The Thunder Bear cub appeared quite adorable, seemingly sensing the friendly aura emanating from Mu Xian, and affectionately clung to his leg, prompting Mu Xian to chuckle. Very well. Henceforth you shall be my fourth beast, and I shall name you Little Bear. In Mu Xian's design, his beast team was to comprise a melee tank, Thunder Bear, a ranged spellcaster, Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, an assassin scout, Void Dragon Weasel, a healer, support, Heavenly Mechanism Phantom Butterfly, and a flying mount, among others. Especially the healer, which had become an urgent necessity. Some might argue that the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon is rideable, so why the need for a flying mount? This is primarily because, while the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon is indeed suitable for riding, its greater purpose lies in casting spells and engaging in battle. Using it solely for riding would merely be for show. After securing the little one into the beast space, Mu Xian continued on his journey. As time was of the essence, he still needed to explore the icy terrains within the secret realm to see if he could uncover any suitable resources. After more than half an hour, Mu Xian finally arrived at the icy region, where towering ice peaks loomed amidst the frigid expanse. As he traversed this landscape, his information panel was ablaze with activity, quickly revealing the presence of various beasts hidden within the snow, most of which were of elite status, with a few commanding and lord-level beasts present as well. However, no resource packages were found, and Mu Xian had no interest in engaging in needless slaughter. Thus, Mu Xian continued his search in the icy area, diligently seeking out any resources. As the day waned and the examination drew to a close, Mu Xian finally made a significant discovery. Within an underground ice cavern, an eye-catching information panel appeared. Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence. Level. Beast King applicable range. Ice and Snow Element description. A top-tier precious material cultivated over 10,000 years in the Cold Extreme realm, containing extremely pure extreme cold energy. Mu Xian's eyes lit up. This material was perfectly suited for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, and most importantly, it was a Beast King level material. This indicated it could aid the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon in its advancement. It is well known that the transition from Lord level to Beast King level demands exceedingly high standards. For those with Lord level bloodline potential, it is tremendously challenging. However, for those with Beast King level or higher bloodline potential, it is somewhat easier. Having Beast King resources can forcibly break through and become a quasi-Beast King level beast. Why is it termed a quasi-Beast King level beast? Because a true Beast King level beast must also gain the recognition of other Beast King level beasts. This is known as the legendary Beast King battle. To ascend to true Beast King status, one must achieve 3 consecutive victories in direct challenges against Beast King level beasts to earn their recognition, thus forming the Beast King mark and advancing towards sovereign level beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian called out, "Xiao Ling, Xiao Mao, quickly, excavate this Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence." The Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence lay buried deep within the ice cavern, encased in layers of ice, making extraction a formidable task. Fortunately, Both the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel were exceedingly powerful beasts through their relentless skill applications. They eventually shattered the layers of ice and retrieved the Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence. Looking at the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, which was eagerly anticipating the Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Mu Xian smiled and said, "Wait until we exit the secret realm, and you can absorb it." Once Mu Xian returned to the surface, the sky had darkened, and the time to leave the secret realm had arrived. Gazing at the swirling spatial vortex above, Mu Xian took a deep breath, mounted the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, and stepped into it. As the world spun around him, Mu Xian found himself in a colossal beast arena, surrounded by fellow examinees displaying expressions of surprise, frustration, or melancholy. Shortly thereafter, the proctors began calling forth students of various levels, and Mu Xian, as a Lord-level student, was also ushered into the Lord-level student assessment area. Before he could observe much, a furious roar erupted from behind him. "Mu Xian, how dare you show your face before us?" Turning around, Mu Xian was met by the sight of Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, Chen Huashan, and others, who, in stark contrast to him, appeared to be in a far more woeful state, particularly the nameless subordinates, who looked as if they had been scorched black, utterly pitiful. Mu Xian rubbed his nose, feeling both awkward and amused. "Why shouldn't I appear before you? I owe you nothing." Fang Yuntian bellowed. "You stole our resource package. And the Thunder Bear cub. Yes, and that Thunder Bear cub. If it weren't for your interference, how could we have been so grievously injured by the Thunder Bears?" Mu Xian replied nonchalantly. "Did the resource package bear your names? Have you contracted that Thunder Bear cub? No. Then how could it possibly belong to you? Being grievously injured by the Thunder Bears only reflects your lack of strength. Thus, young ones, it is essential to recognize your own capabilities. Do not presume that becoming a Lord-level Beastmaster merely through familial resources grants you the freedom to act recklessly. In the true realms of mystery, you will not be so easily spared." Fang Yuntian and Zhang Yuxi fell into silence. For Mu Xian spoke the truth. Their arrogance had led them to challenge two 9th-level Lord Beasts without even conducting thorough reconnaissance or setting up perimeter watchers. It was nothing short of a stroke of luck that they had not perished at the hands of the raging Thunder Bear. Therefore, I am merely aiding you by acclimating you to the harsh realities of the secret realm. It saddens me that you failed to comprehend my good intentions. Mu Xian feigned a mournful demeanor, successfully infecting Fang Yuntian and the others with his sentiment, nearly bringing them to tears, filled with regret. As they vowed never to repeat such mistakes again, Mu Xian expressed that he could indeed teach the youth. After a while, Fang Yuntian finally realized, damn, weren't we just seeking trouble with that guy? Chapter 056. First in Provincial Examination, Special Resource Reward. At this moment, an invigilator spoke in a calm tone. According to the sequence number, begin showcasing the resource packs you have collected to tally your points. Number 1021, Zhang Linggong. Here they come. Mu Xian observed the continually updating points with a smile, genuinely doubting whether anyone could surpass his collection of 25 resource packs. As it stood, among the 20 or so participants, the highest score was merely 7 points, equating to 2,800 points. Finally, Mu Xian's number was called. "Present all your resource packs." The invigilator stated nonchalantly. "Rest assured, the resource packs will not be confiscated." With a slight smile, Mu Xian began to produce one resource pack after another. Holy moly, 7, 8, 9, 10 packs. Just how many Lord-level beasts has he hunted? This was the Mu Xian atop the champion leaderboard. Was it not said he had been deliberately placed at the top? Goodness, 16 already, and he continues to pull more. 19. In just 3 days. How has he managed to hunt so many beasts? 20. 25 resource packs, a full 25. Among them, 23 are Lord level and 2 are Commander level. This Mu Xian is truly extraordinary. This is outrageous. On average, 3 Lord level beasts yield 1 resource pack. He must have slain 69 Lord level beasts. At that moment, everyone erupted in excitement. 25 resource packs, several times more than the second place. The invigilator's demeanor shifted from calm to utterly bewildered. So many resource packs. Have you wiped out all the Lord-level beasts within the secret realm? It is crucial to note that the number of resource packs is limited. Approximately 4,200 candidates entered the Lingyuan secret realm, yet there were only 420 resource packs, a ratio of nearly 1/10. The Lord-level resource packs numbered merely 100. And here Mu Xian possessed 23 of them, a staggering achievement. With a grin, Mu Xian replied, "Oh, not at all. I was simply fortunate to come across them." Upon hearing this, many rolled their eyes in disbelief, while Zhang Yuxi and others yearned to curse him out. How could he claim he was fortunate? Those were snatched from right under their noses. The Invigilator could only shake his head in exasperation. He had never encountered such brazen audacity before. Nonetheless, he was compelled to record Mu Xian's score, placing him in the first position. Not long after, all scores were documented. Mu Xian's score, exceeding 10,000 points, left everyone astounded. The spectacle was quite extraordinary. Among all the scores, aside from Mu Xian's astonishing first place, the most surprising was perhaps Fang Yuntian, who had originally ranked second on the leaderboard but failed to make the top 3 this time. It is worth noting that only the top 3 received special rewards. Beyond that, only resources obtained from the secret realm remained. Fang Yuntian was nearly infuriated. Mu Xian, I challenge you to a duel. He believed Mu Xian was the reason for his loss of reward, thus directing his ire at him. However, Mu Xian paid him no mind. He was merely a sheltered flower. At that moment, a staff member from the Beastmaster Education Bureau addressed them. Please, Mu Xian, Xinning Xuan, He Jiutian, follow me. Mu Xian's eyes brightened. The coveted beast resources he had anticipated were on the verge of being bestowed upon him. Shortly thereafter, the 3 were ushered into the Beastmaster Education Bureau, where a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared before them. The director of the bureau, Shen Lingtian. Shen Lingtian regarded the trio, nodding gently. You have all performed excellently in this provincial examination, demonstrating the requisite standards. Strangely, upon seeing Mu Xian, his fervent words felt somewhat askew. Mu Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness, as being observed made him uneasy. Shen Lingtian continued with a gentle smile. Well then, I shall forego idle chatter. Follow me to select the resources you desire from the treasury. Mu Xian's heart brimmed with anticipation. This was the treasury of the Provincial Beastmaster Education Bureau, undoubtedly filled with rare resources, perhaps even materials to evolve the celestial butterfly. Following Director Shen Lingtian, the trio traversed through several heavily guarded doors, ultimately arriving at a vast underground treasury. The sight was astonishing. The treasury was meticulously categorized into dozens of rooms. Shen Lingtian smiled lightly. This treasury should be the largest resource repository in our province. It contains various resources collected over the years, encompassing nearly everything that has ever been discovered. Mu Xian, as the first place, you may select first. Remember, you can only choose 3 items, and they must be resources that your beasts can utilize. This was naturally to prevent the trio from selecting high-tier resources for resale. Mu Xian nodded gently, surveying the categories labeled at the entrance, and suddenly his eyes lit up upon spotting the mysterious category. Indeed, it was there. The so-called mysterious category refers to the classification of attributes related to beast mastery, beasts, and resources, primarily encompassing broader categories such as time, space, mystery, and elements. The delineation of the mysterious category is rather vague, including subcategories like fate, spirit, foresight, misfortune, and curse. Essentially, any ethereal attributes could be classified here. You wish to acquire mysterious resources? You must first demonstrate that you possess beasts of this type. Director Shen Lingtian stood before the door to the mysterious resource room. Stating calmly, Mu Xian nodded, summoning the celestial butterfly. Gazing at the palm-sized, transparent creature, Director Shen momentarily froze. Despite being a king-level beast master himself, he had never encountered such a stunning beast. Director Xuan produced a device resembling a mobile phone, scanning the celestial butterfly, and exclaimed with a smile, Ah, it is the celestial butterfly, a divination-type beast. Mu Xian, your luck is indeed remarkable. As he spoke, Director Xuan retrieved a card, gently swiping it against the door to the mysterious resource room. The door slowly revealed a crack, and a peculiar aura surged forth, imbued with mystery, etherealness, and elusiveness. Remarkably, this door has not been opened in 5 years. Enter, Director Xuan said with a smile. Mu Xian nodded lightly, stepping into the room with anticipation. The mysterious resource chamber was not particularly large, adorned with wooden racks, each displaying coveted, desirable, and sought-after precious resources, all silently showcased. The moment Mu Xian laid eyes on the largest wooden rack at the center, he spotted one of the few resources displayed there. Curse of Misfortune Doll, rank, King level applicable scope, Fate System, Foreknowledge System, Misfortune System. Curse System Introduction, a peculiar and enigmatic creature born from the demise of a wicked witch. This unique resource possesses terrifying capabilities of misfortune and curses, serving as a means for certain beast kings to evolve and advance. Note, currently sealed. Mu Xian was filled with astonishment. This was indeed a king-level resource of the misfortune category. One could easily imagine the formidable strength of the malicious, which from whom such a resource fell. Alas, It is unsuitable for my celestial butterfly. Mu Xian shook his head. Although the cursed doll was precious, it did not align with the celestial butterfly, neither in capability nor rank. Mu Xian envisioned the celestial butterfly's development towards realms of prophecy, fate, spirit, psyche, and dreams. Suddenly, he spotted on another wooden rack a material perfectly suited for the celestial butterfly, the spatial system resource, Voidstone. Lucky puppet, rank, commander level applicable scope, fate system, foreknowledge system, luck system, misfortune system, curse system introduction. The embodiment of the lucky beast, the lucky puppet brings fortune and is an exceedingly rare and precious resource, serving as a primary material for the evolution of certain beasts. A resource that brings luck. Is this not the perfect match for the celestial butterfly's evolution? In an instant, Mu Xian made his decision to acquire this resource, together with the transmutation replacement worm's remnants, to craft a flawless evolution pathway for the celestial butterfly. Lucky puppet, have you made your choice? Director Shin nodded gently. This material was indeed quite fitting for the celestial butterfly, as he had clearly discerned Mu Xian's intentions. Mu Xian acknowledged with a nod and proceeded to the spatial system resource room. This time, Director Shin did not conduct a verification, as they had already witnessed Mu Xian's possession of a spatial system beast. The spatial system resource room was not much different from the mystical system resource room, containing various ranks of spatial system resources, including the numerous void crystals Mu Xian had previously encountered. As Mu Xian surveyed the room, his eyes brightened, landing on a Lord-level resource. Voidstone, rank, Lord-level applicable scope, spatial system introduction, a special spirit stone birthed in areas of spatial collapse, possessing the ability to annihilate space, enabling spatial system beasts to master higher-level spatial skills. This is an exceedingly precious resource within the spatial system. This remarkably rare Lord-level spatial system resource, capable of empowering spatial system beasts with enhanced skills, left Mu Xian with no reason to refrain from selecting it. This Voidstone would be perfect for the Little One's evolution, Mu Xian secretly resolved. Although the Void Dragon Ferret already boasted king-level bloodline potential, Mu Xian intended to seize the opportunity for the Little One to evolve once more while its rank remained low. The rarer the resource, the more challenging it is to find. It might take a century to discover a sub-ancestor-level spatial system resource. By the time the Void Dragon Ferret reached king level, it might remain a king for life. Thus, Mu Xian prepared ahead of time, planning to evolve the Void Dragon Ferret to at least sub-ancestor level potential. As for the present, the Void Dragon Ferret's abilities were already sufficient, so there was no rush. The Void Stone was soon acquired. Next, Mu Xian chose the Ice System Resource Room, which boasted a plethora of Ice System resources. However, this time, Mu Xian opted not for cultivation resources, but for a Beast King level resource, a vial of Extreme Cold Pool Water. Extreme Cold Pool Water, rank, Beast King level applicable scope, Ice System, Water System. Snow System introduction, a precious liquid extracted from the special relic, the Extreme Cold Pool, imbued with the essence of extreme cold. It is the coveted resource for Ice System beasts, granting them mastery over formidable ice powers. While there are many Ice System resources, few can serve as evolution resources for the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon, leading Mu Xian to select this vial of Extreme Cold Pool Water. You certainly have a grand plan. Director Xuan observed Mu Xian's selection, shaking his head with a smile. Mu Xian smiled slightly. My Ice Crystal Frost Dragon is already at Lord level 5. Reaching level 9 is merely a matter of a year or so. I must consider its future. Director Xuan chuckled, offering no rebuttal, thus tacitly endorsing Mu Xian's choices. With that, Mu Xian had successfully selected 3 resources, the Lucky Puppet, the Void Stone, and the Extreme Cold Pool Water. His endeavor was complete. Next, it was Shin Ningxuang's turn. True to her name, Shin Ningxuang possessed a demeanor as frigid as ice, her face taut as she resembled an ice mountain. Ignoring her cold disposition, her beauty rivaled that of Chun Yunxi. Shin Ningxuang's beasts were notably powerful, a Lord level 5 Frost Phoenix Eagle, a Lord level 2 Flame Dragon Sparrow, and a Lord level 1 Moon Dance Divine Butterfly, suggesting a distinct preference for aerial beasts. As for He Jiutian, he was an arrogant youth, and Mu Xian distinctly sensed the contempt in his gaze, thus opting for no interaction. After a full half-hour, Shin Ningxuang and He Jiutian finalized their selections. Then, Director Xuan gathered all the students with Lord-level beast mastery and proclaimed, "Classmates, while the provincial examination has concluded, the national examination awaits, where you will face opponents from all across the nation. This is both an opportunity and a challenge. I hope you seize it. By the way, The national examination is scheduled for a month from now, so during this month, we plan to summon instructors from the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Academy to conduct a special training for you, which will take place at the academy. Director Xuan added, This special training is entirely voluntary. Special training? Mu Xian's eyes gleamed. His knowledge of beast mastery was rather lacking. And this opportunity at the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Academy would allow him to absorb a wealth of knowledge. The others were equally surprised. They had not anticipated that the national examination would occur in a month, ample time for many to significantly enhance their strength. Naturally, no one opted out, after all. Practicing aimlessly could never rival the guidance of professional instructors. The Provincial Beastmaster Education Bureau acted swiftly. Once it was confirmed that no one was withdrawing and all wished to participate in the special training, they coordinated with the Zhejiang Province Beastmaster Academy, arranging for Mu Xian and the others to stay at the academy that very evening. The academy provided Mu Xian and his peers with a standalone villa, reportedly a privilege reserved for the academy's top students, while ordinary students were confined to dormitories. Though spacious, the dorms were evidently less comfortable than the private villa. No sooner had Mu Xian settled in than Ling Fangfei, who had already received news, arrived with Xuan. Little brother, I heard you secured first place in this provincial examination. Mu Xian smiled and nodded. With little cat around, it would be impossible not to achieve first place. Ling Fangfei, dressed in a white dress that seemed thoughtfully chosen, caught Mu Xian's eye, prompting him to glance her way a couple of times. She remarked, Indeed. The spatial system beasts have a significant advantage under the provincial examination rules. I heard from my mentor that the next provincial examination will be more challenging to prevent cheating by spatial system beasts. Mu Xian rolled his eyes. How was this cheating? It was clearly the result of his hard work, making him quite indignant. Xuan, feeling a bit shy, chimed in, Mu Xian, I heard you acquired a substantial amount of dragon bloodstones. Is that true? Mu Xian paused for a moment, quickly realizing that the news of his mining dragon bloodstones must have caught the attention of the Beastmaster Education Bureau, and its leakage was only natural. Yes, what? Does Uncle Yu wish to acquire these dragon bloodstones? Mu Xian asked with a smile. Xuan nodded earnestly. Yes, after my father learned of it. He expressed interest in purchasing this batch of dragon bloodstones. The price is negotiable. Ling Fangfei, puzzled, interjected, a substantial quantity of dragon bloodstones? Is that so? Yes. Feifei, you weren't aware? The entire Hangzhou city is buzzing with the news that Mu Xian has discovered a dragon bloodstone vein in the spirit origin secret realm. It has come to my attention that the entire city of Hangzhou is in a frenzy, with beast tamers clamoring to acquire the rights to mine the coveted dragon bloodstone vein within the spirit origin secret realm. Chapter 058. A second transaction. Ling Fangfei exclaimed. You truly are remarkable, my dear brother. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled and continued, given our relationship, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to sponsor your sister with a few pieces of dragon bloodstone? Mu Xian could only roll his eyes. After all, those were dragon bloodstones, each worth over 1 million, a precious resource. Yet, this girl casually suggested just a few pieces, as if it were nothing. What on earth had she been drinking? Despite his internal grumbling, Mu Xian nonetheless produced 10 dragon bloodstones to share with the two of them. As 10 pieces were negligible in his eyes, Xuan hesitated to accept, but Ling Fangfei promptly snatched them up with a grin, saying, Man, this guy is a millionaire now. What is the harm in taking a little resource from him? Worst case, we can just marry him. Xuan was speechless, while Mu Xian could hardly contain his dismay at such audacious words. After a playful exchange, Mu Xian turned back to Xuan to continue their earlier discussion. I have over 3,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone here. Why don't you ask Uncle Yu how many he wishes to purchase? That's fantastic. Xuan exclaimed excitedly. I'll have my dad come over right away. Mu Xian chuckled softly, knowing well that as long as the price was right, selling dragon bloodstones to anyone was no issue for him. Of the 3,400 pieces, he intended to part with just 1,000, keeping the remainder to exchange for other resources. This was primarily due to the limited purchasing power of cash in this era. Many beast tamers preferred bartering over monetary transactions, especially during high-end gatherings where cash was seldom accepted. Thus, Mu Xian was not inclined to sell all his dragon bloodstones. Before long, Xuan's father, Yu Sihai, rushed into the Beast Tamer Academy, brimming with enthusiasm. Mu Xian, my boy, congratulations. That dragon bloodstone vein in the spirit origin secret realm has been around for over a century, and you discovered it effortlessly, mining thousands of stones. You've made us old-timers envious. With a warm smile, Mu Xian replied, Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Yu. I hear you're interested in purchasing dragon bloodstones. How many do you intend to acquire? Yushihai waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, naturally, I'll take as many as you have, and at market price, of course. What do you say, Muxian? This left Muxian taken aback. Uncle Yu, purchasing at market price? How will you profit from that? After all, with the mine about to be actively exploited, the supply of dragon bloodstones would skyrocket, causing their prices to plummet. Buying at market price seemed like a losing proposition. Yushihai laughed heartily. Don't worry about the profits, Muxian. Muxian nodded gently, sensing that Yushihai had his own reasoning for this. Ultimately, they agreed on a price of 1 million per stone for 1,000 pieces, totaling a staggering 100 million. Your strategy is astute, Muxian. Dragon bloodstones are a valuable currency in trading for various dragon-related resources. Retaining them is far more advantageous than holding cash, Yushihai remarked. By the way, there's a gathering of Lord-level beast tamers in a couple of days. Would you care to join me? Muxian's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful, Uncle Yu. I hope I'm not imposing. Not at all. I happen to have a recommendation slot available. It's settled then. Yushihai laughed heartily, departing with the 1,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone. Once Yushihai left, Ling Fangfei and Yu Manman lingered for a while before finally bidding farewell, leaving Muxian alone in the room. After distributing training resources to his beasts, he finally had time to process the spoils from the provincial examination secret realm. First and foremost, he still had 390 pieces of dragon bloodstone remaining, valued at 2.4 billion, which he could exchange for other resources. He had 23 Lord-level resource packs and 2 Commander-level resource packs, which he opened, ultimately acquiring 23 Lord-level resources and 2 Commander-level resources, valued at around 100 million. Lastly, there were 3 reward resources obtained from the Teaching Bureau's treasury, priceless items that money could scarcely buy. After selecting what he could utilize, he found he still had 18 pieces of Lord-level resources left, such as Earth Sand Crystals, Nether River Sand, Lava Crystals, and Heart of Emu, none of which were particularly suited for his beasts. Perfect. He could take them to the upcoming gathering with Uncle Yu to barter for more useful resources, he mused. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Muxian was awakened and brought to the training ground. Hello everyone, I am your physical training instructor, Zhang Yufang. Starting today, I will guide you through rigorous physical training, declared a stern young man. Good morning, teacher, the students replied weakly, prompting Zhang Yufang's displeasure. You're all so young, yet so lacking in energy. Are you all unwell? Everyone, run 10 laps around the training ground, he commanded. But teacher, we are already Lord-level beast tamers. Why do we need physical training? Zhang Yushi protested. Zhang Yufang smiled lightly. That's a valid question. Who else agrees with him? Seeing this instructor's amiable demeanor, many students from affluent backgrounds chimed in. Teacher, I agree. Me too. Muxian remained silent, fully aware of the instructor's intentions. Zhang Yufang was clearly not to be underestimated and was likely luring them into a trap. As expected, he soon beamed. Excellent. We won't know the value of physical training until we try. Next, I will stand still, only defending without countering. If I move my feet, I lose. If you can make me move, you won't have to participate in physical training. You, who spoke first, step up. Zhang Yufang challenged Zhang Yushi. Zhang Yushi, brimming with confidence, declared, bring it on. Muxian shook his head silently, thinking to himself, foolishness. This instructor is a beast king-level beast tamer with physical attributes at Lord level 9. To defeat him is nearly impossible. Zhang Yushi was overly confident, unable to believe that this seemingly unimposing figure could be powerful. Moving your feet? That's easy. With my commander-level physical prowess, this will be a piece of cake. Ah, the folly of a limited perspective. Are you ready? Zhang Yufang asked with a calm demeanor, causing an uneasy feeling to stir among the students. Moments later, everyone watched in disbelief as Zhang Yushi, despite exerting all his strength and employing every tactic at his disposal, failed to make Zhang Yufang move even an inch. In the end, Zhang Yushi despaired. How is this possible? Chapter 059, Special Training, Learning. Very well, Zhang Yushi. Since you have lost, you must accept your punishment. Run 20 laps. Zhang Yufang smiled as he looked at the students who had just voiced their agreement, beckoning them forward. The students quickly shook their heads, realizing full well that this instructor's prowess far exceeded their own. Zhang Yufang remarked nonchalantly, since none of you dare to step up, you shall all accept the punishment. 20 laps. This teacher is insane. I should have never agreed. They lamented. 20 laps? Our legs will be broken. Muxian smiled faintly, understanding that they had brought this upon themselves. After setting an example, the remaining students quieted down and began to run laps around the training ground. The 2-hour morning physical training left everyone nearly at their physical limits, with Zhang Yuxi and a few others utterly exhausted. After breakfast, it was time for the Beast Battle Practical class, taught by a strikingly beautiful, yet assertive young woman who introduced herself as Teacher Yang. Summon your beasts and attack mine. I must first discern the strengths and weaknesses of your creatures, declared Teacher Yang with a cool demeanor, urging them to hasten and not squander anyone's time. As she spoke, she had already summoned her beast, a formidable first-tier beast king, the Diamond Barbie. Diamond Barbie species, Diamond class humanoid rank, Beast King. Tier 1 bloodline, Beast King level quality, exceptional skills, Diamond Battle Body, Diamond Dragon Fist, Super Speed Phantom, Divine Weapon Descent. Invincible time description, a prodigious member of the Diamond Barbie clan, existing within an enigmatic realm, awakened to the ancestral bloodline of her kind, possessing unparalleled talent, and instilling terror in all who encounter her. Mu Xian couldn't help but gaze at the Diamond Barbie, who was an exaggerated figure, muscular with robust limbs and a pure visage. Standing an imposing 2.5 meters tall, exuding an incredible aura of pressure. Unable to contain his thoughts, Mu Xian mused that this Beast King-level Diamond Barbie seemed to have been born for battle, with skills that were all far from mediocre. Before Mu Xian could ponder further, Teacher Yang called out, "Who is Mu Xian? As the top student of the special training class, you shall be the first." In an instant, all eyes were fixated on Mu Xian, filled with a mix of schadenfreude. Yet, undeterred, Mu Xian summoned the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Although the presence of a Beast King instilled a sense of unease in his dragon, it nonetheless assumed a combat stance. Teacher Yang spoke calmly. "Let your beast attack the Diamond Barbie with all its might until it is utterly exhausted. Do you understand?" Mu Xian nodded silently, and then commanded, "Xiaoling, go." The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon let out a roar and initiated a series of attacks with its extreme ice-sealing crystal meteor, but to Mu Xian's astonishment, the skills seemed to merely tickle the Diamond Barbie. Feeling indignant, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon unleashed its ultimate move, the Cold Domain. Enveloping the entire training ground in a chilling aura, the observing students retreated 200 meters to avoid the frigid onslaught. "Your beast's skills are commendable," Teacher Yang remarked, her expression inscrutable. Mu Xian turned his attention back to the Diamond Barbie, but despair washed over him as he realized that the creature merely emanated a faint golden glow, completely negating the chilling power of the Cold Domain. Roaring in frustration, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon abandoned its magical advantage and clawed at the opponent. With a resounding thud, the Diamond Barbie stood unfazed, sending the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon reeling backward. Such formidable strength, Mu Xian thought, utterly astonished by the power of the Diamond Barbie, which exceeded his expectations. Despite this, Mu Xian refused to relent, meticulously observing the Diamond Barbie for any weaknesses. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Xiaoling, unleash the Cold Crystal Dragon Breath." The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon roared once more, regaining its composure, and began to emit the Cold Crystal Dragon Breath in rapid succession. This unique flame, with its ultra-low temperature, had the potential to freeze and scorch the very soul. What followed was an astonishing spectacle. After a relentless barrage of the Cold Crystal Dragon Breath, the Diamond Barbie became rigid. "Now's our chance, Xiaoling. Execute the Extreme Ice-Sealing Crystal Meteor combo." In an instant, the Diamond Barbie was encased in ice before erupting violently. Mu Xian watched as the faint golden glow surrounding the Diamond Barbie quickly dissipated, sending it hurtling through the air, clearly injured. Just as Mu Xian was about to direct the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon to continue the assault, Teacher Yang interjected, "That's enough, Mu Xian." Startled, Mu Xian nodded and smiled. "Understood, Teacher Yang." As he stepped down, applause erupted from the sidelines. Achieving injury against a Beast King with a 5th-tier Lord strength was indeed an impressive feat. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that the Diamond Barbie had opted for a defensive strategy, refraining from deploying its most potent skill, Invincible Time. Otherwise, even 10 Ice Crystal Extreme Dragons would have been insufficient to withstand its might. Alas, the Diamond Barbie was truly a monstrous entity, almost insurmountable. A hint of a smile finally graced Teacher Yang's lips as she remarked, "Mu Xian, your Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon is quite remarkable, with a comprehensive array of attack methods and excellent timing. Most importantly, you, as a beast tamer, did not merely wait idly but identified a weakness in my Diamond Barbie." Next, Shinning Xuan. In contrast to Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Shinning Xuan's Frost Phoenix Eagle paled in comparison. While it possessed an aerial advantage, its offensive capabilities were insufficient to breach the Diamond Barbie's Diamond Battle Body defenses. rendering its efforts nearly futile. Crucially, Xuan was unable to exploit the Diamond Barbie's weakness, ultimately leading to her Frost Phoenix Eagle's exhaustion and defeat. The next participant stepped forward. Throughout the entire morning, each student took their turn battling, all of them facing defeat, with Mu Xian standing out as the sole victor, further emphasizing his prowess. In the afternoon, a well-deserved break was granted to Mu Xian and the others, guided by a teacher named Zhao into a secluded area managed by the Beast Tamer Academy. The focus was on utilizing the unique terrain of the secret realm to illustrate outdoor application cases. As evening descended, it became free time for Mu Xian and his peers. He made his way to the Academy's library to peruse the latest cutting-edge knowledge and news. After all, Jinhua City was merely a small fifth-tier city, and the knowledge available there was outdated. Only a provincial capital like Hang City could connect nationally, allowing for rapid access to information. In this haven of knowledge, Mu Xian diligently absorbed information, continuously filling in his knowledge gaps and gaining a clearer and more accurate understanding of the world, the times, and the nation's circumstances. Chapter 060, The Lord-Level Gathering and Universal Nutrient Solution. In the days that followed, Mu Xian remained at the Beast Tamer Academy, engaging in intensive physical training every morning. Practical battles with various beasts under different instructors in the afternoons, and delving into the Academy's secret realm for in-depth terrain explanations, while evenings were spent in the library studying, leading to a remarkably fulfilling existence. It was not until the evening of the fifth day that Man's father, Xuan, the owner of the Four Seas Tower, finally called Mu Xian to inform him of an upcoming offline gathering for Lord-level beast tamers, inquiring whether he wished to attend. Naturally, Mu Xian agreed. Having eagerly awaited this gathering for quite some time, the gathering was set to take place on the top floor of a five-star hotel, with even Lord-level beast tamers stationed at the entrance as security. Fortunately, Xuan's credentials were sufficient to gain entry for Mu Xian. "Old you, long time no see. I heard you made a fortune in the Magic City this time?" As they stepped into the gathering hall, Xuan was greeted with playful banter from friends. "Oh, is this your son?" Xuan laughed heartily. "This is my nephew. As for making a fortune, it was merely a doubling of profits. Doubling hardly constitutes a fortune. You cunning merchant." Mu Xian's curiosity was piqued. Was this in reference to the Overseas Investment Conference held in the Magic City a few days prior? Suddenly, the pieces fell into place regarding Xuan's activities. The Overseas Investment Conference was a large-scale commercial exchange event that had recently taken place in the Magic City, where businessmen from various countries presented their beasts, resources, and specialties for trade with domestic merchants, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, participation required extensive connections, making Xuan's involvement noteworthy. With an impressive network, Xuan mingled and exchanged pleasantries with others, and after a considerable half-hour, the gathering commenced in earnest. Over 100 attendees were divided into 10 tables, engaging in a format of dining while auctioning, where each table would send a representative to showcase their resources and express desired items, allowing others to bid if interested. Xuan advised, "This is currently the most popular method of trading. Be mindful, if you do not find anything appealing, refrain from raising your hand haphazardly. Although speaking does not obligate you to make a purchase, voicing your disinterest may leave a negative impression on the event organizers and could land you on their blacklist." Mu Xian nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Soon, a young woman in her 20s ascended the stage. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Xian, a senior manager from the Qianyu Group. Allow me to initiate the first transaction." Lu Xian proclaimed, "I am offering our Qianyu Group's latest innovation, the Universal Beast Nourishing Elixir. This elixir is crafted from a plethora of Lord-level materials, with each vial representing the energy contained within a Lord-level beast. The energy is gentle and suitable for the majority of beast species for absorption and cultivation. However, as it is still a prototype, the actual effects remain uncertain. The price is set at the equivalent of 1 million yuan in Lord-level resources per vial." Lu Xian concluded. As she spoke, she revealed 10 glass vials filled with amber liquid, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Universal Beast Nourishing Elixir. Tier: Lord-level applicable range. Any flesh and blood beast description. A nourishing liquid created by extracting the essence of various resources and the energy components of magical beasts. It is suitable for most flesh and blood beasts, though its efficacy diminishes with more specialized attributes. Mu Xian felt a spark of interest. His void dragon Weasel required spatial resources, and if this nourishing elixir could serve as a substitute, it would undoubtedly save him a substantial sum. However, he was uncertain of its effectiveness for his own void dragon Weasel. Looks like your Qianyu Group intends to use us as guinea pigs." Shortly after Lu Xian's announcement, Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, quite rudely. Indeed, once he spoke, a chorus of voices arose, all expressing similar skepticism. Who knows if this elixir has any side effects? I wouldn't dare to use it. You dare to sell an unmarketed product. What audacity do you possess, Liang Jingru? What if something goes wrong? I've heard your Qianyu group is on the brink of bankruptcy. Who will compensate us if issues arise? In an instant, Lu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, for she discerned that many of the dissenters seemed to belong to the same faction. These rascals, Lu Xian fumed internally, yet felt powerless to retaliate. Offending them would be a minor issue compared to the catastrophic consequences for Qianyu Group. As one had pointed out, Qianyu Group was indeed on the verge of collapse. Just last year, their venerable chairman, a king-level powerhouse, had perished, leading to a fierce struggle for inheritance that resulted in the disbandment and liquidation of subsidiary enterprises, transforming the once premier Zhejiang-based conglomerate into a third-rate company. The universal beast-nourishing elixir was the last hope of the newly appointed chairman and the last glimmer of hope for Qianyu Group. However, due to the incessant questioning, over a minute elapsed without anyone willing to bid. Just as Lu Xian approached despair, Mu Xian suddenly stood up and declared, "I will take 100 vials. What price can you offer?" At his words, everyone was stunned. 100 vials? That is 8 billion. This is merely an unproven prototype. Who in their right mind would buy so many? Could he be a plant from Qianyu Group? Lu Xian was equally astonished, her heart soaring with joy. 100 vials nearly matched their entire inventory. If these elixirs sold, Qianyu Group could experience a resurrection. Quickly, Lu Xian regained her composure. For 100 vials. I can offer you an 80 discount. No, 70. All right, deal. Mu Xian nodded, and soon after, his void dragon Weasel produced 70 dragon bloodstones. Lu Xian descended from the stage in a daze. When she had first ascended, she feared she would sell not a single vial, yet unexpectedly, she had nearly cleared the entire stock. At that moment, many gazes turned toward Mu Xian, appraising him. 70 dragon bloodstones, amounting to 70 million, was by no means a small sum. Yet to dare spend 70 million on such an uncertain elixir was indeed audacious. Yu Sihai whispered, "Mu Xian, do you have confidence in this elixir?" Mu Xian smiled and nodded. "I believe this elixir presents minimal risk." Yu Sihai pondered thoughtfully. He was aware of the impressive feats of this talented beastmaster. In the Lingyuan secret realm, Mu Xian had discovered a long-hidden dragon bloodstone vein within a single day, highlighting his extraordinary perception. Perhaps this lad possessed a unique talent. Yu Sihai mused. Chapter 061. The Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box, a Castaway Treasure. Following Qianyu Group, several individuals took the stage, yet the materials they presented were rather mundane, leaving Mu Xian disappointed. He had anticipated finding hidden treasures here. After approximately 20 individuals, however, a precious resource finally emerged, a drop of Beast King-level Emerald Magic Dragon Blood. When a rugged middle-aged man announced this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Beast King-level Emerald Magic Dragon Blood? Surely this is a jest. I will purchase it at any cost. Such a drop of Emerald Magic Dragon Blood must be worth 1 billion, right? 1 billion? That is merely the standard price. Here, we are surrounded by Lord-level beastmasters, all of considerable wealth. Do you think 1 billion will deter others from bidding? Soon, several figures ascended the stage to verify the authenticity of the rugged man's showcased Emerald Magic Dragon Blood. Upon confirmation, many displayed expressions of delight. The rugged man, observing the crowd's reaction, nodded with satisfaction. Ahem, there is but this single drop of Emerald Magic Dragon Blood. The highest bidder wins, with priority given to Lord-level resources and above. As soon as he finished, bids began to pour in. 300 pieces of phoenix wood. Phoenix wood, one of the most treasured resources for Lord-level phoenix-type beasts, contained the essence of the phoenix and typically sold for around 1.5 million each, amounting to a staggering 45 billion. This price left many astounded. After all, a drop of Beast King-level dragon blood was typically valued around 100 million. However, it wasn't long before another voice rang out. 500 dragon blood stones, 600 pieces of golden flame crystals, 700 pieces of 5-element essence. At a nearby table, Yu Sihai glanced at Mu Xian. Curious, why are you not tempted, my young friend? Mu Xian shook his head. The Emerald Magic Dragon Blood is of no use to me. Truth be told, Mu Xian was far more interested in the wooden box containing that drop of blood. Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree Box. Tier. Beast King level applicable range. Dragon type, Sub-Dragon type, and Jiao Python type description. A box crafted from the branches of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Tree, which supports the Dragon Abyss Graveyard, infused with pure dragon energy and spatial energy. Xian had read about the Dragon Abyss graveyard in a book. It is located in the Dragon Kingdom, a burial ground for dragon-type magical beasts, supported by a colossal Dragon Abyss ancient tree. The entire Dragon Abyss remained free of danger due to the presence of this ancient tree, which reportedly had reached the king-level tier. Undoubtedly, the Dragon Abyss ancient tree was a legendary dragon-type and spatial-type plant beast. Although the box crafted from its branches was only Beast King level, it was undoubtedly the most suitable resource for the Void Dragon Weasel. In comparison, that drop of emerald magic dragon blood held little allure for Xian, given time. He could extract an entire barrel of it. Seeing Xian's indifference, Yucihai opted to observe, and ultimately, the emerald magic dragon blood fetched an astronomical price of nearly 700 million. Xian noticed that the wooden box housing the drop of emerald magic dragon blood was disregarded by both the rugged man and the buyer. Carelessly tossed aside into a garbage bin, their eyes seemingly fixated solely on the drop of blood. After the auction of the emerald magic dragon blood, Xian encountered no further intriguing resources until it was finally his turn to take the stage. My name is Xian, and I offer this dragon blood fruit in exchange for evolution resources of the Lord-level spatial attribute. Xian spoke calmly as he produced a radiant golden fruit. The very dragon blood fruit that remained from a few days prior. What? The dragon blood fruit? Is it truly the one with the chance to allow a beast to directly metamorphose into a dragon-type beast? Who else could it be? I never imagined someone would present the dragon blood fruit for trade. Indeed, it was an extravagant display. The demand for dragon blood fruits always far exceeds the supply, and even a typical beastmaster, should they be fortunate enough to acquire one, would be eager to have their beasts consume it immediately. Who would dare to offer it for trade or auction? This revelation roused the previously drowsy crowd, their minds ignited with excitement, yearning to snatch the dragon blood fruit for themselves. Following verification by the appraisers from the Chinyu group and other beastmasters, the atmosphere was electrified. I don't possess any, does anyone here? Someone exclaimed. I'll trade directly with dragon bloodstones. Huh, those with spatial resources would have traded them already. Why would they exchange for your dragon bloodstones? After a lively discussion, someone finally made an offer. I have a leapstone. Would this interest you, young brother? The mention of the leapstone caught Xian's attention. The leapstone was indeed a precious gem of spatial attribute, imbued with the power of leap, perfectly suited for the Void Dragon Weasel. However, Xian refrained from making an immediate decision, waiting for the responses of others. Although a couple more individuals did present their spatial materials, none matched the allure of the leapstone. Ultimately, Xian chose to exchange for the leapstone. With that, the offline gathering began to wind down, and the beastmasters started to leave one by one, yet Xian lingered, savoring the food. Much to the astonishment of Yucihai beside him. Little brother Mu, what are you doing? Yucihai inquired, bemused, recalling that Xian had already consumed quite a bit. Xian shook his head with a smile. I still feel a bit hungry. What Yucihai failed to notice was that beneath his feet, Xian's Void Dragon Weasel had stealthily slipped into a trash bin, searching for that ancient wooden box from the Dragon Abyss tree. A few minutes later, as Xian observed the forlorn expression of the Void Dragon Weasel clutching the wooden box, he could not help but chuckle. Little one, are you not pleased? This is the primary material you need for evolution. Upon hearing this, the Void Dragon Weasel immediately clutched the wooden box tightly and, in a flash, tucked it into its mustard seed space. At that moment, Yucihai finally realized, looking at the Void Dragon Weasel, little brother Mu, what about that wooden box? Xian smiled lightly. My beast informed me that the box is quite extraordinary, so I allowed it to bring it back. Though I am older, surely you cannot deceive me so easily. Yucihai internally scoffed, clearly aware that Xian had recognized the box's significance. This fellow, casually attending an offline gathering, was still able to find a treasure. Yucihai mused, increasingly satisfied with Xian, thinking he must bring such a suitable son-in-law home. After a long contemplation, Yucihai suddenly stated, Little brother Mu, I have some rare resources stashed away. Would you be interested in any? As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice to gain something valuable. Yucihai realized that this young man was no ordinary individual and decided to take a risk, presenting some of the most precious items from his collection. After all, these resources would be of no use to him. It was better to utilize them to build rapport with Xian. Opportunities like this do not come often. Chapter 62. Is Yucihai out of his mind? Dragon Blood Essence. Rank. Beast King Level Applicable Range. Dragon System. Subdragon System. Jiao Python Serpent System Description. The residual essence of the ancient divine beast, the Celestial Dragon. Originally a Monarch level resource, it has degraded to Beast King level over time, yet it still contains the formidable power of the Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon ranks among the pinnacle of the dragon lineage, unparalleled in strength, alongside the Divine Dragon, Holy Dragon, and Demonic Dragon, forming the quartet of ancient divine beasts. Such divine beasts once attained a rank comparable to that of deities. Phoenix Divine Feather. Rank. Beast King level applicable range. Phoenix System, Sub-Phoenix System. Avian System Description. The feathers of the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix. Originally a monarch-level resource, it has also degraded to Beast King level over time. Yet it embodies the extraordinary power of the Phoenix's rebirth. The Phoenix belongs to the ranks of ancient divine beasts, possessing the ability of rebirth through fire, commanding the primal forces of fire. Light of the Almighty. Rank. Beast King level applicable range, Light System. Dark System Description. A peculiar radiance born from the sacred light secret realm, formed from the gathering of light elements. It is an exceedingly rare resource of the Light System, rumored to contain some astounding secret. Dragon Blood Essence, Phoenix Divine Feather, Light of the Almighty. These three Beast King level resources are exceedingly precious even among their peers. Unbelievably, Yu Sihai placed them directly before Mu Xian, his enthusiasm causing Mu Xian to feel apprehensive. Uncle Yu, what is this? Mu Xian was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Did Yu Sihai harbor some ulterior motive? Yu Sihai smiled slightly. Little brother Mu, we seem to have clicked quite well. Which would you prefer? Perhaps you might take all three. After all, my daughter will likely never need them. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Yu, this doesn't seem appropriate. What is inappropriate? I have already decided to betroth Man to you. You are my son-in-law. Is it not fitting? Uncle Yu, let us clarify. I can accept these resources, but I have not agreed to be your son-in-law. Really? Is my daughter not worthy of you? With that face, that slender waist, and her ample form. Is that not enough? Ultimately, Mu Xian accepted the three resources, for Yu Sihai's generosity was overwhelming, and to refuse would have been pretentious. Moreover, Mu Xian felt that Yu Sihai must be a person with a story to tell. Seeing Mu Xian accept, Yu Sihai burst into laughter. Little brother Mu, I knew I did not misjudge you. Mu Xian replied earnestly. Uncle Yu, I will take these three materials for now. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. Yu Sihai laughed heartily. Then it's settled. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I will directly betroth my daughter to you, and let us see how you refuse. With a triumphant smile, Yu Sihai excitedly returned home. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Academy's residence, Mu Xian took out his bountiful harvest from the evening. 100 bottles of Universal Beast Nutrient Liquid, the Leapstone, the Dragon Abyss Tree Wooden Box, and the Dragon Blood Essence. Phoenix Divine Feather, and Light of the Almighty gifted by Yu Sihai. It was an extraordinary profit. Compared to the three Beast King level resources, the Dragon Abyss Tree Wooden Box seemed trivial, especially the Dragon Blood Essence, the essence of an ancient divine beast. Although it had degraded to Beast King level, it remained invaluable, being the perfect evolution resource for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon and the Void Dragon Weasel. Subsequently, Mu Xian summoned his four beasts, administering the Universal Nutrient Liquid to them, eager to observe the effects. To his astonishment, the results were remarkable. Is the efficacy of this Universal Nutrient Liquid truly so exceptional? Mu Xian was delighted to discover that the Universal Nutrient Liquid had a profound effect on the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, as one vial led to an immediate elevation of an entire rank. For the Void Dragon Weasel, the results were more moderate, according to the little creature. It was akin to half a piece of the Spirit Stone, yet considering the value, it remained a commendable choice. Next, Mu Xian attempted to dilute the Universal Nutrient Liquid to feed the Heavenly Machine Illusion Butterfly and the Rampaging Thunderbear Cubs. He ultimately found that a threefold dilution of the Universal Nutrient Liquid was most suitable for the two little ones, each vial equating to a liter-level resource. This Universal Nutrient Liquid is destined to dominate a significant portion of the nutrient market. Mu Xian mused. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was the Qinyu Group on the brink of bankruptcy? Upon searching online, Mu Xian was astonished to discover millions of results. With the latest trending topic glaringly titled, The Sudden Fall of the Founder, the Three Offspring Battle for Inheritance, will the once premier company fragment? It appeared that the founder's demise had precipitated the impending bankruptcy of Qinyu Group. Mu Xian's eyes sparkled. Was this not an opportunity for a strategic acquisition? According to the latest valuation, Qinyu Group's worth had dwindled to a mere 1 billion yuan, a staggering 99% decrease in total market value. The so-called group had long since become a mere shell of its former self, with any valuable and promising assets already carved out by the founder's children. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the most valuable components of Qinyu Group remained intact, and there existed a glimmer of hope for resurgence. With this thought in mind, Mu Xian decisively dialed the phone number of the current chairwoman, Lu Yunyan. Sister Lu Xian, have we truly sold 100 bottles of our miraculous nutritional liquid? In the only remaining laboratory of Qinyu Group, a pale-faced girl inquired with excitement. Indeed, Yunyan, our Qinyu Group can still sustain itself. Lu Xian, whom Mu Xian had met, replied earnestly with a smile. That's wonderful. The girl exclaimed with elation, her face illuminating with determination. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall ensure the survival of Qinyu Group. Yunyan, you can count on me. I will always stand by your side. Lu Xian pledged solemnly. It is important to note that Lu Xian was not actually Lu Yunyan's sister, but rather a trusted aide appointed by Lu Yunyan's grandfather. Due to Lu Yunyan's exceptional talent in beast potion crafting, her grandfather, the esteemed monarch-level beastmaster Lu Qingqiu, had meticulously trained Lu Xian to support Lu Yunyan. Indeed, the designated successor of Qinyu Group, chosen by Lu Qingqiu, was none other than his beloved granddaughter, Lu Yunyan, who had tragically lost her parents. However, no one could have anticipated that Lu Qingqiu would suddenly perish in an unknown secret realm, leading to his children fracturing the family estate and dismantling the once mighty Qinyu Group into several smaller companies, nearly driving it to bankruptcy. Ultimately, it was the young Lu Yunyan, just starting university, who took the helm of the Qinyu Group. At that moment, Lu Yunyan's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, are you the chairwoman of Qinyu Group, Lu Yunyan? Startled, Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian exchanged glances and quickly responded, Who are you, and what is your business? On the other end of the line, Mu Xian cheerfully replied, Hello, Chairwoman Lu. I was simply inquiring if your Qinyu Group is for sale. I am interested in acquiring it. Lu Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with unwavering determination, I'm sorry, but we will not be selling Qinyu Group. Mu Xian shrugged, having anticipated this reaction, and proposed a second option. Then, Chairwoman Lu, would your company consider accepting investment? Investment? Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the beleaguered Qinyu Group still attracted potential investors? After an enthusiastic exchange, Lu Yunyan agreed to Mu Xian's investment, allowing him to inject 800 million yuan into Qinyu Group for a 33% stake, securing a seat on the board and permitting the deployment of financial personnel into the company. Though Mu Xian would have no authority over the operational matters of Qinyu Group. Originally, Mu Xian had sought a larger share, but Lu Yunyan stood firm at 33%, leaving him with no recourse. Overall, this investment agreement proved mutually beneficial for both Mu Xian and Qinyu Group. Given the astonishing efficacy of the miraculous nutritional liquid, Mu Xian was undoubtedly poised to reap significant rewards. Sister Lu Xian, do you think I made the right decision? Lu Yunyan quietly inquired. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before responding. Yunyan, if Qinyu Group is to thrive again, we must sacrifice certain things. Lu Yunyan nodded in silence. Yes? Trading 33% of our shares for 800 million yuan is still a gain for us. Most importantly, we can finally afford to conduct clinical trials for the miraculous nutritional liquid. Once the testing is complete, we can launch it into the market. With the vast demand for beast nutritional liquids and the formula left by the late chairman, our miraculous beast nutritional liquid is bound to carve out a niche for itself. Indeed, Sister Lu Xian, I have faith in you. The following afternoon, outside the Beastmaster Academy, at a bubble tea shop, Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian awaited the arrival of the investor. Just then, Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. How could it be him? Lu Yunyan turned to see Mu Xian approaching from a distance and curiously asked, Sister Lu Xian, do you know him? Lu Xian responded cryptically. He is the one who purchased 100 bottles of our miraculous nutritional liquid at last night's gathering. He must also be a Lord-level Beastmaster. At such a young age, a Lord-level Beastmaster? Lu Yunyan exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Xian whispered, This fellow Mu Xian bought 100 bottles from us yesterday and was eager to invest in Qinyu Group the very same night. Yunyan, what do you think? Lu Yunyan shook her head with a wry smile. Sister Lu Xian, even knowing our miraculous nutritional liquid is effective, do we truly have a choice? Lu Xian fell silent, fully aware of Qinyu Group's current predicament. With morale wavering, many capable individuals had fled, and only the remnants of the late chairman's influence deterred others from acting boldly. Otherwise, they might find themselves ensnared as playthings for the wealthy. Mu Xian arrived before Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian, greeting Lu Xian. Hello, I am Mu Xian. It is a pleasure to see you again. And you must be Chairwoman Lu Yunyan. You are indeed youthful and beautiful. Mu Xian generously offered his compliments, knowing that no young woman could resist praise of her beauty. Hello, Lu Xian replied, looking directly at Mu Xian and asking straightforwardly, Mr. Mu Xian. What compels you to be so eager to invest in Xinyu Group? Mu Xian smiled slightly, not concealing his intentions. It is, of course, your company's miraculous beast nutritional liquid. I personally believe that its prospects are quite promising. Coincidentally, I have recently come into some fortune and am looking to invest in a few companies. Suddenly, Lu Yunyan interjected. Mr. Mu Xian, here is the contract. Please have a look. If everything is in order, we can proceed to sign the agreement. Half an hour later, Mu Xian had signed the investment agreement and promptly transferred 1/3 of the funds into Xinyu Group's account. The remaining 2/3 would be paid in full upon the completion of the share registration. These matters were of little concern. After investing in Xinyu Group, Mu Xian returned to his austere lifestyle, awaiting the conclusion of his month-long intensive training. You two little rascals, the training is nearing its end, and you have finally reached complete mastery of your levels. In his villa at the Beastmaster Academy, Mu Xian looked at the Void Dragon Weasel and the Heavenly Mechanism Illusion Butterfly, playfully admonishing them. Thanks to abundant training resources and the miraculous nutritional liquid, the 4 beasts under Mu Xian's care had made remarkable progress. The Void Dragon Weasel reached Commander Level 9. The Heavenly Mechanism Illusion Butterfly attained Elite Level 9. The Rampaging Thunder Bear Cub achieved Elite Level 8, while the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon only managed to rise 1 level, barely reaching Lord Level 7. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon's slow progression left Mu Xian in awe, realizing that at the Lord level, beast care became a costly endeavor, requiring an average of 1 million yuan daily, totaling 30 million yuan a month, a sum not easily sustained by ordinary individuals. Little Spirit, you go first. The Void Dragon Weasel has reached Commander Level 9, and most importantly, it can finally initiate its evolution. Mu Xian laid out the resources he had gathered over this period, eager to devise a powerful evolutionary pathway. The primary material, the ancient Dragon Abyss wooden box, followed by Jumping Stone, Annihilation Stone, and Dragon Blood Stone. Mu Xian arranged these materials meticulously, reserving the Dragon Blood for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon. Soon, Mu Xian opened the information panel for the Void Dragon Weasel and was taken aback by the evolutionary pathway he had crafted. Void Dragon Weasel, Species, Spatial Dragon Weasel Clan Rank, Commander Level 9 Bloodline, Monarch Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Introduction, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood Box, the Jumping Void Stone, and the Annihilation Stone can evolve into the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel, Success Rate, 90. What of the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel? Mu Xian clicked to examine it. To his astonishment, the bloodline potential of this creature remained at the Monarch level, though it possessed an additional skill, Space Collapse. It appeared superior to the Void Dragon Weasel, albeit marginally, failing to meet Mu Xian's lofty expectations. How could this be? Mu Xian pondered, stroking his head as he began to reassess his evolution plan. Undoubtedly, there was an issue with the evolution scheme. Suddenly, Mu Xian noticed the previous description of the Void Dragon Weasel, which indicated that the little creature had already obtained a trace of the bloodline of the sky-soaring Dragon Weasel. Yet this time, upon evolving into the Dragon Abyss Annihilation Dragon Weasel, that trace of the sky-soaring Dragon Weasel's bloodline remained unchanged. This signified that during this evolution, the bloodline of the sky-soaring Dragon Weasel had not been stimulated or enhanced. The sky-soaring Dragon Weasel, the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Weasel clan, should guide my evolution direction, Mu Xian mused. After this experience, he gained a deeper understanding of the evolution scheme. It was not merely the most formidable resources that would yield a stronger beast. The right combination was paramount. It seemed the essence of the Sky Dragon must be utilized. Mu Xian chuckled ruefully. Initially, he had intended to reserve the Sky Dragon essence for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, believing the Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood Box was sufficient for the little creature's evolution. Reflecting on this, he began to adjust his plan. Since the Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood Box could not serve as the primary material, he would rely on its dual attributes of dragon and space as a mediating material, supplemented by the Sky Dragon essence, allowing the Void Dragon Weasel to absorb even more draconic power and awaken a greater portion of the sky-soaring Dragon Weasel's bloodline. Soon, a brand new plan emerged, leaving Mu Xian utterly elated. Void Dragon Weasel, the Jumping Void Stone, the Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood Box, the Annihilation Stone, and the Sky Dragon essence can evolve into the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, Success Rate, 88. This Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel boasted an astonishing sub-ancestor level bloodline potential, and Mu Xian was immensely satisfied with its bloodline, quality, and skills. Little one, commence the consumption of these resource materials in the order I just specified and evolve. Mu Xian exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Chapter 064. The little cat evolves into a sub-ancestor level jumping sky dragon weasel. As for why the sky dragon essence was not used as the primary material, it was simply that the highest tier resources are not necessarily the most suitable. Mu Xian had just tested this. Had the sky dragon essence served as the primary material, the result would have been a dragon-type creature. Since Mu Xian already possessed a dragon-type beast, he naturally did not wish for the void dragon weasel to also transform into a dragon-type, which would waste resources. Roar. The ice crystal cold extreme dragon, observing the impending evolution of the void dragon weasel, let out a roar, seemingly reminding Mu Xian that it too could continue to evolve. Mu Xian, patting the icy head of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, sheepishly replied, "Little Ling, your resources must wait a little longer." Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the void dragon weasel, capturing the attention of Mu Xian and his three beasts. The silvery void dragon weasel was now adorned with shallow patterns that had appeared unknowingly, exuding an ethereal aura, with the energy radiating throughout the entire villa. Before long, this energy fluctuation became even more pronounced. Amidst the waves of spatial energy, cracks began to form on the walls of the villa. Oh no, the villa won't hold. Mu Xian felt a mix of regret and surprise, not expecting such a commotion from the little one's evolution. With his three beasts in tow, Mu Xian quickly dashed out of the villa, and shortly after, the structure collapsed with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, alarm bells rang out, the commotion drawing the attention of everyone nearby, and even distant figures from the Beastmaster Academy began to appear. What is happening? Mu Xian, I can't believe it. Mu Xian, are you demolishing your home? Such a commotion must have alarmed the school. Not just alarmed, it has already been stirred. As they spoke, their training instructor, the aloof teacher Yang, descended first and fixed his gaze on Mu Xian. Mu Xian, what is going on? Such an intense fluctuation of spatial power. Mu Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "My beast is evolving. I didn't expect the energy fluctuation to be so immense that it brought down the villa." Everyone reacted with astonishment. Teacher Yang's eyes sparkled. "Your spatial beast is evolving?" Mu Xian nodded. "Indeed, I attended an offline gathering last night and fortuitously obtained a type of spatial resource." Teacher Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Very good, a commander-level spatial beast. Mu Xian, I am increasingly optimistic about you. If it weren't for our school's constraints, I would have tied you up and made you my student." Mu Xian broke into a nervous sweat. Soon, several more teachers and even security personnel from the school arrived to assess the situation. Upon learning that it was Mu Xian's beast evolving, their expressions transformed into ones of delight. I have never witnessed a spatial beast in the midst of evolution. The spectacle of a spatial beast evolving is truly astonishing. I have learned something new. Once it advances to commander level, this spatial beast will be invincible in national examinations. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the truth. Indeed, a commander-level spatial beast would utterly dominate other beastmasters. What could they possibly use to counter it? As they conversed, the spatial energy fluctuations intensified, culminating in a spatial storm that obliterated everything within a 100-meter radius of the villa. All were left in shock. Was it truly this exaggerated even before the evolution was completed? Everyone was filled with anticipation regarding the appearance of the Void Dragon Weasel after its evolution. Finally, after a full hour, the Void Dragon Weasel completed its evolution, transforming into the sub-ancestor level bloodline beast, the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel. Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, Species, Spatial Dragon Weasel Clan Rank, Commander Level 1 Bloodline, Sub-Ancestor Level Quality, Extraordinary Skills, Mustard Seed Space, Spatial Confinement, Void Blade, Space Jump. Spatial Collapse Introduction. Originally a common weasel born on the fringes of the Southern Mountain Secret Realm, it acquired the Void attribute by absorbing a trace of the blood of the Void Eternal Dragon. Upon evolving into the Void Dragon Weasel, it unexpectedly activated a trace of the Sky-Soaring Dragon Weasel's bloodline, becoming a top-tier beast with dual attributes of space and dragon. Through the use of rare resources such as the Jumping Void Stone, Dragon Abyss Ancient Wood, and Annihilation Stone, it underwent a perfect evolution, mastering space, traversing the void, and comprehending the destructive forces of space, currently awakening 10 of the Sky-Soaring Dragon Weasel's bloodline. Meow. The moment the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel called out, a flash of silver light appeared, revealing a small cat that bore little difference from before, now perched happily on Mu Xian's shoulder. Mu Xian was taken aback, quickly realizing that this was likely an upgraded version of the skill space passage, now termed Space Jump. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Jumping Sky Dragon Weasel, someone gasped, "Is that teleportation?" Teleportation? Isn't that a skill reserved for commander-level spatial beasts? No, it can't be teleportation. It must be space jump. Space jump. A skill akin to a weakened form of teleportation, if utilized effectively, could alter the entire battlefield. This young man named Mu Xian is quite remarkable. Teacher Yang observed the jumping sky dragon Weasel on Mu Xian's shoulder, nodding appreciatively. This little one is quite captivating, even to me. Mu Xian chuckled. It's all just good fortune. Teacher Yang smiled knowingly. Is it merely good fortune? Before long, the teachers and security personnel from the Beastmaster Academy departed. Just as Mu Xian pondered where he would stay that night, Ling Fangfei and Yu Man rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Little brother, are you all right? I heard there was trouble here. Mu Xian chuckled and shook his head. No need to worry. It was merely the result of my beast's evolution causing a bit of a stir. Yu Man glanced at the now ruined villa and murmured, is that truly just a little commotion? The following day, during the special training session, Mu Xian found himself surrounded by eager onlookers, all curious to witness the prowess of his skyward dragon Weasel, specifically its status as a Lord-level space-type beast. Seizing the opportunity to test the capabilities of his feline companion's newfound skills, Mu Xian acquiesced to their requests. Within a certain secret realm of the Beastmaster Academy, Mu Xian smiled at the skyward dragon Weasel and instructed, Little cat, direct your power at that hill and unleash a spatial collapse. Meow? The little creature cast a disdainful glance at the crowd behind Mu Xian before focusing on the distant hillside. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the hill. Suddenly, a dark radiance erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the entire hill seemed to vanish as if it had sunk beneath the water's surface. In that instant, all those behind Mu Xian fell into a stunned silence. Particularly Fang Yuntian, Chun Huashan, and Zhang Yuxi, who involuntarily swallowed hard, their scalps tingling. The onlookers surrounding Fang Yuntian instinctively distanced themselves, their gazes filled with pity. Chapter 065. The Evolution of the Celestial Illusion Butterfly into the Destiny Butterfly. Boss, what should we do? He's so powerful. Should we consider fleeing? Zhang Yuxi was the first to falter, contemplating escape. Fang Yuntian scoffed, Flee? What about your national examination? What is there to fear? In the Beastmaster Academy, Mu Xian wouldn't dare lay a hand on us. Pausing for a moment, Fang Yuntian continued, Besides, if it comes to it, we can always privately concede. Zhang Yuxi and Chun Huashan exchanged bewildered glances, prompting Fang Yuntian to scold, You two fools, haven't you read enough novels? For rich second generations like us. To survive longer, conceding quickly is paramount, understand? Chun Huashan's eyes brightened with realization. Boss, I understand. I'll find out what resources Mu Xian needs. Zhang Yuxi began to question his own sanity, wondering if he was the odd one out, or if it was his companions who were strange. That evening, after the special training concluded, Mu Xian was preparing to return to the second villa he had arranged when Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chun Huashan suddenly rushed before him. Just as Mu Xian anticipated some trouble from these three, an unexpected scene unfolded. Fang Yuntian presented a wooden box, offering it to Mu Xian, classmate Mu Xian. We previously failed to recognize your greatness and caused you trouble. We come to apologize. In unison, Fang Yuntian, Zhang Yuxi, and Chun Huashan chorused, classmate Mu Xian. We are truly sorry. Mu Xian regarded the three before him, eyeing the Lord-level dragon-type resource within the wooden box, his expression one of incredulity. Is this a direct concession? He had been planning to continue his antics in the national examination secret realm, but their sudden submission left him feeling rather unamused. Taking the resource from Fang Yuntian, Mu Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. All right then, since you've apologized, let us leave it at that. As he watched Fang Yuntian and his companion skip away, Mu Xian couldn't help but ponder. How would he continue to display his superiority in the future? Opening the wooden box revealed a dual attribute resource of Lord-level quality, the Frost Dragon Horn. Frost Dragon Horn, rank, Lord-level applicable to Ice type, Dragon type, Subdragon type. Serpent type description, the horn of a Lord-level Frost Giant Dragon, imbued with a significant source of its frost power. Little Ling, this is for you. With this, you should reach Lord-level perfection. Mu Xian tossed the Frost Dragon Horn to the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, chuckling. Roar. The Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon emitted a cheerful note before diving back into the beast space. That night, Mu Xian ventured into the wooded hills behind the Beastmaster Academy, beginning to design the evolution route for the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. Due to the previous night's incident, he felt a psychological shadow, hesitant to allow beasts to evolve in his dwelling. The primary materials for the Celestial Illusion Butterfly's evolution were already prepared, the transcendent replacement insect's exoskeleton, and the lucky puppet. The additional materials turned out to be quite simple to procure, as evolving from elite to lord level was not challenging. Soon, through relentless testing, Mu Xian finalized the evolution route for the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. Celestial Illusion Butterfly species, Illusion and Precognition Butterfly rank, Elite Level 9 Bloodline, Beast King level quality, Exceptional skills, Illusion form. Danger Precognition description. The transcendent replacement insect's exoskeleton and lucky puppet can evolve into Destiny Butterfly, success rate, 71. This was Mu Xian's design with the lowest success rate. Yet it represented the most remarkable evolution path among all options for the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. The Destiny Butterfly, a wondrous creature embodying the attributes of fate, fortune, and foresight, also possessed an extraordinary skill, transcendent replacement. However, with gains come losses. Upon evolving into the Destiny Butterfly, the Celestial Illusion Butterfly would entirely lose its illusion capabilities, becoming a purely supportive beast. With the evolution route set, Mu Xian addressed the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. Little butterfly, let's begin. Consume these resources in the order I specify, and you shall evolve. Chirp. The Celestial Illusion Butterfly joyfully circled around Mu Xian several times before commencing to devour the resources. First was the Transcendent Replacement Insect's Exoskeleton, a gift from Lin Xuan, the principal of Qizhong No. 7 Middle School, which possessed the ability for transcendent replacement. The Lucky Puppet, acquired from the Beastmaster Education Bureau's treasury, was said to bring good fortune. The Book of Prophecies, sourced from the Hangzhou Beast Resource Mall, may have a grand name, but it was merely an encyclopedia infused with precognition energy. Such low-tier precognition resources were not rare, and Mu Xian had secured it for a few thousand yuan. The Spirit Wood, containing soul power, was primarily intended to enhance the Celestial Illusion Butterfly's spiritual strength, as a precognition-type beast relied heavily on this attribute. As the Celestial Illusion Butterfly consumed each of the four materials, an ethereal aura began to manifest, and Mu Xian watched as the butterfly's form became increasingly indistinct, as if it were on the verge of vanishing from this world. Mu Xian's anxiety grew. A 71 success rate was rather low. Among all the evolutions he had experienced, it was the lowest. Should it fail, his losses would be significant, especially considering the rarity of materials like the Transcendent Replacement Insect's exoskeleton, which had been passed down since ancient times. Perhaps aided by the Lucky Puppet, at an unknown moment, the Celestial Illusion Butterfly's form stabilized, began to enlarge, and its aura surged, breaking through to the Lord level. Half an hour later, a butterfly, still transparent but adorned with unique patterns, appeared before Mu Xian, then alighted upon his shoulder, expressing its excitement. While Mu Xian comforted the little creature, he began to examine the details of the Celestial Illusion Butterfly. No, it should be the Destiny Butterfly. Destiny Butterfly species, fate, luck, and precognition butterfly rank, Lord level 1 bloodline, Monarch level quality, extraordinary skills, transcendent replacement, passive, fate awareness. Luck aura description, originally a rare mutated butterfly with the awakened bloodline of the three-life butterfly. It became a precious beast possessing the ability of transcendent replacement after a perfect evolution. Beastmasters who contract with the Destiny Butterfly gain a second life. Note: once the ability of transcendent replacement is activated, the Destiny Butterfly will lose this skill entirely. Seeing the description, Mu Xian was both astonished and elated. The Destiny Butterfly had indeed exceeded his expectations. Using the Transcendent Replacement Insect's exoskeleton as the primary material had granted it the capability of replacement, thereby endowing him with a second life. This was a remarkable boon, significantly enhancing his survival capacity. Moreover, the knowledge of fate possessed by the Fate Butterfly, along with the aura of good fortune that envelopes it, signifies an exceptionally powerful skill, as one can infer from its name. Although it may not be directly applicable in combat, its influence is undeniably substantial. Tomorrow, I shall certainly test these two skills. Chapter 66. The Skill Effect of the Fate Butterfly. Essence of Millennia Stone Milk. The following day marked the penultimate day of a month-long intensive training for Mu Xian and his companions. In the afternoon, they ventured into the fourth secret realm of the Beast Taming Academy, a domain characterized by its intricate terrain and abundant feral beasts. Recently discovered by the Academy in recent years, a thought struck Mu Xian, prompting him to summon the Fate Butterfly from his pocket. Little butterfly, activate the aura of good fortune on me. Naturally, Mu Xian wished to keep his Fate Butterfly a secret from others, as it represented his most formidable trump card. With a chirp, the Fate Butterfly responded, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped Mu Xian. In an instant, he sensed a profound shift in the world around him. Though he could not articulate precisely how it was different, suddenly, his gaze fell upon a rugged hill in the distance, stirring an inexplicable feeling within him. Stealthily, Mu Xian detached himself from his team and approached the rocky hill, pausing intermittently. Upon reaching the summit, he inadvertently spotted a nondescript cave at the base of the cliff. Could this be the effect of the butterfly's aura of good fortune? How astonishing! A wave of shock washed over Mu Xian. He promptly summoned the sky-soaring dragon Weasel, exclaiming, "Little cat, teleport us and the butterfly into that cave." Filled with anticipation, he pointed towards the inconspicuous entrance. The Weasel, equally excited, shimmered with light, and in an instant, Mu Xian found himself in the pitch-black cave. After a moment of acclimatization to the cave's environment, he discovered a long passageway leading deep underground, ultimately arriving at the cavernous belly of the rocky hill, where he stumbled upon a pool of stalactite water. But was this truly stalactite water? Impossible. Essence of Millennia Stone Milk rank. Lord level applicable to humans, beasts, beast tamers description. An exceedingly rare spiritual milk essence naturally born within the stone dragon secret realm. Containing the essence of heaven and earth. It enhances the affinity of humans and their beasts to the spiritual energy of the world, nourishes the body, elevates potential, and accelerates cultivation. Note: this stone milk essence is only effective for Lord level and below beasts and beast tamers. Gazing at the small pool of essence of Millennia Stone Milk, Mu Xian felt an overwhelming joy. To his astonishment, the skill of the fate butterfly possessed such formidable effects. This small pool must contain at least over 100 drops. Surely, selling this essence of Millennia Stone Milk for 2 million per drop would not be unreasonable. This was no jest. For treasures capable of directly affecting the human body have always commanded astronomical prices. For instance, the Holy Radiance fruit he previously consumed was valued at over 4 million per piece. The essence of Millennia Stone Milk, with effects even more diverse than that of the Holy Radiance fruit, could enhance affinity to spiritual energy, elevate potential, and accelerate cultivation. Doubly so compared to the Holy Radiance fruit. Without a doubt, without hesitation, he carefully stored all the essence of Millennia Stone Milk into porcelain vials, intending to transfer them into specialized jade bottles to seal the spiritual energy upon leaving the secret realm. After inspecting the cave further and finding nothing else of particular interest, Mu Xian made his way back, utilizing the Weasel's space leap to rejoin his team. Indeed, it was remarkably convenient. Big shot. How did you suddenly disappear only to reappear just like that? Fang Yuntian, appearing like an eager admirer, approached Mu Xian with a curious expression. Convinced that Mu Xian harbored profound secrets, Mu Xian smiled. I discovered a valuable item within the secret realm. A thought crossed his mind. Given Fang Yuntian's respectable background, he could exchange the essence of Millennia Stone Milk for some precious resources. He was confident that these individuals would become fervent in the presence of such a treasure. However, Mu Xian refrained from revealing his hand immediately, needing first to ascertain the true market value of the essence. Big shot. What is this valuable item? If it can be of use to me, I can trade you the resources you need. Fang Yuntian offered eagerly, assuring that he would not let Mu Xian suffer any loss. Mu Xian chuckled. Let me determine its value first. However, you may start preparing the resources I require. Currently, he sought resources at the Beast King level pertaining to ice and dragon types, and any evolution resources would be even better. Additionally, he required evolution resources at the Lord level for the lightning system. Fang Yuntian nodded earnestly, having realized that to catch up to Mu Xian, or even surpass him, he needed more than just his own strength. He could leverage monetary resources to acquire treasures from Mu Xian. What was this called? It was aptly termed using one's enemy's resources to fortify oneself, ultimately leading to their defeat. Unfortunately, Fang Yuntian never considered that since Mu Xian was willing to sell him the items, he was undoubtedly unperturbed by Fang Yuntian's potential growth. After all, who could have guessed that Mu Xian was equipped with dual extraordinary advantages? That evening, Mu Xian found himself at the Four Seas building owned by Yucihai, coincidentally encountering Yu Man as well. Mu Xian, dear brother, what brings you here? Yu Man exclaimed, her surprise quickly morphing into a bashful blush. Did you know today is my birthday and came to see me? Mu Xian longed to deny it, to say he had no such intention. But recalling Yucihai's assistance from a few days prior, he withheld his retort and instead cheerfully replied, Happy birthday, Sister Man. What could be a more fitting gift than the essence of Millennia Stone Milk? By the way, is Uncle Yu around? Yu Man pouted slightly. Dad is upstairs attending to an important client. We were just preparing to head home for my birthday banquet. If you're free tonight, do join us. All right. Mu Xian acquiesced, vowing that it was not merely because of Yu Man's youthful beauty that he agreed to attend. After a brief conversation, Yu Sihai finally descended, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. After escorting the man to the entrance, he returned, and his eyes lit up upon seeing Mu Xian. Brother Mu, it's wonderful that you could come. Today happens to be Man's birthday. You should join us. Yu Man beamed. Dad, Brother Mu has already agreed to attend my birthday banquet. Yu Sihai laughed heartily. That's splendid, splendid. Clearing his throat, Mu Xian stated, Uncle Yu, I actually came to 4C's building to inquire about a certain resource and see its current market value. Yu Sihai's eyes brightened at once. Having long suspected that Mu Xian possessed some extraordinary talent, and now it seemed almost confirmed. Brother Mu, what are we waiting for? Let us head upstairs. I want to see too. Yu Man chimed in, following suit. Mu Xian did not refuse, as he intended to present a drop as a birthday gift later on. Soon, the three settled down, and Mu Xian retrieved a drop of essence of Millennia Stone milk from his spatial pocket. The moment he opened the porcelain vial, a unique fragrance wafted forth, causing Yu Sihai to stand in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the essence of Millennia Stone milk? Yu Man exclaimed in surprise. Dad, is this not the essence of Millennia Stone milk, reputed to enhance the affinity of the human body to spiritual energy? After scrutinizing it for some time, Yu Sihai finally nodded. Indeed, this is the essence of Millennia Stone milk. Having said that, Yu Sihai turned to Mu Xian, his expression filled with excitement. Brother Mu, what remarkable fortune you have to have encountered this essence of Millennia Stone milk. Mu Xian smiled faintly. It's merely luck. Uncle Yu, what do you believe this essence of Millennia Stone milk is worth? The essence of the Millennium Stone milk is one of the rare treasures that can assist humans in their cultivation. Yu Sihai exclaimed. The speed at which this heavenly material appears cannot keep pace with the rate at which humanity consumes it. Consequently, its value has been steadily rising over the years, now reaching the astonishing price of 20 million per drop. 20 million per drop. Mu Xian was momentarily stunned. He had previously thought that 8 or 9 million per drop was already exorbitant, only to have Yu Sihai present an even higher figure. Mu Xian finally understood why beast tamers favored bartering, because the prices had utterly collapsed. So he had merely earned a few minor goals by visiting the secret realm. Elated, Mu Xian handed the drop of Millennium Stone milk essence from the table to Yu Man beside him, cheerfully saying, Happy birthday, Sister Man. Now it was the turn of the Yu family, father and daughter, to be astonished. Yu Man waved her hands and exclaimed, Mu Xian, is this for me? Yu Sihai instinctively rejected. Brother Mu, this gift is far too precious. Mu Xian replied with a calm smile, Uncle Yu, the item you gifted me last time was also quite valuable, yet I accepted it, did I not? Ultimately, Yu Sihai, with a wry smile, gestured for his daughter to accept it, while secretly delighting in the growth of this prodigy. Just look at how quickly the investment was returning. Yu Man blushed deeply, expressing, Thank you, Mu Xian. Before long, Yu Sihai closed the shop and took Yu Man and Mu Xian back to his home to celebrate Yu Man's birthday. To Mu Xian's surprise, the birthday gathering was a family affair, comprised solely of Yu Man's relatives, with him as the only outsider, causing him considerable embarrassment. Mu Xian, this is my mother. Yu Man beamed as she pulled Mu Xian before a graceful woman. So, this was meeting the parents. Mu Xian thought awkwardly, but the woman's profile left him utterly astonished. Ruan Qingqing, species, human rank, Lord level 4 talent, beast communication beasts, Dusk Ice Kite, Beast King level 3. Electromagnetic Dragon, Lord level 9, Healing Spirit, Lord level 1, Armored Spirit, Lord level 1. Mu Xian could hardly believe that Yu Sihai's wife, Yu Man's mother, was actually a Beast King level beast tamer. He quickly understood why Yu Sihai had such formidable connections to participate in overseas trade fairs. Ruan Qingqing, Yu Man's mother, regarded Mu Xian and gently nodded. You are quite impressive. You have the qualifications to be my daughter's boyfriend. Mu Xian was momentarily speechless. And just as he prepared to explain, Ruan Qingqing cheerfully added, Young man, I have high hopes for you, so keep it up. Mu Xian, Yu Man's cheeks flushed as she clumsily stammered. Mu Xian, my mom enjoys playing pranks. Likes to play pranks. Mu Xian chuckled and decided not to dwell on Yu Man's mother any longer. The Yu family was not large. Besides Yu Sihai, Ruan Qingqing, and Yu Man, there was also Yu Man's grandmother, though she was not in good health and spoke with difficulty, so Mu Xian refrained from approaching her. During the dinner, Mu Xian felt quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, the evening did not include any unexpected villains arriving to thwart him, and he eventually returned to his temporary residence unscathed. The next day, Mu Xian encountered Fang Yintian once more. Mu Xian, I have prepared what you need. Now it's time for you to discuss what resources you possess, Fong Yuntian inquired. Mu Xian replied casually. Have you heard of the Millennium Stone Milk Essence? Fong Yuntian paused for a moment before responding with excitement. You have the Millennium Stone Milk Essence? What else could it be? Fong Yuntian took a deep breath. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to procure the resources you require. Mu Xian smiled. This was the allure of resources. The mere few drops of Millennium Stone Milk Essence could leverage the power of a top-tier family. To Mu Xian's astonishment, that very evening, Fong Yuntian appeared before him, announcing that the resources had been fully gathered, giving Mu Xian deeper insight into the capabilities of these elite beast-taming families. Ultimately, Mu Xian exchanged 3 drops of Millennium Stone Milk Essence for 2 resources required by the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, the Heart of the Frost Giant Dragon, and the Extreme Cold Heavenly Ice Flame. Heart of the Frost Giant Dragon, rank, Beast King level, applicable range, water, ice, snow, dragon description. The Heart of the Beast King level Frost Giant Dragon, a source of its power, brimming with overwhelming ice energy. Extreme Cold Heavenly Ice Flame, rank, Beast King level, applicable range, ice. Fire description, a terrifying flame born from extreme cold, possessing the terrifying might to freeze everything in its path. Both Beast King level resources were exceptionally suitable for Mu Xian's Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. He only awaited the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon's elevation to Lord level 9 to attempt to formulate an evolutionary path, hoping to break through the limitations of the King level. However, Mu Xian believed this would not be an easy feat, as the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon already possessed King level bloodline potential. The resources required for a breakthrough would need to be exceedingly rare, and Beast King level resources might fall short. Upon storing the 2 materials and checking on the status of his 4 beasts, he prepared for cultivation when he received a call from Lu Yunyan. Mr. Mu Xian, the share transfer registration has been completed. You are now the 2nd largest shareholder of Qinyu Group. Mu Xian could hear Lu Yunyan's evident excitement, as the influx of funds had stabilized Qinyu Group's situation. Mu Xian chuckled. That's wonderful. I will visit your company tomorrow. On this day, the special training for Mu Xian and his companions had concluded, and they were granted a day of rest to adjust their states before heading to the imperial capital for the national examination, the details of which the authorities had not disclosed. The next day, at the Qinyu Group headquarters, Mu Xian met Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian once again. Compared to a few days prior, both appeared significantly rejuvenated, their eyes gleaming with hope for the future. Mu Xian first transferred the remaining 2/3 of the final payment to Lu Yunyan, completing the share transfer process and becoming the 2nd largest shareholder of Qinyu Group. He then discussed the practical applications of the Universal Beast Nutrition Liquid, which greatly delighted Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian. Mr. Mu Xian, according to what you said, our Universal Nutrition Liquid is exceptionally effective, far surpassing other products on the market. Indeed. Thus I recommend that you refrain from launching the Lord-level Beast Nutrition Liquid in the market immediately and instead target the more accessible elite-level market first. Mu Xian advised. Lu Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, a look of trepidation crossing her face. She had initially planned to launch the Lord-level Universal Nutrition Liquid as soon as it passed official certification. However, she had completely overlooked that Qinyu Group was still a 3rd-rate enterprise, competing in the market with larger corporations. It was entirely possible that a Beast King-level tamer could obliterate Qinyu Group in an instant. Mr. Mu Xian, thank you for your reminder. Lu Yunyan sincerely expressed. Lu Xian added from the side. Mr. Mu, we owe you a great deal. I was negligent. Mu Xian smiled. I merely mentioned it in passing. By the way, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out to me. After bidding farewell to Lu Yunyan and Lu Xian, Mu Xian returned to the Beast Taming Academy and had a brief meeting with Ling Fangfei. Little brother, do be cautious during your trip to the imperial capital, Ling Fangfei suddenly said, surprising Mu Xian. Why do you say that? Mu Xian inquired curiously. Ling Fangfei spoke in a low voice. There may be dangers in your national examination. Please take care to protect your safety. Don't ask me how I know. I cannot divulge. Mu Xian observed Ling Fangfei and suddenly noticed that her information panel had changed. In just a few days, this girl had developed a talent ability, and even her beast had transformed. Ling Fangfei species, human clan rank, commander level 8 talent, water elemental clone beastmaster, water elemental queen, lord level 6. Golden flame divine sparrow, lord level 2. What is going on? Isn't Fangfei's beast supposed to be a water elemental lord? How did it suddenly transform into the water elemental queen? Mu Xian was taken aback. This change in Ling Fangfei was quite significant. Most importantly, She even reminded him to be cautious during the national examination and to ensure his safety. Mu Xian speculated that Ling Fangfei had received some news through certain channels. Fangfei, could it be that you've joined some special organization? Mu Xian murmured to himself. In this era of beast tamers, the number of beastmasters is countless. Over the centuries, numerous organizations have emerged, some aligned with the government, such as public associations, sects, and schools, while many others operate in secrecy, including those that harbor animosity towards humanity, like the 4 major evil organizations. All right, Fangfei, I will be careful. Mu Xian nodded gently. He did not intend to ask directly and planned to clarify things later. Mu Xian, look what I brought you. At that moment, the door to Mu Xian's temporary residence swung open once more, and a youthful, voluptuous Yuman man entered with a smile, only to find Mu Xian preparing to accompany Ling Fangfei out. Man, Ling Fangfei was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Is Man involved with her childhood friend? Is this a joke? Mu Xian was astonished as well. This was too coincidental. There was no way to deny it now. Man's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, Fangfei, you're here too. Ling Fangfei retorted in annoyance. Of course, I'm here. Humph, Man. I never expected you to be so honest while I was away. What is your relationship with him now? Then, Man was pulled away by Ling Fangfei, leaving Mu Xian with a bitter smile. The encounter with Man and Ling Fangfei was evidently just a fleeting interlude. Mu Xian checked on the conditions of his 4 beasts, and to his delight, he discovered that the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon had finally reached Lord Level 9. Roar! The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon cheered joyfully at Mu Xian. Haha, I know. I'll evolve you right away. Mu Xian chuckled, stroking the dragon's cool head. This was a promise he had made long ago, and he had no intention of going back on it. He laid out all the resources he had gathered and began to design the evolution path for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, Heart of the Frost Giant Dragon, Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Water from the Extreme Cold Pool. Extreme Frost Dragon Bloodstone can evolve into Frost Extreme Giant Dragon, Success Rate 88. Mu Xian glanced at the brief information of the Frost Extreme Giant Dragon and realized that it was still a beast with royal-level bloodline potential. Not much different from the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. Perhaps it only had one additional skill, falling short of Mu Xian's expectations. After continuously adjusting the order and quantity of the materials, he found that the designed evolution routes were quite similar, with minimal variation. Mu Xian shook his head and sighed. Indeed, relying solely on these resources cannot enable the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon to break through the royal-level limitation. Seeing this, Mu Xian abandoned the evolution for now, planning to wait until the national examination to find suitable resources before proceeding. Of course, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon threw a bit of a tantrum, which left Mu Xian rather exasperated. The next day, at the Beastmaster Academy playground, the group of 30 arrived early, silently awaiting the arrival of their leading instructor. Mu Xian, I heard we're going to fly directly to the imperial capital on a flying beast. At that moment, Fang Yuntian stealthily approached Mu Xian and whispered, A flying beast? How large must it be? Mu Xian was instantly astonished. Fang Yuntian rolled his eyes. In the entire Zhejiang province, you're not the only one with a spatial-type beast, you know? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white giant eagle suddenly descended, landing majestically before the group. This eagle stood 3 people high, exuding an air of power and allure. What astonished Mu Xian even more was its information. Silver Wing, Traversing Eagle, Species, Flying, Spatial. Metallic Eagle Clan Rank, Beast King Level 6 Bloodline, Royal Quality, Elite Skills, Silver Wing Storm, Void Traversal, Spatial Confinement, Internal Space, Shatter Slash. Spatial Exile Description, a rare dual attribute beast of the spatial and metallic types, meticulously nurtured, it can be considered the sovereign among Beast King level beasts. Flying, Spatial, Metallic. A total of 6 skills, each one terrifying. Such a Beast King level creature could likely suppress an entire fortress. Soon, Mu Xian saw a young man step out of the Silver Wing Traversing Eagle, exuding calmness as he addressed Mu Xian and the others. I am Chu Wuhan, and this is my partner, the Silver Wing Traversing Eagle. I will lead you to the Imperial Capital. Chu Wuhan Species, Human Clan Rank, Lord Level 9 Talent, Airborne Mastery Beastmaster, Silver Wing Traversing Eagle, Beast King Level 6, Dream Demon, Beast King Level 1. Tianya Divine Sword, Lord Level 9, Giant Armored Puppet, Lord Level 8. This fellow named Chu Wuhan was terrifyingly powerful, possessing 2 Beast King level beasts. A feat not easily achieved by ordinary individuals. This is Chu Wuhan, the strongest among the younger generation in our Zhejiang province, Fang Yintian whispered. He graduated from the Magic City Academy 3 years ago and is now said to be a top leader in our Zhejiang Province Beast Police Bureau. My goal is to surpass him. Mu Xian glanced at him and chuckled. In your dreams? Fang Yintian, do you really look down on me that much? How infuriating. Chapter 069. The Witch Cult. You truly couldn't resist. Everyone, please come in. At that moment, Chu Wuhan waved his hand, and a massive spatial portal appeared before everyone. Fang Yintian instinctively glanced at Mu Xian, revealing a look of envy. This ability to carry and traverse through space was something only spatial-type beasts could possess, which was precisely why all beastmasters yearned for it. More than 30 individuals entered the internal space of the silver-winged traversing eagle. To everyone's astonishment, this internal space was akin to a secret realm, complete with mountains, water, air, sunlight, and even a quaint little villa, resembling a paradise. Chu Wuhan smiled lightly. This is also my personal resting place. You can stay outside for a while. It's only about 4,000 kilometers to the imperial capital, which will take about an hour. Oh, by the way, beasts cannot be summoned in the internal space. Otherwise, before he could finish, he had vanished without a trace. As soon as Chu Wuhan left, everyone erupted into excited discussions, filled with admiration and longing for him. When I enter university, I want to contract a spatial-type beast too. It's so convenient. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Others, being more rational, remarked, let us not even think about a spatial-type beast. Even if you encounter one, you won't be able to capture it. It's better to contract a flying-type beast. Riding on a flying-type beast is so cool. Fang Yintian's subordinate, Xuan, said, Boss, let us get a spatial-type beast too. Zhang Yushi chimed in excitedly. Exactly, boss, look at this eagle. It's so enormous. Fang Yintian shot them a glare, irritated. If I could contract a spatial-type beast, would I need you to tell me? I would have done it long ago. After a pause, Fang Yintian grudgingly added, spatial-type beasts are elusive, especially the fully grown ones. Even if you encounter them, you won't be able to capture them. Suddenly, Fang Yintian looked over at Mu Xian, a flattering smile on his face. Big shot. How did you manage to successfully contract your spatial-type beast? Can you share? Mu Xian chuckled. How did I succeed? It's quite simple. While I was grilling fish, a little cat appeared. After enjoying a lovely meal, it willingly followed me. Fang Yintian, do I look like someone so easily deceived? Chun Huashan and Zhang Yushi. Wow, so contracting a spatial-type beast, is that easy? I'll try it whenever I get the chance. The silver-winged shuttle beast of the 6th rank glided effortlessly through the skies, and after an hour of travel, the group indeed arrived at the legendary imperial capital. As Mu Xian and his companions stepped out of the spatial realm, they were greeted by the sight of an extraordinarily prosperous city, its skyline a dazzling array of structures shimmering under the sunlight. Mu Xian couldn't help but observe that even the imperial capital of his previous life paled in comparison to the one before him. For the sky above was a brilliant blue, filled with countless skyscrapers, and the air was imbued with a refreshing aroma. This was the imperial capital of the Beastmaster era. As Mu Xian gazed skyward, he beheld an array of flying beasts and vehicles navigating the air in an orderly fashion, starkly contrasting with the bustling crowds below. In the face of such grandeur, places like Jinhua City and Hang City seemed utterly rural. Fang Yintian remarked, the imperial capital is indeed magnificent. Even the Demon City cannot compare. I remember when I visited a few years ago, there weren't nearly as many flying vehicles. At that moment, Chu Wuhan calmly stated, follow me. The Beastmaster Education Bureau has arranged accommodations for you. The hotel was conveniently located just below them, as they had just alighted at the rooftop of a towering 600-meter skyscraper. After completing the check-in procedures, Mu Xian and his companions were finally granted a rare moment of freedom. Mu Xian, unable to contain his excitement, dashed out of the Tomorrow Star Hotel, eager to explore the imperial capital's beast resource shops. This was the first thought that crossed the minds of all the candidates who had come to the capital. Unfortunately, Mu Xian soon discovered that even within the beast resource shops of the imperial capital, the resources he sought were almost non-existent, either not for sale or prized possessions of the establishment, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Sir, if you wish to acquire high-tier resources, I recommend attending the auction hosted by our Hualian Commerce. A minimum expenditure of 100 million grants you eligibility to participate, the cheerful customer service representative suggested, causing Mu Xian to roll his eyes in exasperation. Just then, a seductive yet familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Handsome. We meet again. Turning around, Mu Xian was taken aback. Who else could it be but that transformed sorceress, Zhuai Donglai? What are you doing in the imperial capital? He stammered, suddenly feeling a wave of panic. After all, she was a formidable sorceress. Zhuodonglai was equally surprised to encounter Mu Xian in the capital, her smile radiating with delight. Mu Xian, my home is right here. Is it so strange to see me? She asked playfully. By the way, Mu Xian, did you eat the holy radiance fruit I gave you last time? Mu Xian quickly realized she was testing him, probing whether he had consumed the holy radiance fruit. With an exasperated expression, he replied, Eat it? By the time I remembered, my beast had already devoured it. Now it looks at me strangely. Zhuodonglai's eyes glimmered with skepticism. She simply could not believe that a young man would resist eating such a fruit. There must be something amiss. However, she dismissed it. Her plans were nearing completion. Once they reached the sacred light realm, she would force him to consume the blood of a sorceress, and all secrets would be revealed. After bidding farewell to Zhuodonglai, Mu Xian dared not linger elsewhere and promptly returned to the Tomorrow Star Hotel, now grappling with whether to inform Chu Wuhan or the Beast Police Bureau. After all, the presence of a sorceress in the imperial capital signified a certain implication. But how would he explain his recognition of her? He mused. If I become embroiled in this matter, my chances in the national exam could be jeopardized. Moreover, who could guarantee there were no sorceress cult members within the Beast Police Bureau? Ultimately, sorceresses were adept at disguising themselves. No, it wasn't mere disguise. They were indeed genuine women. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly found a piece of paper and, using his left hand, scribbled a brief account of Zhuodonglai's situation before summoning his little cat. In the exclusive suite of Chu Wuhan on the 116th floor of the Tomorrow Star Hotel, a thin sheet of paper quietly materialized outside the door, instantly raising his alertness. Upon opening the door, Chu Wuhan spotted the paper on the ground. It scrawled, ghastly handwriting causing his expression to harden. The sorceress cult, you truly couldn't resist. Chapter 070. The national exam commences, 3 tasks. Chu Wuhan did not doubt the authenticity of this information, for according to the modus operandi of such nefarious organizations, their involvement in this national exam was not merely a possibility, it was a near certainty, for these shapeshifters thrived on grand conspiracies. Soon, Chu Wuhan conveyed this alarming news to the higher echelons of the imperial capital. That evening, the imperial capital's Beast Police Bureau was abuzz with activity, as numerous officers and even more mysterious departments became involved, creating an undercurrent of tension. By the following morning, 7 or 8 staff members from the Beastmaster Education Bureau arrived to guide everyone into the Sacred Light Realm, a premier secret realm that opened only once every decade. Your first task in this exam is to gain the recognition of a light-type beast by any means necessary. The second task involves collecting holy radiance fruits. The more you gather, the higher your score. The third task is to locate the ruins of the God of Light. Whosoever finds this sacred site shall be deemed the victor of this national exam. As for any other gains during the exam, they belong entirely to the candidates. However, within the sacred light realm, it is best not to hunt demonic beasts. The more bloodshed, the lesser your chances of obtaining the recognition of a light-type beast. After 72 hours, those who complete the most tasks will rank higher and receive greater rewards. Reflecting on the rules announced by the Beastmaster Education Bureau staff, Mu Xian pondered. Finding the ruins of the God of Light grants us the first place directly? Does this imply that the officials have no expectation for us to complete this third task? Furthermore, they advise against hunting demonic beasts. It seems this national exam encourages exploration and resource gathering. Having discerned the officials' intentions, Mu Xian swiftly adapted his strategy, mounting the ice crystal cold extreme dragon. With the jumping sky dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder, he turned to the butterfly of fate in his pocket and instructed, "Little butterfly, grant me a stroke of luck." The butterfly of fate obediently unleashed its skill before retreating back into Mu Xian's pocket, where its lack of combat prowess made it the optimal choice to remain nestled within his embrace. Once enveloped in the aura of luck, Mu Xian felt an invigorating surge of inspiration. He surveyed his surroundings and suddenly felt drawn to the south, laughing heartily as he declared, "Little spirit, let us fly south. I shall take you all to gather holy radiance fruits." The ice crystal cold extreme dragon responded with a jubilant roar, hovering gracefully in the low sky as it set course southward. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, a pale-faced, expressionless candidate suddenly materialized, voicing his displeasure. "Is this the sacred light realm? It truly feels uncomfortable." As his words fell, grotesque insect eggs began to emerge from within him, and in a horrifying scene, these eggs voraciously gnawed at his flesh and blood. Yet, the young man bore no sign of pain, as if he felt nothing at all. Eventually, he collapsed, his entire being consumed, while the insect eggs underwent astonishing transformations, each growing to towering heights. With a sharp crack, one egg burst open, revealing a figure clad in black robes. As if triggered by a signal, all the insect eggs shattered, and a multitude of black-robed figures emerged, numbering over 100. Each of these figures exuded the aura of a Lord-level beastmaster, unmistakably formidable adversaries. At that moment, a man clad in dark crimson robes emerged, revealing a cruel smile as he commanded the black-robed figures behind him. Everyone, form groups of 3 and eliminate all within the secret realm. Leave no one alive. Yes, Your Grace. The black-robed figures responded in unison. In an instant, all the cloaked individuals sprang into action, grouping in threes as they dispersed in all directions. Several dozen miles away, in another secluded valley, a spatial rift suddenly manifested, from which a stream of black-robed figures emerged, numbering over 100. All of them Lord-tier beastmasters, evoking a sense of dread. Following the black-robed figures, a contingent of stunningly beautiful women appeared, their fair skin, alluring figures, and enchanting features captivating the eye. Strangely, the black-robed individuals maintained a respectful distance from these beauties, not daring even to steal a glance, which was quite remarkable. Among the women, a remarkably youthful and exquisite lady suddenly giggled. The tactics of your Dark Alliance are quite impressive. Unlike those perverted individuals from the Beast God sect who resorted to a disgustingly parasitic magic egg technique. A tall black-robed man replied nonchalantly. This is the extent of our abilities, Jiangwana. Let us part ways here. With that, the tall figure led his companions swiftly in another direction, prompting the exquisite lady to pout. Humph, why the rush? Do you think I would devour you all? Never mind. These gloomy men of the Dark Alliance are utterly devoid of romance. Ladies, let us seek out those adorable high school boys. As her words fell, the group of women erupted in cheers, exclaiming, wonderful. We can finally indulge in these little cuties again. At the rear of the procession, a somewhat disheveled girl named Zhuodonglai gritted her teeth, muttering, Mu Xian, you wretched scoundrel. This time I shall make you experience the full extent of my soul-sucking sorcery. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Holy Light secret realm, Mu Xian, who was in search of the sacred radiance fruit, couldn't help but sneeze twice, bewildered and unaware of the imminent danger approaching him. However, just over 20 minutes later, Mu Xian's eyes lit up as he unexpectedly spotted the target's sacred radiance fruit tree atop an inconspicuous hill. Sacred radiance fruit tree, species, plant, sacred. Recovery rank, Lord Tier 9 Bloodline. Beast King level quality, exceptional skills, Holy Light Strike, Radiant Shield, Holy Light Blessing. Divine Recovery spell description. A unique plant-type beast within the Holy Light secret realm. It is friendly towards humans, dislikes killing, and is willing to coexist peacefully. Every 10 years. The Sacred Radiance Fruit tree produces a Sacred Radiance Fruit, capable of swiftly healing most injuries, making it the most elite healing material. However, the Sacred Radiance Fruit is also the essence of the tree's energy, thus acquiring it is no simple task. Upon reading this information, Mu Xian understood why the authorities designated the Sacred Radiance Fruit as a mission target. It was indeed the pinnacle of healing materials, and obtaining the Radiance Fruit from the tree would prove to be an extraordinary challenge. Nevertheless, Mu Xian couldn't help but glance at the skyward dragon Weasel, chuckling. What a pity, Spatial Beastmasters are your nemesis. Little cat, I will have Xiaoling attract attention while you seize the Sacred Radiance Fruit. Mu Xian instructed, eyeing the golden glowing fruit hanging from the Sacred Radiance Fruit tree. Meow, Master, I believe I can manage on my own. The skyward dragon Weasel eagerly responded. Roar, Master, I can defeat this tree. The ice crystal frost dragon chimed in. Observing the two beasts vying for accolades, Mu Xian chuckled, we mustn't act recklessly. Wouldn't it be better to acquire the Sacred Radiance Fruit through the simplest means? Although both were Lord-tier beasts with formidable power, only by cooperating could they unleash their greatest potential. Do you understand? After imparting this lesson, the two beasts finally sprang into action. As the ice crystal frost dragon distracted the Sacred Radiance Fruit tree, the skyward dragon Weasel vanished into the void, positioning itself above the tree, ready to strike. Extreme Cold Seal. Ice Crystal Annihilation. The ice crystal frost dragon suddenly attacked, inciting the wrath of the Sacred Radiance Fruit tree, which manifested an ancient visage upon its trunk. Human, do you seek to seize my fruit? Not a chance. In the next instant, a pure white light erupted, enveloping the ice crystal frost dragon. The two Lord-tier beasts soon engaged in a fierce battle, with Mu Xian observing as the ice crystal frost dragon unleashed its frigid domain. The Sacred Radiance Fruit tree, however, proved even more formidable than he had anticipated, sustaining no damage and showcasing its resilience. It could attack, defend, enhance status, and restore injuries. The Sacred Radiance fruit tree was nothing short of perfect. Mu Xian marveled, suddenly contemplating whether he should form a contract with such a remarkable entity. Yet, he quickly recalled his existing beasts, for already, his mental capacity fell short of contracting the Sacred Radiance fruit tree. At most he could only bond with a lesser light-type beast to nurture slowly. Perhaps he could consider contracting a sapling of the Sacred Radiance fruit tree. As the two beasts battled fiercely, the skyward dragon Weasel finally spotted an opportunity and, in a split second, breached the defenses of the Sacred Radiance fruit tree, plucking the golden fruit. "Haha, finally in hand," Mu Xian exclaimed, as the skyward dragon Weasel flashed into view on his shoulder, the golden fruit shimmering brilliantly. Sacred Radiance fruit. Rank: Lord tier, applicable to any life form except for dark, abyssal, and demonic entities. Description: a precious fruit nurtured by the Sacred Radiance fruit tree over 10 years. It contains an abundance of radiant energy and sacred essence, boasting rare healing properties that can swiftly mend most injuries. It is also the primary material for crafting Beast King level healing potions. Mu Xian's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the effects of the Sacred Radiance fruit were extraordinary, and it was the main ingredient for Beast King level healing potions. He must seize the opportunity to acquire more. After all, according to records, this holy light secret realm only opens once every decade. Having obtained the Sacred Radiance fruit, the Ice Crystal Frost Dragon also took the chance to withdraw from the fray, swiftly departing, leaving the irate Sacred Radiance fruit tree in a state of helplessness. With the Holy Light secret realm open for only 3 days, Mu Xian wasted no time. After an hour of diligent searching, he finally discovered another Sacred Radiance fruit tree and employed his previous strategy to secure yet another Sacred Radiance fruit. Just as Mu Xian prepared to claim a third fruit, a sudden chorus of screams and maniacal laughter echoed from ahead, capturing his attention. Upon closer inspection, Mu Xian was horrified to find 3 black-robed figures torturing a female examinee. Recognizing the familiar black robes, he immediately identified them as members of the Beast God sect, one of the 4 wicked organizations. Seeing the female examinee on the verge of death, Mu Xian sprang into action. "Little cat, confine that female examinee in space. The rest of you attack." At that moment, the swiftest among them was, of course, the little cat, the skyward dragon Weasel. Meow. In an instant, the skyward dragon Weasel appeared above the trio of black-robed figures, casting a transparent shield over the female examinee, while 3 almost ethereal blades shot directly towards the black-robed assailants. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 3 bodies hitting the ground echoed cleanly as the black-robed figures stared in disbelief at the airborne skyward dragon Weasel. But they could utter no more sounds before collapsing, returning to the embrace of the Beast God. If, indeed, there is a Beast God in this world. Only then did the female examinee, sheltered within the spatial confinement, regain her senses and utter a weak, "Thank you. Thank you." Mu Xian promptly arrived, administering healing potions from his spatial pocket to the near-death female examinee. After a full half-hour, the female candidate finally regained her composure, weeping, "Brother, could you possibly assist me? I no longer wish to take the exam. I long to return home." Mu Xian sighed, sensing that the spirit of the young woman before him was on the verge of collapse. She was indeed unfit to continue the examination. Yet, he suddenly realized that this national examination lacked any exit mechanism. Could it be that the authorities believed there was no danger within the secret realm? Mu Xian pondered in confusion. Ultimately, he found a hollow in a nearby tree to serve as a safe haven for the female candidate, leaving behind some healing potions. This national exam had unexpectedly revealed the presence of Beast God cultists, filling Mu Xian's heart with an acute sense of urgency. Wasn't this Holy Light secret realm a crucial domain controlled by the Beastmaster Training Bureau? How could even the Beast God cult appear here? What of the Dark Alliance or the Witch Sect? It seemed that I must proceed with unparalleled caution. It soon proved that Mu Xian's wariness was well-founded. Within less than 2 hours, he stumbled upon several candidates' corpses, carelessly discarded in the wilderness, some of which were so mangled they were unrecognizable, meeting a truly tragic end. What on earth was happening within the dense forest? Fang Yuntian muttered curses under his breath, looking extremely disheveled, covered in bloodstains. Before him stood his beast, the Thunder Warrior, while his Storm Thunder Eagle had already succumbed to severe injuries. Fang Yuntian could hardly believe that he had merely participated in a national examination, entering this legendary Holy Light secret realm, only to find himself ambushed by 3 cloaked figures commanding their beasts. resulting in his Storm Thunder Eagle being grievously wounded before he could react. Damn it, once this national exam concludes, I shall report the Beastmaster Training Bureau to the supervisory headquarters. Fong Yuntian raged as he fled, his heart seething with fury. Yet, just as he finished his sentence, a playful voice rang out from above. Hee, little brother, you're hurt. Would you like me to assist in your healing? Chapter 072, A New Beast. The Holy Light Spirit. Fong Yuntian suddenly looked up to see a stunningly alluring woman seated upon a flying beast, her delicate garments resembling gossamer, her enchanting form barely concealed. How beautiful! Fong Yuntian's heart raced, a surge of fervor igniting within his youthful body. In an inexplicable moment, he recalled a legend that spoke of a group of beautiful women, whose skin was as white as snow, whose allure was unparalleled, whose passion burned like fire. They sought not your wealth nor your life, but simply your very being. They were the most wicked beings in existence. Could you be the legendary witch? He exclaimed in shock. The charming girl's expression shifted, only to break into a mischievous grin. Little brother, you've discovered my secret. In that case, you certainly cannot escape. With that, a silken thread suddenly ensnared Fong Yuntian, binding him before he could react. The girl laughed playfully. Come along with me, little brother, and let us enjoy a delightful time together. As dusk fell, Fong Yuntian was thus dragged away by the girl, leaving only her sweet laughter behind. Indeed, it was not only the beast god cult that had emerged. Even the Dark Alliance, the Witch Sect, and members of the Shadow Organization were present. Somewhere within the Holy Light's secret realm, Mu Xian listened to the experiences of other candidates and reflected deeply. Mu Xian was well acquainted with the 4 notorious evil organizations. For instance, beast god cultists favored donning black robes, as they adhered to the path of the beast god, essentially a form of bloodline transplantation, embedding the powerful bloodlines of fierce beasts into human bodies. Such drastic consequences inevitably led to various mutations among the cultists, which the black robes conveniently concealed. Similarly, the Dark Alliance trained beastmasters known as Dark Beastmasters, who, while outwardly similar to normal beastmasters, harbored radical ideologies, harboring extreme animosity towards the government and disdain for ordinary people. As for the Witch Sect, it needed no introduction. It was the most mysterious and unfathomable organization, where every member was a witch, and even their beasts could transform into women, a rather perverse inclination that attracted many unsavory individuals. Lastly, the Shadow Organization represented the most formidable assassination and intelligence network within human civilization, specializing in eliminating talented beastmasters, thereby weakening humanity as a whole, a threat no less dire than the previous 3 organizations. Members of the Shadow Organization were said to wield the power of shadows, including various forms such as Shadow, Fire Shadow, Water Shadow, and Earth Shadow, excelling in concealment, with rumors suggesting they possessed spatial shadows, making them the most terrifying assassins. Based on the experiences shared by the other candidates, Mu Xian confirmed the nature of the adversaries he faced. Fortunately, the Holy Light secret realm had unique rules, allowing only those under 20 years of age to enter. Thus, even members of the 4 evil organizations were restricted to Lord-level strength. And even if they had beasts surpassing the Beast King level, their numbers would be limited to just 1 or 2. With such a small contingent, the vastness of the Holy Light's secret realm rendered the likelihood of encountering a Beast King-level foe exceedingly slim. Mu Xian, have you seen our leader? At that moment, Xuan Huashan arrived at the gathering spot, inquiring about Mu Xian. Fong Yuntian, I have not encountered him. Mu Xian shook his head, speaking truthfully. Xuan Huashan felt a pang of disappointment mixed with worry. Should anything happen to Fong Yuntian, all his years of investment would be in vain. The following day, Mu Xian departed from the temporary gathering site, preparing to continue his exploration of the secret realm. No need to ask, for boldness accompanied by skill was his motto. Little butterfly, cast the luck enchantment. Mu Xian commanded. Jiji. The knowledge butterfly complied, and a shimmering aura enveloped him, allowing Mu Xian to once more feel the sensation of luck surrounding him. Let's set forth, my little ones, he declared, standing atop the head of the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, his smile radiant. As they watched Mu Xian's retreating figure, the candidates at the temporary gathering site exchanged looks of admiration. Xuan Huashan sighed. This is the demeanor of an extraordinary genius. He shows no fear towards members of those evil organizations. I have made my decision. From now on, my idol shall be Mu Xian. For over 2 hours, a smile never left Mu Xian's face, for during that time, he not only managed to seize a sacred radiance fruit, but also discovered several luminous resources, such as the leader-level Dawn Dew and the Lord-level Mystic Light Stone. Just as the morning was drawing to a close, Mu Xian stumbled upon a vast expanse of mutated radiance grass within a hidden valley. Mutated radiance grass, rank, leader level applicable field, light description, a special type of radiance grass that absorbs a large amount of holy light power. Boasting a far larger aura and greater vitality than ordinary radiance grass, suitable for crafting Lord-level healing potions. Typically, radiance grass is an ordinary light-type resource, usually of elite-level quality. However, the mutated radiance grass here had astonishingly reached leader level. While a single stalk of radiance grass may hold little value, a sprawling field of mutated radiance grass was undoubtedly a treasure. Thus, Mu Xian transformed into a diligent little bee, gathering the mutated radiance grass. Just as he had collected more than half, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the grass, leaving Mu Xian utterly astounded. Holy Light Spirit, Species, Light Elemental Blessing Spirit Rank, Elite 5th Tier Bloodline, Lord Level Quality, Exceptional Skills, Holy Light Healing. Holy Light Blessing Description, a rare elemental spirit born naturally within the Holy Light Secret Realm, having absorbed a trace of the realm's essence at birth, granting it extraordinary potential. Generally, light spirits are among the most common beasts within the Holy Light Secret Realm, typically at the leader level. However, this Holy Light Spirit inherently possessed the bloodline potential of the Lord level. A Holy Light Spirit? An elemental spirit with both light and blessing attributes. Mu Xian was both astonished and elated, overwhelmed with joy, for this was precisely the luminous beast he had longed for. At that moment, the luminous Holy Spirit seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to flee in a particular direction. Mu Xian chuckled, "Little creature, do you think you can escape?" In the next instant, the sky-soaring dragon Weasel appeared before the Holy Spirit, conjuring a spatial confinement that ensnared the creature in place. Clearly, this little being, just newly born, had never encountered such a scene and immediately knelt down in submission. After a bout of persuasion from Mu Xian, the creature inadvertently agreed to form a contract, becoming Mu Xian's 5th beast, which he named Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, take these resources and absorb them. Strive to ascend to the elite level 9 in the shortest time possible. Mu Xian instructed the Holy Spirit. Zuzu. The Holy Spirit responded, swiftly retreating into Mu Xian's beast space to join the rampaging Thunderbear cub. Master, when will it be my turn to shine? I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. Chapter 073. Encounter with a pseudo-beast king level beastmaster. As the saying goes, joy often begets sorrow. Just as Mu Xian reveled in acquiring a light-type beast, two figures suddenly streaked across above him, only to return swiftly and block his path from both sides. Upon closer inspection, Mu Xian's heart sank. Before him stood two pseudo-beast king level beastmasters of the Dark Alliance. The term pseudo-beast king refers to those whose beasts have surpassed the beast king level but have yet to gain the recognition of other beast kings. While these beasts may not wield the full power of true beast king level beasts, they are certainly more formidable than those at the lord level. At this moment, Mu Xian found himself flanked by two pseudo-beast king level beastmasters. The beastmaster in front, Zhao Qiming, possessed no innate talent, with his beasts being the dark magic flying tiger and the black gold blood-sucking ant, dark magic flying tiger. Type, dark, flying. Tiger level, pseudo-beast king bloodline. Beast king quality, elite skills, dark magic sphere, wing slash, tiger's roar of terror, shadow cloak. Black magic pulse cannon description. Originally a flying tiger beast, it underwent transformation through dark force baptism, significantly enhancing its power. Black gold blood-sucking ant. Type, dark, blood-sucking. Ant level. Lord 7 behind him stood the dark beast master named Lu Dafeng, who was also devoid of talent, commanding a pseudo-beast king level black magic bat and a rampaging wild boar king. Black magic bat. Type, dark, flying. Bat level, pseudo-beast king bloodline. Beast king quality, elite skills, magic missile, heat source tracking, infrasound shockwave, magic speed flight, black magic forbidden spell description, originally a magic bat beast. It transformed into a black magic bat after dark force baptism, with even more elusive and troublesome skills. Beware of its targeting. Rampaging wild boar king, type, dark. Pig level, Lord 8. A grave expression overtook Mu Xian's face. Two pseudo-beast kings and two high-level lords were more than enough to bring about his demise. Little cat, prepare for spatial jump. We must be ready to retreat at any moment. Little spirit, brace for battle and assess the gap between us and these pseudo-beast king level beasts. Mu Xian commanded. The response came from the ice crystal extreme dragon and the sky-soaring dragon Weasel. In the next moment, The Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon launched an attack against the Dark Magic Flying Tiger. You young man, you possess quite the audacity. But alas, you have encountered me. Zhao Qiming sneered, as the Dark Magic Flying Tiger lunged forward. To Mu Xian's astonishment, the Dark Magic Sphere was unleashed with astonishing speed, outpacing even that of the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. The battle raged for mere seconds, and the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon found itself at a disadvantage. Mu Xian observed that both in speed and strength, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon was overwhelmed. The attacks from the Dark Magic Flying Tiger nearly struck Mu Xian directly, only thwarted by the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon expending more energy to block them. Undoubtedly, should the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon exhaust its energy, it would have no chance to retaliate. Fortunately, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon was not without its countermeasures. Its domain of extreme cold posed a significant challenge to the Dark Magic Flying Tiger, nearly encasing it in ice. At this juncture, Mu Xian grasped the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon's capabilities. While it fell short of the Pseudo-Beast King level, the disparity was not insurmountable, and it still had fight left in it. Little spirit, unleash absolute zero storm upon it. We must withdraw. Mu Xian whispered. Little cat, prepare for defense. Roar roar. Understood. In the next moment, the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon began to gather its power, but the Dark Magic Flying Tiger seemed to sense its movement and attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by the sky-soaring dragon Weasel. After a full 30 seconds, a horrifying scene unfolded. A chilling wave of extreme cold began to emanate from the area occupied by the Dark Magic Flying Tiger, creating a stark temperature differential from the surrounding environment, ultimately culminating in a terrifying absolute zero storm. Damn it! Zhao Qiming fumed, feeling deceived. Lu Dafeng, act quickly, this kid is up to something. Lu Dafeng had already initiated his attack, but it was too late. Just as his black magic bat unleashed an infrasound shockwave, a flash of silver light flickered. The space warped, and Mu Xian along with his two beasts vanished from sight. Damn it, a spatial jump. That brat escaped. Pursue him. We must not let him get away. Humph, my black magic bat is already locked onto him. He cannot escape. At the same time, outside the Holy Light Secret Realm, the original entrance was shrouded in a faint glow, and a kindly old man watched the entrance with a smile, proclaiming, "The Holy Light Secret Realm is finally set to be destroyed, and I shall return to headquarters and live the life I desire." Beneath the old man's feet lay several figures. Upon closer inspection, they were the proctors who had escorted Mu Xian and the others into the Holy Light Secret Realm. 20 years. I have been at this wretched Secret Realm entrance for a full 20 years. Do you know how I've spent these 2 decades? The old man glared at the lifeless bodies strewn around him, seething, "Do not blame me. You obstructed my plans. So you betrayed the Dragon Kingdom and joined the Dark Alliance." A commanding voice suddenly resounded from behind the old man. It was Chu Wuhan. Behind Chu Wuhan stood countless beast police and their beasts. Chu Wuhan coldly declared, "Jiang Huairan, you have committed crimes against humanity and jeopardized national security. Surrender at once." The old man, Jiang Huairan, revealed a malevolent visage. "Had I not been exiled to guard this Holy Light Secret Realm for 20 years, would I have joined the Dark Alliance? I merely wished for a better life. Is that a crime?" Chu Wuhan ceased his verbal barrage, opting instead to raise his hand, and in an instant, a streak of light struck him, atop the highest peak of the Holy Light Secret Realm. For figures occupied their respective positions, neither too close nor too far from one another. The tall man in black was irked, exclaiming, "What is the matter? Our 4 organizations have joined forces, yet we have only managed to slay around 50 in a day." The man in the blood-red robe replied grimly, "We underestimated these students. They have already discovered our presence and are uniting to counterattack us." The enchanting sorceress, Jiang Wanga, sighed, "What a pity. I have only captured 7 students, but thankfully they have all become our own." The tall man in black could no longer contain his anger, retorting, "Sorceress Jiang, must I repeat our purpose? We are here to annihilate this Holy Light Secret Realm, not to capture these students." The sorceress blushed, "I am aware. But seeing their sisters trembling, I simply cannot help it." The tall man in black sighed, while the man in the blood-red robe remained silent. The black-clad man then lamented, "You perverse sorceresses are beyond redemption. Kongying, how fares your side? Have you confirmed all spatial nodes?" A faint shadow materialized, reporting, 2 spatial nodes have been confirmed. But to destroy the entire Holy Light Secret Realm, at least 7 more are needed. The tall man clad in black finally exhaled in relief. "Indeed, your shadow organization is reliable. Please expedite your actions. I fear the authorities may have already caught wind of our operations." The shadow replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. The authorities have already responded. They are currently attempting to breach the spatial barrier we have established. There are approximately 10 minutes left. 10 minutes? Damn it. How could they discover it so swiftly? I must immediately signal the brothers to retreat. The man in black exclaimed indignantly. The shadow interjected once more. No. What I meant was, we have merely 10 seconds left. Now, only 3 seconds remain. 2 seconds. 1 second. As the final word left his lips, a resounding thud echoed through the entire Sacred Light secret realm, followed by a massive rift opening in the sky. Everyone witnessed a multitude of uniformed officers rushing into the Sacred Light secret realm. The tall man in black bellowed furiously, Kong-ing, how could you not inform me of such a significant matter in advance? Curse it. In contrast to the panicked figure of the tall man, the man in blood-red robes and the witch Jiang Wanga reacted with remarkable swiftness, vanishing from the mountaintop in an instant. As for the faint shadow, he had disappeared without a trace the moment he concluded his countdown. The tall man stood there, dumbfounded, before finally regaining his senses and preparing to mount his flying beast to escape. However, he was suddenly surrounded by a large group of flying beasts, all under the control of officers. In the dark and damp underground, Mu Xian gazed around in bewilderment. He found himself amidst colossal, collapsed structures towering over 30 meters high, making him feel like a mere miniature in their presence. Have I stumbled into a realm of giants? Mu Xian pondered, astonished that after leaping through the space with the sky-soaring heavenly Weasel, he had inexplicably arrived in this subterranean architectural expanse. Fortunately, bioluminescent organisms provided some illumination. This peculiar place ignited a spark of curiosity within Mu Xian. Following a pathway, he discovered that the underground space was vast. Initially, he encountered only towering remnants of walls and broken columns. However, as he ventured deeper, white veined stones began to appear, emitting a faint glow. Before long, he stumbled upon toppled angelic statues. Could it be that I have arrived at the ruins of the God of Light, as mentioned in that third task? Mu Xian thought, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding his heart. After more than 10 minutes, Mu Xian ascended a grand staircase, and the surroundings transformed into a lavish spectacle, with dazzling golden light radiating from afar, exuding a sense of sanctity. After another 10 minutes, he finally entered a realm awash in golden light, revealing the innermost sanctum of a grand cathedral. A towering white cross stood majestically, embodying the essence of holiness and illumination. Beneath the cross, an elderly man clad in white robes reclined on what appeared to be a seat crafted from pure gold. With deliberate steps, Mu Xian approached, the echo of his footfalls reverberating through the vast, serene cathedral, creating an unsettling dissonance. Just then, an ancient voice resonated from above the gilded throne. At last. You have arrived. Startled, Mu Xian inquired, who are you? I am James, the last pope of the Church of Light. The aged voice replied, filled with a sense of profound history, leaving Mu Xian utterly astonished. The Church of Light had never been heard of on Blue Star. However, some historical texts in certain secret realms had described it. According to legend, the Church of Light was the most powerful sect in a certain world, with the God of Light being the creator. Yet, for reasons unknown, the God of Light had vanished, and the church rapidly declined. Could it be that this Sacred Light secret realm is the final stronghold of the Church of Light? The Church of Light? I have never heard of it. Mu Xian exclaimed, pondering. Ah, young man, it is entirely normal for you to be unaware. My church has languished for 200,000 years, James's ancient voice continued. In the past, my deity battled against the Abyss Sovereign in the Void, and both were gravely wounded, falling into slumber. Thus, my church swiftly fell into decline. But I have sensed the presence of my deity. The God is about to awaken, and my church shall return to the world. Young man, do you wish to inherit my deity's will and restore the Church of Light? Mu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he seem like a person suited for such divine endeavors? I'm sorry, but I do not wish to. James's aged voice chuckled. Very well. I am pleased with your choice. You shall become the 10,086th Pope of my Church of Light. Wait, I said I do not wish to, my friend. Mu Xian protested urgently, realizing the forcefulness of the situation. However, he soon discovered that his words received no response. The voice was evidently scripted. As expected, James continued, excellent. It seems you are prepared. Now, accept my gift of illumination. In the next moment, a beam of golden light descended from above, landing before Mu Xian and transforming into a golden tome. The Book of Light, containing all rituals, techniques, and combat skills of my church, encapsulating countless years of experience, history, and wisdom. Immediately after, another golden pillar fell, forming a golden crown. This is the symbol of my church's pope, the crown of light. This crown, a manifestation of divine power, holds the might to obliterate worlds, symbolizing the Pope of the Church of Light. Wearing this crown will grant you the power of immortality. Please be advised, however, that within the crown lies a dormant consciousness of the God of Light. Donning this crown will result in possession by the God. Goodness. Neither of these items seems beneficial. Mu Xian's thoughts raced in distress, instinctively distancing himself from these seemingly powerful treasures. In that moment, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Had it not been for the information panel, he might have eagerly accepted these items, only to be tainted by the abyss's power and possessed by the God of Light. Fortunately, I still have the information panel. Mu Xian sighed in relief. Chapter 75. The Scepter of Light, the core of the secret realm. This must be the so-called ruins of the God of Light. According to the information panel's hints, this sacred light secret realm is likely the last vestige of the Church of Light. Whenever someone arrives, it releases a bait. Mu Xian shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. He thought he had come in vain. But on second thought, could there truly be nothing of value within the ruins of the God of Light? A thought sparked within Mu Xian, and he resolutely began to search the ruins, particularly around the area of the last Pope, James. As a figure of such status, Mu Xian found it hard to believe that he possessed no valuable items. Indeed, as Mu Xian approached the vicinity of James's body, he suddenly spotted a piece of information, a thrilling revelation. Staff of Radiance, rank, Monarch level application, Sacred System introduction. A formidable staff crafted entirely from holy light gold, imbued with the cataclysmic power to annihilate worlds. This is the ultimate weapon of the Pope of the Church of Radiance, capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to that of a monarch-level warrior when fully activated. Furthermore, this staff serves as the core of the sacred light secret realm. Mu Xian nearly burst into laughter thrice, having initially thought his expedition would yield no rewards. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, revealing the greatest treasure hidden beneath the remains of the last Pope, James. As Mu Xian commanded the ice crystal cold extreme dragon to shift James' corpse aside, a golden staff, deeply embedded in the ground, came into view. It was the Staff of Radiance. Most importantly, this Staff of Radiance posed no immediate danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian swiftly approached and seized the golden staff. The instant he grasped it, the staff erupted into radiant golden brilliance, merging seamlessly into Mu Xian's being. At that moment, Mu Xian sensed that the entirety of the sacred light secret realm lay within his perception. He witnessed numerous law enforcement officers in uniform pursuing members of a malevolent organization clad in black robes. He observed, thousands of meters above him, two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers still crouched in wait. He glimpsed, within a hidden cave, dozens of enchanting women cautiously concealing themselves, among whom was a woman that appeared remarkably familiar. The sacred light secret realm is now mine. Mu Xian laughed heartily, nearly unable to restrain himself from proclaiming this to the world. Fortunately, he held back, aware that his current strength was insufficient to announce such news without attracting endless calamities. After absorbing the Staff of Radiance, Mu Xian discovered several other treasures within the ruins of the God of Light, including a fragmented radiant God crystal, a shattered statue of the God of Light, and a sizable piece of divine light white jade, among others. Fragmented radiant God crystal, rank, Lord level application, Sacred System introduction. Originally a high-tier treasure of the Church of Radiance, it has gradually disintegrated over time, ultimately becoming a fragmented radiant God crystal of Beast King level, containing formidable sacred power. Shattered statue of the God of Light, rank, Lord level application, Sacred System introduction. Once a spiritual idol worshipped day and night by the followers of the Church of Radiance, it collapsed during the apocalyptic calamity, devolving into a fragmented radiant God crystal of Lord level, imbued with a portion of the faith in the God of Light. Divine Light White Jade, rank, Beast King level application, Sacred System introduction. Originally a piece of Lord level Divine Light White Jade, it absorbed sacred light power day and night within the ruins of the God of Light, eventually metamorphosing into a Beast King level Divine Light White Jade, containing pure light energy. It is worth noting that while Divine Light White Jade is merely a relatively ordinary resource of the light attribute, its evolution over countless millennia into a Beast King level resource is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, in Mu Xian's estimation, even the Beast King level Divine Light White Jade pales in comparison to the first two treasures, as the sacred and faith powers they contain are exceedingly rare, making them highly suitable for the evolution of the Holy Spirit of Light. After thoroughly scavenging the ruins of the God of Light, Mu Xian instructed the skyward dragon Weasel to employ Spatial Leap, finally returning to the surface. At that moment, The two pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers from the Dark Alliance, who had been tracking him, were nowhere to be found. Through the Staff of Radiance, Mu Xian instantly sensed that the majority of the members of the 4 evil organizations within the Sacred Light secret realm had been captured, with only a few remaining hidden in obscure corners, including the 2 pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers from the Dark Alliance. Upon realizing this, Mu Xian revealed a faint smirk, as the Staff of Radiance stirred gently within him. Simultaneously, in a certain underground location within the Sacred Light secret realm, Zhao Qiming and Lu Dafeng, the 2 pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers, lamented their dire situation. They had not anticipated such a swift defeat for their faction, so rapid that they had not yet retreated before the realm's void was entirely sealed. The bishop has fallen, Zhao Qiming sighed. Lu Dafeng nodded. I've received word of it as well. However, we need not worry. We have completely concealed our heat signatures and auras. No one knows we are still hiding here. As long as those dogged law enforcement officers withdraw, we will have ample opportunity to escape. Indeed, Zhao Qiming fervently agreed, for as pseudo-beast king-level beast tamers, they were at least mid-tier within the Dark Alliance, and the organization would undoubtedly not abandon them. However, at the very moment Zhao Qiming finished speaking, the underground cavern where they were hiding suddenly trembled violently, collapsing around them. Their auras were unmistakably detected by the law enforcement officers. In the distance, Mu Xian's expression turned pale, yet a distinct satisfaction crossed his face. Through the Staff of Radiance, he had merely induced a slight tremor underground, inadvertently destroying the hiding place of the 2 men, leading to their exposure. Death awaited them. Yet, this Staff of Radiance consumed an excessive amount of power. Mu Xian silently lamented, having only utilized a fraction of the realm's power, and yet it nearly drained him of his strength. Clearly, even with possession of the realm's core, achieving omnipotence within the realm necessitated formidable strength. Before long, Mu Xian arrived at the gathering point of other examinees via the Staff of Radiance, where he once again encountered Chun Huashan, Zhang Yuxi, and the reinforcements led by Chu Wuhan. Mu Xian, you truly are unscathed, I knew it. Chun Huashan exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Nearby, Chu Wuhan expressed his astonishment, having previously confirmed that Mu Xian had been missing for 2 days, yet here he was, safe and sound. Mu Xian, where have you been these past 2 days? Chu Wuhan inquired. Mu Xian explained, I was pursued by 2 powerful dark beast tamers yesterday and had to resort to spatial leap. Surprisingly, I fortuitously landed in an underground cavern, where I remained for a day and a night. Mu Xian thought to himself, he indeed had hidden in an underground cavern, albeit one containing the ruins of the God of Light, so he was not lying. After fielding numerous questions, Mu Xian successfully passed the examination. At this moment, Chun Huashan suddenly pulled Mu Xian aside. Anxious, Mu Xian, Fang Laoda is missing. What should we do? Fang Yuntian is missing. Mu Xian suddenly recalled the scene from his initial observation of the Sacred Light's secret realm through the Staff of Radiance, where he had seen a woman resembling Fang Yuntian in a certain cave. Could it be that this lad has joined the witch sect? Chapter 76. Essence of the Ancient Dragon Bloodline. Name, Mu Xian. Age, 18 years. Please recount all your experiences within the Sacred Light secret realm. Certainly, it began like this. Initially entering the Sacred Light secret realm, in a small room, Mu Xian succinctly recounted his experiences. To enhance his credibility, he naturally showcased the divine Sacred Light fruit he had acquired and the contract he had established with the light attribute beast spirit, the Holy Spirit of Light. Still within the temporary gathering point of the Sacred Light secret realm, Mu Xian now faced not Chu Wuhan, but a joint investigative team composed of government departments, including the Law Enforcement Bureau, Beast Tamers Education Bureau, and Inspection Bureau, probing into everything that had transpired within the Sacred Light secret realm. Mu Xian was invited for a second round of questioning, of course, maintaining the impeccable narrative he had provided initially. In the small room, Chu Wuhan, representing the Law Enforcement Bureau, was also among the interrogators. He nodded lightly. This aligns with the information I previously gathered. Mu Xian should pose no issues. The other interrogators similarly nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the logic is clear, and there are virtually no discrepancies. No one knew that the only woman among the 5 interrogators, a representative from the Beastmaster Teaching Bureau, gazed curiously at the disappearing figure of Mu Xian, revealing a faint smile. Was this indeed the Mu Xian that Zhuodong had mentioned? He certainly appeared to be quite extraordinary. 3 days later, the tragic incident within the Holy Light secret realm was concluded. Investigations revealed that the catastrophe was instigated by the guardian of the Holy Light secret realm, a beastmaster who had watched over it for 20 years. Dissatisfied with his own circumstances, he succumbed to the temptations of a dark beastmaster. ultimately betraying his post and colluding with 4 malevolent organizations, resulting in this calamity. The incident culminated in the deaths of 63 candidates and the disappearance of 11 others. Drawing national attention, the leaders of the Beastmaster Teaching Bureau resigned in disgrace, leading to a significant reshuffling of the upper echelons. Of course, all of this bore little relevance to Mu Xian and his companions, as they departed the Holy Light's secret realm the day after the tragedy concluded. Naturally, Mu Xian secured the first place in the national examination. However, he felt a sense of melancholy regarding this outcome. In just a few short months, he had bid farewell to several acquaintances, from his deskmate Chen Kong to the old principal Lin Xianyi, and now to Fang Yintian. "Let me bring this damned era to an end," Mu Xian whispered. The reward for achieving first place in the national examination allowed him to directly request 3 materials from the Beastmaster Teaching Bureau, though there were restrictions on the tier, which could only be 1 rank higher than his own beast. Initially, Mu Xian sought a king tier material with both ice and dragon attributes, but his request was predictably denied. Ultimately, he opted for a rare king tier Starlight Dragon Heart and 2 other king tier spatial resources, maximizing his benefits. The Tomorrow Star Hotel, in stark contrast to the previous days of bustling activity, now appeared remarkably tranquil. The vast majority of candidates remained in their rooms, recuperating and contemplating which schools to apply to. Mu Xian, however, promptly applied to the Eternal Academy, and his application was accepted without delay, awaiting his enrollment in half a month. At that moment, a staff member from the Beastmaster Teaching Bureau knocked on Mu Xian's door. "Mu Xian, the materials you requested have arrived." "Excellent." Mu Xian nodded lightly. He was not particularly concerned about the 3 resources, without king-tier materials. His Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon would likely be unable to undergo a perfect evolution. The so-called perfect evolution entailed enhancements in bloodline, tier, skills, and quality, all of which required higher-tier resources for a reasonable evolutionary path, something that was rare among Beastmasters. Soon, the staff member opened the alloy case, revealing the materials inside, a heart still faintly pulsating, radiating starlight and the majesty of dragons. Indeed, the rare king tier Starlight Dragon Heart. Starlight Dragon Heart. Tier: King. Applicable range: Starlight. Dragon description: a remarkably rare heart of a starlight dragon, infused with abundant starlight energy and a trace of the exceedingly rare bloodline of the primordial star dragon. Mu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The bloodline of the primordial star dragon. He nearly burst into laughter. He merely sought a different attribute dragon heart for experimental purposes and never expected that he would receive a bonus, a trace of the exceedingly rare bloodline of the primordial star dragon. His luck was simply beyond words. Turning his attention to the other 2 spatial resources, he wore a satisfied expression. One was a jet black bamboo root, and the other a shimmering silver stone, identified as the Tain Tianshu Bamboo Node and the Silver Sky Xian Universe Stone, respectively. Tain Tianshu Bamboo Node. Tier: King. Applicable range: Spatial, Domain, Terrain, Barrier description: a highly rare bamboo node of the Tain Tianshu Bamboo, containing pure spatial energy. Silver Sky Xian Universe Stone. Tier: King. Applicable range: Spatial, Domain, Terrain, Barrier description: a highly rare spatial resource, the Silver Sky Xian Universe Stone, infused with pure spatial energy. For spatial beastmasters, growth is best achieved by consuming diverse spatial resources. Constantly consuming the same type can be detrimental. The Tain Tianshu Bamboo leans towards the shadow attribute of spatial resources, while the Silver Sky Xian Universe Stone leans towards barriers. These resources are nearly non-existent in Jia Province, but have appeared a few times in the imperial capital, which Mu Xian had noted. In Mu Xian's view, his greatest gain from this endeavor was the trace of the primordial star dragon bloodline. Although it was but a sliver, it was still immensely valuable. For the primordial star dragon was an ancestral-level beast, having appeared only once in history. "Are you satisfied, Mu Xian?" the staff member inquired after a thorough introduction. "Quite satisfied," Mu Xian replied with a smile, signing the receipt. Once the staff member departed, Mu Xian swiftly drew the curtains, ensuring that there were no surveillance devices, and extracted the trace of the primordial star dragon bloodline essence from the Starlight Dragon Heart with utmost speed. To be precise, it was a drop of the primordial star dragon bloodline essence. Primordial star dragon bloodline essence. Species: Primordial star divine beast tier. Ancestral description: a trace of bloodline essence from the ancestral level beast, the primordial star dragon, containing a fraction of the knowledge of its lineage and a small amount of the bloodline power. This drop of bloodline essence sparkled like a droplet of starlight, radiating colors reminiscent of celestial bodies. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though one could see an entire star system within. This drop of bloodline essence was infinitely more precious than the so-called god-eating raven bloodline essence Mu Xian had obtained previously. Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes lit up. Could this not be the perfect evolutionary resource he had been desperately seeking for his Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon? Chapter 077. Perfect Evolution, Sub-Ancestral Level. Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. The more Mu Xian pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If this drop of primordial star dragon bloodline essence could genuinely serve as the evolutionary resource for the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, he would no longer need to exhaust himself in gathering various resources. Little cat, Spatial Leap, take me to a secluded place outside the city, Mu Xian promptly commanded. For the evolution of the Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon, it was naturally unsuitable to remain in the hotel, nor even in the outskirts of the imperial capital. However, he had already conceived of an impeccable location, one where he would undoubtedly be undisturbed. The jumping sky dragon Weasel let out a cry, and in a flash of light, Mu Xian's figure vanished without a trace. Outside the imperial capital, in a rarely traversed area, the figures of Mu Xian and the jumping sky dragon Weasel materialized. He glanced back at the imperial capital and immediately began to search for the nearest spatial node using the Light Scepter's sensing ability. Indeed, Mu Xian intended to enter the Holy Light secret realm to facilitate the evolution of his Ice Crystal Extreme Dragon. With the Light Scepter in hand, Mu Xian no longer needed to traverse the previously fixed spatial passages. Instead, he could establish a temporary spatial passage by approaching the spatial nodes near the Holy Light secret realm. This limitation was due to Mu Xian's insufficient strength. Were he more powerful, he could create a new spatial passage or even relocate the secret realm, thereby gaining complete control over the Holy Light secret realm. Half an hour later, a concealed spatial node was finally located within a mountain range in the northern part of the imperial capital. The next moment, a flash of golden light heralded the sudden formation of a temporary spatial passage. Outside the entrance of the Holy Light secret realm, the new Guardian team suddenly turned their attention towards the realm, sensing its unusualness. However, mere seconds later, this anomaly vanished without a trace, leaving them questioning their own perceptions. The Guardians of the Holy Light secret realm had now become 3 in number. One of them murmured, "It feels as though ever since that incident, this secret realm has become increasingly strange. Stop overthinking it. No matter how strange it gets, it's not for us to worry about, especially since we can't even enter. Indeed, it is as you say, but let it be." Within the sanctum of the Holy Light, in a subterranean cavern, Mu Xian began to meticulously arrange the evolutionary resources for the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, devising its evolutionary path. To his astonishment, he discovered that by utilizing the essence of the ancient star dragon's bloodline as the primary material, he could indeed evolve the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon into a beast of sub-ancestor level potential. Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon Species, Elemental Ice Crystal Dragon. Ancient Divine Beast Rank, Lord Level 1 Bloodline. Monarch Level Quality. Legendary Skills: Ice Crystal Annihilation, Extreme Cold Sealing, Cold Crystal Breath, Cold Extreme Domain. Absolute Zero Storm Materials: Essence of Ancient Star Dragon Bloodline, Cold Extreme Ice Spirit Essence, Extreme Cold Heavenly Ice Flame, Extreme Cold Pool Water. Heart of the Ice Giant Dragon, Millennia Stone Milk Essence Potential Evolution, Ashen Frost Star Dragon, Success Rate 87. The Ashen Frost Star Dragon, possessing sub-ancestor level bloodline potential, is a formidable frost dragon capable of wielding extreme cold flames that can incinerate all, leaving only ashes in their wake. Furthermore, it inherits a portion of the ancient star dragon's powers and awakens certain star-related skills, representing a fusion of the ancient divine beast, Ashen Frost Dragon, and the ancient star dragon bloodline. What Mu Xian valued most was the enhancement of the Ashen Frost Star Dragon's ranged capabilities following its evolution, along with the diversification of its skills. Most importantly, this represented a flawless evolution. Indeed, this is the path, Mu Xian exclaimed with delight, no longer hesitating as he directed the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon to consume all the resources in sequence. As the essence of the ancient star dragon's bloodline and other resources were devoured, a terrifying chill erupted from the Ice Crystal Cold Extreme Dragon, sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters in an instant. Fortunately, the sky-soaring dragon Weasel, ever vigilant, sensed the anomaly and promptly whisked Mu Xian away to safety 1,000 meters away. In mere moments, layers of ice crystals coalesced behind Mu Xian, the extreme cold nearly freezing the entire vicinity. However, before long, a more terrifying spectacle unfolded, as ethereal blue flames ignited upon the ice crystals, seemingly distorting space and scorching time itself. Is this the legendary extreme cold ice flame? Mu Xian marveled, utterly astonished by the unforeseen developments during the ice crystal cold extreme dragon's evolution. This evolution lasted an astonishing 3 hours. Finally, at a certain moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed forth, and a colossal dragon, measuring a full 18 meters in length, soared into the sky, its body a shimmering ice blue, with scales that sparkled like crystals, radiating dazzling prismatic light in the sunlight. From a distance, it appeared as a masterpiece of art. Mu Xian was equally awestruck by the newly transformed Ashen Frost Star Dragon, instinctively questioning himself, am I truly worthy of possessing such a magnificent beast? Ultimately, he concluded that with his own handsomeness, he indeed deserved it. Simultaneously, Mu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of pure power flooding into his body. The beast's reciprocity. This time, the feedback was particularly intense, and Mu Xian sensed the spiritual energy within him rapidly coalescing, on the verge of forming the embryonic shape of a beast protection barrier. Of course, many referred to it as the life-saving beast ring. This is the ultimate survival skill of a beastmaster, equivalent to the defensive prowess of the mightiest beasts. All damage directed at the beastmaster would be mitigated by this ring, and this was the hallmark of a beast king-level beastmaster. However, at this juncture, Mu Xian's beast had just ascended to the pseudo-beast king level, and he was not yet a true beast king-level beastmaster. Hence the beast ring was merely in its embryonic form. Yet, Mu Xian could feel that both his physique and strength had been further enhanced. Roar. Upon achieving evolution, the ice crystal cold extreme dragon, no, it should now be called the Ashen Frost Star Dragon, let out a joyous cry, spiraling through the sky countless times before finally landing before Mu Xian. Only then did Mu Xian take the opportunity to examine the Ashen Frost Star Dragon's information. Ashen Frost Star Dragon species. Ice Elemental, Stellar, Ice Crystal Dragon, Ancient Divine Beast Rank, Pseudo-Beast King Level Bloodline, Sub-Ancestor Level Quality, Legendary Talents, Cold Ash Ice Flame, Cold Absolute Star Calamity Skills, Ice Crystal Obliteration, Extreme Cold Sealing, Ashen Dragon Breath, Ashen Domain, Absolute Zero Storm. Starfall Ice Explosion Description, a rare ice elemental life born from the essence of heaven and earth, originating from deep underground. Initially hindered by insufficient ice elements, it perfectly evolved into an ice crystal cold extreme dragon of peak monarch level potential, and under the influence of the essence of the ancient star dragon bloodline and other resources, it flawlessly evolved into the Ashen Frost Star Dragon, simultaneously possessing the bloodlines of the Ashen Frost Dragon and the Ancient Star Dragon, embodying the legendary traits of the Ice Element, Stellar Element, and Ice Crystal Dragon species. Note: current awakening of Ashen Frost Dragon bloodline at 30. Ancient Star Dragon bloodline at 10. Chapter 078. Testing Skills. The powerful Ashen Frost Star Dragon. Under this perfect evolution, it even awakened innate skills. Mu Xian exclaimed with joy, recognizing that innate skills are a formidable ability that only a select few beastmasters can awaken. And his Ashen Frost Star Dragon had awakened 2 innate skills simultaneously. It can be said that after this perfect evolution, even though the Ashen Frost Star Dragon was still merely at the pseudo-beast king level, it could easily defeat even mid-tier beast kings. Ha ha ha, this is the evolution I desired. Mu Xian laughed heartily. After the initial exuberance, Mu Xian finally calmed down and began testing the skills of the Ashen Frost Star Dragon. After all, the original 5 skills had now expanded to 8, many of which had undergone significant changes. As a beastmaster, Mu Xian naturally needed to ascertain the specifics of these skills. At this moment, the advantages of having his own secret realm became evident. No matter how much Mu Xian toiled, he would remain unnoticed. Little spirit, unleash your innate skill, cold ash ice flame. Roar. The Ashen Frost Star Dragon roared, its voice resonating with the majesty of dragons. In the next instant, a chilling blue flame erupted from its maw. Mu Xian observed as the icy blue flame traversed the space, distorting it, before crashing to the ground with a thundering sound, scattering like snowflakes, silently melting everything within a 100-meter radius. Mu Xian inhaled sharply, gaining a visceral understanding of the Ashen Frost Star Dragon's innate skill. It was akin to a cryogenic missile. Subsequently, Mu Xian had the Ashen Frost Star Dragon test its second innate skill, which left him utterly astonished. The innate skill, Cold Absolute Star Calamity, is a single target skill that simulates the ultra-low temperature light beam emitted by planets near absolute zero. The force generated by these ultra-low-temperature celestial bodies is what is termed as star calamity. Upon invocation, Mu Xian witnessed a deep blue light beam suddenly descending from above the target, piercing through the heavens and the earth, creating a chasm 100 meters deep. Mu Xian could feel that the power of cold absolute star calamity had already reached the high tier of the Beast King level. After casting the 2 innate skills, the Ash and Frost Star Dragon's aura noticeably waned, indicating that innate skills, much like ultimate moves, require considerable energy. Nevertheless, Mu Xian urged the Ashen Frost Star Dragon to continue testing its 6 primary skills to assess its combat sustainability, and the results were quite pleasing. All 6 skills had seen substantial enhancements, particularly the most powerful attack, Starfall Ice Explosion, which conjured a meteor-sized ice chunk measuring 100 meters in diameter, nearly causing an earthquake within the Holy Light Sanctuary. Ultimately, Mu Xian concluded that the Ashen Frost Star Dragon's combat endurance lasted for 39 minutes, with the ultimate move, Starfall Ice Explosion, possessing combat power equivalent to the high tier of the Beast King, albeit requiring a 20-second casting time. The 2 innate skills, however, could be cast in a mere 5 seconds, but their consumption equated to that of 2 Starfall Ice Explosions. Little spirit, splendid, Mu Xian exclaimed, embracing the Ashen Frost Star Dragon warmly, eliciting great joy from the dragon. In the following hours, Mu Xian summoned all of his beast companions, spending the entire night in their playful company, thereby deepening their bond. The next morning, he re-entered his hotel room, where everything appeared unchanged. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Mu Xian's strength had undergone a profound transformation. The next step involved locating 3 Beast King-level dragon-type beasts to engage in the Beast King battle. Mu Xian mused. The more formidable the summoned beasts, the more arduous the Beast King battle becomes, as its fundamental purpose is to attain the recognition of other Beast Kings of the same lineage. Naturally, those with stronger bloodlines will not have feeble kin. Fortunately, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon is of legendary quality, capable of facing opponents of higher tiers, making the completion of the Beast King battle relatively undemanding. The true challenge lies in finding 3 pureblood dragon-type beasts of Beast King caliber. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, solitary pureblood dragon-type Beast Kings are exceedingly rare, as they have largely been exterminated by local beast tamers. Conversely, those cultivated dragon beasts are evidently unsuitable for the Beast King battle. Mu Xian conducted an online search and discovered that information regarding Beast King-level dragon beasts surrounding the imperial capital was several years old. Even more disheartening was the fact that snippets of information could fetch astronomical prices in the tens of thousands. There were, however, some king-level dragon-type beasts, such as the Tyrant Demon Dragon of the Tying Mountain Range, a king-level 8-tier beast, and the king-level 9-tier 9 Een Bone Dragon from the Een Mountain Range. It appears a journey to the Eternal Academy is necessary, Mu Xian thought to himself. Outside the West capital, where the Eternal Academy is located, there exists an almost infinite number of demon beasts, and the West capital would be eager for someone to hunt them down. The next day, Mu Xian checked out of his room, preparing to set forth for the West capital. The West capital, historically known as Xuan, is situated beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains and serves as a colossal fortress, firmly guarding against the demonic beasts' incursions into the Central Plains. However, reaching the West capital is no simple task. Initially, one must travel from the imperial capital via large flying beasts to Wuhan, then take a boat upstream, arriving in Yuzhou, and finally traverse the Tianfu Plain to reach the West capital. This represents one of the most vexing aspects of the beast tamer era. Transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. Outside of Sichuan province, travel is manageable, as large flying beasts can reach most places, but entering the Shu region is a formidable challenge indeed, with its treacherous mountain paths and ceaselessly emerging demon beasts capable of deterring anyone. Nevertheless, the Tianfu Plain, where the Shu region is located, is the largest plain in the Dragon Kingdom and is renowned as the most critical site for food and resource cultivation. As for traveling by flying beasts, such a notion is utterly impractical. The Wushan Mountain Range and the Daba Mountain Range host no fewer than 10 king-level beasts and hundreds of thousands of demon beasts. Attempting to pass over these 2 mountain ranges is tantamount to courting death. It is said that the Dragon Kingdom's government has slain at least 5 king-level beasts to secure the Yangtze River shipping route, at the cost of 3 king-level beast tamers' lives. Hence, the road to Sichuan leaves Mu Xian with no choice but to rely on shipping. Fortunately, booking a large flying beast from the imperial capital is not a challenging endeavor. After paying a staggering fee of several million, Mu Xian secured a Beast King-level flying beast and headed south to Wuhan. The journey from the imperial capital to Wuhan posed minimal danger, especially aboard a Beast King-level flying beast, and he arrived safely in Wuhan. Boarding a ship to Yuzhou from Wuhan was not lacking in passengers. Mu Xian waited only a day before boarding a passenger vessel bound for Yuzhou, a Lord-level iron shell giant turtle. From Wuhan, he traveled upstream, passing through cities such as Yiyang, Jingzhou, and Yichang, until he finally entered the Wushan mountain range, arriving at the most challenging segment of his journey. Dear passengers, we are about to enter the Wushan Gorge. Everyone, please remain vigilant and ensure your primary summon beasts are ready for any unforeseen circumstances. The captain of the iron shell giant turtle intoned gravely. Inside a small compartment on the iron shell giant turtle, Mu Xian cast a wary glance out the window. Recognizing that the Wushan Gorge is the most perilous stretch of the entire Yangtze River route, beneath him, the sky-leaping heavenly dragon Weasel was already poised for action, while in his arms lay the exquisite Jiming butterfly. This area had previously witnessed 13 large-scale attacks by demon beasts on shipping routes, resulting in over 2,000 casualties. Subsequently, the Dragon Kingdom established the Yangtze River Escort Team, specifically tasked with combating demon beast groups that dared to disrupt the shipping lanes. Ultimately, 117 demon beast clans residing along the Yangtze River were eradicated, 3 king-level beasts were slain, and countless beast kings and lord-level beasts were vanquished, restoring safety to the river. However, the reproductive capabilities of demon beasts are alarmingly potent. Within just a few years, new demon beasts began to emerge and wreak havoc, despite periodic purges every few months. Some always evade capture and assault passenger vessels. The captain of the iron shell giant turtle chuckled reassuringly. There's no need for excessive worry. I've traversed this route for 15 years, and this is my last trip. Once I finish this journey, I'm ready to retire. Don't speak. At that moment, a rude voice interrupted the captain's words. A girl, rolling her eyes, retorted, "Could you please refrain from making such proclamations? You might lead us to our doom." The captain, suddenly embarrassed, stammered, My bad. I didn't mean to jinx it." No sooner had he spoken than the iron shell giant turtle emitted a sudden, agonizing roar, followed by a violent shaking. This unexpected upheaval sent several passengers tumbling from the turtle's back, while the remaining travelers were thrown into a state of panic. Even the captain was momentarily stunned, forgetting to reassure the iron shell giant turtle. Yet, Mu Xian observed keenly, as beneath the iron shell giant turtle, numerous demon beast signals appeared. Dragon pattern water monkey, species, water type dragon tier, Lord level 8 bloodline, beast king level quality, exceptional skills, water cannon, dragon pattern force. Stirring up the wind and waves, dragon might dread, great whirlpool description. Originally an ordinary water monkey, it fortuitously consumed the heart of a giant dragon, awakening the dragon bloodline and significantly enhancing its power. Yangtze River swordfish species, water type, dragon whisker water demon species, water type, ice claw lobster species, water type. Amidst the dense information of demon beasts, Mu Xian's attention was immediately drawn to the strongest among them. Its unique information panel stirred his interest. Should this beast be sold, it could potentially yield several valuable resources. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Xian summoned the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon, instructing, "Little Ling, freeze the water's surface. Focus on attacking the underwater demon beasts. Little Cat, wait for the opportune moment to capture that dragon pattern water monkey. There will be a reward for you." With a mighty roar, a majestic dragon materialized above the iron shell giant turtle, astonishing the majority of the passengers. In the next instant, the dragon opened its mouth, unleashing an intensely frigid force that encased the area surrounding the iron shell giant turtle in ice, extending hundreds of meters. Then, a more terrifying sight emerged. Keen-eyed observers noticed ethereal blue flames igniting beneath the ice. Mu Xian nodded in satisfaction. The debut of the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon was quite impressive. Suddenly, Mu Xian glanced to the side and saw the girl who had previously chastised the captain, now commanding 2 wind-type summoned beasts, unleashing a continuous barrage of wind blades that felled dozens of demon beasts. Mu Xian instinctively regarded her with surprise. Her strength was unexpectedly formidable. While she may not rival him, she certainly surpassed the average individual by a considerable margin. Qin Shi, species, human race rank, commander level 9 beast companions, Wind Chaser Snow Hawk, Lord level 9, Sky Bluebird, Lord level 6, Azure Light Spirit Sparrow, Lord level 4, Wind Chaser Snow Hawk, species, Wind and Snow Hawk clan rank, Lord level 9 bloodline, Beast King level quality, exceptional skills, Gale Speed. Snow Retribution, Windstorm, Heavenly Wind Demon Claw, Gale, Thunderstorm Snow Description, a unique beast from the Wind and Snow Secret Realm. It has unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the Wind and Snow Divine Hawk, possessing tremendous potential and combat prowess. Is this girl Qin, she also a new student of the Eternal Academy? Mu Xian couldn't help but glance again, secretly speculating. In the distance, Qin she seemed to have noticed Mu Xian, and she smiled at him, which took him by surprise. At that moment, a silver-white kitten emerged from the void, followed by a dragon-patterned water monkey confined in space, its demeanor listless as it was trapped and unable to move. The sky-soaring dragon Weasel proudly called out to Mu Xian, as if asking, "How am I doing, master?" Mu Xian chuckled softly, praising the little creature. "Well done, little cat." Released the dragon-patterned water monkey. He then stored the dragon-patterned water monkey into the temporary beast ring and surveyed his surroundings, noticing that, with the assistance of Mu Xian, Qin Shi, and other beast tamers, the chaos caused by the monsters had largely been brought under control. Yet, just as everyone prepared to cheer, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon suddenly emitted a warning roar, alerting them to something lurking beneath the water, sending a jolt through Mu Xian's heart. What could provoke such a reaction from the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon was surely no ordinary beast. It was most likely a Beast King level monster. In the next moment, amidst the gasps of astonishment, a gigantic beast with a fearsome head broke through the surface of the water, roaring at the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon with a tone filled with provocation and greed. Mu Xian's heart sank. His guess was correct. It was indeed a Beast King level monster, and moreover, a subdragon. Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast Species, Water and Psychic Subdragon Clan Rank, Beast King Level 6 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Exceptional Talent, Water Control Skills, Azure Water Flow, Dragon Roar, Blood-Eye Golden-Eye, Triple Tidal Wave. Water Dragon's Cry Description, a subdragon beast with the bloodline of the Azure Water Dragon that has awakened the talent of water control. It had been in a deep slumber within the Yangtze River, purifying its dragon blood to evolve into a true dragon clan, but was awakened by a passing pure-blood dragon beast, igniting the greedy, beastly nature of the Azure Water Golden-Eye beast. What manner of beast is this? A Beast King level. This is undoubtedly a Beast King level monster. The Beast King markings. Look at those markings. 1, 2, 3, 6 Beast King markings. A full 6 markings. How could a Beast King level 6 monster appear in the Yangtze River? It's over. We're doomed. We're all going to die. Woo. In that moment, despair engulfed everyone on the iron-armored giant turtle. They recognized the peculiar markings on the powerful beast's body. Those were the Beast King markings. A full 6 markings foretold that this beast was of Beast King level 6. Even the young girl Qin, she could not help but show a look of concern. Could that handsome boy across from them withstand such a formidable opponent? Chapter 080, Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast, joining forces to slay Beast King level 6. Mu Xian murmured, his face growing serious. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had faced since embarking on the path of a beast tamer, yet fortunately, he was not without the means to fight. Xiaoling, prepare for battle. Mu Xian declared loudly, watch its eyes. Little cat, you assist as well. He then addressed the sky-soaring dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder. The Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon exhibited signs of excitement. A pure-blood dragon would not fear such a subdragon. Meow? The sky-soaring dragon Weasel exclaimed before vanishing into the void. Mu Xian pondered for a moment and summoned the Holy Light Spirit. Xiaoguang, cast Holy Light Blessing on Xiaoling. The Holy Light Spirit appeared like a fluffy cloud, and as soon as Mu Xian gave his instruction, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, enhancing the already majestic beast with a divine radiance. In the next moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon struck first, unleashing a pale blue, nearly pure white fireball aimed directly at the Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast. As the Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast attempted to evade, an invisible force suddenly acted upon it, immobilizing it on the spot. However, mere seconds later, the confinement vanished, and at the critical moment, the icy blue fireball struck the Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's innate skill, Frostfire of Ash. The Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast managed to emit a furious roar, but the terrifying icy flames had already enveloped it. This was a coordinated strike between the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the sky-soaring dragon Weasel, a perfect synergy between two beast companions. Seizing the opportunity, the two beasts wasted no time, each unleashing their powerful skills. Mere seconds later, a dazzling beam of chilling light descended from the sky, precisely striking the Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast. The beam pierced through the Azure Water Golden-Eyed Beast, continuing downward into the Yangtze River. With a resounding crash, the surface of the river froze in an instant, sparkling with starlight, the cold piercing to the bone. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's second innate skill, absolute cold star desolation. Simultaneously, the sky-soaring dragon Weasel unleashed its ultimate move. A swirling gray light suddenly manifested around the azure water golden eye beast, causing the entire space to warp. The immense tearing force nearly shredding the azure water golden eye beast into pieces. With a resounding hum, a massive black void appeared where the azure water golden eye beast stood, exuding a terrifying energy. Under this overwhelming power, the massive form of the azure water golden eye beast was almost drawn into the abyss. The sky-soaring dragon Weasel's ultimate move, space collapse. At the critical moment, the azure water golden eye beast finally regained its composure. The 6 Beast King markings on its body suddenly illuminated, and at that crucial juncture, it conjured a phantom blue water dragon, roaring with an air of boundless authority. The echoing roar reverberated throughout the Yangtze River. In that moment, the terrifying icy flames that engulfed it gradually extinguished, the dazzling beam of starlight shattered, and the space-warping vortex was forcefully neutralized. The formidable strength of a Beast King level 6 was laid bare. Yet, those with keen eyes could see that the azure water golden eye beast had still sustained severe injuries. Indeed, in the next moment, layers of ice encased the azure water golden eye beast, and not far away, a nearly transparent spatial blade pierced directly towards its eye. Though powerful, the azure water golden eye beast had failed to detect the spatial blade in advance. With another agonized roar, the spatial blade shattered the ice, piercing the azure water golden eye beast's left eye, its roar echoing throughout the Yangtze River. At that moment, a bluish-green light seemed to manifest on the surface of the azure water golden eye beast, but before it could unleash its power, another invisible spatial confinement descended upon it. 30 seconds later, above the Yangtze River, a piece of ice carrying a terrifying chill, ablaze with blue-white flames, surged towards the azure water golden eye beast. With a thunderous crash, the azure water golden eye beast met the falling ice. The dreadful ice thrust the azure water golden eye beast into the depths of the river, the fierce cold erupting, creating a massive splash. However, even more terrifying was that before the splash could settle, it transformed into shards of ice, and crystalline snow began to fall from the sky. Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon's ultimate move, Starfall Ice Explosion. Well done, Xiaoling little cat. Magnificent work. Mu Xian exclaimed joyfully, his heart brimming with elation as he beheld the information panel of the azure water golden-eyed beast before it vanished. The formidable Beast King, a 6th-tier subdragon class demon, had perished just like that. At this moment, everyone aboard the ironclad giant turtle ship found it hard to believe that such a powerful and terrifying Beast King had fallen, defeated by 2 beast tamers, particularly at the hands of the young beast master. Not far away, the young girl Xuan, she was equally astonished by the boy's displayed combat prowess. The majestic dragon-type beast he commanded was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, the spatial-type beast he possessed, presumably at the lord level, managed to restrain a 6th-tier beast king for such an extended period. In comparison, how could I, Qin Shi, possibly consider myself a prodigy? Mu Xian smiled faintly, summoning the little cat back and instructing it to dive into the water to retrieve the corpse of the azure water golden-eyed beast, for it was a beast king-level creature, its body replete with treasures that Mu Xian could not afford to overlook. Subsequently, he began to distribute food for his 2 beasts, and the ironclad giant turtle ship resumed its journey. Perhaps due to Mu Xian's overwhelming display of might, they encountered no further beast attacks along the way. Finally, after 2 days, Mu Xian arrived at his destination, Yuzhou. Upon entering Yuzhou, he found himself in the Sichuan Basin, where he could directly board a large flying beast to reach the west capital fortress. At the boarding point for the large flying beasts, Mu Xian was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face, Qin Shi. Senior, you must be a senior from the Eternal Academy, right? I owe you a debt of gratitude from a couple of days ago, the girl said shyly. Mu Xian was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Qin Shi was likely a student from the same cohort at the Eternal Academy, but had mistakenly regarded him as a senior from previous years. With a chuckle, he replied, I am no senior. I am a new student this year. Are you also a new student? Also a new student this year. Qin Shi stood there in disbelief, gazing at Mu Xian as though he were an extraterrestrial, her mind racing with the thought, can someone who has slain a 6th-tier beast king truly be just a new student? Mu Xian smiled, don't you believe me? You must have heard of me. My name is Mu Xian. Qin Shi was momentarily stunned before she finally recalled. You are the Mu Xian who topped the national examination? It's you. Chapter 081. Eternal Academy Enrollment. Virtual Hunting Tower. Thus, we are indeed in the same cohort, Mu Xian said with a grin. Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment for having mistaken a fellow new student for a senior. Fortunately, at that moment, the large flying beast finally gathered enough passengers under the beastmasters' commands and took off towards the West Capital Fortress. The journey from Yuzhou to the West Capital in the Sichuan Basin was primarily under human control, thus posing minimal danger. They encountered only a wave of flying demon beasts before safely arriving at the West Capital. As they approached the city walls of the West Capital, Mu Xian gazed into the distance and observed that the fortress almost completely obstructed the mountain pass. Unlike the imperial capital, the buildings within the West Capital were relatively low, with scarce lighting, and the overall style transitioned from opulence to ruggedness and valor. The beastmaster of the flying beast remarked, "This is our West Capital Fortress, which has been fending off the demon beasts from the 10,000 Great Mountains for over a century. Since its establishment, no demon beast has successfully invaded." Mu Xian nodded thoughtfully, the history of the West Capital unfolding in his mind. Over a century ago, the Sichuan Basin had been repeatedly besieged by beast tides, prompting the Dragon Kingdom's government to resolve to construct the West Capital Fortress with the strength of the entire nation, thereby completely halting the beast tides beyond its walls. They even regarded the West Capital as a stronghold, frequently dispatching troops from there to cleanse the demon beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains. To this day, the West Capital is home to 9 universities, with the prestigious Eternal Academy among them, alongside 8 other institutions, boasting a student body of over 100,000 beastmasters, having cultivated more than 1 million graduates over the years. 50 years ago, a second fortress was established within the 10,000 Great Mountains, known as Chengdu. Regrettably, within just a decade, Chengdu fell to the combined schemes of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult, succumbing to the beast tide. Since then, humanity has retreated from the 10,000 Great Mountains for 40 years. Soon, Mu Xian and Qin stepped into the West Capital Fortress, personally experiencing the fierce aura that enveloped this fortified city. Next came the series of enrollment procedures, qualification verifications, and other administrative tasks, after which they were assigned individual dormitory suites, a 2-bedroom apartment that far surpassed the dormitories of his previous life. However, according to the enthusiastic Senior Li Lu, the school also offered entire villas, but to secure such accommodations, one must demonstrate formidable strength and vie for rankings within designated areas. The Eternal Academy is divided into 9 districts, corresponding to 9 faculties, categorized by species. For instance, Mu Xian was assigned to Area A of the Dragon-type Beast Tamers, where all students possessed Dragon-type, or even Dragon Beasts, and competition was said to be intense. Of course, Mu Xian was unfazed. He did not believe there were any new students in Area A who could surpass him. After a full day of bustling about, the enrollment process was finally completed. After a night of rest, he did not immediately venture outside the West Capital to hunt beasts. Instead, he planned to first familiarize himself with the resource library of the Eternal Academy, seeking resources he might require. Upon accessing the internal network of the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian was astonished by the abundance of resources displayed before him in the library. He had not anticipated such a wealth of resources within the Academy's repository. Even without special privileges to view unique resources, the sheer variety of ordinary resources alone led Mu Xian to deduce that the Academy's special resources far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, coming to the Eternal Academy was the right choice. It was truly a place where deserving individuals ought to be. Mu Xian chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the young girl Qin, she was also in her dormitory, perusing the resource library on the internal network with a hint of a smile, convinced that among so many resources, there must be Phoenix blood. She too felt that coming to the Eternal Academy was a wise decision. The next day, Mu Xian stepped out of his dormitory, eagerly preparing to venture beyond the West Capital to hunt demon beasts. Just as he was leaving Area A for the outside, he passed by a towering structure, where a surprising number of people were congregating. At least 100 individuals, gathered around a large screen displaying something intriguing. This piqued Mu Xian's interest. Upon inquiring, he learned that this was the virtual hunting tower that Senior Li Lu had mentioned the day before. The virtual hunting tower was said to allow participants to enter a mental projection, simulating 98 of a beastmaster's real capabilities. Testers needed to slay all demon beasts within a specified time to successfully clear a level. The virtual hunting tower comprised 12 floors, with each level cleared granting a certain number of credits, which were crucial for exchanging resources. 1 credit could be exchanged for an elite level resource. 10 credits could be redeemed for a commander level resource. 100 credits could procure a lord level resource. And 1,000 credits could be exchanged for an ordinary beast king level resource. Mu Xian then observed that when a challenger cleared a level, the floor would illuminate briefly, drawing the attention of nearby onlookers, especially when someone made it onto the leaderboard, which elicited waves of astonished gasps, a true tool for flaunting and impressing others. At that moment, a dashing young man emerged, and the crowd began to exclaim in excitement. It's Lu Zihao. He has made it to the 9th level, ranking 99th. So impressive. Ranking 99th meant if he could maintain his position for a month, he would earn 100 credits. The 9th level was filled with high-tier lord-level demon beasts. How formidable must Lu Zihao's black and white tyrant hound be? Isn't that the truth? This time, Lu Zihao is bound to rise. Listening to the chatter around him, Mu Xian was left speechless. Just reaching the high-tier lord level was considered a rise. If he were to unleash his pseudo-beast king level ice ember frost star dragon, wouldn't he soar immediately? Mu Xian shook his head, astonished by the ostentation displayed by the Eternal Academy. A senior sister, noticing his gesture, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Junior, it seems you harbor a certain disdain for Lu Zihao." Mu Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, is this the caliber of our Eternal Academy? With that, he gestured toward Lu Zihao. The senior sister burst into laughter. "Junior, this virtual hunting tower is designed for students below the Beast King level. Lu Zihao is a level 7 lord. That is commendable." Realizing that the esteemed Beast King tamers looked down upon such a play like virtual hunting tower, Mu Xian suddenly inquired, "Senior sister, how many credits can one earn for conquering this virtual hunting tower?" Though perplexed, she explained, "The points are substantial. By conquering all 12 levels of the virtual hunting tower, one can earn a base of 666 credits. If you perform exceptionally well and complete it in a short duration, there are additional bonuses. So, are you interested in giving it a try?" Mu Xian's eyes lit up. 666 credits seemed sufficient for him to exchange for half a piece of Beast King level resources. Without hesitation, he plunged into the hunting tower. Shortly after his entry, 2 remarkably handsome young men also stepped into the virtual hunting tower, igniting a stir among the onlooking students. It was none other than Ren Xiaojun, ranked 9th, and Ku Xiaodian, ranked 12th. Ren Xiaojun's Iron Bloodblade Mantis must have reached the Pseudo-Beast King level by now. Could he be attempting a direct clearance? Moreover, Ku Xiaodian's White Jade War Elephant should also be at the Pseudo-Beast King level. Rumor had it that both Ren Xiaojun and Ku Xiaodian were vying for Zhu Menghan's affection. Could this be their chance to settle the score in the virtual hunting tower? The excitement grew as the crowd speculated about the wager they had heard about recently. Chapter 082. Clearance, Breaking Records. Within the virtual hunting tower, Mu Xian, following the prompts, summoned his primary beast, the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. A fleeting light enveloped him and his beast, and soon, Mu Xian felt his consciousness detach from his physical form. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in an octagonal hall, confronted by 100 elite level 3 Gale Wolves. The hunt commenced. Following a grand proclamation, the 100 Gale Wolves sprang into action, forming a formation to charge from all directions. Mu Xian glanced beside him. The Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon let out a low growl, and in an instant, all the Gale Wolves lay defeated. Level 1 cleared. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. The hall shrank slightly, and this time, 100 elite level 6 Black Widow spiders appeared before Mu Xian. Roar. Level 3, 100 elite level 9 Bone Sorcerers. Level 4, a commanding beast emerged. Mu Xian quickly grasped the hunting tower's mechanism, with each level cleared. The beast's strength escalated by 3 minor tiers. By his calculations, the final 12 levels would likely reach the high tier of the Beast King level. It was difficult to fathom who could possibly succeed at such a daunting challenge. Surely, the final 3 levels would not be so exaggerated. Mu Xian mused. His speculation proved accurate. After effortlessly defeating the 100 level 9 bloodthirsty demon vines on the 9th level, Mu Xian stepped into the 10th level, only to find himself facing 100 pseudo-beast king level celestial tyrant tigers. Meanwhile, outside, the spectators gasped in disbelief. Did I just see that correctly? In just a few minutes, someone has already advanced from the 1st to the 10th level. I saw it too. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Who is this individual? They are simply too powerful. Could it be Ren Xiaojun? Or perhaps Ku Xiaodian? This is shaping up to be a record-breaking attempt. It only took 3 minutes to reach the 10th level. By the way, what is the highest record for our virtual hunting tower? 1 hour and 56 minutes. Just under 2 hours for a complete clearance. That record belongs to our Academy's top 3 seniors, now hailed as the Eternal Prodigies. Look, the 12th level has lit up. Someone is advancing through it. It seems our Eternal Academy is about to give birth to another top-tier genius. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation as they turned toward the entrance of the virtual hunting tower, eager to behold the emergence of this prodigious talent. However, to everyone's astonishment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before them. It was none other than the highly anticipated Ren Xiaojun. What is happening? Why is Ren Xiaojun out already? The 12th level's light is still illuminated, indicating that the swift climber was not Ren Xiaojun. Ren Xiaojun, observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had genuinely intended to clear the tower in one go, only to falter at the 10th level. What a shame. Fortunately, most of the onlookers were still focused on the 12th level, so Ren Xiaojun's presence did not garner much attention. He too gazed up at the tower, startled by the 12th level's illumination. Could it be Xiaodian, watching a competitor poised to clear the tower and ascend to the top of the rankings? Ren Xiaojun felt a pang of jealousy. Minghan, I did my best. Yet soon, his eyes widened in disbelief as Xiaodian also emerged, appearing somewhat disappointed. But the 12th level's light remained aglow. Could it be that besides myself and Xiaodian, another student at the pseudo-beast king level has attempted the tower? Ren Xiaojun pondered incredulously. This thought quickly permeated the minds of all present, leaving them unable to shake it off. At that moment, curiosity surged. Who could this challenger be? In a corner beneath the hunting tower, the senior sister displayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that young man who had approached her earlier, the legendary figure? How could that be possible? Just then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 12th level of the virtual hunting tower illuminated sequentially, radiating brilliant light as if celebrating the birth of yet another challenger. Only an hour had passed. How could this be possible? To be precise, it was 58 minutes and 29 seconds, a record-breaking feat, surpassing all previous benchmarks. Look, the leaderboard has been updated. Newcomer Mu Xian. Timing, 58 minutes and 29 seconds. Ranking first. The challenger is, astonishingly, a newcomer. This is monumental news. The newcomers haven't even officially started their semester yet. Yet one has already demonstrated the prowess to clear the hunting tower. How are we, the seniors who have been here for 2 years, supposed to compete? In that moment, the onlookers erupted in fervor. This was beyond anyone's expectations. The record for the fastest clearance was shattered by a mere newcomer, who, strictly speaking, had yet to formally enroll. At last, the doors of the virtual hunting tower swung open, revealing a dashing young man. He met the incredulous gazes of the crowd with a slight smile before gracefully departing. Thus began the legend of Mu Xian, which would echo throughout the Eternal Academy. Upon exiting the hunting tower, Mu Xian could not suppress a smile. For just moments ago, he had achieved the fastest recorded clearance of the tower, earning not only 1332 credits, but also a remarkable Beast King level resource perfectly suited for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, the Heavenly Ice Dragon Star Stone. Heavenly Ice Dragon Star Stone. Tier, Low Tier Beast King applicable range, Dragon, Subdragon, Serpent, Ice description, a meteorite that fell from beyond, imbued with an extraordinarily potent icy stellar force. Later inadvertently infused with the Dragon's power from the Dragon Bloodstone vein, transforming into a rare resource that amalgamates the attributes of ice, stars, and dragons. This Beast King level resource is nearly a perfect match for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, undoubtedly the best cultivation resource for it among the low-tier Beast King materials. Though unexpectedly in possession of the celestial Ice Dragon Star Stone, Mu Xian resolutely adhered to his original plan and ventured beyond the western capital to hunt ferocious beasts. Along the way, he stopped at several beast-taming resource shops, where he adeptly disposed of the dragon pattern water monkey he had previously captured in the Yangtze River, ultimately exchanging it for a substantial sum of 200 million, which he used to procure a plethora of resources related to the thunder and holy light elements. In comparison, the combat prowess of his 5 beast companions, particularly the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon and the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel, was already formidable enough, making further advancement or evolution a distant prospect. Thus, Mu Xian's primary focus naturally shifted to the rampaging Thunder Bear and the Radiant Holy Spirit. Once he had aided the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon in ascending to the true Beast King tier, he would then gather the necessary evolution resources for the 2 smaller creatures. Unbeknownst to Mu Xian, since his departure from the academy, an avalanche of news regarding him had erupted on the school's internal forum, where he was even exalted as the new generation's unparalleled genius of the Eternal Academy. Chapter 083, The Beast King Battle, the the fiery demon dragon. Next in line was the Beast King battle for the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon. Muxian mused. It seems I must acquire information regarding low-tier Beast Kings. I hope the intelligence is accurate. Purchasing beast information is a commonplace occurrence. Many beast tamers lacking sufficient power would sell the intelligence they gathered on formidable beasts they discovered to information organizations. When beast tamers sought to track a specific type of beast, they naturally needed to purchase such intelligence. In fact, the internal network of the Eternal Academy features a dedicated section for beast intelligence, where every entry is clearly priced and holds a high credibility. Soon, Mu Xian acquired 3 pieces of Beast King tier intelligence through the internal network, expending a total of 1,000 points: the Fiery Demon Dragon, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, and a suspected Purple Lightning Dragon. The 10,000 Great Mountains, historically known as the Hengduan Mountains, comprises 7 massive mountain ranges, forming a kingdom of ferocious beasts. Legends speak of 7 beings transcending the king tier dwelling within the 10,000 Great Mountains, known as the 7 Great Beast Ancestors. It is precisely due to the existence of these 7 great ancestors that the Dragon Kingdom's efforts to conquer the 10,000 Great Mountains have always been exceedingly arduous. 50 years ago marked the closest attempt to success. During that time, the 7 great ancestors were embroiled in internal strife, leading to the fall of one ancestor, which allowed the Dragon Kingdom to seize the opportunity and construct the Chengdu Fortress. However, to their astonishment, under the machinations of the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult, the remaining 6 ancestors ultimately reconciled, resulting in the fall of Chengdu amidst successive beast tides. One could say that the Dark Alliance and the Beast God cult pose the greatest threat, their fundamental aim being the annihilation of human civilization, making them humanity's adversaries. 50 years have passed, and the 10,000 Great Mountains remain under the dominion of the 7 great ancestors, who, fortunately, recognize the Dragon Kingdom's formidable nature and harbor no intentions of invading the Central Plains. Thus, the 2 sides occasionally engage in skirmishes outside the Chengdu Fortress, serving both as military training and a means to deplete the excess ferocious beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Mu Xian unfurled the map of the 10,000 Great Mountains to identify his target, and suddenly, he discovered a suitable target within the 3rd Hengduan Mountain Range. The 3rd Hengduan Mountain Range is the longest among the 7 ranges, covering the most extensive area, and it is under the control of the beast ancestor, the destructive Thunder Dragon. It is said that the majority of beasts within the 3rd Hengduan Mountain Range belong to the dragon lineage, and there should be no shortage of pure-blood dragon beasts at the Beast King tier. Mu Xian set forth towards the 3rd Hengduan Mountain Range. Yet he remained unaware that 2 figures were observing his every move from behind, engaged in hushed discussion. Upon entering the wilderness, Mu Xian quickly realized what it meant to be engulfed by a sea of ferocious beasts. Within just half a day, he encountered several beast attacks, with signs of beasts appearing every few kilometers. This was still under the influence of the Ice Ember Frost Star Dragon, which had released its pure-blood dragon aura. The reputation of the kingdom of ferocious beasts was indeed well-deserved. As evening fell, while Mu Xian was roasting meat, a young man approached him with deliberate steps. "Who are you?" Mu Xian queried, on high alert. He recalled the first lesson at Beast Taming High School, which warned that the greatest danger in the wilderness does not stem from beasts, but rather from humans. The young man chuckled amiably. "I am Xiao Ting. I wish to make your acquaintance." Mu Xian scrutinized the individual before him, whose information unfolded before his eyes, revealing that he was unexpectedly a Beast King-level beast tamer. Xiao Ning, species, human rank, Lord Tier 2 talent, Time Chamber Beasts, Great Dark Divine Spirit Warrior, Beast King Tier 2, Three-Headed Hellhound, Beast King Tier 1, Bloodflame Crystal Dragon, Lord Tier 9, Dark Grand Elf, Lord Tier 8, 2 Beast King-level beasts, and a Time Chamber? This must be the legendary Time Attribute talent. Is this Xiao Ning the fabled protagonist? Mu Xian maintained an impassive expression, though internally he was a tempest of thoughts, mentally critiquing the situation. Observing this individual's beasts, which were either dark or demonic in nature, it was highly likely he was affiliated with the Dark Alliance, and his status was presumably not low. Quietly, Mu Xian signaled to the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel beside him to prepare for a spatial leap. He had no confidence in confronting 2 Beast King-level beasts. Moreover, any disturbances within this Hengduan mountain range could easily attract the attention of powerful, ferocious beasts. "Why do you wish to know me? Am I that famous?" Mu Xian replied with a faint smile. Xiao Ning, the young man who had introduced himself as Xiao Ting, burst into laughter. "Brother Mu Xian, you are quite renowned in the Eternal Academy. Mu Xian nodded lightly before suddenly inquiring, "So, as a member of the Dark Alliance, what is your purpose in seeking me out?" Xiao Ning looked at Mu Xian in astonishment. "How did you discern that?" After a brief pause, he replied with a grin, "Indeed, I am a member of the Dark Alliance, but unlike others, I am a good person. I am here to invite you, Brother Mu Xian, to join my team. Together, let us reform the Dark Alliance. With your demonstrated talent, in 7 or 8 years, we could very well be the ones calling the shots in the Dark Alliance." Mu Xian regarded Xiao Ning with understanding, realizing that this charming invitation was merely an attempt to recruit him as a subordinate. I believe being a regular beast tamer suits me just fine. I have no interest in your Dark Alliance. That is not for you to decide." Xiao Ning's expression darkened, and suddenly, 4 strands of black light emerged behind him, catching Mu Xian off guard as he launched an attack. However, Mu Xian's reflexes were evidently swifter than Xiao Ning's. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and in the astonished gaze of Xiao Ning, he vanished in an instant. "I'll be damned." Xiao Ning was on the verge of exploding with anger. He had finally identified a talent worth recruiting, only for the individual to flee outright. When did he realize my true identity? As Xiao Ning reflected on the recent events, a dark expression crossed his face. The audacity of someone proclaiming his identity left him feeling deeply unsettled and immensely displeased. Never had anyone dared to defy him. The third heir apparent of the Dark Alliance, not even the gods themselves. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, Mu Xian was soothing the sky leap dragon Weasel while unable to suppress his exasperation, wondering how the Dark Alliance could be so brazen. Tomorrow, he would ensure to uproot them entirely. Then, Mu Xian found himself in a state of bewilderment, realizing he had become lost. Indeed, he had lost his way and had no notion of his surroundings, though he could confirm he was still within the 3rd Hengduan mountain range. Fortunately, after a day had passed, thanks to the exceptional sense of direction possessed by the sky leap dragon Weasel, Mu Xian successfully arrived at his initially designated destination, the 3rd Hengduan mountain range, the remnant peaks of the Fire Demon Ridge. The Fire Demon Ridge is teeming with fire demon dragons, and the leader is precisely the target of Mu Xian's expedition, the Beast King level Fiery Demon Dragon. After confirming with the Sky Leap Dragon Weasel that only the Fiery Demon Dragon resided in this vicinity, Mu Xian laughed heartily. "Little Ling, unleash your Beast King battle and vanquish the Fiery Demon Dragon atop Fire Demon Ridge. Roar." The Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon also exhibited a sense of exhilaration, soaring gracefully through the air as it unleashed a thunderous roar towards the Fire Demon Ridge. Chapter 084. A Triumphant First Battle. Soon after, an even more formidable dragon roar resonated through the atmosphere, followed by the appearance of a grotesque giant dragon engulfed in black flames. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and 2 dark patterns adorned its body, revealing it to be a Tier 2 Beast King. Flame Demon Dragon Species. Fire Elemental Dragon Clan Tier. Beast King 2 Bloodline. Beast King Level Quality. Excellent Skills. Infernal Flame Breath. Dragon Claw. Venomous Fire. Cataclysmic Dragon Strike Description. A flame demon dragon residing in the Fire Demon Ridge of the 3rd Hengduan mountain range, utterly unremarkable and devoid of distinctive features. Upon reading the information panel, Mu Xian nearly burst into laughter. If the flame demon dragon were to discover the assessment, it would likely go mad. "Sis, is there really a Beast King level dragon beast in the Fire Demon Ridge, as you inquired? This is information I purchased from the school's internal network. It can't be false. Hurry, if others beat us to it, you'll regret it." Yes. We will capture this dragon beast and exchange it for the finest beast cub later. Once our beast matures, we, the siblings, shall soar to new heights. Don't be so naive. Whether we can defeat that Beast King level beast is still uncertain. Outside the Fire Demon Ridge, 2 figures conversed in hushed tones. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the Fire Demon Ridge, and upon witnessing the 2 dragon beasts soaring above, they instantly comprehended the situation. Someone had indeed gotten there first. "What should we do now, sis?" The girl, referred to as sister, displayed an air of confidence as she calmly replied, "Brother, do not worry. The Flame Demon Dragon is not so easily vanquished. It is a Tier 2 Beast King, while the one opposite lacks even the Beast King markings. There's no need for concern." At that moment, the 2 pure-blood dragons clashed in mid-air, producing a cacophony of thunderous collisions that resonated deeply. Mu Xian couldn't help but marvel at the dragon beasts, for they truly were the most extraordinary of all beasts, their sheer physical prowess enough to dominate many powerful adversaries. Moreover, the spell-casting abilities of dragon beasts are notoriously formidable, leaving them with scarcely any weaknesses. For instance, The flame demon dragon unleashed a terrifying fire-based skill, its black flames nearly darkening half the sky. Yet, opposing it, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon proved equally impressive, despite being merely of pseudo-Beast King level. It exuded an overwhelming aura that seemed to surpass that of the flame demon dragon. Endless ice blue flames drastically lowered the temperature across the entire fire demon ridge. In that moment, the black flames and azure ice flames danced in a mesmerizing display. In the distance, hidden behind a large tree, the sibling duo gazed in awe at the two formidable beasts above. After a long silence, the brother asked, "Sis, is this what you meant by not needing to worry?" At that instant, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon roared, signaling that it was time to unleash its true power. Mu Xian stumbled slightly, astonished at the sudden display of bravado from his own beast. Indeed, the flame demon dragon appeared incensed, activating its Beast King markings and escalating its strength. But just then, a chilling beam imbued with starlight descended from the heavens, striking the flame demon dragon directly. The terrifying power of the Ice Absolute Star Calamity nearly extinguished the very essence of the flame demon dragon. Not only that, but the entire fire demon ridge was encased in the frigid energy emanating from that beam. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the beam gradually dissipated, allowing the black flames to blaze forth, gradually dispelling the chilling force. After what felt like an eternity, with a cracking sound, the weakened flame demon dragon emerged from the icy layer, its gaze toward the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon filled with shock and dread. Having sensed the proximity of death from that skill, with a low growl, the flame demon dragon bowed its head, signifying its defeat in this Beast King battle. As the markings on its body began to separate, drifting toward the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon. In contrast, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon raised its head high, gracefully accepting the portion of the Beast King markings. This is the essence of the Beast King battle. The victor claims the markings of the vanquished, ultimately ascending to true Beast King status after defeating 3 opponents of equal rank and solidifying their first Beast King marking. Meanwhile, the sibling duo observed in silence, gazing at the defeated Flame Demon Dragon and the triumphant Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon. After a lengthy pause, the brother inquired, "Sis, that must be a master from the Eternal Academy, right? They are incredibly powerful, defeating a Tier 2 Flame Demon Dragon with just a pseudo-Beast King level." The sister remained silent for a moment, then sighed, "Perhaps, at least, our West Capital Beastmaster Academy lacks such prowess. They are too formidable." The West Capital Beastmaster Academy ranks 29th among all Beastmaster universities in the country, a position that is far from prestigious. "That blue ice dragon is remarkable," the sister remarked. "It must possess a top-tier bloodline or legendary quality." The brother timidly asked, "Sis, should we continue pursuing that flame demon dragon?" The sister fell silent once more, her confidence wavering. On the Fire Demon Ridge, Mu Xian wore a satisfied expression, celebrating his initial victory. The skyward dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder exhibited envy. It yearned to partake in the Beast King battle as well. "Ah, let that obnoxious dragon bask in its glory." The little creature turned its head away, clearly displeased. Mu Xian chuckled softly, ruffling the little one's fur, which had become increasingly soft and addictive to stroke. Before long, the Beast King battle ceremony concluded, and the Flame Demon Dragon emitted several low growls, seemingly urging the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon to depart. It no longer wished to see it. Mu Xian chuckled in disbelief but refrained from further schemes. He mounted the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon and, with the skyward dragon Weasel in tow, gracefully departed. Just before leaving, he noticed 2 pieces of information rising beneath him but paid them little mind. Watching Mu Xian ride away on the dragon, the sibling duo finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the brother declared solemnly, "Sis, I've made up my mind. I will strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to enroll in the Eternal Academy next year and become a powerful individual like him." The sister's face brightened with a glimmer of pride, realizing her brother seemed to have matured overnight. The second dragon beast lay at the tail end of the 3rd Hungduan mountain range, atop the Qingyan Ridge, 104 kilometers away. Mu Xian swiftly determined the direction and set forth towards the lair of the mountain rock azure dragon. Traversing the Hungduan mountain range, the journey of over 100 kilometers was far from the ease he had anticipated, fraught with numerous battles along the way. Indeed, it wasn't long before Mu Xian encountered a swarm of giant horn ants blocking his path, each the size of a rat, having devoured all creatures in their vicinity. Presenting a terrifying sight, it was rumored that these giant horn ants were tyrants of the Hungduan mountain range, possessing immense strength and voracious appetites. Observing them now, Mu Xian could see the truth in those claims. If a swarm of hundreds of thousands were to emerge, even a king-level beast would have to yield. Suddenly, Mu Xian spotted something unusual on the lead giant horn ant chapter 085, Frenzied Power Giant Horn Ant, Indestructible Gold Thunderstone. Frenzied Powered Giant Horn Ant, Species, Strength Elemental Ant Clan Tier, Beast King 3 Bloodline, Beast King Level Quality, Exceptional Skills, Super Stomach Acid, Giant Horn Strike, Skyrending Power. Frenzy Description: originally an ordinary giant horn ant, it developed a penchant for tempering its body during thunderstorms. Under the influence of a peculiar power, it underwent a reversion phenomenon, awakening a trace of the ancient divine ant's bloodline, significantly enhancing its potential, thus becoming the strongest among giant horn ants. An ordinary giant horn ant exhibiting a reversion phenomenon and awakening the bloodline of an ancient divine ant was a concept Mu Xian repeated softly, instantly sensing something amiss. What force could possibly wield such power? What if there were other, more formidable beasts? Would they undergo even greater transformations? In an instant, Mu Xian found himself intrigued by the frenzied giant horn ant. However, what captivated him even more was the mysterious power that facilitated the transformation and awakening of this creature. Henceforth, Mu Xian began to shadow the frenzied giant horn ant, meticulously observing its every move in hopes of uncovering the source of its extraordinary power. Unbeknownst to the ant, it diligently led its comrades in patrolling their territory, hunting for food, and gathering resources. 8 days slipped by, and just as Mu Xian was on the verge of despair, an opportunity finally presented itself. On this fateful day, the skies darkened, thunder rumbled, and the frenzied giant horn ant could no longer resist the urge to stealthily slip away from its nest, winding its way over 20 kilometers to a barren, desolate hill. To Mu Xian's astonishment, the ant stood atop the hill, hoisting a massive purple stone, utterly still. Before long, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Lightning struck the purple stone, channeling through to the ant. Remarkably, the ant remained unfazed, steadfastly holding the stone aloft. This scene left both Mu Xian and the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon astounded. In a mere span of 2 hours, the ant was struck by lightning 17 times, yet it remained unyielding. When the ant could finally bear the weight no longer, the purple stone came crashing down, and the ant collapsed atop the hill. At that moment, Mu Xian approached the ant, assessing its condition and, simultaneously, uncovering the information regarding the purple stone. Thus, he discovered: Indestructible Gold Thunderstone, rank, Monarch level applicable attributes, Gold, Lightning, Strength description, an ancient treasure of Monarch level. Imbued with extraordinary powers, having evolved over thousands of years into an unassuming exterior, yet possessing an unparalleled, latent strength. Elation surged within Mu Xian. The peculiar power that could awaken the bloodline of the frenzied giant horn ant was undoubtedly derived from this indestructible gold thunderstone. To his surprise, it turned out to be a monarch-level resource. Such a substantial piece of the indestructible gold thunderstone could suffice for the evolution of a dozen beast companions. As for the absence of the stone's information on the ant's panel, Mu Xian speculated that it might be due to the ant not directly absorbing the stone's power, but rather channeling the heavenly lightning for its physical enhancement, thus eluding the panel's reflection. Suddenly, the exhausted frenzied giant horn ant struggled to rise, glaring at Mu Xian with a furious screech, clearly perceiving the stone as its rightful possession. Mu Xian chuckled gently, "Little ant, if you can defeat me, the stone shall be yours. But should you lose, you must agree to become my contracted beast." The ant responded with another furious shriek, its massive forelimbs flickering with a hint of purple as they charged towards Mu Xian. At that critical moment, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon appeared before Mu Xian, letting out a ferocious roar and engaging the ant in battle. Yet, it was not long before the frenzied giant horn ant found itself at a disadvantage. Having expended much of its strength in the previous lightning strikes, its defeat was merely a matter of time. Just 3 minutes later, the ant collapsed once more, emitting a feeble whimper. Mu Xian smiled gently, "Little ant, you have lost. Thus, let us honor our agreement and make you my contracted beast." Despite its furious protests, the frenzied giant horn ant was forcibly bound by the contract. Fortunately, it was now to become Mu Xian's 6th beast companion, to be named Skyhorn Ant. He hoped it would emulate the prowess of other ant warriors, dominating the skies and the earth, invincible across realms. Inquisitively, the ant drooped its antennae, perplexed by the mention of such formidable beings within the ant clan. "I have read little. Do not deceive me." Turning to the skyward dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder, Mu Xian instructed, "Little cat, swiftly gather this remarkable stone. It is the treasure we have sought." With a gleeful meow, The Weasel hastily stowed away the colossal, indestructible gold thunderstone. Mu Xian erupted in laughter, realizing that all his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. However, he soon recognized a sense of strain within his mental faculties, indicating that his spirit energy was nearing its limits. 6 beast companions was indeed his maximum capacity. The next phase would involve nurturing the Destiny Butterfly, the Rampaging Thunder Bear, and the Light Spirit. The indestructible gold thunderstone would be particularly suitable for the Thunder Bear. Although it could not absorb a monarch-level resource, it might learn to imitate the frenzied giant horn ant's technique of heavenly lightning enhancement. In the beast space, a slumbering bear cub shivered, as if sensing an impending calamity. 2 days later, the frenzied giant horn ant finally regained its strength and accepted its fate, officially becoming Mu Xian's highest-ranked beast companion. With the ant leading the way, their journey to Qingyan Ridge was devoid of any formidable beasts, allowing them to reach the base of the ridge with ease. On that day, the 3 pieces of information Mu Xian purchased revealed that Qingyan Ridge was home to a rock attribute dragon beast, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, reputed for its remarkable defensive capabilities and rapid regeneration. It was said to be quite a challenge to contend with. However, the specifics of this challenge would only be confirmed through experience. Little cat, go scout ahead, Mu Xian commanded the skyward dragon Weasel, recognizing this as the proper approach to handling beasts in the wilderness. After all, these creatures were not fools, especially the higher-tier beasts, such as this Beast King-level creature, whose intelligence was comparable to that of a 12 to 15-year-old child, capable of cunning and strategy. It was rumored that many students from the Beastmaster Academy had met grim fates at the hands of these beasts. Soon, the skyward dragon Weasel returned, bringing news that startled Mu Xian. There were 4 Mountain Rock Azure Dragons in Qingyan Ridge, 2 adults, 1 male and 1 female, and 2 younglings that seemed to have just hatched. Indeed, one should not place complete trust in the information provided. Mu Xian shook his head, relieved that the presence of an additional adult Azure Dragon was not a significant issue. As for the 2 younglings, he felt no particular desire. 1 Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon was sufficient for him. Little spirit, go forth. As for the other Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, do not concern yourself. I shall have the Skyhorn ant hold it off. Mu Xian commanded. With a resounding roar, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon soared into the skies above Qingyan Ridge, letting out a fierce cry. Soon, a deep roar emanated from within the mountains, and 2 tawny Mountain Rock Azure Dragons emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence as they charged forward. From a distance, Mu Xian shook his head. The Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was rather unattractive. If the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon represented handsomeness, then the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was akin to the portly and unremarkable members of the dragon lineage. Mountain Rock Azure Dragon species, Rock Attribute Dragon rank, Beast King 4th tier bloodline, Beast King level quality, exceptional skills, Rock Scales, Lava Breath, Earth Power, Rock Dragon Charge. Landslide description, a dragon beast dwelling within the Hengduan Mountains, famed for its formidable defense and rapid recovery. Its massive size renders it exceptionally resilient, making it an excellent choice for a tank. Despite the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon being even larger than the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon, Mu Xian felt no trepidation. Having already identified the dragon's greatest weakness, it could not fly. Conversely, the Ice Ember's Frost Star Dragon had already mastered the art of soaring thousands of meters high, which rendered it at a significant advantage. As anticipated, the ensuing battle unfolded precisely as Mu Xian had predicted. Under the kite-flying tactics of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, the Mountain Rock Azure Dragon was left with little choice but to endure relentless assaults, eliciting furious roars from the latter, with defeat merely a matter of time. Just as the second battle of the Beast King War appeared to be drawing to a close, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Another observing Mountain Rock Azure Dragon, witnessing the imminent defeat of its mate, charged into the fray, leaving Mu Xian utterly astounded as both Mountain Rock Azure Dragons, in that very moment, executed the legendary fusion technique. A beam of gray light burst forth from their forms, merging into one and striking directly at the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon. What followed was a shocking sight for Mu Xian, as he witnessed a grayish-white powder beginning to envelop the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, which then suddenly plummeted to the ground. Alarmed, Mu Xian urgently instructed the jumping sky dragon Weasel to intervene. Yet, in a twist of fate, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon surprised him. Just as it seemed destined to crash, its body erupted with brilliant starlight, forcing the gray energy outwards, and with a swift turn, it re-emerged suspended in midair. In that moment, the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon, fueled by boundless rage, unleashed a terrifying roar directed at the two mountain rock azure dragons. Two blinding beams of light cascaded from the heavens. At that instant, the ice ash frost star dragon erupted with overwhelming power. From a distance, Mu Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. Although it was merely an illusionary confrontation, it instilled within him a profound sense of urgency regarding the cultivation of the light sacred spirit. Just then, two agonized cries pierced the air, revealing that under the ice ash frost star dragon's onslaught, both mountain rock azure dragons had sustained severe injuries. The legendary ice ash frost star dragon had finally showcased a glimpse of its invincibility within the same realm. Half an hour later, amidst low, reluctant roars, the two mountain rock azure dragons ultimately bowed their heads in acknowledgement of the ice ash frost star dragon's victory. In an instant, the Beast King insignias on the two mountain rock azure dragons dimmed significantly, transferring their power to the ice ash frost star dragon. It was at that moment that the insignia on the ice ash frost star dragon reached completion, forming a perfect Beast King emblem. The dark blue insignia accentuated the ice ash frost star dragon's formidable presence. At that moment, Mu Xian felt a surge of even greater power flood into his being, completing his beast ring and manifesting outwardly. He was elated deep within. The ice ash frost star dragon had finally ascended to true Beast King status. Suddenly, a small, youthful voice echoed in his mind. Master, Master, I have become a Beast King. Can you hear me? Mu Xian glanced at the ice ash frost star dragon in astonishment. Little spirit, how is this possible? Master, did you forget? Once we reach Beast King status, we can communicate telepathically. The ice ash frost star dragon replied with a cheerful giggle, appearing adorably cute. Realization dawned upon Mu Xian. Achieving true Beast King status not only granted protective barriers through beast rings, but also enabled mental communication with one's beasts. The beast contract was indeed marvelous. After a lengthy period, this nurturing endeavor finally concluded. Mu Xian felt that he could now exert lord-level combat prowess solely through his own strength. The beast tamer was no longer merely a burden. He chuckled softly, brimming with excitement. However, the true rise of a beast tamer lay in attaining the king level. According to the information Mu Xian had gathered, when a beast ascended to king level, it could bestow skills back upon its tamer. It was only then that a beast tamer truly became formidable, capable of contending with their beasts. Prior to this, beast tamers were consistently at a disadvantage, able only to defend themselves while lacking in offensive capabilities. After allowing the light sacred spirit to cast holy light healing on the ice ash frost star dragon, Mu Xian and all his beasts departed from Qingyan Ridge. The two mountain rock azure dragons, as per the agreements of the Beast King War, could not retaliate against the ice ash frost star dragon, and while the skyhorn ant possessed considerable strength, it was evidently insufficient, likely unable to defeat even a single mountain rock azure dragon. Thus, Mu Xian opted to spare the two mountain rock azure dragons and continued his journey northward, delving deeper into the Hengduan Mountains. Indeed, the depths of the Hengduan Mountains were not a place for humans. The abundance of monstrous beasts, including rampant Beast King-level creatures, was overwhelming. 2 days later, Mu Xian, hiding in a shaded area of the mountain, observed a massive swarm of Dragon King bees below and sighed. Over the past 2 days, he had slain several Beast King-level subdragon monsters, reaping considerable rewards. Yet he realized that continuing deeper into the Hengduan Mountains could mean he might never return. Very well, there is little point in further exploration of the Hengduan Mountains. It is time to seek resources related to the thunder and holy light elements, Mu Xian mused, preparing to retrace his steps after the swarm of Dragon King bees passed. Just then, the destiny butterfly, which had been nestled in his arms, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a startled cry. Eek, eek, eek. What? Little butterfly. You say you saw me being pursued by hundreds of monstrous beasts. The direction is to the north. Chapter 087. Earthquake. Beast Tide. Blocked. The destiny butterfly possessed the skill of foresight, capable of predicting dangers, and Mu Xian had every reason to believe it. Thus, upon learning that the destiny butterfly had foreseen peril, he began contemplating how to retreat and where to retreat to. Wait, in the past 2 days, I have been moving back and forth. I should be no more than 30 kilometers from Qingyan Ridge. Finally, a glimmer of inspiration struck Mu Xian as he thought of the relatively safe Qingyan Ridge. Little cat, quickly, execute spatial jump. We must return to Qingyan Ridge. Mu Xian urgently instructed the jumping sky dragon Weasel. Meow. The jumping sky dragon Weasel responded, and a massive spatial vortex materialized beneath them. The intense energy fluctuations instantly drew the attention of the Dragon King bees below. In an instant, over 100 Lord-level Dragon King bees, led by a Beast King-level Dragon King bee, surged toward Mu Xian. The name Dragon King bee alone hinted at its significance, and in reality, the Dragon King bee was a dominant beast among dragon-type creatures. Each Dragon King bee was of Lord level, and within the entire colony, there were rumored to be King-level queens, not only responsible for producing Dragon King honey for the Desolation Thunder Dragon, but also its mate. It could be said that the Dragon King bees were untouchable entities within the third Hengduan mountain range. As the swarm of Dragon King bees approached, Mu Xian felt a wave of panic wash over him. Fortunately, in a critical moment, the spatial vortex beneath them swiftly engulfed Mu Xian and his companions, causing the Dragon King bees to miss their target and emit piercing cries. In a flash, Mu Xian found himself and his companions safe and sound outside Qingyan Ridge. However, this was evidently not yet secure. Mu Xian mounted the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and continued to withdraw from the third Hengduan mountain range. Just as Mu Xian had departed from Qingyan Ridge for half a day, traveling several dozen miles, a thunderous roar resounded from deep within the Hengduan mountains, followed by the entire world shaking violently. An earthquake? Mu Xian exclaimed in horror. Earthquakes on Blue Star were no trivial matter, alongside the tremors. The spiritual energy stored underground would erupt, triggering a spiritual energy tide, which would cause the majority of ordinary monsters to explode. Consequently, in a frantic bid for survival, these beasts would flee chaotically, resulting in a beast tide. Thus, every earthquake significantly impacted the surrounding cities. However, this time, the earthquake within the Hengduan Mountains could potentially reach the West Capital Fortress. Could it be that the scene foreseen by the Destiny Butterfly was in anticipation of this earthquake? Mu Xian pondered, then addressed the jumping sky dragon Weasel once more. Little cat, execute spatial jump again. We need to return to the West Capital with greater speed. Wait, no? After the earthquake, the spiritual energy tide will emerge, and spatial travel will be affected. If we attempt a spatial jump now, the consequences would be dire. Little cat, refrain from using spatial jump. We shall fly low back to the West Capital. Little spirit, we need to increase our speed. As they journeyed, Mu Xian noted with growing concern that the monstrous beasts around them were exceedingly restless, their aggression significantly heightened, clearly sensing impending danger. Fortunately, at this moment, Mu Xian had already stepped into the foothills of the third Hengduan mountain range, arriving near the Fire Demon Ridge. Just then, he was suddenly alerted by the cacophony of beast roars, interspersed with mournful cries, heightening his vigilance. As Mu Xian approached the Fire Demon Ridge, he beheld several figures cloaked in black, engaged in the hunt of the ridge's sovereign, the Tier 3 Flame Demon Dragon. Humph! A mere Flame Demon Dragon dares to resist the Beast God Sect's divine incense? It seems this creature is not as simple as it appears, cackled one of the black-robed individuals. Perfect. We can capture it, and let those people examine whether it possesses a unique bloodline. Mu Xian's gaze sharpened. Was it truly the Beast God Sect? It had been previously noted that the followers of the Beast God Sect favored black robes, as they often traversed the path of bloodline transplantation, rendering themselves neither fully human nor ghostly, hence their habitual attire. Counting the numbers, Mu Xian realized there were only 3 adherents of the Beast God Sect present, the strongest being a Tier 5 Beast King, while the others were merely Tier 2. Although they were all formidable Beast Kings, Mu Xian felt no trepidation, for he understood well that the combat prowess of the Beast God Sect's followers was generally lacking. They excelled in schemes and deceit, often approaching high-level beasts under the guise of possessing beast bloodlines, then seizing the opportunity to control them and create various disturbances. Their combat capabilities were indeed uneven. 2 of their members were roughly equivalent to 1 beast tamer of the same rank. On the other hand, Mu Xian possessed the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the Frenzied Giant Horn Ant, both of whom were beast kings, not to mention the spatial-type beast, the Void Sky Dragon Weasel. He firmly believed he could prevail. Little cat, prepare to unleash the Void Blade and eliminate the one on the far right. That adherent is the weakest. Then, seize the opportunity to bind the leader in the center, Little Spirit and Sky Horn Ant. Your task is to swiftly eliminate the one on the left. Understood? Meow, roar, chirp. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, the Void Sky Dragon Weasel leaped into the void, appearing beside the rightmost adherent of the Beast God Sect, ready to strike. As the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the Frenzied Giant Horn Ant approached the leftmost adherent, the Void Sky Dragon Weasel made its move. In an instant, a blade that seemed almost ethereal materialized at the neck of the rightmost adherent, and without a sound, The head of the adherent fell to the ground. The leader of the beast god sect's countenance shifted dramatically as he roared, "This is bad. We have an enemy." No sooner had his words left his mouth than an invisible spatial confinement enveloped him, trapping him within. He could only watch helplessly as two beast kings surged forth. And after 2 skill executions, they swiftly dispatched one of his fellow adherents. As the eyes of the 3 beasts turned towards him, the leader of the beast god sect panicked. Mu Xian appeared silently, his voice grave as he inquired, "What business does your sect have in the Hengduan Mountains?" The leader of the beast god sect burst into laughter. "We of the beast god sect are here to assist the beasts. This time, the West Capital stronghold shall cease to exist." Observing the fervent zeal in his demeanor, Mu Xian shook his head. Such a person, thoroughly brainwashed by the beast god sect, was beyond redemption. After dispatching the adherents, Mu Xian turned his gaze to the beleaguered flame demon dragon in the distance, sighed softly, and quietly led his 3 beasts away. The flame demon dragon looked upon the many beasts of the fire demon ridge, now grievously wounded, filled with sorrow. However, Mu Xian soon realized he had been overly optimistic. The route back to the West Capital stronghold was blocked. The movements of the beasts from the 1st and 2nd Hengduan mountain ranges were far swifter than he had anticipated, having already formed a localized beast tide, advancing towards the West Capital stronghold. In contrast, the beasts of the 3rd Hengduan mountain range remained relatively stable. Could this be the reason for the earlier confidence exhibited by that adherent of the beast god sect? Had they already influenced the beasts in the first 2 mountain ranges? Mu Xian cursed inwardly, "These madmen." Chapter 088, The Dark Beast Tamer. Zhang Yixing. Mu Xian recognized that due to their bloodline transplantation, adherents of the beast god sect frequently disguised themselves as beasts, and under their deliberate manipulation, beasts might inexplicably turn against humans. It could be said that the threat posed by the beast god sect to humanity was paramount, making it the primary target for eradication by the Dragon Kingdom's government. Unfortunately, there were far too many ordinary people in this world, faced with the extraordinary allure brought about by the transplantation of beast bloodlines. It was exceedingly difficult for them to resist such temptation. Thus, adherents of the beast god sect perpetually emerged, the sect continuously rising from the ashes. What to do? School is starting in just a few days. Mu Xian pondered strategies in secret. The upheaval in the first 2 Hengduan mountain ranges had caught him completely off guard. Was he to wait for the West Capital stronghold to repel the beast tide? No, missing the start of school would be inconsequential. But missing the selection of mentors would be troublesome. The Beast Tamer University did not operate like universities in his previous life with class divisions. Instead, it implemented a mentor system akin to that of graduate studies, where each Beast Tamer mentor would have a varying number of students. The higher the strength and status of a Beast Tamer mentor, the more sought after they were. Once the opportunity for mentor selection was missed, it would be problematic. One would either be randomly assigned to mediocre mentors or, worse yet, left out altogether, becoming a free student. Although Mu Xian did not care for the benefits brought by mentors, their experience, philosophies, and unique information were precisely what he lacked and desired most. Therefore, he had to return to school as swiftly as possible. Suddenly, Mu Xian's eyes brightened as he thought, since the beasts have launched a tide, wouldn't the 1st and 2nd Hengduan mountain ranges be left vulnerable? Perhaps I could even take advantage of the situation to reap some benefits from those high-level beasts. Indeed. Let us proceed with this plan. Mu Xian exclaimed excitedly, promptly pulling up a map to meticulously study it, confirming a potentially safer route. The 2nd Hengduan mountain range stretches over 300 kilometers from north to south, predominantly inhabited by serpent-type beasts. Ruled by a formidable beast sovereign known as the Devouring Sky Nine-Headed Serpent, who commands the powers of the earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, poison, darkness, blood, and void, 9 elemental forces, making it one of the most challenging beast sovereigns to contend with. Fortunately, due to infighting among the 7 great beast clans in years past, the Devouring Sky Nine-Headed Serpent has been closely monitored and has remained in slumber, rarely making an appearance. Thus, Mu Xian's plan was to circumvent the 2nd Hengduan mountain range, following the Zimu River to detour through AB Prefecture, then cross through AB Prefecture to return via Juzhegu to Sichuan Province. While this route was longer, it offered greater safety. The following morning, before dawn, after resting for the night, Mu Xian set out, determined to traverse the perilous expanse of the 2 Hengduan mountain ranges while the majority of beasts were still resting. The Dadu River, even before the Age of Beasts, was already one of the most complex rivers within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and during the era of beasts, nourished by spiritual energy, it had become even more fearsome. The river teemed with both dragon and serpent-like beasts, and no one could ascertain what peculiar and bizarre serpents lurked within its waters. It was only because the number of beasts in the Dadu River had diminished at this stage that Mu Xian dared to traverse this ancient river route. As he traveled upstream along the river, Mu Xian discovered an abundance of dragon and serpent-type beasts within the Dadu River, some possessing unique bloodlines or bizarre skills, sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, relying on the dragon might of the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and the alerts from Mu Xian's information panel, he was able to hide his presence, traveling by day and resting at night. After a full 2 days and nights, he finally passed through the most treacherous areas. On this day, as Mu Xian traveled along the banks of the Dadu River, he unexpectedly spotted figures clad in black. Indeed, it was the distinctive garb of the Dark Alliance. Zhang Yixing, race, human rank, tier 8 leader talent, spiritual refinement beasts, fantastical dream demon, tier 8 lord, ancestral black crocodile, tier 5 lord, Shindong demon, tier 1 lord. Mu Xian was astonished to discover that this Dark Alliance beast tamer named Zhang Yixing possessed unexpectedly impressive talents. And his fantastical dream demon could even rival the beasts of genius like Fang Yintian. Fantasy dream demon species, dream type fairy rank, lord level 8 bloodline, beast king level quality, exceptional skills, nightmare form, rapid dream induction, fantastical dreamscape, great terror introduction, a uniquely originative dream type fairy, adept in the art of dreams, and exceedingly rare. As Mu Xian observed the other party seemingly searching for something, his interest piqued. How could the Dark Alliance manifest in this place unless shrouded in unspeakable secrets? Zhang Yixing let out a gentle sigh. It had been nearly a year since he was captured by the Dark Alliance, and he felt himself descending into despair. Little fairy, will I still see tomorrow? Zhang Yixing whispered. The small fairy perched on his shoulders softly comforted its master, sensing his sorrow. Zhang Yixing sighed once more. He had been abducted by a beast king-level dark beast tamer and coerced into joining the Dark Alliance. After all, the alternative was death. However, he soon discovered that the Dark Alliance was relentlessly indoctrinating the newly inducted members. Reflecting on that period sent shivers down his spine. He vividly recalled how members, after 3 months of continuous brainwashing, transformed from initial resistance to fervent loyalty, dutifully executing the will of the Dark Alliance's higher-ups. It was only due to his innate psychic talent that he had resisted their mental manipulation, retaining his true nature. Despite Zhang Yixing's efforts to disguise himself, he inadvertently revealed cracks in his facade. Perhaps after this grand operation, he would be utterly brainwashed. He had contemplated escape, yet found it impossible. Each new member of the Dark Alliance was implanted with a mental beacon. Zhang Yixing speculated it served as a conduit for a beast king-level creature's essence. The mere thought of this grand operation left him in a state of shock. The Dark Alliance had allied with the beast god cult, plotting the annihilation of the Western Fortress. Of course, Zhang Yixing's understanding stemmed largely from his fantastical dream demon, which had unearthed crucial information through dreams. Yet, knowing the target and outline of the plan was futile, he had no means to convey this intelligence. Suddenly, Zhang Yixing felt a jolt of tension. He had unwittingly come face to face with a powerful beast. No, it was a beast king-level creature. Then, he beheld a remarkably handsome young boy. Youthful, yet with an icy gaze, seemingly assessing him. Wait, could this be the opportunity he had been desperately seeking? Without waiting for the other to speak, Zhang Yixing took the initiative. You're so young, yet already a beast king-level tamer. Are you perhaps a student from the Eternal Academy? Chapter 089, Vital Intelligence. Top genius of the Dark Alliance. Mu Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss in the expression of the Dark Alliance beast tamer before him. Rumor had it that Dark Alliance beast tamers underwent dark baptisms, transformed by malevolent forces, their minds altered and consciousness brainwashed, almost beyond remedy. Based on his prior experiences, he knew that if a Dark Alliance beast tamer encountered a normal beast tamer, they would either be filled with intense hatred or remain utterly silent. It was rare to find one so willingly engaging in conversation. Mu Xian nodded gently. Indeed, I hail from the Eternal Academy. May I ask who you are? Zhang Yixing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Students of the Eternal Academy were considered prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom and were unlikely to affiliate with the Dark Alliance. Seeking his assistance seemed to be the right choice. With this thought, Zhang Yixing whispered, I am Zhang Yixing, forcibly inducted into the Dark Alliance. I implore you to help me escape. I possess vital intelligence. Mu Xian scrutinized Zhang Yixing, noting that he truly differed from the other Dark Alliance beast tamers. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a normal beast tamer. Could it be that Zhang Yixing had withstood the dark baptism? to explore this possibility. Mu Xian decided against immediate action. What intelligence do you possess? If the information you provide is credible, I might just assist you in escaping. Zhang Yixing glanced at the ice-burned frost star dragon and took a deep breath. I cannot divulge the critical intelligence outright, but I can inform you that a top genius has recently arrived at the Dark Alliance's Western Division. He is also of Beast King level, and I have learned that he has come to the Hengduan Mountains in search of a relic. If your strength is sufficient, you might be able to eliminate him and seize that relic. What? A relic? Mu Xian's expression brightened with excitement. A relic refers to the remnants of ancient. Precisely those structures left behind by extraordinary powers of the bygone era. After countless years of evolution, these edifices have undergone inexplicable changes, some perilous, while others hold tremendous fortune. Just as Mu Xian had previously visited the Sacred Light Secret Realm, a relic of the Radiant Church, which was precisely such a place. It could be said that relics and secret realms were the coveted domains of nearly all beast tamers. Suddenly, Mu Xian noted Zhang Yixing's description. A top genius had arrived at the Dark Alliance's Western Division of Beast King level. Instantly, a name sprang to mind. Is the person you speak of named Xiao Ning? Last time, this Xiao Ning had posed as Xiao Ting and had the audacity to confront him, trying to recruit him as a subordinate. Mu Xian had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. If he could eliminate him, it would be even more splendid. Zhang Yixing replied, astonished. Indeed, his name is Xiao Ning, said to be a significant figure from headquarters. Mu Xian smirked. The information you provided is invaluable, regardless. I shall assist you in your escape. However, I now require you to lead me to Xiao Ning. Of course, Zhang Yixing exclaimed joyfully. That Xiao Ning is simply a pervert who doesn't like women, but rather has an unsettling preference for handsome young men. His gaze is quite disturbing. Afterward, Mu Xian instructed Zhang Yixing to lead his Sky Weasel to search for Xiao Ning while he quietly awaited their arrival. Although Zhang Yixing was surprised that Mu Xian possessed a space-type beast, he felt more elated, knowing this increased the likelihood of overcoming Xiao Ning. A little over 10 minutes later, 2 kilometers away from Xiao Ning, Mu Xian's figure appeared silently. Mr. Mu, Xiao Ning is just ahead on that mountaintop. Zhang Yixing pointed cautiously to a small hill in the distance. Xiao Ning is very cautious. Please be careful. Mu Xian gazed towards the familiar information panel with a smile. At that moment, as Xiao Ning was meditating, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something amiss, some danger approaching. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, striking him, who was almost entirely unprepared. In that instant, a circular barrier rose abruptly. Unmistakably the Beast King level ability, Beast Ring Barrier. The Beast Ring Barrier held for less than half a second before shattering. But that brief moment was enough for Xiao Ning to accomplish much. For streaks of light materialized around him, particularly a towering shadow that stood firmly before Xiao Ning, staunchly resisting the beam of light. At that moment, the surface of the towering shadow glimmered with icy blue crystals, and starlight began to emanate. The ice-burned frost star dragon, with its innate skill, cold, absolute, star destruction. Just then, the space rippled, and 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Xiao Ning. One was a silver-gray cat, and the other a massive ant. Xiao Ning's expression shifted. Damn it, there's another Beast King-level creature. Demon God Hound, block it. A gigantic hound with 3 heads, entirely black, leaped forth to intercept the celestial ant. Just as Xiao Ning was about to continue commanding his other 2 beasts, a furious cry and a wail echoed from behind him. Xiao Ning turned abruptly, only to see his primary beast, the great dark god Spirit Warrior, sent flying amidst waves of chilling flames. Spirit Warrior, you fool! Xiao Ning cursed angrily, realizing he was in deep trouble. Indeed, in the next instant, a nearly transparent blade hurtled directly toward him. At a critical juncture, a sprite radiating a dark luminescence materialized before Xiao Ning, casting a series of shadowy beams that barely deflected the void blade. The great dark divine warrior, groaning, struggled to rise and continued to engage in combat alongside the ice ash frost star dragon. However, it was evident that it was no match for the formidable dragon. It is worth mentioning that this great dark divine warrior was not an ordinary entity. It possessed a royal bloodline, having undergone a transformation through dark baptism, rendering it even more powerful than a typical divine warrior. Yet, in the face of the ice ash frost star dragon, it was ultimately outclassed. Meanwhile, the sky-leaping dragon Weasel emerged and vanished like a specter, becoming Xiao Ning's nightmare, continuously flashing through the void and unleashing nearly transparent void blades, leaving Xiao Ning with little recourse for retaliation. Mu Xian, you are utterly despicable. Xiao Ning seethed. Recognizing that this was the very individual he had sought to recruit just days prior, the new student from the Eternal Academy, Mu Xian, perched halfway up the mountain, heard Xiao Ning's furious outburst and burst into laughter. When you sought to keep me that day, you should have anticipated this moment. I may not possess many virtues, but I certainly hold a grudge. Xiao Ning, too distraught to respond, felt his primary beast, the great dark divine warrior, succumb to a relentless barrage from the ice ash frost star dragon, transforming into a fleeting light and returning to Xiao Ning's essence. In that instant, Xiao Ning sensed the pungent aroma of death. Panic surged within him. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I must flee. His expression shifted, filled with reluctance, yet faced with the imminent threat of death, he extracted a stone and crushed it in desperation. In the next moment, Xiao Ning's form vanished, taking with it only the sprite that emanated black light. His other two beasts, confronted with this sudden turn of events, were left in stunned disbelief. Chapter 090, Ruins? The Gate of Orbis. Mu Xian was equally taken aback. At such a pivotal moment, Xiao Ning had audaciously fled, abandoning his beasts. It was known that if a beast and its master were separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, should the beast be defeated, it would perish instantly. At that moment, the two remaining beasts trembled before the overwhelming ice ash frost star dragon, the frenzy-horned ant, and the sky-leaping dragon Weasel. Moments later, Mu Xian arrived at the scene, observing Xiao Ning's abandoned beasts, a first-tier beast king three-headed hellhound and a ninth-tier lord blood flame crystal dragon, his expression tinged with regret. Particularly, the three-headed hellhound, bearing the bloodline of the hellish Cerberus, had already reached royal bloodline potential, enhanced by its extraordinary quality, making it an elite beast. Even among the 6 beasts under his command, it would rank within the top 3. However, beasts could not be seized while their master was still present. Xiaoling, little cat, eliminate them. Mu Xian commanded without hesitation. The three-headed hellhound and the blood flame crystal dragon let out cries of despair and fury. But it was all in vain. Within a minute, the two beasts gradually fell silent. At that exact moment, far off, Xiao Ning, several kilometers away, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen, on the verge of collapse. Mu Xian, I will kill you. I shall make you pay in pieces. Xiao Ning felt an unbearable ache in his heart. His meticulously nurtured beasts had perished just like that. Though they were dead, the ramifications were severe and would not be rectified in merely 3 to 5 months. For the coming year, he would be engulfed in mental despondency, and his mental fortitude would continue to dwindle. Without top-tier mental recovery potions, his future would be irrevocably shattered. Such profound enmity was enough to fuel Xiao Ning's fury. Yet, soon he recalled something, a flicker of panic igniting within him. If the other prospective holy sons learned of his plight, he would not merely suffer mental decline, but would face the dire extraction of the Hellhound bloodline. Extracting Hellhound bloodline. Extraction successful. In an instant, a small orb of nearly pitch-black liquid, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, appeared in Mu Xian's grasp. It was the dormant Hellhound bloodline within the three-headed Hellhound. Fragmented Hellhound bloodline. Species. Hellish canine tier. Beast king level description. A fragmented bloodline of the sub-legendary beast, the Hellhound, containing vestiges of its ancestral heritage. A fragmented Hellhound bloodline? Not too shabby. Mu Xian nodded with a hint of a smile, feeling that this ambush against Xiao Ning had yielded dividends. Just then, a commotion arose from below. Casting his gaze, he discerned the beastmasters of the Dark Alliance, among whom were several beast king-level masters. Seeing this, Mu Xian opted not to confront them directly. Instead, he took flight with the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and gracefully departed. A few kilometers away, Mu Xian landed and sought out Zhang Yixing once more. Mr. Mu, you are truly formidable, Zhang Yixing exclaimed, astonished that this young beastmaster had not only bested Xiao Ning, but had utterly crushed him. Mr. Mu, I have good news. I just heard that the Dark Alliance has located the site suspected to be the ruins. Zhang Yixing informed him, now that Xiao Ning has left. They are reportedly preparing to report this information to the overseer of the Western Capital Division. Mr. Mu, if you wish to claim those ruins, you must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Mu Xian felt a sense of urgency rise within him and promptly asked, where is this site located? I am not certain. As I am merely a lowly pawn within the Dark Alliance, Zhang Yixing sighed. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, however, I overheard them say they have cordoned off the area and have dispatched someone to notify the overseer. Mu Xian's eyes brightened. If the area was cordoned off, that was a clear indication. Excellent. Time is of the essence. I must investigate. You stay here and do not move. Zhang Yixing nodded vigorously, understood. Without delay, Mu Xian mounted the Ice Ash Frost Star Dragon and flew low to search for the gathering of dark beastmasters. Having ascended to true beast king-level mastery, Mu Xian discovered that his information panel could now probe a radius of 5 kilometers. This newfound ability gave him the confidence that he could locate those dark beastmasters. Finally, after more than an hour, Mu Xian arrived at the center of a towering grove, where he spotted a cluster of figures, likely the beastmasters of the Dark Alliance. Stealthily approaching, he finally beheld the true visage of the suspected ruins. Resembling a grand European-style portal, steeped in an air of antiquity, making it difficult to fathom its connection to ruins. Yet through his information panel, he discerned its true details. The Gate of Orbis, species, spatial description, a precious relic left by the spatial mage Orbis, possessing the miraculous ability to traverse time and space. Upon reading the description, Mu Xian was taken aback. This relic was indeed a man-made artifact. While the true strength of the spatial mage remained a mystery, the description alone conveyed that the Gate of Orbis was anything but ordinary. However, the towering structure, standing over 10 meters tall, posed a dilemma. How on earth could he transport it? Surely, one could not simply utter a spell to shrink it. Moreover, there were still a dozen or so dark beastmasters in proximity. For a moment, Mu Xian was at a loss for what to do. However, surrendering was not an option. This was a divine artifact capable of traversing time and space. Wait, perhaps I can attempt this. Suddenly, an unconventional idea struck Mu Xian. He turned to the sky-leaping dragon Weasel perched on his shoulder and commanded, "Little cat, take me to the door," and immediately initiate spatial confinement. Meow. In the next moment, Mu Xian and the sky-leaping dragon Weasel vanished from sight. Outside the Gate of Orbis, the figures clad in black remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any unforeseen occurrences. After all, they had already prepared to report this relic to their overseer in the western capital, the formidable king-level beastmaster. Black Mountain. At that moment, a streak of radiant light materialized, and a figure abruptly emerged. The dark beastmasters, caught off guard, failed to react in time. By the moment they sensed the shift, an almost translucent barrier had already formed. This spectacle ignited a furious rage within everyone present. Eliminate that brat. How dare he covet our relics? He must learn the consequences of offending the Dark Alliance. They roared. With unwavering resolve, they unleashed their full might. In an instant, 2 or 3 dozen beasts executed their skills in unison, crashing against the shimmering barrier. Yet, what transpired next left every onlooker in utter disbelief.